In my last life, my name was Lin Mo, and I was an extremely ordinary human being. But then, on the days when the apocalypse came, my destiny had completely changed. The iron hooves of the insect swarm have crushed human civilization, and no one is immune to that horrific invasion. And I, as a lucky person, was infected by the insect swarm in a near-death battle and became what humans call an alien, the insect swarm master. Initially, I didn't give up on being human. I still stubbornly believe that I am a human being and that I can use my own power to protect my sister and use my own will to resist the erosion of the Zerg instincts. I even risked my identity being exposed, hiding my Zerg abilities, and helping humans repel Zerg attacks time and time again. But in the end, when the truth was revealed, my kindness did not earn humanity's gratitude, but instead brought fear, betrayal, and death. That day, I knelt in the center of the court, my hands bound with heavy chains, and standing in front of me was my sister, the leader of the human survivors whom I tried my best to protect. Her eyes were cold, and without any hesitation, she sentenced me to death in front of everyone. I didn't hate her, nor did I defend myself, because at that moment I finally understood. Humans could not accept the existence of a swarm of insects. In the end, I died under the knife of the swarm of insects. But who could have thought that all this was just the beginning of a reincarnation? When I opened my eyes again, time had returned to the beginning of the apocalypse. The roar of the insect swarm is still echoing in the distance. The panic of mankind has not yet spread completely, and I have not yet completely exposed my secret. In this life, I finally understood a truth. Weakness is the original sin, and humans will ultimately be eliminated by the insect swarm. More importantly, in this life, I have awakened a powerful ability. Many children, many blessings system. Every birth and every evolution of an insect swarm will give me rewards that match it. The stronger my offspring is, the stronger I am. The system's voice echoed in my mind. Your offspring evolve and multiply infinitely, and you get a reward. Level talent, immortality. Your offspring evolve to psychic control, and you get a reward. Omega-level superpowers distort reality. Your offspring exceed 10 billion, and you get a reward. Open the godhood and become the god of reproduction. From this moment on, I am no longer human. I am the master of the swarm, the god of reproduction. I do not need human acceptance, nor do I need their understanding. Chapter 3. When I woke up again, I was surrounded by snow-white insect eggs. They were so dense that they looked like a soft white ocean. An indescribable emotion surged in my chest, like nervousness mixed with excitement. A maternal emotion surged in my blood. I looked down at the eggs and sighed softly. Is this my child? Before I could sigh, the first egg cracked, and a spider-like creature emerged from it. Soon after, the other eggs also cracked, and life continued to pour out of them. In an instant, the originally pure white eggs turned into a group of black little lives. Countless larvae crawled all over the ground around me, and suddenly the system's voice popped up in my mind. Ding! The birth of your first batch of offspring has been detected, and system rewards will be issued soon. The total number of your first batch of offspring is 114514, level, low-level Zerg. As soon as the system's voice fell, a burning force rushed into my body, like hot lava flowing in my blood vessels. I couldn't help but raise my head and roar. The old shell in my body began to fall off, replaced by a more powerful body. My hands were shaking unconsciously, with excitement and a bit of disbelief. Is this the feeling of power? I looked down at my body, and a brand new system panel came into view. Name, Lin Mo, Bloodline, Mother of Spiders, Evolution, 5%, Level, LV9, Bloodline Skills, Spider Sense, Spider Web Weaving, Mother of Insect Swarms, Mimic Appearance. Spider's innate skills make me happy. Spider web hunting is such an efficient and smart way. Moreover, I can also hide among ordinary humans through mimicry without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, I even look forward to the next life. However, at this time, a childish voice sounded in my mind. Mom, Mom, so hungry, so hungry. I lowered my head and looked at the little spiders crying for food at my feet. Countless eyes were staring at me, as if waiting for orders. I sneered. My tone was cold. Are you hungry? Look at your brothers and sisters. Aren't they the best food? They were stunned for a moment, but did not resist. I continued, survival of the fittest. If you want to survive, use your strength to fight for it. This is the first lesson I will teach you. The orders of the mother of the swarm were absolute to them. Soon, the sound of fighting could be heard in the nest. The smell of blood filled the entire cave, and the sound of fighting became weaker and weaker. Half an hour later, there were only more than 30,000 spiders left out of the original hundreds of thousands, and the bodies of the losers became food for the winners. I looked at the surviving little spiders and nodded. Good. These are my children. I stretched and my stomach growled in protest. Although I had no intention of eating my own offspring, it was time to find something more delicious. I turned around, and the insect shell burst instantly, and a white and slender human body crawled out of it. My long snow-white hair fell to my shoulders. I casually wove a set of casual clothes out of spider silk, and I looked like an ordinary girl. I smiled gently at the remaining little spiders. Mom is going on a long trip. You guys stay here and grow up well, okay? Mom, don't worry. The little spiders responded obediently. I left the cave and took out my cell phone. I hadn't turned it on for 5 days, and the screen was already filled with missed calls. They were all Lin Mo, the woman who used to call me brother. Brother, where have you been? Please don't scare Xiaoyu. Come back soon. Her message was filled with tears, like a helpless little girl. But I know how fake this look is. In my last life, she personally sent me to my doom. I sneered and turned off the voice, pretending. I am no longer the Lin Mo of the past. I will repay you for all the betrayal and pain in my previous life. Her good days are over. I was too hungry to think too much. I called a car with my phone, and after I got in, the driver looked at me repeatedly. Little girl, are you alone? Yeah. I nodded and responded casually. The driver's eyes made me feel a little uncomfortable. At this moment, my stomach growled twice again. I raised my head and smiled innocently. Uncle, I'm so hungry. Can I go to your house to eat something? I can agree to anything you ask. As I said this, I pulled my collar slightly. The driver swallowed, looked around in panic, and scanned the in-car surveillance. I chuckled and typed a line of words on my phone for him to see. Don't worry. I'll come find you when you get home. He finally smiled. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. I leaned back in my seat, a sneer on my face. What a stupid and greedy guy. The people in this city are really boring. Chapter 4. Old residential area, residential building. In the room, I put my clothes in order and chuckled. Uncle, thank you for your hospitality. I looked back at the bloody skeleton beside the bed and pouted again. Huh? Why are you ignoring me? How rude. Then, I raised the corners of my mouth and smiled in an exaggerated and distorted arc. Ah, I almost forgot that dead people can't speak. With a bit of regret in his tone, he said, I'm so sorry, uncle. It was my negligence. In fact, this cute uncle has long been of no use. When I arranged a meeting place with him, I took some effort to circumvent the surveillance. But he was, to put it bluntly, just a dessert. Just like I told him, I would satisfy any request he made as long as I was full. Unfortunately, I will never hear his wish again. I looked down at my flat belly, patted it gently, and muttered, I still don't seem full. That little bit of flesh and blood not only did not relieve my hunger, it even made me feel even more empty. After all, I am not the real girl Lin Mo, but a 5-meter-tall giant spider. This small body of 1.5 meters is just my disguise. I glanced at the skeleton, threw it to the ground, and stood up. Who would be the next target after eating the uncle? I was a little confused. At this time, the sound of news suddenly came from the TV. Recently, Wang Yuan, the son of a real estate tycoon in this city, suddenly sold all his property and purchased supplies in large quantities, attracting onlookers. I tilted my head, stopped what I was doing, and stared at the screen with interest, the smile at the corner of my eyes unconsciously widening a little. He opened his phone and randomly searched the search engine a few times, and quickly found out Wang Yuan's recent whereabouts. Haha, this guy is really generous. The information on the screen made me laugh more and more. This is not just hoarding supplies. This is simply monopolizing. He bought supermarkets and supply factories, stockpiled food and daily necessities, and even agricultural seeds, tractors, livestock, and poultry. What's even more outrageous is that he even used his connections to buy a nearby military base. Interesting. I couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, my mind recalled a novel I had read in my previous life, in which the protagonist was a reborn person with a golden finger of infinite space. He stockpiled billions of supplies and was sure to win. Haha, it turns out he's a reborn person. I licked my lips excitedly. I didn't expect that I would encounter such a thing. If I hadn't been there, he might have really been able to follow the routine in the novel and stock up on goods and win without doing anything. But unfortunately, every step he took was under my control. It's not impossible to copy the process in the novel, but the premise is to make sure that no villain is targeting him. Obviously, he didn't have that luck. I leaned against the window, thinking playfully, how much blood and flesh would I absorb when I ate all the livestock and poultry he had stored? How much would my body evolve to by then? It can even give birth to litters of babies, and you can all fleece them together. It's even more thoughtful than the system's newbie gift package. Thanks for the gift of nature, I said with a smile, feeling as happy as a child who drank milk tea. A week is enough time for me to make all the preparations. Now, I don't need to rush to find Wang Yuan. That guy is a hen that lays golden eggs. I won't do such a thing as killing the goose to get the eggs. The best way is to wait until the apocalypse breaks out and take everything from him at once. But before that, I have to fill my stomach first. In the evening, I wandered to the downtown square, sat on a bench, swung my feet, and ate ice cream. The sweet taste was quite good, but unfortunately, it just didn't satisfy my craving. After all, I need a lot of protein to maintain evolution, and desserts are just a seasoning. Before eating the main meal, I decided to pick a few appetizers. I licked my lips, and some memories from my past life came to my mind. There is no shortage of scum in this city, such as human traffickers. They are best at disguising themselves as kind-hearted people, deceiving runaway girls or desperate young people by tempting them with fake jobs promising a monthly income of 50,000 yuan. In fact, they lure them to the Golden Triangle area and put them into a life where everything is drained away. They were the perfect dessert. Not only did they require no effort, they also led me to secluded places on their own initiative, and after I ate them, there was no way the authorities could track me down. Just as I was thinking, a woman walked up to me. "Little sister, are you sitting here alone? Where are your parents?" Her voice was so gentle that it could put people at ease. I raised my head, took a look at her makeup and the cheap yet decent dress she was wearing, and instantly concluded that she was not a good person. But I pretended to be about to cry and whispered, I had a fight with my family, so I took a train and ran away from home. I have no money to go back." She showed a look of heartache and took my hand. "Don't be afraid. Sister will take you to find your parents, okay?" "Yeah." I nodded obediently, with a sweet smile on my face. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the evil sneer in my heart. Through spider sense, I had already sensed the men following her. Haha, the human trafficker's tricks are still so old-fashioned. A good hunter often appears as a prey. I snorted in my heart. Hee, the prey has taken the bait. Chapter 5. The young lady took my hand and took me to a white van. As soon as the door closed, she still had that gentle smile on her face. "Little sister, let's go. Sister will take you home." The car started moving. She handed me a bottle of mineral water and a piece of bread. Her voice was so gentle that it seemed to melt my heart. "You must be very hungry. You didn't eat well on the way away from home. Eat something first." I took the thing she handed over and smiled politely. "Thank you, sister." I thanked her sweetly, but I couldn't help cursing in my heart. As soon as I got the bottle of mineral water, my swarm senses sensed something fishy. It was mixed with a drug, not too strong, just enough to make people temporarily unconscious. To a mother of the insect race like me, it was not even a mosquito bite, but when I thought about how many children she had deceived in this way, I was so angry that I unconsciously exerted force on my fingertips. Pretending to be a good person but secretly playing such a despicable trick is really disgusting. Yes, I do hate the Human Federation that betrayed me in my previous life, and that abominable Lin Mo, but this kind of human trafficker also makes me sick. How are their despicable acts of deception any different from those of the traitors of the Federation? As I thought about this, I tore open the bread, ate it in 2 or 3 bites, and gulped down the bottle of drugged water. The young woman stared at me expectantly, as if she wanted to see me faint. "Little sister, don't you feel sleepy?" she asked casually, with a tentative tone in her voice. I tilted my head and deliberately showed a confused expression. Oh, it seems a little sleepy." I yawned and pretended to be natural. To make it more realistic, I made my voice soft, leaned back in the back seat, and closed my eyes. "Sister, I'm so sleepy. I want to take a nap." She chuckled smugly. "Be good, go to sleep. When you wake up, you can see Mom and Dad." Haha, I acted pretty well. I closed my eyes and pretended to be asleep, while switching to the dormant state of the insect swarm and just dealt with it for a while. Anyway, I knew she wouldn't dare to be cruel to me. After all, a well-behaved child like me would definitely be sold at a high price. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself in a mountainous area. The air around me was cold and damp, and there were a dozen children around my age in my sight. The kind, young woman stood in front of me, but her smile had completely changed. The word vicious seemed to be engraved on her cold face. The children around woke up one by one and started crying. Wow, I want to go home, Mom. Sister, please let me go. I don't want to stay here. Didn't you say you would take us on a trip? What the hell is this place? The noisy voices came one after another, like a pot of lit oil. Bang! A gunshot broke all the noise. I looked up and saw the young woman holding a pistol with smoke coming out of the muzzle. She glanced at the children and said coldly, "Be quiet. Now that you have left the country, don't even think about going back to find your parents." Her tone was like a demon from hell, and the trembling children were instantly silenced. She sneered and continued, "If you want to live, just be obedient and don't play tricks. Do you understand?" The children around her nodded in fear, their eyes filled with terror. I stood there, silently watching her. Her eyes quickly locked onto me, and no wonder. Compared to the panicked other kids, I seemed too calm. She walked up to me, squatted down, and put on a gentle expression. "Little sister, what's your name?" I raised my head and smiled. "You can call me Momo." She reached out and rubbed my head, her voice as soft as if she was coaxing a child. "Momo, you are very good, more obedient than these people, and you seem to be the smartest. Can you help your sister to take care of them in the future? If they do something small, tell your sister secretly, and I will reward you with candy. How about it?" "Okay." I nodded, pretending to be innocent, but a sneer unconsciously appeared at the corner of my mouth. She touched my head and said, "Good boy." Then she stood up and yelled to the other children, "Did you hear me? Listen to Momo from now on. Do whatever she tells you to do. If you play any tricks, I don't mind putting you in the water dungeon." At this point, she glanced coldly at the children around her. Someone raised his hand weakly and asked in a low voice, What if we can't finish it?" The young woman chuckled. "Can't finish it? The boys go and get their kidneys worked on, and the girls send them to the club to serve the guests and get their kidneys worked on after they're done playing." As soon as these words came out, the children's faces turned pale. Some of them had just tried to cry and beg, but now they could only stand there blankly, not daring to shed even a tear. The gunshots, threats, and death completely crushed their resistance. I stood aside, silently scanning the faces of these children, and sneered in my heart. On the way, I whispered to the children, "Don't be afraid. I will take you back after tonight." Several children looked up at me. Some of them couldn't believe it. "Really? Thank you, sister. She can't even protect herself. How can she take us away?" "Stop lying," a boy said sarcastically. I was too lazy to pay attention to him, so I memorized his face. After I dealt with these human traffickers, I could also take care of him. One more or one less would not make a difference. Soon, we were taken to the so-called park. This place was indeed not small. Not only were there many soldiers stationed in the Golden Triangle, but there were also quite a few of them. There were more than 200 guards alone, and with the management and human traffickers, there were nearly 1,000 people. Looking at the dense crowd in front of me, I licked the corners of my lips and felt extremely happy. "I'm sure I'll have a good meal tonight," I muttered. This place is far from the official jurisdiction, so it might as well be used as a nest for laying eggs. Just as I was thinking about my next move, there was a knock on the dormitory door. Standing outside the door was the young woman who had tricked me here before. She was still smiling. "Momo, come with me. I'll show you something good." "What good stuff?" I tilted my head and looked at her, pretending to be a little confused. "You'll know when you come." Her smile was kind and gentle. Oh, the video footage of children being beaten in those fraud parks immediately came to my mind. Since they want to do it, I don't have to wait any longer. Chapter 6, Sister, where are you taking me? I pretended to be harmless, opened my watery eyes, and stared at the woman walking in front of me. She chuckled, with a hint of pride in her tone. "Of course I'm taking you to a good place. You'll know when you get there." A good place? No one would believe her. I sneered in my heart. She was sneaky and evasive the whole way. She must be planning something bad. Maybe this guy really wants to take me to some black market and cut my kidneys off somewhere? Thinking of this, I narrowed my eyes and said fiercely, "You want to eat my kidney? Oh, if you really have such a plan, I will eat you first when we get there." Although I am not afraid of her at all now. After all, I am not a human being. I am just wearing the skin of a human girl. If we really fight, this woman will not even be enough to fill my teeth. But since she wants to do it to me, I'm happy to cooperate and see what she's up to. I followed her, pretending to be well-behaved, and soon she took me to a mountain area outside the park. After passing through a winding path, we stopped in front of a cave. The entrance to the cave was pitch black, and there was a familiar smell. The smell of the Zerg? I subconsciously frowned and scanned the interior of the cave with my senses. Although I haven't gone in yet, I have already seen what's going on inside. Densely packed little bugs are huddled together, wriggling in the shadows, crying out for food. Deeper in the room, there was a large moth with a pitch-black body, lying there quietly, as if waiting for its prey to come. I had probably guessed what this woman was going to do. Before I could say anything, a force suddenly attacked me from behind. Go to hell. The woman actually kicked me, trying to kick me into the cave. Oh, what a pity. The moment she kicked me, it was like kicking a piece of iron plate, and I almost slipped. She covered her feet and gasped, her face almost wrinkled into a ball. I stood there, motionless, and even tilted my head deliberately, pretending to be innocent. Big sister, what's wrong with you? I'm fine. She waved her hands, enduring the pain. Oh, that's good. I nodded, turned around and stared at the cave entrance. A hint of teasing flashed in my eyes. Sister, is this the good place you mentioned? Let me go in and take a look. After hearing what I said, she showed a strange smile on her face. Yes, there are good things in there, little sister. Come in and take a look. Who could she fool with her pretending to be calm? But I was too lazy to expose her, so I just nodded and said, okay, I'll go take a look. After saying that, I walked into the cave, leaving her standing there in shock. The moment I entered the cave, I immediately noticed the changes in my surroundings. In the shadows, the little bugs all raised their heads and stared at me with greedy eyes. Their tiny bodies were squirming, making a crackling sound, as if they were yelling, "Food is coming." Deeper in the sky, the huge black moth raised its head and looked down at me as if examining its prey. However, when it met my gaze, it froze. I chuckled. Name, none, to bloodline. Man-eating moth, evolution, 3%, level, LV6, bloodline skills. Flying, she is good at flying, fire catching. She likes fire. Moths are easily attracted to fire. Proliferation, the insect mother's talent, can increase the efficiency of egg laying. This moth is only level 6, yet it dares to act so superior. Looking at the proliferation in its skill column, my eyes suddenly lit up. Can it increase the efficiency of egg laying? Haha, I like this skill. With this skill, won't my system of having many children and more blessings take off? The more children you have, the more rewards you get. I understand this principle best. You look delicious. I licked my lips and my stomach growled twice. The big moth seemed to be frightened by my appearance. It moved its wings and made a threatening hissing sound, trying to scare me. However, it obviously underestimated the danger of its prey. It doesn't have much ability, but it has a bad temper. I sneered and was too lazy to play with it anymore. The next second, 8 spider legs suddenly stretched out from my back and pierced its body in an instant. The moth's screams stopped abruptly, and it didn't even have a chance to resist. The poison was injected, and its body gradually became paralyzed, while I slowly spit out spider silk to completely wrap it up. Those little bugs that wanted to escape were not spared and were entangled in the spider web, unable to move. Chicken flavor, crunchy? I exclaimed as I ate. I didn't even let go of the little bugs, one by one. The bursting taste was so wonderful. What about the big moth? Of course it's my main meal. I'm so happy to be born as a bug, I exclaimed as I tore it open. In the office of Jinshangio Park, a man wearing a black shirt and sunglasses was sitting on a chair smoking, with a white snow leopard squatting beside him. I hid in the dark, quietly observing this scene. Well, this guy looks like a big shot, and he has quite a lot of momentum. However, he might not be so lucky today. The man narrowed his eyes, exhaled a puff of smoke, and asked the young woman in front of him coldly, "How are the arrangements for today's sacrifice?" "It's all settled." The woman nodded and bowed, smiling flatteringly. "You know, there's no shortage of fools these days. After I dragged away 10 of them to feed the Lord God, I brought you more than 20 new ones today." I just wanted to laugh. This woman said it so easily. She said new stuff, but behind her were more than 20 poor people who were deceived by her. She really thinks she is a big shot. The man nodded, pulled out a stack of banknotes from the table, and threw it in front of the young woman. "Here, this is your salary. Work hard and continue to recruit people for me. You will get benefits in the future." The young woman's eyes lit up, and she quickly bent down to pick up the banknotes, her face shaking with smiles. "Thank you very much, General. I will definitely not let you down." General? I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows when I heard this title. This guy is really an important person. This so-called General Ajin is the owner of the Jinshangio Park and also the notorious warlord leader here. I heard that he was a simple and naive boy in his early years, but after being deceived and taken to Jinshan Cape, he completely embarked on the road of crime. Today, he has become the king of this park, making a living by dirty fraud and human trafficking. However, the most interesting thing is that he actually hooked up with the Zerg. From the moment he established telepathy with the Zerg Queen, he became a partner of the Zerg. As long as he continued to offer human sacrifices, the Zerg Queen would give him the Zerg cores, which would allow him to awaken his abilities and continue to grow in strength. Haha, this guy is quite calculating. He probably thought that after the Zerg apocalypse broke out, he could rely on the accumulated power to become the king and dominate everything, right? However, he didn't know that his insect mother had already been eaten by me. Thinking of this, I couldn't help licking my lips and smiled secretly. This is not the master of the end of the world, but a side dish on someone else's plate. Ouch! The snow leopard suddenly growled, pulling me back from my thoughts. The man immediately slammed the table and shouted angrily, "Snow leopard, shut up!" Chapter 7. In the park office, the so-called General Ajin was sitting at the table, smoking a sharp five, looking relaxed and contented. There is a snow-white leopard squatting next to him, perhaps to increase his majesty? Haha, he is quite pretentious. However, his relief did not last long. I sensed that he suddenly covered his forehead with his hands, and his expression was as if he had suffered a great loss. Even the low roar of the snow leopard could not make him feel better. "Snow leopard, shut up!" he shouted angrily, not even sparing his pet. I grinned quietly, knowing what was going on. The insect mother died, and the spiritual connection between him and the insect mother was forcibly severed. This painful feeling, TSK, just thinking about it makes people happy. The young woman next to him approached him with some concern and asked cautiously, "Boss, what's wrong with you?" "Pa!" A crisp slap hit her face directly. General Ajin roared, "I'm testing you. What on earth did you bring to the Lord God to eat?" "Lord God?" Haha, it seems he was talking about the big moth that I had for dinner. The young woman was stunned by his beating, covering her face in confusion. "Boss, what's going on? I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" "Nothing wrong." General Ajin sneered. "Do you know what happened? The Lord God is dead." Hearing this, the young woman was stunned for a moment. Her mouth opened wide. This is impossible." "Impossible?" He pulled out a pistol and pointed it directly at her head. "Now, go to the cave and check the situation immediately. If I find out that you messed up, I will kill you." The young woman was so frightened that her face turned pale and she nodded repeatedly. She obviously didn't want to die, but under the gun, how could she dare not obey? So she could only lower her head and hurriedly left the office with an expression that looked like she was going to see a ghost. At the same time, in the cave, I had chewed up all the little bugs inside and finally wrapped the big one in spider silk and savored it carefully. Gee, it's simply the best in the world. Crispy wings, tender meat, and every bite is full of aroma. As I ate, I even sighed. In those years in my previous life, how could I pretend to be a human being? If I had known that bug meat was so delicious, why would I waste my time pretending to be serious? Bah, bah, bah. It's so delicious. I licked my lips and gave myself a thumbs up in my heart. Now I am either eating or looking for something to eat. I am a complete winner in life. After eating the moths, I started to spread the fungus carpet in the cave to prepare for the next move. At the same time, something happened to my body again. The data bar pops up. Name, Lin Mo, bloodline, mother of spiders, evolution degree, 9%, level, LV9, bloodline skills, spider sense, able to predict possible dangers in advance through the spider's sixth sense, spider web weaving. Consume physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Mother of the swarm. You are the mother of the swarm, and your offspring cannot defy your will. Mimicry. The unique ability of the swarm master, which can mimic the appearance of any creature. Proliferation. The talent of the swarm queen, which can increase the efficiency of egg laying. Proliferation? I stared at the skill bar, and the corners of my mouth slowly rose. This ability is just what I want. The more children I have, the more rewards I get. My fertility system will make a lot of money again. However, now is not a good time to lay eggs. As a worm mother, I know very well that after laying eggs, I will enter a weak period of several days. If someone were to target me at this time, I would die an unjust death. So, let's eat up all the people in this park first. After figuring this out, I put away the spider silk and restored my human appearance. I also used my web weaving ability to weave a clean little skirt and put it on. I dusted it off and said, well, this look is more useful. I clenched my fists and encouraged myself, come on, eat them all. After coming out of the cave, I realized how complicated the surrounding roads were. The terrain of this mountainous area is even more complicated than a maze. It is probably designed specifically to prevent those who have been deceived from escaping. What a hassle. I cursed in my mind, we're not running. We just want to go back to the park and have a meal. Is it really necessary to make the road like this? As I was muttering, I suddenly saw a figure in front of me walking towards me in a hurry. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the young woman who tricked me here. Her face looked very ugly, as if she had just been beaten up. When she saw me, she stopped walking, stared at me blankly, and blurted out, how are you still alive? Huh. I pretended to be confused. Why can't I live? But I couldn't help laughing in my heart. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. She must have thought I had become the dinner of that big fluttering moth. But the truth is, apparently the other way around. I had eaten the moth cleanly, and it tasted much better than the driver before. But I couldn't let her know the truth. After all, if she found out that I was a monster who ate people without leaving any bones, she would definitely not take me back to the park. And I was still waiting to go to the park and kill people. Then, I had an idea and said to her with my eyes blinking, sister, you don't know, that cave is so scary. It's full of spider webs and insect debris, and there is no living thing. I ran out after seeing it. After she heard this, the doubt on her face seemed to be less, but she was still a little hesitant. After you go in, will all the bugs die? I nodded, looking serious. Well, we don't lie to our own people. Haha, it's so easy to fool a fool like her. But who are you? You are just a little dessert before my meal. Although she still didn't believe it, she finally nodded when she saw that I was serious and said, then take me to see it. Okay. I smiled obediently, but I had already made up my mind. Take her back to the cave, gain her trust, and then use her to take me back to the park. I took her all the way back to the cave, walking in front like a child who had never seen the world, while she hid behind me, obviously still on guard against some unexpected events. After entering the cave, she saw the dead insects and spider webs all over the ground. Her face turned pale and she murmured, how could this happen? What on earth is going on? Oh, how stupid. I stopped, turned around, and whispered in an unusually sweet tone. Sister, I suddenly remembered that when I eat humans, I can obtain their memories. In that case, why would I bother to lie to your trust? My voice suddenly turned cold, and the smile on my face slowly became distorted. She froze in place, her voice trembling. You? What are you talking about? Don't you understand yet? 8 sharp spider legs slowly stretched out from behind me, and I chuckled and said, I did all this. Then I won't be polite, my little dessert, before she could scream. My spider claws had already pierced her heart, and blood gushed out. I opened my mouth wide and swallowed her bit by bit. The dessert tastes pretty good. Chapter 8. On the mountain road at night, I licked the corner of my mouth, with a look of disgust on my face. Tiske, the taste of this woman is really hard to swallow. Although the young woman looked very beautiful on the surface, it was actually all artificial. Her face was covered with hyaluronic acid, and even her chest was filled with silicone. This crystallization of human wisdom almost choked me to death. After eating her, I just wanted to drink some water to rinse my mouth. However, there are benefits. All the memories of this woman before her death have become mine. The route to the Jinshanjiao Park is now clearly imprinted in my mind, and I no longer have to wander around like a headless fly. In this way, I followed my memory and walked all the way back to the park. According to the woman's memory, the real ruler of this park was a guy named Ajan. Everyone called him General Ajan, a warlord who kept a snow leopard as a pet and looked very impressive. And he was also one of my targets. It's very simple. What I have to do is eat up all the scum in the park, including Ajan, and send the abducted children back home. I don't plan to be a human anymore, but that doesn't mean I will degenerate into a monster without any bottom line. I eat those who deserve to die, the real scum. The existence of these scumbags only wastes air and increases carbon dioxide. By eliminating them, I can still be considered to have made a contribution to the Earth's ecology. As I thought about it, I touched my stomach and sighed, I'm still so hungry. As a Zerg queen, my appetite is naturally much larger than that of ordinary Zergs. After all, I have the mission of reviving the Zerg race, and I have to eat well so that I can have the strength to give birth to many babies. And this park before me, filled with unscrupulous scammers, traffickers, and murderers, is simply my cafeteria. Licking my lips, I chuckled softly, "Hey, my dear midnight snack, here I come." At the same time, in a warehouse in the park, a blonde girl was holding a cell phone and talking to someone with a serious expression. "Team leader, it seems that Ajan is about to launch an operation ahead of schedule. If we don't close the net quickly, more innocent people will die. I apply for early action." This little girl is called Su Shui. On the surface, she is a member of the park's management, but in fact, she is an undercover agent of the federal government's Special Operations Team. She has been lurking in Jinshan Cape for more than 2 years, with the purpose of collecting evidence of the crimes of Ajan and his group and catching them all in one fell swoop. However, she recently discovered a terrifying secret. Many of the missing people in the park were sent to caves and became sacrifices to insects. And that several-meter-tall god, a giant man-eating moth, actually reached a cooperation with Ajan, exchanging living people for so-called benefits. Feeding insects with living people? This kind of unscrupulous thing is simply disgusting. A man's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Schwer, the situation is still under our control. Now is not the best time to act. Don't act rashly to avoid unnecessary losses." Su Schwer gritted her teeth and nodded. "I understand." But she knew very well in her heart that things could not be delayed any longer. Just now, she saw with her own eyes that the soldiers in the park were escorting a group of abducted people towards a warehouse. If no action was taken, these people would probably all die. "If the people above don't do it, then I can do it myself, right?" Su Schwer whispered. When I approached the park, I heard gunshots and noise from afar. Following the sound, I saw the so-called General Ajan standing at the door of the warehouse with a sharp 5 in his hand. His whole body was stained with blood, and corpses were scattered at his feet, including those who were abducted and soldiers from the park. The snow leopard next to it howled to the sky, blood dripping from its claws. Obviously, it had just participated in the killing. Haha, human flesh and blood can really increase strength. General Ajan looked down at his hands. A crazy smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In this case, the bug is of no use to me. I couldn't help but frown when I saw this. This guy is really a complete lunatic. At this time, Ajan's eyes swept over and fell on me. He looked at me slowly approaching, with a bit of teasing on his lips. "What? One of your friends died? Are you angry?" Not far away, the blonde girl named Su Schwer was looking at me nervously, and she could hardly hold the gun in her hand. She obviously thought of me as some poor victim, and seemed to think that I would definitely die miserably at the hands of Ajan next. However, my words stunned them both. "You killed all these people?" I looked at Ajan, with obvious dissatisfaction in my tone. "Do you know that food is fresh only when it's alive? How can I eat it like this?" My voice suddenly rose. "It's just a waste of food. It's such a waste." Chapter 9. I originally planned to go back to the park for a snack, but when I arrived, I was completely dumbfounded. Where are the people? The park is so big, and there are usually so many mercenaries and scammers like ants. How come none of them are there? I walked around the park for a long time, but I didn't see a single person. I ran so far on an empty stomach, thinking I could just catch a couple of stupid guys to satisfy my craving. But now, I can't even find a single human hair. Fuck, that's too much. I stamped my feet in anger and shouted out the bastard's full name from my memory. "Nicotine Ajan, you bastard. Where did you put my midnight snack?" This name came from the memory of the young woman I ate. It sounds like a title from some holy place on the plateau. He is indeed the owner of the park who is good at pretending. But now, I want to give this guy who snatched food from my mouth a good punch. However, I am not completely clueless. When I ate that woman, I also took out all the random plans in her head. So, following my memory, I found the direction of the warehouse. However, when I walked to the warehouse, the scene in front of me made me completely furious. The people who were kidnapped here, as well as many fraudsters in the park, were all killed by Nicotine Ajan. The bodies were lying on the ground in all directions. Blood was all over the ground, and it made my stomach hurt. Fuck you. I clenched my fists, furious. Those people were supposed to be my food, but they all died. At this moment, I noticed Nicotine Ajan, covered in blood, still holding his Rick 5 in his hand, leaning lazily against the door of the warehouse. The snow leopard next to him licked its paws and let out a long howl towards the sky, as if it had just had a good meal. "Hey, what are you talking to yourself about?" Ajan sneered at me, his eyes full of contempt. "Haha, are you a fool?" He casually replaced the cigarette with the latest model of cartridge, took a deep puff, and didn't take me seriously at all. I stared at him, The murderous intent in my eyes gradually emerged. Nicotine Ajan, today is the day you die. Just as I finished speaking, his attribute panel appeared in my sight. Name, Nicotine Ajan, Bloodline, Human Awakener, Awakened Ability, Pure Power, Awakening Degree, 20%, Level, LV9, Skills, Eyes of Innocence. See the opponent's movements clearly and predict the future within 3 seconds. Animal Friends, create a bond with the summoned beast, Snow Leopard, and increase strength by 40%. Forward Mantra, chant the mantra, greatly suppress the opponent's strength. Electronic Mist, use smoke to attack or interfere. Sharp Armor, merge with smoke to transform into sharp armor and gain new abilities. After reading it, I almost cursed out loud. Fuck. No way. Didn't you sign a contract with that big fluttering moth to awaken? How come your skills and attributes are better than its? When Ajin heard what I said, he frowned and asked, have you seen that bug? He reached out to Rick 5 and looked alert. Who are you? I smiled and replied in a harmless manner, me? I'm just a girl who wants to eat. Eat. He sneered, picked up the Ricky 5, and exhaled a puff of cigarette. Haha, what do you want to eat? I licked the corner of my mouth and said in a slightly sweet voice, what else can I eat? Of course, it's you scumbags who are engaged in fraud. Ajan's smile froze for a moment, and he was about to open his mouth to mock him, but the next second, I was already standing in front of him. I punched him and sent him flying into the air. I teleported above him, raised my lips, and gave him a cold smile. Yeah, I'm the only one who can do that. What's wrong with that? Then, I gracefully did a 360-degree spiral kick in the air and kicked him hard. He fell from midair as if he was run over by a tank weighing several tons, and a big hole was smashed into the ground. Puff! Ajan spat out blood and stared at me with a pale face. He obviously couldn't believe that I could have such terrifying power. You. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why would there be another awakener here? He struggled to stand up and whispered, Eye of Innocence. His eyes suddenly brightened, with a strange luster flashing in his pupils. But after a few seconds, he froze. I saw the fear in his eyes and sneered. Haha, this ability should have allowed him to see my real body, right? Behind my body there is a huge spider that is completely white and several meters tall. Snow Leopard, go. Ajin shouted decisively, turned around and let the Snow Leopard pick him up and run away. I wanted to chase it, but the Snow Leopard was so fast that it disappeared from my sight in the blink of an eye. Tisk Ajin, you are really the runner of Jinshangio. You run really fast. I smacked my lips, turned my head to look at the corpses on the ground, and sighed. Forget it. Even though these aren't fresh, they're edible. Just as I was about to start eating, a blonde-haired girl suddenly ran out from the corner and stared at me with admiring eyes. How awesome. Are you an awakened one? She came close to me, her eyes sparkling with stars, as if she was looking at an idol. I frowned and looked at her in confusion. Who are you? Just when I was hesitating whether to eat this ignorant little guy, she suddenly stood at attention, saluted, and said solemnly, My name is Su Schwer, and I am an agent of the 9th Military Region's Special Operations Group. Undercover? I looked at her. She nodded. That's about it. I was silent for a second. Lin Mo thought to himself, I can't eat her, right? If I eat her, something bad will happen, right? It won't be fun if the military targets me. Chapter 10 Invitation. You must be the legendary awakener. The girl's eyes sparkled, and she looked like a little fangirl. Lin Mo was stared at with admiration by the girl in front of him, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Hey, we are the villains. Why are you looking at me like a hero? It makes me uncomfortable. However, the girl in front of him seemed to be an official, and Lin Mo could not let her discover her true identity. If the authorities discovered that she was the Zerg Queen, the next step would probably be to send out the army to encircle and suppress her. Lin Mo has heard of an old saying, he who knows the times is a hero. She is still in her developmental stage and must not reveal her identity in front of the authorities, so it is better to just go along with what the girl says. Lin Mo looked at the blonde girl in front of him helplessly and sighed softly. Yes, that's right, I am an awakener. Su Schwer got Lin Mo's answer and nodded. You must have known about the conspiracy of this park a long time ago, so you sneaked in to defeat Nicotine Jun, right? Lin Mo also followed the girl's words and nodded in response. Yes, you are right. Su Schwer looked at Lin Mo with even more admiration. Generally speaking, after many awakened people obtain powers beyond ordinary people, The first thing they do is pursue their own happiness and enjoy life. Some people even use their abilities to bully others and cause harm to others. But looking at the white-haired girl in front of him, she is very wise and sneaked into the Jinshangio Park just to rescue the victims here. What kind of spirit is this? This is selflessness and selflessness. Lin Mo was being stared at by Su Shuer, and he could probably guess what the girl was thinking. But it doesn't matter, as long as the other party doesn't guess her Zerg identity. As for being mistaken for an awakened person or something, it doesn't matter. It is much better to be recognized as an awakened one and recruited by the authorities than to be recognized as a Zerg and hunted down by the authorities. According to Lin Mo's memories from his previous life, it was difficult for the authorities to identify Zerg disguised as humans in the early days, and the technology had not yet been able to break through this level. In addition, Lin Mo herself was a Zerg Overlord level Zerg Queen, and her camouflage ability was much better than that of ordinary Zergs. Even if she pretended to be an awakened person, it would not be a big problem. Come to think of it, since this girl is an official, it wouldn't be a bad idea to get some information from her, right? Lin Mo remembered that in his previous life, the official announcement of the Awakener was 2 months after the apocalypse broke out. But now, the end of the world has not even begun. Not to mention Nicotine Jun. Even the authorities have set up a special operations team for the awakened ones. It is estimated that there were awakened people in the previous life, but the official information was only revealed later. Lin Mo felt that perhaps in her previous life, there were many things she was kept in the dark about. Now is the perfect time to use this woman to get to the bottom of the matter. Lin Mo smiled and looked at the girl in front of him. Speaking of which, Su Shuer, let me ask you, how long did it take your special operations team to discover the person with superpowers? Su Shuer was not too wary of the white-haired girl in front of her who had just defeated Ajan and saved her, and told her the information she knew. It was about a week ago. After the meteorite fell, people with superpowers began to appear one after another. Among them, there were many criminals with superpowers, which caused great harm to society. The higher-ups are taking this situation very seriously and have set up a special operations team to investigate this situation. Our current policy is to try to win over good awakeners, and we will never tolerate those who intend to use their awakened abilities to do bad things. Lin Mo roughly knew the official situation. She looked at the girl. Yeah, okay. So, you are staring at me with such eager eyes. Are you trying to pull me into your so-and-so action team? Lin Mo glanced at Su Shuer and saw that the blonde girl was looking at her with her cute eyes full of stars. To be honest, Lin Mo didn't like being stared at like this, because this would remind her of her previous life. The woman who had always called her brother, followed her like a little tail, and finally stabbed her in the back. Well, that was her former sister, Lin Yu. Lin Mo doesn't need fans or admirers. These guys who only know how to rely on the strong are just admiring the strong. And this kind of people will one day become fence-sitters. No matter how much they loved someone at first, they will be very ruthless when it comes to backstabbing. Lin Mo couldn't judge whether Su Shuer was the kind of person that Lin Yu was, but she only knew that once bitten, one becomes afraid of ropes for 10 years. Some things must be guarded against. Lin Mo's heart is now sealed, and it is impossible for him to trust anyone anymore. While Lin Mo was still thinking this in his heart, Su Shuer nodded vigorously. Yeah, that's right. On behalf of the 9th District, I extend my sincerest sincerity to invite you to join us. After joining District 9, you will have an official organization, 5 insurances and 1 fund, 2 days off on weekends, and annual leave. Lin Mo waved his hand. Need not. Oh, compilation? In less than a month, the apocalypse will break out and the entire human race will be destroyed. Do I still need your position? It works? However, Lin Mo couldn't show it, lest someone discover the clues, so he could only refuse politely. Su Shuer felt a little lost. Ah, that's a shame. Can you tell me why? Lin Mo thought about it and replied. I don't like the feeling of being constrained, and I hate being part of the system. In fact, it is because Lin Mo is the mother insect, and she is usually busy laying eggs and taking care of her cubs. If you really join the staff, your whereabouts may be traced by your superiors at any time, which makes you more likely to be exposed to risks. After all, if you are not in the establishment, no one will keep tracking you. But if you want to be in the establishment, they will directly check your background to see if you have any dirty records or something. If you are not careful, you will find out about her insect mother affairs. Su Shuer suddenly had an idea. Ah, that's easy. I'll help you apply for a non-staff position. Normally, no one from the organization will supervise you, and you will receive all the allowances and benefits you deserve. How do you think? Lin Mo smacked his lips softly. Tisk. This woman, why is she so persistent? I really want to eat her right away. Forget it. The other person is not a bad person. Let her go this time. It doesn't matter if they are non-staff members. They can occasionally take the opportunity to inquire about the official's recent actions and intelligence, which is not a bad thing. Thinking of this, Lin Mo sighed lightly. Okay. Since you look at me like an idol, I'll agree to it. Su Shuer raised her hand happily. Yeah. End of chapter 11. Inside the Jinshanjiao Park. From several off-road vehicles of the Special Operations Team, members in military uniforms and holding guns got out of the vehicles. Looking at the cruel scene with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river, even these veteran soldiers who had been on many battlefields couldn't help but frown. These scammers are not human. Humanity is lost and morality is corrupted. Lin Mo looked at the corpses on the ground and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Well, Xiao Su, can you leave the body here to me? Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo doubtfully, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Sister Momo, what do you want these corpses for? Before the Special Operations Team arrived to clean up the scene, Lin Mo had a conversation with Su Shuer, and the relationship between the two was already very good. Lin Mo and Su Shuer exchanged phone numbers before and became good friends. Of course, she is what Su Shuer considers a good girlfriend. As for Lin Mo, she only regarded Su Shuer as an informant that could be used. In Lin Mo's eyes, a fledgling newbie like Su Shuer is the most suitable tool to be used. By building a closer relationship with the other party, she can also get timely updates on official actions and news, which is extremely convenient. Lin Mo put away his thoughts. Faced with Su Shuer's question, Lin Mo also pretended to be embarrassed. Xiao Su, you also know that the abilities of the Awakened Ones are very strange, right? Su Shuer nodded. Yeah, I know. As a member of the official Special Operations Team, Su Shuer had naturally seen some strange superpowers in the archives not long ago. For example, the ability is to turn living things into living bombs, and can only turn living things into bombs. Then the awakened person will specifically catch stray cats and dogs, make them into living bombs, and use them to rob banks and carry out terrorist attacks. The awakened ones also have the ability to achieve immortality, but the prerequisite is that they must come into contact with the other person's body and absorb the other person's vitality to prolong their life. Many of the awakeners, to varying degrees, are not as powerful as they once were. Well, not as decent. So, after hearing what Lin Mo said, Su Shuer probably understood what Lin Mo meant. You want these bodies? Lin Mo nodded. Well, I kept these for use. In order to prevent Su Shuer from thinking too much, Lin Mo continued. My ability requires flesh and blood to increase its power. It's better for you to leave these corpses to me than for me to turn evil and attack living people, right? Su Shuer took a breath. An awakened person like Lin Mo is simply a moving disaster for ordinary people. As long as Lin Mo wants, none of the Special Operations Team members present will be able to leave alive. For such beings, we should appease them when necessary and recruit them when necessary. If we really push them into a corner and make them become supernatural criminals, that would be a big trouble. Su Shuer thought of this and hurriedly said to Lin Mo, Sister Momo, don't worry. You can take these bodies away. I won't say anything more. As for the higher-ups, I will find a way to get away with it. Su Shuer looked at the Special Operations Team members who were coming behind her. Let's go. All the survivors have been killed by nicotine erosion. Let's leave this mess to our sister Momo. Let's not bother her. When the members of the Special Operations Team saw Lin Mo staring at the corpses with drooling from the corners of his mouth, they all felt a chill down their spines. Captain Su, are you sure she is a good person? Facing the doubts of the team members, Su Shuer, the team leader, argued for Lin Mo. How can he not be a good person? Sister Momo saved me from Ajan. You haven't seen Sister Momo's strength. If she were a bad person, we would all be dead now. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo. Sister Momo, show them your strength. Lin Mo. Is this so high profile? Lin Mo herself is not a person who likes to show off her strength and is not ostentatious. She wants to hide her identity as a Zerg and doesn't like to show off. As a result, now that Su Shuer has said this, there is no other way. Lin Mo can only show the members of the Special Operations Team what it means to be ruthless. All right. Lin Mo shrugged. Since you guys want to see it so much, it's not impossible for me to show you a little bit. Lin Mo thought that there should be people with physical system among the awakened ones. Therefore, it shouldn't be a problem to show off your strength a little bit. Thinking of this, the white-haired girl shook her arms lightly and walked to a building in the park. Watch out, I'm going to give you a hard time now. Ignore. Go away. Lin Mo raised his fist and punched out. When the girl's fist landed on the building in the park, the building actually broke directly from the point where the girl's fist hit. The entire building was split into two and collapsed with a loud bang. Seeing this, Su Shuer immediately acted like a little sister and started to support the actor. Sister Momo is invincible. Sister Momo humiliated Nicola really badly. Sister Momo, we love you. Lin Mo waved his hand, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hee, keep a low profile, keep a low profile. At the same time, inland, the highest city in the Holy Land, the innocent young man was wearing a Tibetan robe, holding a sharp knife in his left hand and holding a snow leopard in his right hand. Seeing this scene, who wouldn't chant? Who doesn't know the king of the auditorium? Nicotin Ajahn raised his arms and shouted, Auditorium, your king is back. Ajahn looked at the snow leopard, touched its head, and spoke in a low, smoky voice that sounded like a junior high school student. Snow leopard, it seems that after all these years, we are finally back. The defeat at Jinshangio made Ajahn realize that there were more than just those giant moths in this world, and it seemed that there were Zerg undercurrents surging everywhere. This made him realize that now was a good opportunity for his reformist faction to rise. 10 years of hard work, just for today. Ajahn has been accumulating strength in Jinshan Cape for so many years, just to return to the Holy Land one day and restore the glory of the reformists. Even though he was defeated by that white-haired woman, it doesn't matter. Ajahn understands that what can't kill you can only make you stronger. Ajahn won't worry, he still has his animal friends. Ugh. Ajahn roared. The divine beasts in the Holy Land followed closely and roared over. Cheese lynx. Cheese fox. Cheese roe deer. Cheese mountain sheep. And his closest companion, Cheese snow leopard. Looking at the animal friends in front of him, Nikoa's blood continued to rise. Ajahn had an innocent smile on his face. The Holy Land Hall, it's time to change. Chapter 12 Mission. After all the members of the Special Operations team left, Lin Mo moved the bodies in the park to the previous cave one by one. In order to prevent being followed, Lin Mo used her spider sense to sense the movements around her. After making sure that no one was following her, the girl licked the corner of her mouth. Hey, thanks for the treat. 2 hours later, Lin Mo touched her round belly, leaned lightly against the stone wall of the cave, and burped. Burp, I'm so full. As the saying goes, it is easier to work when you are well-fed and well-drinking. Now Lin Mo has finished eating and is fully prepared to give birth. Just like that, she shed her human appearance and turned back into her original insect queen state. A giant snow-white spider, more than 5 meters tall, weaved a web throughout the entire cave, turning the originally spacious cave into a Ponzi cave. Then, Lin Mo relaxed, and the spider's cheeks turned slightly red. It was obviously not her first time, but she still felt shy. Well, as expected, having a baby is still very embarrassing. But, after all, her system is a system of many children, more blessings. So, well, no matter how shy she is, she has to go for it. Only by giving birth to more babies can you get more system rewards and become stronger. Thinking of this, Lin Mo held his breath. She only felt a warm current flowing through her, and white spider eggs poured out like they were free. In an instant, the entire cave seemed to be flooded with insect eggs and was completely piled up. Lin Mo, who had just eaten a full meal, felt a little weak at the moment. Tired, she let out a long sigh and closed her eyes. Giving birth to a baby is so tiring, but luckily I'm done. Next, just wait for the babies to hatch and be born. Bite. Your offspring has been hatched, and system rewards will be issued soon. Your hatched offspring this time, 1,919,810. Level, low-level Zerg. You get rewards, a lot of evolution points. Your level has reached a bottleneck. You need to complete advanced tasks to achieve a breakthrough, otherwise the evolution degree will no longer increase. This time, almost 2 million babies were born at once. I have to say, the proliferation talent inherited from the giant moth is really good. Lin Mo checked his attributes. Name, Lin Mo. Bloodline, Spider Mother. Evolution degree, 14%. Level, LV19. Bloodline skills. Spider sense. Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Mother of the swarm. You are the mother of the swarm. Your offspring cannot defy your will. Mimicry, the unique ability of the swarm overlord, which can mimic the appearance of any creature. Proliferation, the talent of the insect queen, which can increase the efficiency of egg-laying. Lin Mo looked at his own attributes, and then at the number of his previous offspring. Nearly 2 million offspring. The originally extremely wide cave is now densely packed with little white spiders. If it weren't for the fact that the cubs are small enough, otherwise, I'm afraid the cave would be filled up. Now countless larvae here are looking at Lin Mo. Lin Mo is their mother and also their master. If a person with trypophobia were to come across this kind of scene, he would probably faint from fright. Mom, 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 mom. The voices of millions of little spiders continued to shout in joy in Lin Mo's mind. This noise made Lin Mo a little annoyed. Taking care of kids is such a hassle, ugh. Lin Mo, who had originally looked at the cubs with some affection, was not happy now when he saw so many cubs, because they were too noisy. Oh, so annoying, so annoying. Sure enough, I'm not suitable for taking care of children. Lin Mo re-emerged into a human appearance, transforming into a stunningly beautiful girl with long white hair. Now, she is leaving the Cape Jinshan area. She had already received the reward from the fertility system, so there was no point in staying in the cave any longer. Rather, even if she wanted to take care of these children, how could she take care of 1 or 2 million little spiders? It's impossible to take care of them one by one. Besides, spiders are not social creatures, so it's better to let them figure it out on their own. Lin Mo really didn't believe it. If she didn't care about them, would they starve to death? Mom, I'm hungry. Mom, food. Lin Mo listened to the voices of these little spiders, but remained indifferent. The girl said indifferently, if you're hungry, then be hungry. Who cares about you? If you're hungry, go out and find something to eat. After saying that, Lin Mo walked out of the cave without looking back. She is now going back to her original city. It's been some time since the apocalypse, and Lin Mo is going to prepare to find the reborn person who uses infinite space to store supplies, and directly snatch away all the supplies he has stored to make a fortune. As for taking care of the kids, well, I just give birth but don't raise them, so I'll just... Lin Mo returned to her original city. She noticed a missing person notice posted on an advertisement stand on the street. Missing person notice. My brother Lin Mo is currently a college student. He is lost now. I beg any kind-hearted person who sees him to bring him back. Contact number. Lin Mo looked at the notice board in front of him and frowned. Humph, hypocritical. Lin Yu, I will never forgive you in my life. The girl gently lowered the brim of the baseball cap she had bought at a roadside stall, and then looked at another notice. Today, some citizens said that many people encountered monsters in the mountains. Many people are missing in the mountains. Please do not go near the mountains in the near future. Stay at home and reduce outdoor activities as much as possible. In the mountains. Well, before we went to the Jinshan Cape area, it seemed that we had a lot of pups there. I guess the authorities will investigate there. It doesn't matter. Even if the authorities wipe out her offspring, Lin Mo can always give birth to more babies. As long as she, the insect mother, is still alive, her offspring will continue to multiply. Compared to this, Lin Mo is more worried about how she can break through the bottleneck now. She is now stuck at a bottleneck. If she wants to continue to become stronger, she must complete the system's advanced tasks. However, she has not received any advanced tasks yet. At this moment, a system prompt popped up in front of Lin Mo. Bite. You received a task. Advanced task. Devour the cores of 3 other insect swarms. After completing the task, you can break through the bottleneck and get rich rewards. Seeing the task in front of him, Lin Mo frowned. Devour the cores of 3 insect queens? Where the hell can I find 3 insect queens for you? Chapter 13 Su Shuer. After receiving the advanced task from the system, Lin Mo began to think about where to sleep tonight. After rebirth, she ran away from home to find the insect mother and inherited the core. After that, she either hatched little bugs in the cave or went to the Jinshanjiao Park to have a big meal. Now that Lin Mo has returned to the city, she suddenly realizes that she seems to have forgotten to bring any money. It's over. There's no place to live. You can't sleep under a bridge, right? Lin Mo is now fair-skinned, beautiful, and has white hair that conforms to the public's aesthetic standards. If he really sleeps in the bridge hole, there will definitely be people with bad intentions coming. If she accidentally can't help but eat the thing, it might be caught on camera. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's little head shook like a rattle. No, we still have to find a place to sleep. I had no money and wanted to find a place to sleep. What to do? Got it. Lin Mo suddenly had an idea. When she left Jinshanjiao district, she also added Su Shuer's mobile phone number. Doesn't it come in handy now? Thinking of this, Lin Mo called Su Shuer. Beep, beep, beep. After the phone rang a few times, the call was connected and a familiar girl's voice came from the other end. Sister Momo, what's the matter? Lin Mo coughed lightly. Xiao Su, can you help me find a place to live? Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words and replied. Of course, but I don't have any luxurious houses here. Is it acceptable for Sister Momo to live in my ordinary little apartment? In Su Shuer's impression, the awakened people she had come into contact with these days basically felt that they had obtained unique powers and had long been superior to everyone else. For this reason, those awakened people had to live in presidential suites, take baths with milk, and eat Michelin 3-star food. When Lin Mo called her, Su Shuer felt that Lin Mo might do the same. With great power comes great responsibility is a phrase that only appears in superhero movies. Under normal circumstances, it is basically the case that the greater the ability, the greater the status. The attitude of the awakened is basically, I can easily kill those ordinary people like I can kill ants. Why should I protect them? The ants should worship me like their ancestors. Therefore, Su Shuer only asked symbolically. She thought that if she said that, Sister Momo would not want to come anymore. However, Lin Mo's happy voice came from the phone. Of course. It's really nice of you to take me in, Xiao Su. Listening to Lin Mo's answer, Su Shuer felt a little unbelievable. Lin Mo was the first, and perhaps the only awakened person she met who did not put on airs. Just like the older sister next door, Su Shuer felt somewhat familiar with her. Su Shuer was originally grateful to Lin Mo for saving her in the Jinshanjiao Park. Now she has completely let go of her prejudice against Lin Mo's identity as an awakener and treats her like her own sister. Okay, Sister Momo, I'll send you the location. No, Sister Momo, please send me the location and I'll come pick you up directly. On the highway, Su Shuer was driving the car, and the girl with long white hair was sitting next to her. The girl used a hairband to tie her white hair into a single ponytail, which made her already cute face look more lively. Thank you so much, Xiao Su. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know where to go tonight. Lin Mo sincerely thanked Su Shuer. If Su Shuer really didn't take Lin Mo in, Lin Mo would never sleep under the bridge. He would probably go to the cave on the mountain tonight, change back into his original form as a spider, and then sleep in the cave outside for the whole night. Compared to the cold cave, Lin Mo, who was once a human, still prefers the soft and cozy big bed. Thinking that the Zerg apocalypse will completely break out in about a week, and it will be even more difficult to find a big bed to sleep in by then, Lin Mo said that he had to get enough sleep now. Su Shuer was driving, listening to Lin Mo's thanks to her, and her affection for Lin Mo deepened. Su Shuer thought to herself, hee, as expected, Sister Momo is different from other awakeners, so cute. Thinking of this, Amelia Su couldn't help but secretly glanced at Lin Mo. The girl is not tall, just over 1.5 meters tall, petite and cute. Her long snow-white hair complements her fair skin, and her doll-like, delicate face seems like a gift from God. One cannot help but sigh that Sister Momo is so beautiful. Gurgle. Su Shuer swallowed. As a girl, when she looked at Sister Momo, who was also a girl, her face couldn't help but turn red. A face that can make girls' hearts beat faster. That's the real good looks, right? Lin Mo was sitting in the car, but what he was thinking was completely different from Su Shuer. Lin Mo is now wondering why Su Shuer has been staring at her. Lin Mo thought, no way. Why is this Xiao Su staring at me? Could it be that she is doubting my identity? It will be troublesome if my Zerg identity is exposed. Should I kill her? No, I can't kill her. If I kill her now, given her status as a member of the 9th Military Region, her superiors will track me down sooner or later, and I won't be able to live in peace. Ah, what a trouble. Forget it. I'd better ask her carefully. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer coldly. What are you looking at me for? After hearing what Lin Mo said, Su Shuer trembled and turned her gaze back to the front. Sister Momo, I just feel, I don't know. Su Shuer wanted to explain to Lin Mo, but the more she tried to explain, the more nervous she became. She couldn't say that she thought Lin Mo was so cute and beautiful and she wanted to hug her, rub Lin Mo's white hair, and touch her little head, right? If I tell Lin Mo my true thoughts, I'm afraid Lin Mo will think I'm a nymphomaniac or a pervert and take strict precautions against me. As a result, Su Shuer made things worse and felt even more guilty. Lin Mo sighed softly. Is he still suspected? Lin Mo spoke again. You're wondering what I did with all the bodies in the park, right? Su Shuer was stunned. I'm not. I didn't. Why do you bring this up all of a sudden? However, this reason is better than saying that she was suddenly interested in Lin Mo. So, Su Shuer followed Lin Mo's words and nodded. Yeah, that's what I think. A strange smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. I ate all those corpses. Su Shuer, ah. Su Shuer's brain suddenly froze. She understood what Lin Mo meant. Her hair stood on end and cold sweat broke out on her back. Sister Momo, ate all those corpses? Chapter 14. Scam. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer's frightened pale face and couldn't help laughing. Haha, Xiao Su, you are too timid, aren't you? I am an awakened one, but not a monster. How could I do something like eating people? Lin Mo regained his innocent and cute smile, which made Su Shuer, who was originally frightened, breathe a sigh of relief. The blonde girl was seen exhaling while driving. Huh. Sister Momo, don't scare me. You know I was undercover in Ajan's place before, so you are always suspicious. Lin Mo snorted softly. Hee, I won't tease you next time. Lin Mo deliberately said that he had eaten the bodies of those people, just to see Su Shuer's reaction. The other person's reaction can represent the extent of the information she knows. Just now, when Su Shuer heard that Lin Mo had eaten those corpses, her face turned pale. This means that Su Shuer knew nothing about this matter before, so when she heard it, she was surprised at first, and then horrified. This is the most common reaction of normal people after hearing something they find difficult to understand. If Su Shuer remained calm after hearing her words, or acted as if she had known about it for a long time, then Lin Mo should consider whether to take action against Su Shuer. Because, if that were the case, it would mean that Su Shuer, or even the Special Operations Team of the 9th Military Region, had already obtained information that she was the Insect Queen. In that case, there would be no need to hide it. Fortunately, Su Shuer knew nothing. In this way, Lin Mo can stay with Amelia Su with peace of mind. 1 hour later, Su Shuer's car drove into the underground parking garage of an ordinary residential area in the city. After getting out of the car, they took the elevator upstairs. After opening the door, there was a small one-bedroom apartment. Although it was not big, it looked very warm. The room is decorated in white and pink tones, with a teddy bear doll on the sofa, making it look very girly. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer in surprise. I didn't expect that the agent of this special operations team would have such an unknown side. Wow, that's quite interesting. Lin Mo's lips curled up into a playful smile. Su Shuer naturally noticed Lin Mo's reaction and hurriedly put away the teddy bear. The girl hurriedly explained. I put this at home when my relatives' children came to play. I don't like it. Lin Mo didn't comment and sat on the sofa. Oh well. Su Shuer relaxed a little when she saw that Lin Mo didn't laugh at her childishness. At this moment, Lin Mo looked up at Su Shuer. Xiao Su, speaking of which, does your special operations team have any difficult cases? For example, are there people disappearing frequently in the city? Lin Mo plans to use official power to find other Zerg tribes. Then, kill the opponent's insect queen and take away the core. After collecting 3 insect mother cores and completing the tasks assigned by the system, you can break through the level bottleneck. After that, you can give birth to more and stronger babies. After hearing Lin Mo's question, Su Shuer nodded. Well, people have indeed been disappearing frequently recently. I heard that recently at the dating spot outside the city, which is the mountain where the meteor shower landed. Couples who go there often go missing. That mountain? Lin Mo raised his eyebrows when he heard Su Shuer's words. Isn't that the mountain where Lin Mo became a worm mother and gave birth to her cubs? No, we can't let the authorities investigate that place. Although she could have another child if she lost one, they were still her children after all, and Lin Mo didn't want to lose her descendants in such an unclear way. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer seriously. I have also investigated that mountain. Su Shuer's eyes lit up. Sister Momo, have you checked that mountain too? So, have you found anything? Lin Mo pretended to be worried. That mountain is very dangerous, extremely dangerous, because on that mountain, there are relics left by an alien evil god. Lin Mo made up a lie out of thin air, but it sounded very bluffing. At this moment, Lin Mo was like an experienced storyteller, vividly telling the story she had just made up. The remains of the evil god? Su Shuer tilted her head, not quite understanding. Lin Mo's words were beyond her understanding. Evil gods and the like are unheard of even for the special operations team. Have you heard of the Cthulhu mythos? Do you know Nyarlathotep? The great old ones, outer gods, ancient gods, etc. Seeing that Su Shuer still looked like she didn't understand anything, Lin Mo simply took out his phone, opened the short video app, searched for some Cthulhu classics about Luo Lao, and showed them to her. Only then did Su Shuer realize how terrifying the evil god was. Lin Mo said immediately, "The source of the power of the superpowers comes from the evil god. And on that mountain, there is a forbidden evil magic weapon. Anyone who gets close to the mountain will have their sanity value drop drastically and then go crazy. That's why almost everyone who enters the mountain disappears." Su Shuer opened her mouth in disbelief. She felt that her worldview since birth was about to collapse. But this is what Lin Mo told her, and Su Shuer believes that Sister Momo would not lie to her. Su Shuer nodded. "So that's how it is." Lin Mo immediately warned. "So, including you in the 9th Military District, you must not investigate what happened on the mountain. Well, don't warn others. This kind of thing cannot be explained. If ordinary people knew about it, their sanity would drop drastically, and the whole city would go crazy." Lin Mo coughed lightly. "Xiao Su, you understand what I mean?" Su Shuer nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. "Sister Momo, I understand." Su Shuer thought to herself, Sister Momo is indeed a good person and very powerful. Many other awakened people are not clear about the source of their superpowers, but Sister Lin Mo can explain it very clearly. In this regard, Su Shuer could only sigh in her heart. "Sister Lin Mo, you are always the god." However, what Su Shuer didn't know was, there is no evil god in this world. The crazy drop in sand value is just a lie made up by Lin Mo to deceive her. Lin Mo made up this story just to make Su Shuer not bring the army to disturb her baby's growth. It was a lie tailor-made for Su Shuer. Looking at Su Shuer, who completely trusted her and took every word she said seriously, Lin Mo did not feel guilty at all. Because when she was reborn, she had already lost her conscience. Lin Mo, conscience? What is that? I want to be a villain. I don't have time to talk about conscience and morality with little sisters. Lin Mo, as long as I have no conscience, I won't be condemned by my conscience. Omega. Chapter 15, 9th Military Region. So, never go near that mountain. Lin Mo's serious nonsense scared Su Shuer, a battle-hardened agent. If an ordinary person told Amelia Su that there was an evil god on the mountain, Amelia Su would definitely think that the other person was joking. But this was what Sister Lin Mo told her, so she had to believe it. It is better to believe what Sister Lin Mo said than to believe it not. Who can say for sure about those who have awakened their special powers? Yes, I see. Su Shuer's little head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Seeing that Su Shuer believed her, Lin Mo continued to ask her about the latest news in the city. Besides the disappearance of people on that mountain, what other bizarre things do you know of? Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer, intending to get information from her official. Su Shuer shook her head. There is no information about this in the organization at present. Lin Mo touched the back of his head helplessly. That's right, in Lin Mo's previous life, before the Zerg apocalypse, each of the Zerg queens were accumulating strength in the dark and would never come out in a big way. Only Lin Mo is an exception. With a system, she roams around outside in ganks, looking for opportunities to seize resources from other humans and Zerg queens. Originally, Lin Mo came to Su Shuer's house just to have a place to live. As for whether he could find the information about other insect swarms that Su Shuer needed, Lin Mo did not have high hopes. Just stay here peacefully. There is no time limit for the task of absorbing 3 Zerg Queen cores, so just take your time. At worst, after the Zerg apocalypse breaks out, all the Zerg swarms will rise up, and the Zerg Queens will naturally surface. At that time, Lin Mo will kill them one by one and absorb their core, and that will be the end of it. What Lin Mo is more greedy for now is the supplies of that guy who is also a reborn person and has the ability of infinite space and plans to stockpile supplies and win by doing nothing. Just eat it up completely, and then it will probably hatch a lot of offspring, and you can earn a lot of rewards from the fertility system. As for now, well, let's relax a bit before the apocalypse breaks out. Lin Mo sat on the sofa in the living room with Su Shuer, watching the TV series on TV. I have to admit, Lin Mo didn't have the leisure to slow down and enjoy life in his previous life, but now he finds the TV series quite good. Lin Mo and Su Shuer snuggled up to each other, watching TV series until midnight. I'm so sleepy. Lin Mo yawned and wanted to go to sleep. Xiao Su, it's getting late. Let's go to bed early. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Shuer, who was leaning on Lin Mo's shoulder, was startled. The girl looked very flustered. Oh no. I have to report to the 9th Military District tomorrow. I am screwed. I have to stay up till this late. No, I have to go to bed. Lin Mo looked at the girl's flustered and reckless appearance and thought that she was quite cute. Compared to her ungrateful sister Lin Yu, Su Shuer seems to be more suitable to be her sister. Well, good night then. Lin Mo nodded, indicating that he had to go to bed quickly. At this moment, Lin Mo realized something. That is, Su Shuer's home is a suite with only one bedroom. Lin Mo sighed softly. Xiao Su, go back to your room and sleep. I'll just sleep on the sofa. Men and women should not touch each other. Although Lin Mo has a girl's body now, she was a boy in her previous life. Sleeping with other girls casually is not something Lin Mo would do. When Su Shuer heard this, she frowned slightly and asked, Sister Momo, do you dislike me? When she spoke, the girl's voice sounded aggrieved, as if she felt she was being disliked. Lin Mo tilted his head, somewhat confused. What is going on? Isn't it just about not sleeping in the same bed? Why does this girl think that I hate her? Do girls have to lie in the same bed together to prove their friendship? Lin Mo didn't quite understand, but still answered. I don't mind. Since you don't mind, then Sister Momo, please sleep in bed with me tonight. Su Shuer seemed to be in a better mood when she heard Lin Mo's words. The girl took Lin Mo's hand and took her into the room. Since both of them are girls, Su Shuer will not have any psychological burden. The main reason is that Lin Mo is a guest staying at her house and also her idol. As a little fangirl, how could Su Shuer let her idol sleep on the sofa in the middle of the night? For this reason, Lin Mo was half-heartedly taken to the bedroom by Su Shuer, and the two slept in the same room. So far, Lin Mo doesn't think it is unacceptable. However, halfway through the night, Lin Mo suddenly woke up. She felt herself being hugged, and in a trance, she noticed that Su Shuer was hugging Lin Mo as if he were a pillow, just like a sloth hugging a tree. Lin Mo was speechless. Xiao Su, could you please sleep better? And he has no sense of vigilance or alertness towards other people. If I were not a girl, but a boy, Xiao Su would probably be executed on the spot at night. Ah, it's so confusing. I don't know how this girl became an agent of the 9th Military Region. Mainly, this girl is so naive. In the morning, after Su Shuer left breakfast for Lin Mo, she set out early and left home. As the team leader of Group A of the Special Operations Group of the 9th Military Region, after experiencing the previous operation in Jinshan Cape, she naturally had to go back to the military region to report on her work. Moreover, she also needs to talk to her superiors about absorbing Lin Mo, a person with special abilities, into the Special Operations team as a non-staff member. When Su Shuer thought of this, a smile appeared on her face. Hee, in the future, I can become a colleague with Sister Momo. Su Shuer drove her car to the base of the 9th Military Region Special Operations Group. When we arrived at the 9th Military Region, we saw it was full of soldiers armed with live ammunition, on high alert. Su Shuer also put away her usual silly state, and when she looked serious, she really looked like a qualified female agent. After taking the elevator to the conference room on the top floor, sitting in the seat right in front was a middle-aged man who looked serious. This person is the leader of the Special Operations team. He is also the person in charge of the entire Awakener project, Yin Liang. At the same time, he was also the commander-in-chief who directed the entire operation over the phone when Su Shuer was undercover in Jinshanjiu district. Seeing Su Shuer coming, the other party nodded. Then, Yin Liang spoke. Agent Su, as far as I know, the awakened person you mentioned before is in your house now? Su Shuer nodded. Well, Sister Momo has nowhere to go, so she's staying at my house for now. Yin Liang laughed and said, That's great. I have a question for you. It's about the awakener named Lin Mo. Chapter 16 Undercurrent. Yin Liang clasped his hands together, looking like a leader. He looked at Su Shuer in front of him and spoke slowly. Agent Su, regarding that girl named Lin Mo, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental that she appeared in the Jinshanjiu area? Su Shuer tilted her head and looked at Yin Liang in front of her with some confusion. Su Shuer didn't quite understand what her leader said. From Su Shuer's perspective, Lin Mo was like the light that saved her in the darkness. When Su Shuer faced Ajun, she thought she was going to be killed by the other party. It was Lin Mo who saved her, and she was able to survive. Therefore, Su Shuer did not think that Lin Mo's appearance had any other purpose. Lin Mo couldn't have gone to the Jinshan District Park just for the bodies of those dead people, right? That shouldn't be possible. Disposing of those corpses should have been just a matter of convenience. Su Shuer shook her head. I think there's nothing wrong with Lin Mo. She's a very strong psychic. I can vouch for that. With her strength, under the circumstances at the time, if she had ulterior motives, none of us in Group A would have survived. Yin Liang said meaningfully. The real bad guys know how to play the long game and catch the big fish. Su Shuer, I admit that as a secret agent, you are indeed very capable. But in terms of cunning, you are still far from it. And you don't have the qualities that a secret agent should have. After saying that, Yin Liang threw a stack of file bags in front of Su Shuer. Forget it. I'll find someone else to investigate that awakened one. As for you, Agent Su, there was a serial murder case in the city yesterday. I need you to investigate it. Su Shuer took the file bag and looked at the information inside. The information in the file bag contained shocking scenes of murder. The victims were all young girls in their teens. They died in a miserable way with their internal organs hollowed out, which was quite curious. But the organization has no clues about the murderer. Even the surveillance camera failed to lock onto the suspect. With a sense of justice overflowing in her heart, Su Shuer, a little guardian of justice, frowned slightly after seeing the tragedy in the information. She hated to see this happen the most. The reason I went to the Jinshan Cape Park before was because there was an inhumane human trafficking business going on there, and I wanted to stop them. And now, Su Shuer chose to accept this task without hesitation. Well, I'll look into it. I'm taking over this case. Su Shuer took the file bag and turned to leave. After Su Shuer left, a cute little girl walked out from the shadows behind Yin Liang. The girl asked with a cute chuckle, "Dad, I want to eat Sister Su, can I?" The girl's eyes glowed red, and the corners of her mouth stretched to her ears in an odd way. Yin Liang touched the little Lolita's head and said kindly, "Not yet. Wait until Dad finds out the origins of the woman next to Sister Su, then you can eat." Hearing Yin Liang's refusal, the little girl felt a little disappointed. She squatted in the corner of the conference room, drawing circles on the ground with her hands, looking aggrieved. "Woo-woo, Daddy. I want to eat Sister Xiao Su. Sister Xiao Su is fragrant and soft, and looks delicious at first glance. I have been craving her for a long time. If I don't eat Sister Su now, I might go crazy with greed, right?" Yin Liang looked at the little loli lovingly and comforted her. "My dear daughter, be good. Just be patient for a while. It won't be too late for you to eat after Dad has investigated everything, okay?" As soon as Yin Liang finished speaking, the little girl's cheeks puffed up and she looked very unhappy. "Dad won't let me eat Sister Su. I hate Dad." Yin Liang was helpless. It's not that he didn't want his daughter to eat Amelia Su, but he was worried about the white-haired girl Amelia Su lived with. If you act rashly without finding out the other party's identity, it is easy to get into trouble. After all, the queen of the man-eating moth is located in the Jinshanjiao Park. And there are also people with special abilities like Nico Ajin. Generally speaking, even an ordinary psychic would not be able to kill his way through the Jinshan Corner area alone, especially when Yin Liang sent his men to search for the corpse and core of the insect mother, but found nothing. Yin Liang felt that all this was related to the white-haired girl. To do this, he must find out the other party's background. There is an old saying, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle." Those who don't gather good intelligence before taking action are basically fools who are asking for their lives. As a veteran in the Special Operations team, Yin Liang would naturally not do anything that was uncertain. Yin Liang touched the little Lolita's head. "Be good. Daddy will take you to a big dinner tonight to satisfy your cravings. Is that okay?" The little girl then smiled happily. "Hee, that's right, Daddy is the best." Su Shuer left the 9th Military Region, the headquarters of the Special Operations team. When she drove back home, Su Shuer found that the sun was shining on her but Lin Mo was still sleeping in. Su Shuer couldn't help but think to herself, "Sister Momo, it feels a bit redundant for us to prepare breakfast for you. It seems like we should just have lunch together after we come back." However, Su Shuer thought so in her heart, but she did not wake Lin Mo up. She was admiring Lin Mo's sleeping face, somewhat fascinated. This doll-like delicate face, with long white hair that is slightly curly and the ends of the hair slightly hanging down from the side of the bed, is a gorgeous sleeping face. The more Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo like this, the more she felt her heartbeat quicken. Cute. So cute. Sister Lin Mo is truly the cutest girl she has ever seen in the world. Su Shuer even felt that she was somewhat in love with Sister Lin Mo. Su Shuer said that she is not a female Kido. However, whenever I saw Lin Mo, I always felt an inexplicable fluttering of the heart and my heartbeat quickened. Well, looking at Sister Momo's sleeping face, I feel like I can look at it all day long. Just as Su Shuer was still admiring Lin Mo's sleeping face, Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. Lin Mo was a little confused. "Ah? Xiao Su, why are you staring at me?" Su Shuer's face flushed, and she stammered awkwardly, I wasn't staring at Sister Momo. I just came back from outside and was going to wake you up. Lin Mo had no doubt and nodded. Oh, I see. As he spoke, Lin Mo asked casually, by the way, where are you going? Well, now I remember. You said yesterday that you were going to the Special Operations Group today. How is it? Are there any new cases and intelligence today? Su Shuer nodded. Yes, I just went to the team and they asked me to investigate a case. It's the serial murder case that has been making a lot of noise in the city these past 2 days. When Lin Mo heard this, he was no longer sleepy. The serial murders occurred just a few days before the Zerg apocalypse. It was most likely done by the Zerg. If Lin Mo encountered a Zerg Queen-level Zerg, he would be one step closer to completing the system's advanced tasks. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer with some excitement. Zundu fake do? Let me see. Su Shuer. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Why does Sister Momo look so happy when she heard about the serial murder case? Sigma, degree to degree, Kaomoji Winker. Chapter 17 Fear. The surveillance camera didn't capture any useful evidence at all? Lin Mo flipped through the information in the file bag and was amazed. In modern society, officials often rely on Skynet and surveillance to identify suspects. It is also because of the development of technology that many criminals have nowhere to hide. As long as they do something illegal or criminal, they will be immediately captured by surveillance cameras, and then they will happily receive the silver bracelet given by Uncle Hat. However, as the saying goes, the devil is always one step ahead of you. The development of high technology has actually only increased the threshold for doing evil, but cannot eradicate it. For example, if among the criminals there is an expert who is extremely familiar with Skynet and official operations, he could hack into the entire Skynet and even rewrite the content to mislead the authorities. Then these originally trustworthy systems will become weapons for those who do evil. Looking at the archival records, Lin Mo had several guesses about this case in his mind. First, among the accomplices in the serial murder case, there is a genius hacker who erased all surveillance evidence. Second, among the perpetrators, there are Zerg who are extremely good at hiding and can perfectly find the blind spots of surveillance. Third, the perpetrator was a member of the Special Operations Team of District 9, and he simply hid the evidence that was unfavorable to him. No matter which one it is, Lin Mo feels it is a bit tricky. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on the girl's lips. Hee hee hee. This is really, really interesting. It would be boring if your opponents were just some bland trash who didn't present any challenge at all. After Lin Mo was reborn, he was planning to find some opponents to practice with. Isn't it here? The more powerful the opponent, the better the genes you can obtain after killing and eating it. In this way, the babies born later will be stronger, and the system of having many children will give Lin Mo more rewards, allowing her to kill stronger opponents. It is simply compound interest, and more compound interest. Just thinking about it makes me feel great. Lin Mo turned and looked at Su Shuer. Xiao Su, we can't find any useful information from these materials alone. If we want to find the criminal, we really have to go to the victim's home. Su Shuer nodded after hearing Lin Mo's words. Yeah, that's what I thought. Then let's go now. Lin Mo grabbed Su Shuer's hand and walked out the door impatiently. She couldn't wait to find the insect mother and eat her absorption core. Well? Su Shuer was shocked. She had not expected that Lin Mo would suddenly hold her hand and run outside. Sister Momo's hand is small and white. The feeling of being held by her is so heart-pounding. Could this be the legendary orange scent? Sister Lin Mo, you are so cute. In this way, the lily in Su Shuer's heart was growing quietly. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Open the door, Foberl. Lin Mo rang the doorbell and shouted at the top of his voice. She took Su Shuer's car, and they went to the victim's residence together. On the surface, Lin Mo hopes to find out if there is any hidden secret from the other party's relatives. In fact, she just came here to see if there were any traces left by the Zerg. It's just that Lin Mo needed a reason to make Su Shuer cooperate, so he said he would come over to ask the other party's family for clues just for show. After shouting for a long time, but no one opened the door, Lin Mo suddenly remembered that Buddhist bowl seemed to be unpopular here. So, Lin Mo changed the way he shouted. Open the door, SF Express. When Lin Mo changed his words, the door of the apartment opened. Lin Mo noticed that behind the door was a very young girl, looking at her with some trepidation. The little girl is pretty and cute, but there is a hint of sadness on her little face. Su Shuer walked over, squatted down, and touched the child's head. Girl, where are your parents? The little girl shook her head and said nothing. The girl seemed to look at Lin Mo with fear, and Lin Mo was looking at her with a scary smile on his face. Su Shuer turned to look at Lin Mo, and the expression on Lin Mo's face returned to its original innocent look. Sister Momo? Lin Mo responded. Well, what's wrong? Su Shuer shook her head. Nothing. Su Shuer was very confused. She didn't know why the little girl kept staring at Lin Mo and seemed to be very afraid of Lin Mo. This is wrong. Very, very wrong. In Su Shuer's heart, Lin Mo is a gentle and kind, powerful and reliable psychic who is also good-looking. No matter what, she can't figure out what is so scary about Lin Mo. Only Lin Mo knew what the other party was afraid of. Lin Mo stared at the little girl in front of him, and the system's information panel appeared in front of her. Name, Wei Wei. Bloodline, brainworm. Offspring, awakening degree, 3%. Level, LV3. Skill, parasitism. Devour the target's brain and then parasitize it, and can take over the target's body. Illusion, corrodes the opponent's consciousness and makes the target hallucinate. Offspring, subordinate to the brainworm mother, and must not disobey the other party's orders. This is really the case. You search everywhere for her but still can't find her, but when you turn around, she is standing there in the dim light. Originally, Lin Mo just planned to come here to see if there were any clues about the Zerg, but he ended up finding a small bug. Wow, interesting, really interesting. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more interesting it became. The reason why this little girl looked so afraid of Lin Mo was not because she knew that Lin Mo had discovered her identity, but because of the blood suppression. Spiders are the nemesis of many insects in nature, not to mention small insects. They can eat them casually. Even many insects that are stronger than spiders themselves, once caught by spiders and entangled in their webs, cannot escape the fate of being eaten. Not to mention, Lin Mo is a spiderworm queen. Whether it's bloodline, level, or awakening degree, Lin Mo is far superior to the other party. It is normal for a mere Zerg offspring to instinctively feel fear and tremble when facing the Zerg queen of the swarm. However, Lin Mo was not in a hurry to reveal the identity of the little girl. Lin Mo said, "No rush, just play with her first. Since there are offspring of the brainworm here, if we follow the clues, we may be able to find her motherworm." Lin Mo's current system advancement task requires the cores of 3 insect queens to allow Lin Mo to break through the bottleneck and enter the next great realm. Isn't this now providing her with the materials to break through the realm? Lin Mo came to the little girl named Wei Wei and slowly squatted down. Seeing this, the little girl trembled even more violently. Her legs became so weak from fear that she couldn't move, and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. But Lin Mo had a kind smile on his face and touched the girl's head. "Little boy, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person." Seeing this, Su Shuer also tried to smooth things over for Lin Mo. "Well, I can testify that Sister Momo is a very good person." The little girl was not reassured by the two's explanation. Instead, she looked even more frightened. "Little girl, I'm fine, Imimpi. This woman's fierce eyes. It's obvious that she wants to eat me, okay?" Chapter 18 Monster. 2 elder sisters, are you here to investigate my sister? The little loli trembled as she poured tea for Lin Mo and Su Shuer and served them respectfully. Lin Mo took the tea, picked it up and drank it with confidence. She was not worried that the little loli would poison her because her skill, spider sense, allowed her to predict the corresponding danger in advance. As long as the other party has bad intentions towards Lin Mo can basically predict the other party's intentions in advance. In addition, as the insect queen, Lin Mo has a very high resistance to poison. Even if the other party really poisoned her, it would not pose any threat to her. Lin Mo nodded. "Yeah, about the same. Where are your parents? Are you the only one at home?" Lin Mo looked at the little loli and asked knowingly. Of course, Lin Mo knew that there was no chance of anyone being alive in this house. The little loli in front of me is just a monster possessed by a brainworm. But she enjoyed the feeling of her prey trembling with fear. This little loli has no idea whether Lin Mo knows her identity, just like a little rabbit who doesn't know whether it has been discovered by a lion. Once discovered, her fate will be very, very tragic. Don't be fooled by the little girl's calm appearance. In fact, her adrenaline has already surged and her heart is beating fast. She was nervous, afraid that Lin Mo would find out that she was a Zerg. The little loli hesitated. I don't know. Mom and Dad never came back after my sister had the accident. Generally speaking, as long as the Zerg are disguised well enough, even the Zerg queens of other Zerg swarms will find it difficult to distinguish their true identity. But what can be done is that Lin Mo is not an ordinary insect queen. She is a worm queen who was reborn with the system. The system of having many children and many blessings will not only reward Lin Mo when she breeds worms, but also display her and others' attribute bars like the UI panel of the game at other times. In this way, Lin Mo can get the other party's information in advance, which is very useful. The little loli is just an ordinary brainworm. How could she know so much? Now she is still worried about how to get away with it in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him who was trying her best to disguise herself with pleasure and found it very amusing. Lin Mo nodded and gently touched the girl's head with his hand. What a poor child. His sister was killed and his parents are nowhere to be found. So, you are an orphan now, right? While speaking, Lin Mo had a smile on his face. Su Shuer, who was standing by, heard Lin Mo's words, then looked at the little Lolita and felt something was wrong. Su Shuer gently pulled Lin Mo's sleeve and reminded him softly in his ear. Sister Momo, other children are already so miserable. Is it really okay for you to expose her scars like this? Although Su Shuer likes Lin Mo very much and regards her as an idol in her heart. However, when faced with the current situation, she still had to remind Lin Mo. Lin Mo nodded. Well, it's not very good indeed. Then she looked at the little loli. I'm sorry, little sister. I'm a straightforward person. If my words offend you, please forgive me. When the little loli heard Lin Mo's words, she immediately waved her hands. No, it's okay. I know Big Sis didn't mean it. Besides, the older sisters also want to investigate and find the murderer of my sister. I can understand that. Long live understanding. Lin Mo chuckled and reached out to touch the little loli's face. Good boy. Throughout the whole process, Lin Mo could feel the other person's tense nerves. When Lin Mo's hand touched her, her breathing seemed to stagnate. Lin Mo felt that since she accepted her identity as a worm queen and continued to eat, her thinking seemed to be more insect-like. She enjoys the thrill of the kill and gets excited by the fear of her prey. Lin Mo withdrew his hand and stood up. Okay, Xiao Su, the investigation is almost over. There is no useful information here. Let's go and look somewhere else. Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words and had no doubts. Oh, okay. The little loli looked at the two people who stood up and prepared to leave, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The girl sighed in her heart. Phew, that scary guy is finally leaving. Great, I can finally survive. At this moment, the little loli heard Lin Mo's next words and was stunned on the spot. That's great, I can finally survive. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? When Lin Mo said this, both Su Shuer and the little loli were caught off guard and looked confused. Lin Mo didn't say much. He picked up the fruit knife on the coffee table next to him and stabbed it into the chest of the girl in front of him. The girl looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. At this moment, she kept thinking in her mind when she was exposed. Sister Momo, what are you doing? Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo in surprise. When she reacted and wanted to stop Lin Mo, she saw Lin Mo pinching the other person's neck with one hand and lifting the other person's forehead with the other hand. Take a good look at what this thing is. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer with a happy smile on his face. Where the human brain should have been, there was a horrible-looking, twisted-shaped bug inside, probably similar to the facehugger in the movie Alien. Seeing this, Amelia Sue broke out in a cold sweat. Were they both chatting with a monster like this just now? She had always thought that the girl was a kind and lovely human being. This monster's camouflage ability is really strong. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Moreover, the insect continued to roar. Lin Mo covered the girl's forehead. She looked at the girl in front of her who was possessed by the brain worm she had severely injured, and once again put the fruit knife against her neck. That girl. No, it's better to say that the monster is looking at Lin Mo pitifully with the appearance of a little loli. Big sister, please, let me go. I'm not a monster. I'm really not a monster. Lin Mo didn't care about that and spoke directly. Tell me, where is your insect mother now? As long as you bring both of us to the Worm Queen, I will spare you. How about that? Su Shuer looked at the scene in front of her, still a little frightened. However, when she turned and looked at Lin Mo, the fear in her heart dissipated. Lin Mo's hands, face, and body were stained with blood, and he had a playful smile on his face. The whole scene looked even more weird and scary. Now it seems that they both seem more like villains. Chapter 19. She runs. She chases. She can't fly away. Su Shuer felt very regretful. She was regretting that she had actually thought that Sister Lin Mo would hurt an ordinary little girl. Looking at Lin Mo, who was interrogating the girl whose body was possessed by a brain worm, Su Shuer's admiration for her deepened. As expected, Sister Lin Mo is a talented girl who can plan and win battles thousands of miles away. Now Su Shuer's admiration for Lin Mo is like a surging river. Su Shuer couldn't help but shout in her heart, "Sister Lin Mo, the eternal god." Just now, Su Shuer didn't even know that the little girl was actually a monster in disguise. And Sister Lin Mo didn't say anything to her. It must be because Sister Lin Mo didn't want to alert the enemy, so she didn't tell her about this. Be quick and decisive in doing things, and save the collapsing building. Sure enough, only people like this are the clear stream among the awakened ones. However, what Amelia Su didn't know was that Lin Mo was not only not that clear stream, but even a mudslide. After all, Lin Mo is not an awakener. She is just one of the insect queens of the swarm. Lin Mo came to find this bug not for the purpose of saving humanity or punishing evildoers or other just reasons. She came here just for the system's mission. If the system hadn't given her the task of collecting other insect queen cores, she wouldn't have bothered with these insects. Lin Mo held the fruit knife against the girl who was possessed by the monster. Although the opponent will not die if his human body is destroyed, but if Lin Mo takes out the brain worm inside and crushes it to death, the opponent will also die. Coupled with Lin Mo's inherent deterrent power as the insect queen, the girl in front of him had no intention of resisting at all. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him. "Take us to find your insect mother, and I'll spare you. How about that?" The girl shook her head vigorously with fear on her face. "No, no, no." Lin Mo sighed softly. "Alas, you, even if you die, will not reveal the location of your insect mother? You are such a filial and good child." After saying that, Lin Mo put the fruit knife against the other person's forehead. "You'll have 5 seconds to think about it. After 5 seconds, I'll let you know what an exploding worm brain is. 5, 4, 3. As Lin Mo counted down, the fear on the girl's face became more and more intense. The brainworm girl begged for mercy. "Please, I'm willing to do anything as long as you spare my life." Lin Mo nodded. "Okay, tell me the location of your insect mother and I'll spare you." The girl shook her head again. "But this is not okay. Mother will kill me." Lin Mo sighed softly, his face full of disappointment. "Bao, don't you want to live? But I don't see that you have the desire to live." "Really? Didn't you say you'd do anything? I don't see your sincerity." The girl shook her head again. "I'm serious. I'll die if I tell you." Lin Mo chuckled. "You will die even if you don't tell me. Will you be killed by your insect queen or by me? Choose one." The girl closed her eyes. "Let me think about it." Lin Mo nodded. "Well, don't worry. I'll count down to 5 seconds again. Think about it slowly and carefully. 5, 4, 3, snap." While Lin Mo was still counting down, the brain worm shot out directly from the forehead of the body, shattered the window glass next to the living room, and jumped out directly from the window. Lin Mo came to the bedside, looked at the escaped brain worm body, and chuckled. "This little thing runs pretty fast." Seeing this, Su Shuer, who was standing by, hurried out to chase after him. Lin Mo grabbed Su Shuer's wrist and pulled her back. "Xiao Su, don't be anxious. Let that guy run for a while." Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo in confusion. "Sister Momo, why don't you chase after it? The monster is getting far away. If we don't chase it now, we'll be unable to catch up." Lin Mo smiled. "You are still too young. That brainworm is just a small follower of the brainworm swarm. What can we do even if we catch her? We must not only capture the minions, but also destroy their lair." Although Su Shuer didn't know how Lin Mo would find the escaped brainworm, she no longer doubted Lin Mo. After all, Sister Momo is her idol. In addition, she had suspected Sister Momo before, but found out that she had wronged Sister Momo. Su Shuer has now decided to stand firmly on Sister Momo's side and believe in Sister Momo unconditionally. "So, Sister Momo, how are we going to find that monster? Once the brain worm escapes outside, it will be as hard to find as looking for a needle in a haystack." Lin Mo chuckled. "Just now, when I opened her forehead and revealed her true identity, I placed a tracking device on her. It should be easy to find her." Lin Mo actually didn't place any tracking devices. But as a spider worm queen, she did tie an indestructible yet imperceptible thin silk thread on the opponent's brain worm. As long as you follow this line, you can find the other party's escape destination. Then, you can catch the opponent in one fell swoop and snatch the core of the opponent's insect mother. Perfect. Villa area, inside a luxury house. A young man was sitting in the study doing his homework. He was the mayor's only son, named Akai. No one could have imagined that this young man who would become a rising star in the city's political arena in the future was actually a monster. His true identity is the queen of the brainworm swarm. As the master of the clan, it chose to possess the mayor's son. This way, it will be easier for it to mobilize resources across the city without being easily suspected. After all, if he directly possessed the mayor, he would be easily investigated by the special operations team. However, as long as it possesses the mayor's son and uses its psychic abilities to control the mayor and his staff, it will be able to take control of the entire city. Just one more week. In another week, the swarm will take over the entire planet. And this city will become my hunting ground. The brainworm swarm will be the strongest swarm. Infiltrate from the inside and take over the entire city's management to become their own people. By then, even if it was discovered by the official special operations team, they would be unable to do anything to it. Originally, Akai thought so. At this moment, a brainworm fled into Akai's study in a panic and spoke to him in a panic. "Mother, something bad has happened. I was targeted by the special operations team. I was almost killed by them." As it spoke, the brainworm said with pride, as if it had survived a disaster. "Fortunately, I was smart. I abandoned my body and jumped out of the window while they were not paying attention. I escaped." The brainworm reported the situation to Akai. Akai originally wanted to ask the other party what happened, but when he saw the translucent, barely perceptible silk threads wrapped around the brainworm, his face instantly darkened. "You are a pig, right? Damn it. How can this be considered an escape? This is clearly leading the way for others." Chapter 20. Abandoning the Rook to Save the King. "You're such an idiot." Akai's face turned pale as he looked at his offspring in front of him, his words filled with anger. "Take a good look at the silk thread wrapped around your legs. You are being followed." The brainworm girl finally reacted after hearing what Akai said. This? Mother, I'm sorry, I really don't know." The brainworm girl explained to Akai with grievance. But her feeble explanation could not earn Akai's forgiveness at all. The brainworm itself is a Zerg with weak combat power. It relies entirely on taking over other people's homes and replacing other people's homes to survive. He finally took over the body of the mayor's son and controlled the mayor and the city staff, but now this brainworm is being tracked by the Special Operations Team. The Special Operations Group is an official task force established to manage awakened people and handle abnormal incidents. In other words, the members of the Special Operations Team have authority above that of city officials, roughly equivalent to the imperial envoys in ancient times. If we are targeted by the Special Operations Team, even if we are not identified immediately, they will continue to monitor this place. The brainworm swarm's plan to occupy this city is likely to fail. Akai is well aware of this. For this reason, he absolutely could not let this happen. Akai glanced at the uneasy brainworm girl in front of him and thought of a good plan. Isn't the Special Operations Team tracking the brainworm girl? As long as the brainworm girl cooperates in acting and is killed by the Special Operations Team that arrives, wouldn't that be the end of it? Sacrificing the rook to protect the king is a very common tactic in chess. The same is true in the real world. In order to save him as the worm queen, sacrificing a small brain worm is of no consequence at all. As for whether the brainworm girl is willing to cooperate, as a mere offspring, I have no right to refuse the orders of the insect mother. If she obeyed, Akai would give her a decent death. If she doesn't obey, Akai will use the insect mother's suppression of her offspring to save her life. Sister Momo, why do I feel this road is familiar? Su Shuer held the steering wheel and looked at the road in front of her, feeling inexplicably familiar. As one of the team leaders of the 9th Military Region Special Operations Group, she naturally often goes to the homes of some important people. For example, in the previous mission, she was responsible for serving as the bodyguard of the mayor's house, responsible for protecting the mayor from assassination by supernatural criminals. Wait, speaking of the mayor, when Su Shuer thought of this, her pupils suddenly dilated. Isn't this road the way to the villa area where the mayor's house is located? She was asking why this road looked so familiar, and it turned out that it really led to the home of her former target of protection. Su Shuer took a breath. Sister Momo, do you think that monster is planning to attack the mayor? Su Shuer had a bad suspicion in her heart. She was already a little nervous and cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Lin Mo, who was sitting next to Su Shuer, was not in a hurry. The white-haired girl hummed a little tune. My sister carried her doll on her back and walked to the garden to see the cherry blossoms. The baby is crying for mommy, and the little bird on the tree is laughing. Baby, why are you crying? Did you remember what your mother said? The song Lin Mo sang was melodious and beautiful, and it sounded like a nursery rhyme. But for some reason, Su Shuer felt something strange when listening to it. There seemed to be a sense of resentment in the melody, which made her scalp tingle. Su Shuer tried to call out to Lin Mo, who was humming a song. Sister Momo? Lin Mo finally reacted and turned to look at her. Xiaosu, what's wrong? Su Shuer repeated her guess to Lin Mo again. After listening to Su Shuer's guess, Lin Mo showed a happy smile. Why don't we make a bold guess? The brainworm is the mayor's subordinate, and the mayor has been replaced by the brainworm. Su Shuer was shocked. Sister Momo, is this true? Lin Mo waved his hand with a playful expression on his face. Just kidding, this is just my guess. Just like your guess just now, there is no basis for it. I just want to tell you that before you get solid evidence, don't make random guesses, or you'll get slapped in the face later. Su Shuer thought of her previous suspicion of Lin Mo and lowered her head in shame. Yes, it is indeed a bad idea to hastily judge something without knowing the full picture. It is not what an agent should do to make judgments based on her imagination. It is her dereliction of duty. Su Shuer then admitted her mistake to Lin Mo. I'm sorry, Sister Momo. I won't make random guesses anymore. Lin Mo smiled and nodded, comforting the other person in a gentle tone like an older sister. If you know your mistakes and correct them, you are a good child. Lin Mo gently touched the girl's head, while Su Shuer said shyly, Sister Momo, I'm still driving. I'll be distracted if you do this. Thump, thump, Su Shuer's heart was beating faster. Every touch of Lin Mo's hand on her head tugged at her heartstrings. At this moment, she seemed to be under the control of Sister Lin Mo. In a fairy tale book called The Little Prince, the little prince tamed a little fox and became friends with it. And now, Su Shuer felt that she seemed to have been tamed by Sister Lin Mo and became a little fool who could not live without Sister Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer, whose face was blushing and her heart was beating fast, with confusion. Isn't it normal for girls to touch each other's heads to encourage each other? Why does Su Shuer look so embarrassed? I understand. Xiaosu hates me. That's why she fidgets while driving. Lin Mo nodded. Okay, then I won't touch your head anymore. When Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words, she suddenly panicked. Sister Momo, I didn't mean that. Stuttering? I'm just driving right now, so it's not very convenient. It's very comfortable and happy to be touched on the head by my sister. So, please feel free to touch my head from now on. Su Shuer stared at Lin Mo with a pleading look, like a puppy begging for a pat from its owner. Lin Mo sighed helplessly. Okay, there's really nothing I can do about you. After saying that, Lin Mo pointed to the road ahead. Drive carefully. Don't look at me. Look at the road. Lin Mo also didn't know what Xiaosu was thinking. He couldn't guess, absolutely couldn't guess. Especially after Lin Mo completely accepted her identity as a Zerg and became a Zerg queen, it became even more difficult to guess. After all, as a worm queen, her thinking is sometimes different from that of humans. Not to mention girls, she can't even understand some of humans' ideas. However, Lin Mo himself did not have that kind of worldly desire for Amelia Su. Thinking of this, Lin Mo chuckled secretly. Oh, she certainly wouldn't have that kind of worldly desire for Amelia Su. Lin Mo is now the Zerg queen. Especially in this life, she has completely accepted this fact and is no longer a human being. Zerg will not fall in love with humans, just like humans will not fall in love with their pet dogs. Among humans, if a person marries his dog and does things that lovers do, he will definitely be regarded as a pervert, an alien, and even suspected of having mental problems. Similarly, for the Zerg, the same thing would happen if a Zerg queen fell in love with a human. Lin Mo glanced at Su Shuer, who was driving. Xiaosu's face was still flushed, like a girl in love. To Lin Mo, Xiaosu is like a well-behaved little puppy raised by humans. Lin Mo likes Xiaosu very much because she is obedient and useful. As a member of the 9th Military Region Special Operations Group, Xiaosu can provide Lin Mo with the latest official news as soon as possible to prevent Lin Mo's Zerg identity from being discovered by the authorities. Absolutely, he is the most suitable tool. For this reason, Lin Mo will continue to maintain a good relationship with Su Shuer in the future. Lin Mo spoke softly. Xiaosu. Su Shuer responded while driving. What's wrong, Sister Momo? Lin Mo said gently. Let's get along well in the future. Do we have to get along well in the future? What I mean is that we will always be together in the future. In other words, you want to get married and be together forever? Sister Momo, are you confessing to me? But we are both girls. Su Shuer's mood, which had just calmed down, was aroused again by Lin Mo. The girl's face was as red as an apple, and she was very shy. Xiao Su overcame her shyness and simply responded, Chapter 21 Mayor. Sure enough, following the route given by Lin Mo, the two of them arrived at the villa area. Coincidentally, they arrived at the mayor's doorstep. Su Shuer turned off the engine of the car and looked at the mansion in front of her where she once served as a bodyguard, with mixed feelings. No way, could it be that Sister Lin Mo's guess just now is true? Could it be that the mayor was really replaced by those monsters? Lin Mo glanced at the uneasy Su Shuer and gently held her hand. Xiao Su, don't worry, I'm here. Sister Momo will protect you well. Boom, boom, boom. Su Shuer had already been teased by Lin Mo before, and now Lin Mo was holding the back of her hand and saying such ambiguous words to her. This feeling is just like in the Orange Lily relationship, where the top party asserts sovereignty over the bottom party. Su Shuer swallowed and nodded. Well, okay. She had already imagined herself in that weak position, and was even imagining the scene of being forcefully pounced upon by Sister Momo on the bed. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer, who was imagining things again, and he really didn't understand what this girl was thinking. Lin Mo just treated Su Shuer as a useful tool. As a tool user, she will of course protect her tools well. If the tools are damaged, other tools may not be as convenient to use as this one. Lin Mo took Su Shuer and rang the doorbell of the villa. Ding dong, ding dong. Open the door, Foberl. Lin Mo shouted at the top of his voice. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo with some confusion. Sister Momo, why do you always like to call yourself Foberl? Is there any meaning behind it? Lin Mo shrugged. It doesn't mean anything, it's just for fun. FBL is the transliteration of FBL. Actually, it is FBI, the uncle in the hat in the United States. It's just that a blogger who is uneducated called FBI FBL and pronounced it in Pinyin, and it turned into a popular meme. Everybody was having fun watching it, so they continued it. When Lin Mo watched those video commentaries in the past, the bloggers liked to call the uncle in the hat Fobble, so she did the same. While the two were chatting, the door of the villa opened. The person who opened the door was an old man who looked elderly, but he looked gentle and energetic. Looks like the housekeeper here. The old man looked at Lin Mo and Su Shuer coldly and questioned, Who are you? Do you know this is the mayor's house? Is this the place you can come to? Lin Mo smiled and looked at Su Shuer. Xiao Su, show him your ID. When Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words, she took out her ID from the 9th Military Region. We are from the 9th Military Region Special Operations Group. We are here to capture the monster according to the instructions from above. The old butler's attitude changed 360 degrees on the spot and became polite. Ah, so you are from the Special Operations team. Please forgive me for any offense I caused you. It just so happens that the mayor did encounter a monster, but we caught him. Lin Mo snorted and thought to himself, What a snobbish old thing. Hurry up and get the gold coins. Lin Mo habitually checked the other party's attribute column information. Name, Zhang Yuan. Bloodline, brainworm. Offspring, awakening degree, 5%. Level, LV7. Skill, parasitism. Devour the target's brain and then parasitize it, and can take over the target's body. Illusion, corrodes the opponent's consciousness and makes the target hallucinate. Offspring, subordinate to the brainworm mother, and must not disobey the other party's orders. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Mo chuckled. Haha, that's interesting. This guy is also a brainworm, but his awakening degree and level are higher than the previous brainworm girl. Originally, Lin Mo felt that there might be a secret here, and now it seems to be true. Lin Mo's previous suggestion that the mayor might have been possessed by a brainworm was just her blind guess, but now it seems that her bad luck may have come true. The old housekeeper was a little puzzled when he saw Lin Mo laughing. Miss, why are you laughing? Lin Mo snorted softly. I laughed at the brainworm's lack of strategy and the motherworm's lack of wisdom. They actually dared to escape to the mayor's house. Isn't this a trap that we have caught them in? Old housekeeper, do you think I'm right? The old butler nodded. Yes, you are absolutely right. The old butler looked at the innocent-looking girl in front of him and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Haha, didn't expect that, did you? The entire villa area? No, I should say, the staff of the entire city area are already the power of our brainworm swarm. Caught in a jar? If we, the insect queen, didn't want to be exposed too early, you should be the ones caught in a jar now. However, the old butler did not tell Lin Mo what was in his mind, but spoke to the two girls. The monster is now locked up in the villa. Just follow me. Just like that, the old butler led Lin Mo and Su Shuer into the villa. Walk into the villa, past the entrance hall, and come to the living room lobby. At this moment, a man in his early 30s, wearing a black suit, looking handsome and intimidating, was standing here. It was as if it had been waiting for the two of you to arrive. Su Shuer recognized at a glance that the person in front of her was the mayor she had protected in her previous mission. He became the mayor at such a young age, which can be said to be a young talent. The mayor pointed to the monster locked in the containment box on the other side. Wasn't it the brain worm girl that Lin Mo and Su Shuer had investigated before? Lin Mo's thread is still connected to the other person. It must be her. The mayor looked at Lin Mo and Su Shuer and chuckled. The two agents have come from afar. It must be hard work. However, I have already caught this monster, so you two don't need to worry about it. Su Shuer looked at the mayor seriously. Dealing with this monster is the job of our special operations team. Even if you are the mayor, you cannot handle it privately. The mayor said coldly. This thing sneaked into my house and almost killed me. If I let you take it away like this, I will be very troubled. Su Shuer took out her ID. I am Su Shuer, the team leader of Special Operations Group A. This is my ID. Please cooperate with our work. The mayor spread his hands. So you must take it with you? Su Shuer said firmly. That's right. Even if you are the mayor, you are no exception. Just as the two were talking tit for tat and the air was filled with gunpowder, the containment box containing the brain worm was suddenly destroyed by the worm, and the brain worm pounced towards Su Shuer at a rapid speed. Ah! Su Shuer was shocked when she saw the monster rushing towards her. At this moment, the brain worm was caught by a white hand. Su Shuer turned around and saw that it was Lin Mo who caught it. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer calmly. Xiao Su, are you okay? Su Shuer shook her head vigorously. Sister Momo, I'm fine. Su Shuer was moved and said to herself, Sister Momo, you are so handsome and cool. You saved me again. Lin Mo nodded. I'm glad you're okay. After saying that, a hint of anger appeared on Lin Mo's face. She glanced coldly at the mayor out of the corner of her eye. When beating a dog, you have to look at the owner first. Are you planning to kill my servant? If Su Shuer died, she would never find such a useful tool again. Puff! Lin Mo just gently exerted force with one hand, and the brain worm spurted out green juice. It was crushed on the spot and turned into an exploding brain worm, deader than dead. Chapter 22. Unspeakable. Lin Mo casually took a tissue from the table in the living room and wiped the blood off his hands. She turned to look at the mayor beside her and displayed his message. Name, Chungu. Bloodline, human, awakened. Awakened ability, awakening degree. Grade, skill, unspeakable. Except for this skill, other skills and attributes cannot be viewed. Lin Mo looked at the attribute column of the mayor named Chenggu, and she felt threatened for the first time. I didn't expect that there would be awakened humans in the brain worm camp. However, this is not the first time that Lin Mo has encountered an awakened person. Previously, Ajin also signed a contract with the Insect Queen to awaken his superpowers. In his previous life, Lin Mo had never come into contact with the other party. It seemed that there was no such person in the human federal government. Excluding the possibility that he died during the Zerg apocalypse, it is very likely that this guy is a hidden force in the Zerg apocalypse. Lin Mo felt more and more that she wanted to protect her sister too much in her previous life, and it seemed that there was still a lot of information that she had not discovered. But there is no doubt that the guy in front of him is definitely not good. Chungu smiled. It was a close call. The monster almost attacked Agent Su. Lin Mo's face darkened. Yeah, it was a close call. What a close call. Damn, that brainworm is obviously from your camp, right? However, Lin Mo did not say it directly. She couldn't check Chen Ji's attributes, but her spider sense told her that the awakened one in front of her was probably not inferior to her in strength. Chenggu put away his smile. So much has happened today, and I'm tired. Since the two agents have killed this monster, can you call it a day and report back? Su Shuer wanted to continue investigating here, but Lin Mo nodded. Well, can we take the body of this monster away? Chenggu agreed on the spot. All right, this monster is already dead. There's no point in keeping it. Just take it away. Just like that, Lin Mo and Su Shuer left the mayor's villa with the brainworm that she had crushed to death. After going out and getting in the car, Su Shuer started the engine and drove Lin Mo away. On the way, Su Shuer breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, I was really scared just now. If I was attacked by that bug, I would be dead. As she spoke, the girl looked at Lin Mo, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Sister Momo, thank you. You really protected me as promised. Lin Mo looked out the window absent-mindedly and said perfunctorily, "Uh-huh." She was a little unhappy that she didn't get to meet the mother of the brain worm this time. However, Lin Mo did not intend to confront Xingu and the others head-on. Lin Mo once heard an expert say, "Fighting to the death even though you know you can't win is a stupidity called hot-bloodedness." Killing an enemy above one's level certainly makes people feel refreshed in exciting novels, but that is just the confidence of the lucky sons of destiny who have cheats. The world of insect swarms is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The strong will trample on the weak and eat them to turn them into further strength. In other words, in the world of the Zerg, the strong bully the weak. If you are not absolutely sure of success, you will never take action. This is the key to winning every battle. Lin Mo's only goal is to become stronger and stronger, stand at the top of the insect swarm, and take revenge on those who betrayed her. She must take control of the entire situation and maximize her chances of winning. For this reason, she absolutely could not die before that. Fortunately, Lin Mo has advantages that other Zerg do not have. That is the system of having many children and more blessings. With her system, she can not only seize the initiative and intelligence over all other Zerg swarms, but also develop her power faster than other Zerg swarms. Thinking of this, Lin Mo snorted lightly. Just wait until she is strong enough, then she can come back here and kill the brain worms here to get her revenge. After Su Shuer drove Lin Mo back to the apartment, she set off for the 9th Military Region to hand over the brain worm's body to her superiors. After Su Shuer left, Lin Mo went out alone and called a taxi. "Master, go here." Lin Mo took out the navigation on his mobile phone and told the driver where he wanted to go. The driver looked at the location on Lin Mo's phone and was a little surprised. "Little sister, isn't this the mountain where young couples disappeared in the news reports? What are you doing there?" Lin Mo said coldly, "Just send me there, no need to ask so many questions." The driver didn't care about Lin Mo's scolding. After all, he only needed to send Lin Mo to the foot of the mountain and leave. As for what would happen to this impolite little girl, he didn't care. If she doesn't listen to my kind reminders, then I can only say that it's hard to persuade a damned person with kind words. The driver drove Lin Mo to the destination and then left. Lin Mo walked all the way up the mountain and came to the cave where she became the insect mother when she was just reborn. In the cave, countless white spiders over 1 meter long were lurking here. Countless spiders' eyes were emitting red light, looking eerie and scary. If an ordinary person came here, he would probably have become food for these spiders. But Lin Mo is different. Lin Mo is their mother. 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 When Lin Mo returned to the cave, she felt a spiritual connection with her offspring in her mind. In just a few days, these originally poor little children have grown so big. As their mother, Lin Mo felt somewhat relieved. The white-haired girl gently stroked the spiders that came closer to her, with a motherly love in her eyes. "Did you eat well during the days when Mom was away?" The spiders' unanimous voices emerged in Lin Mo's mind. "Yes, many couples came to the mountain before, and we ate them all." Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. "Well, eat it hard, and eat all those guys who went out to abuse dogs on Valentine's Day." Lin Mo gritted her teeth as she spoke. She hated dog-abusing couples the most in her life. People who show off their affection will die faster, in the physical sense. But now, Lin Mo has more important things to do than getting rid of the young couple who are showing off their affection. That is, quickly improve your strength, and then directly destroy the brain worm swarm. Lin Mo would never allow the existence of a swarm of insects more powerful than her in this city. If so, become stronger than the opponent and then eat the opponent. Lin Mo looked at the spider offspring in front of him that were more than 1 meter long. "Children, you are grown up now. It is time to improve the strength of our entire tribe." The spiders looked at Lin Mo with confusion. "Mom, what do you mean?" A hint of coldness appeared on Lin Mo's face. "Go into the city and find the other swarm guys. Then, kill them and eat them." Chapter 23 Daughter. 2 necessary conditions for improving strength. 1. Having many children means more blessings and breeding offspring. 2. Advanced task, collect cores. To put it simply, anyone who has played a dungeon knows that when a player reaches a certain level, they will no longer be able to upgrade their level. At this time, you need to complete the job transfer task or awakening task to transfer and awaken, so as to increase the level cap and obtain more powerful skills. Lin Mo opened her personal panel. Name: Lin Mo. Bloodline: Spider Mother. Evolution degree: 14%. Level: LV19. Bloodline skills: Spider Sense, Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Mother of the swarm. You are the mother of the swarm. Your offspring cannot defy your will. Mimicry. The unique ability of the Zerg Overlord, which can mimic the appearance of any creature. Proliferation. The talent of the insect queen, which can increase the efficiency of egg laying. At present, Lin Mo's personal level has reached the limit of her stage. To put it in simpler terms, it is just like the cultivation of immortals in fantasy novels, refining chi, building foundation, forming elixir, golden elixir, nascent soul, transformation of spirit, Mahayana, overcoming tribulation, and becoming immortal. Each stage is divided into early, middle, late, and great perfection. Lin Mo's current level is roughly equivalent to entering the great perfection of chi refining stage in the immortal cultivation system, and is half a step away from building a foundation. If you want to break through this bottleneck, you have to kill 3 insect queens and obtain their cores to advance to the next level and continue upgrading. During these 2 days, Lin Mo deeply felt that the power of one person is too limited. The swarm itself is a whole, not just the queen swarm carrying the load alone. Individual heroism is too weak in the face of the collective. Lin Mo decided to mobilize the power of the insect swarm and ask her offspring to help find other insect swarms hiding in this city. Find those insect queens that are weaker than her, kill them, and absorb their cores. Some people would say she is a bully and a mean-spirited person. Lin Mo could only say that in this insect swarm where the strong prey on the weak and the strong are respected, bullying the weak is the best way to survive. Only the true protagonist of a cool novel would foolishly run to find an opponent who is several levels stronger than him and kill him alone. Lin Mo knew that she was not the destined child like them, and she could only survive by taking every step carefully. In this Zerg apocalypse, if you want to be the final winner, you need to strategize and control everything according to your own plan. As for other people's contempt for her behavior, Lin Mo didn't care. Only the weak care about the opinions of others. Lin Mo will become the absolute strong man in the world step by step. And those bad comments about her are just some minor things. You come here. While Lin Mo asked the other spider offspring to leave, he waved to one of the white spiders. The spider looked at Lin Mo with some confusion, but still came to her mother obediently. The little spider looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Mother, you're looking for me? Lin Mo nodded. When Lin Mo returned to the cave, he briefly checked the attributes of his offspring. The rest of the offspring developed basically smoothly, but nothing was particularly outstanding. Only the white spider in front of him had made great progress in strength. Name, none. Bloodline, spider, offspring, evolution degree, 9%, level, LV9. Bloodline skills. Spider sense. Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Offspring. Subordinate to the spider mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. The level of the offspring cannot exceed that of the insect mother. However, being able to reach such a high level of evolution in less than half a month is already terrifying. You know, when Lin Mo first received the evolution points rewarded by the many children and many blessings system, he had already reached level 9. In other words, the spider in front of him has reached Lin Mo's original level. However, Lin Mo will not be jealous because his children become stronger. After all, the stronger her offspring are, the more system rewards she can get. The system of having many children and many blessings is not only about getting rewards for breeding populations, but also the offspring born will continue to return rewards to Lin Mo after they become stronger in the future. Lin Mo called this child out so that he could train her individually. Having one more helper can also save Lin Mo some trouble. Lin Mo handed a core to the spider in front of him. Eat this and see. This was what she took from the brainworm when she killed it today. Although it is not the core of the worm queen, the attributes of the brainworm seem to be pretty good. Lin Mo felt that if he allowed his offspring to absorb this power, perhaps some miraculous effects would be achieved. The white spider did not doubt Lin Mo. As Lin Mo's offspring, she had no right to refuse. The spider eats the core and absorbs the genes within it. Soon, the white spider began to transform and form a cocoon, and out of the cocoon emerged a cute little girl with white hair. The little girl looked about 8 years old, innocent and very cute. Both his appearance and voice are similar to Lin Mo, but he is a younger version of Lin Mo. The girl looked at Lin Mo and started calling him in her babbling voice. Mom, Mom. Lin Mo looked at the girl again and checked her attribute panel. Name, none. Bloodline, spider. Offspring, evolution degree, 11%. Level, LV13. Bloodline skills, spider sense. Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Offspring. Subordinate to the spider mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. Mimicry. Offspring, the ability gained by absorbing brain worms and combining them with one's own genes, which allows one to mimic the appearance of a creature transformed by the worm mother. Her offspring seem to have acquired the ability of mimicry, and their level strength was also enhanced. Although it can only mimic Lin Mo's appearance, which has certain limitations, but after all, it is the skill of the offspring, so we can't ask for too much. The girl in front of him now looked like a child version of Lin Mo. Coincidentally, she is Lin Mo's daughter. Thinking of this, Lin Mo touched his chin and spoke. From now on, you can be called Lin Shui. When I'm not around, please help me take care of your sisters. The girl who got a new name nodded, not quite understanding. She didn't know why her mother named her this, but this was the name her mother gave her, and she was very happy. Yeah, Mom. Lin Mo touched the girl's head. Good boy. Chapter 24 Surprise. Mom, Mom, Mom. The little white-haired girl held Lin Mo's hand with a happy smile on her face. Apart from looking only 8 years old, this child was a carbon copy of Lin Mo. Yes, it's definitely the young version of Lin Mo. Lin Mo named her Lin Shui. Actually, there was no reason. He just thought of Su Shuier when naming her, so he just gave her the name. After all, it was Lin Mo's first time naming a child, so he didn't care too much. After Lin Shui transformed into a human form, his attributes also underwent a qualitative change. If Lin Mo is the master of their insect swarm and can be considered the big boss, then Lin Shui must be considered a small boss elite monster. Just like Lin Shui's appearance, her mentality is actually similar to that of a child. Children all like to stick to their mothers, and Lin Shui is no exception. The white-haired loli held Lin Mo's hand and sobbed. Mom, Mom, I want a hug. Lin Mo rubbed Lin Shui's little head and gently picked up the child. Okay, hug. Lin Mo carried Lin Shui down the mountain. I took an online taxi and returned to Su Shuier's apartment. 9th Military Region, in the office. Su Shuier packed the remains of the brain worm that had been crushed into a storage box and placed it in front of team leader Yin Liang. Team leader, this is the monster we found during our investigation. Those missing people must have been attacked and eaten by this monster. Su Shuier reported to Yin Liang everything about her and Lin Mo's investigation of the brain worm girl and their visit to the mayor's house. Yin Liang looked at the storage box in front of him and said nothing. After 2 seconds of silence, Yin Liang looked at Su Shuier. Agent Su, come to that. Who was the background of the white-haired girl you mentioned earlier who applied to become a non-staff member? Su Shuier shook her head. Sister Momo didn't tell me, so I can't ask. Don't the awakened ones in our special operations team have passed that they don't want others to know about? There's no need to make such things clear. Yin Liang frowned slightly, then let out a long sigh. Indeed. Everyone has secrets that are unknown to others. Yin Liang sent someone to investigate Lin Mo not long ago. The result was that Yin Liang discovered that the file of this girl named Lin Mo was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. It was as if the girl had never existed at all, as if she suddenly appeared out of thin air. Yin Liang did find out that a person named Lin Mo had recently gone missing in the city, but he was a boy. The two people look completely different. There is no way they could be the same person. Yin Liang was even more curious about Lin Mo's identity. According to Su Shuier's report, the white-haired girl was able to catch the brainworm with her bare hands and crush it with one hand. Yin Liang felt that Lin Mo's strength should not be underestimated. Considering the recent frequent disappearances in the mountains, Yin Liang speculated that Lin Mo might also be a powerful member of a certain insect swarm. If it is really the Zerg, that guy should understand the principle of first come first served. Su Shuier was the prey that his daughter had targeted first, and he couldn't let anyone else snatch her away. Yin Liang looked at Amelia Su and said coldly, You ask Lin Mo to come see me alone tomorrow. If I think it's appropriate, I will agree to let her join the special operations team as a non-staff member. A glimmer of joy appeared in Su Shuier's eyes. She stood at attention and saluted. Yes, team leader Yin. After reporting on her work, Su Shuier left the 9th Military Region and drove home. She was going to tell Lin Mo the good news. Sister Lin Mo could finally officially join the special operations team and become her colleague. However, as soon as Su Shuier entered the house, she discovered the surprise that Lin Mo had prepared for her. The girl was dumbfounded when she saw the two people sitting on the sofa and watching TV. On the sofa, in Lin Mo's arms sat a Lin Mo, who looked smaller. The same snow-white hair color, the same fair skin, the same cute doll-like face, but no matter how you look at it, the little cutie in Lin Mo's arms is even smaller. Su Shuer came to her senses. Sister Momo, is this your niece? Lin Mo tilted his head and looked at Su Shuer, who had just returned. No, she's my daughter. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo with confusion on her face. Huh? Sister Momo, are you kidding me? Lin Mo said softly. I'm not kidding. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Amelia Su was even more shocked. Sister Momo looks to be around 20 years old and has a cute petite figure. And that child looked to be at least 8 years old. If that child is really Lin Mo's daughter, then the child's father should be in jail or even shot. Su Shuer asked tentatively. So, where is the child's father now? Su Shuer plans to find the child's father and help Sister Momo get rid of that scumbag. Lin Mo shrugged. This child has been without a father since she was young. I raised her single-handedly. I've been living with you for a long time, and there's no one to take care of my child back home, so I brought him here, didn't I? Lin Mo pinched his daughter's chubby face while talking to Su Shuer. Lin Mo did not lie. As the queen of insects, Lin Mo directly devours flesh and blood to obtain protein, and then combines it with the absorbed genes to reproduce directly. Her daughter had been living in a cave in the mountains before and was brought over from her hometown. There is nothing wrong with it. Every sentence is in line with reality, and the main point is sincerity. However, Lin Mo's words sounded completely different to Amelia Su. Lin Mo's explanation just now confirmed Su Shuer's guess. Sure enough, Sister Momo had met a scumbag in the past. That scumbag may have run away or been caught. Anyway, Sister Momo should have raised the child since he was a child. I didn't expect that even an awakener as powerful as Sister Momo would have such an unspeakable tragic past. It's really sad. Thinking of this, when Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo, there was a hint of heartache in her eyes. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer at this time, with some apology. I'm sorry, Xiao Su, I didn't tell you about this before. Can my daughter live here? If you mind, I'll think of another way to place the child. Su Shuer shook her head vigorously. I don't mind, of course I don't mind. Sister Momo, just treat this place as your own home. Your child is my child. I will treat her as my own. Su Shuer was halfway through her words when she realized that she seemed to have said the wrong thing. What did she mean by Sister Momo's child is her child? Isn't this like she is going to marry Sister Momo, and she will be the child's stepmother in the future? Su Shuer didn't mind being the stepmother of Lin Mo's child, but she didn't know whether Lin Mo was willing. Thinking of this, Su Shuer's face turned red, and she became incoherent. Oh no, if Sister Momo hears what I said just now, will she think I am a strange woman, and then hate me and distance herself from me? This kind of thing should never happen. There was a hint of worry in Su Shuer's eyes. Fortunately, Lin Mo did not notice Su Shuer's imagination, and was even secretly happy that Su Shuer did not doubt why she had an extra daughter. Lin Mo nodded and smiled. Hey, thank you very much, Xiao Su. Xiao Su, you are a very nice person. Chapter 25 Danger. I almost forgot about the main thing. Su Shuer suddenly remembered that team leader Yan Liang asked her to tell Lin Mo that they were going to the 9th military region tomorrow. By the way, Sister Momo, our team leader has approved the application I submitted for you as a non-staff member. But he will only let you join after you meet him at the 9th military district tomorrow. Lin Mo was a little confused. Huh? Aren't there no establishment for non-staff personnel? Why is it so troublesome? Su Shuer explained helplessly. There's no other way. It's harder to apply for a non-staff position in the Special Operations team than a regular member. In other places, non-staff personnel are outsourced employees who do not have a formal staff position. However, in the Special Operations team, he is an uncontrolled target of solicitation. Basically, all the non-staff members of the Special Operations team were once dangerous elements. For example, there was a non-staff member of the 9th military region who was a supernatural criminal who had killed thousands of people just for fun not long ago. A bad guy like this certainly cannot be recruited into the Special Operations team normally, so a special place as a non-staff member was arranged for him. The Awakened are an indispensable resource for every country. The Special Operations team will evaluate them based on their capabilities and whether they are controllable, and try to win them over appropriately. As long as the other party is not a mad dog who is completely impossible to win over, the Special Operations team will appropriately grant them some privileges. That's why Su Shuer said in her previous conversation with Yin Liang that everyone has secrets that they don't want others to know, and asked Yin Liang to stop exploring Lin Mo's past. In Su Shuer's opinion, Lin Mo is much better than some of the non-staff members in the group. At least, Su Shuer felt that Lin Mo was more humane than those bastards. Many awakened people, after gaining supernatural powers, regard themselves as superior to others and trample on ordinary people under their feet. Some even do not regard people as human beings at all and take pleasure in oppressing ordinary people. After getting superpowers, upholding justice is just a glorification in superhero movies. Perhaps some awakened people will learn to be superheroes at the beginning, but now it has been almost half a month since the awakening ability. After tasting the sweetness of privileges, many awakened people have begun to become fatherlanders, ancestors, and non-humans. So the more people with special abilities Su Shuer saw, the more she liked Lin Mo. Sister Lin Mo is genuine. She doesn't have any airs at all. Even with such powerful strength, she still treats people the same as usual. This also made Su Shuer look forward to the future of becoming a colleague with Lin Mo even more. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer's expectant eyes and sighed softly. Do you really want me to be your colleague? Su Shuer nodded. Well, because I like Sister Momo. After saying this, Su Shuer blushed and then hesitantly explained. It's the kind of love between friends? Lin Mo tilted his head, somewhat confused. Of course she knew that Su Shuer liked her as a friend. Otherwise, what other kind of love could there be between two girls? Love from family members? It couldn't be that Su Shuer also regarded her as her mother and wanted to feel the warmth of maternal love, right? If you think about it this way, it's really possible. After all, this girl has been sticking to Amelia Su these past 2 days since she met her. Thinking of this, Lin Mo touched Su Shuer's head. Okay, Xiao Su, I understand. Maybe we are more than just friends. Pat on the head. It's okay to act like a spoiled child with me occasionally. Lin Mo meant that she could occasionally play the role of a mother and give Su Shuer, a tool, some warmth as a reward. To Su Shuer, it sounded like she was saying that the two of them were more than just friends, but lovers. Boom, boom, boom. Su Shuer's heartbeat began to speed up and her face turned red. This, Sister Momo, can I really act like a spoiled child with you? Lin Mo nodded. Sure. Su Shuer hugged Lin Mo happily and buried her cheek in Lin Mo's body and rubbed it. Lin Shuai was unhappy when she saw this and grabbed the corner of Su Shuer's clothes. Mom is mine. You are not allowed to take her away. Lin Mo looked at Lin Shuai and touched Lin Shuai's little head. You kid, are you jealous of this? Lin Mo sighed softly. Xiao Su is very important to my mother, so you must be polite to Aunt Xiao Su. After all, Xiao Su is Lin Mo's best tool for finding out official information, so he must maintain a good relationship with him. When Lin Shuai heard Lin Mo's words, she was filled with doubts in her little head. Very important person. Although she didn't quite understand, the girl nodded anyway. Okay, Xiao Shuai will be polite to Aunt Xiao Su in the future. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Good boy. The next day, Lin Mo and Su Shuer are about to set off for the 9th Military Region. Before leaving, Lin Mo gently touched Lin Shuai's head and smiled. Mom and Auntie Xiao Su are going out to do something, and we'll be home before lunch. Don't run around. Just stay at home and wait for Mom. Lin Shuai nodded obediently and agreed. Okay, Mom. After explaining the matter, Lin Mo left with Su Shuer. Lin Shuai sat obediently on the sofa and watched TV. On the TV was Animal World. A spider documentary was playing, and it was showing 2 spiders practicing the great harmony of life. Lin Shuai looked at the pictures on TV and swallowed. Gulp. What is this? It's so weird. Take another look. The images on TV were too stimulating for a baby spider that was less than a month old. Lin Shuai, what should I pay attention to when watching a spider movie for the first time? While watching the Animal World on TV, the child's face turned red and he covered his eyes with his hands. However, Lin Shuai continued to watch TV through her fingers and enjoyed it. At this moment, Lin Shuai's spider sense detected that there seemed to be someone wandering outside the apartment. The girl quickly climbed up the wall to the ceiling in a strange posture. At the same time, Lin Shuai once again sensed the situation outside. Outside, there was more than one guy. It seemed like there were 5 of them, and each of them exuded the aura of an awakened superpower. And those guys' target was this apartment. That's right, those guys outside the door are Mom's enemies. Thinking of this, a hint of hostility emanated from Lin Shuai's eyes. Lin Shuai uses the skill, spider web weaving. Spider web weaving consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. In an instant, the originally warm house turned into a spider web-covered cave. After Lin Shui arranged everything, she waited quietly like a prey waiting for its opportunity. She was waiting, and the guys broke into the house. By then, she will be able to deal with those bad guys who have evil intentions towards her mother, and then have a good meal. Chapter 26. Madam, you don't want anything to happen to your daughter, do you? The apartment door. Zhong Tian came to Amelia Su's door with his hands in his pockets. Behind him, there were 4 subordinates with special abilities. Zhong Tian is the team leader of Special Operations Group C, and he and Su Shuer are also team leaders of the Special Operations Group. The difference is that Group C is a team of psychics formed by the team leader, and it is full of psychics who have recently awakened their superpowers. Unlike Su Shuer, who has no special powers, their team can be said to be the real backbone of the Special Operations team. Zhong Tian looked at the door in front of him and snorted. Humph, I don't know why Boss Yin asked us to come to Su Shuer's useless home. One of the girls with special abilities gently took Zhong Tian's arm and chuckled. Boss Yin must have his reasons for asking us to do this. Brother Tian, don't be angry. I will make it up to you after I finish the job. When Zhong Tian heard the girl say this, he became interested. Okay, then I'll look forward to seeing your skills. This girl's special ability is similar to that of a certain pirate king. She can stretch her body at will, and her flexibility is far beyond that of ordinary people. This made Zhong Tian look forward to the interaction with the other party later. Zhong Tian brings his thoughts back to the present. Logically speaking, an agent like Su Shuer wouldn't let Boss Yin send the 5 of them to her house together. This is a bit difficult to understand. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. I always feel like something is wrong. But, well, since the 5 Awakeners are acting together, they won't really be killed, right? And according to Boss Yin, the white-haired girl named Lin Mo went to the 9th military region with Su Shuer. Now the only one left in the apartment is Lin Mo's 8-year-old daughter. 5 adults catching an 8-year-old girl was a sure win no matter how you looked at it. Nothing can happen to them. Zhong Tian, you can kill me in 1 second. There are 5 Awakeners here. Can you kill me in 1 second? You, a little girl, can really kill me in 1 second? I ate the phone in my pocket on the spot. Inside the apartment, Lin Shui had already completely set up the spider web. Now Lin Shui has completely absorbed the brain worm core that Lin Mo had given her. Her strength has become stronger again, and she has gained new abilities. Name, Lin Shui. Bloodline, Spider, Offspring. Evolution degree, 11%. Level, LV13. Bloodline skills. Spider sense. Use the spider's 6th sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Offspring. Subordinate to the spider mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. Illusion. Corrodes the opponent's consciousness and makes the target hallucinate. Mimicry. Offspring, the ability gained by absorbing brain worms and combining them with one's own genes, which allows one to mimic the appearance of a creature transformed by the worm mother. Now Lin Shui can not only mimic the appearance that her mother Lin Mo has mimicked. Moreover, she also gained a new skill, illusion. The illusion skill is the ability of the Zerg species such as the brainworm, which is a mental attack. After the core was absorbed by Lin Shui can now use this power. Lin Shui naturally didn't have Lin Mo's system, so the girl didn't know what her attributes were. But what Lin Shui knew was that her strength had become stronger, and she seemed to have gained a new ability to create illusions. As soon as she acquired this skill, Lin Shui was able to use it skillfully without any pressure at all. At this moment, the door of the apartment in front of him slowly opened. The invaders, Mom's enemies, are coming. 9th military region, inside the office. Lin Mo entered the office alone, while Su Shuer was waiting outside. It was said that her boss Yin Liang wanted to talk to Lin Mo alone, so he asked Su Shuer to wait outside. Lin Mo didn't care. Whether Su Shuer was present or not, she was just going through the motions. However, what surprised Lin Mo was that when she came in and casually looked at Yin Liang's information, she found that the other party was a person with superpowers. Name, Yin Liang. Bloodline, human, awakened. Awakened superpower, mythology, King Yama. Awakening degree, 14%. Level, LV19. Skill, soul stealing. Strip away the opponent's soul and imprison it. Needs to be 10 levels higher than the opponent. Book of Life and Death. Write the other party's name in the Book of Life and Death bound by the supernatural power, and you can set the other party's death method, need to be 10 levels higher than the other party. Ghost General. Can summon a Ghost General as your fighter, summoned randomly. This person's abilities are much stronger than those of the Nico A who we met before. But it is true that he is the leader of the Special Operations Group of the 9th Military Region after all. If he doesn't have some trump cards, he really can't become the leader of this special organization. When Lin Mo was pulled into the Special Operations team by Su Shuer, it was because Su Shuer mistakenly thought he was an awakened person. So, it's normal that there are awakened people here. Lin Mo looked at Yin Liang's level and awakening degree and chuckled. Haha, this skill of Yin Liang is used to fry fish, right? The soul catching and Book of Life and Death can only be effective when used against a guy who is 10 levels lower than him. So for Lin Mo, these two skills are basically useless. Lin Mo and Yin Liang are both at level 19, and are both stuck at this bottleneck level and unable to move up. Therefore, with their levels and hard power being similar, the leader of the Special Operations team seems to be much worse than Lin Mo. But, joking aside, Yin Liang's skills are actually quite powerful. When used to deal with guys without superpowers or guys who are weaker than him, they are definitely more useful than Lin Mo's skills as the Insect Queen. With just a Book of Life and Death, it can lock onto the target and kill him regardless of distance. Are you afraid? It's a pity that Lin Mo is not afraid. It's so funny. They are at the same level and are not afraid at all. At this moment, Yin Liang spoke. Lin Mo, you are actually a Zerg, right? Lin Mo. When Lin Mo heard Yin Liang's words, he suddenly became alert. Why did the Special Operations team know her identity? Su Shuer shouldn't know about this, right? While Lin Mo was still wondering what was going on, Yin Liang spoke. My daughter is also a Zerg queen. We are all Zerg, so I don't think there is any need for internal fighting. If Su Shuer is the prey that my daughter targeted first, if you are willing to let Su Shuer go, we can form an alliance and cooperate. If you don't want to, your daughter will be in danger. While speaking, Yin Liang took out his cell phone. On the phone was a real-time picture of Lin Mo's daughter, Lin Shui, in the apartment. Yin Liang smiled secretly. Ma'am, you don't want anything to happen to your daughter, right? Chapter 27 Miscalculation. Lin Mo looked at the real-time picture on Yin Liang's phone, and his face turned cold. She actually doesn't mind cooperating with other Zergs, if the other party comes to her with sincerity. After all, Lin Mo was betrayed by the human federal government and her sister Lin Yu in her previous life. And now she has made up her mind to become the strongest overlord of the Zerg. However, under the threat of the other party, Lin Mo had no intention of cooperating at all. First use our daughter to threaten me, and then talk about cooperation? I'm working with you. You old man, don't you know how to write the word death? At this moment, a system prompt popped up in Lin Mo's mind. Bite. Your offspring Lin Shui has acquired a new skill, illusion. You get system reward, mind interference. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows as he listened to the system prompt in his mind. Huh, Xiao Xue actually got a new skill? It seems that when Xiao Xue had just eaten the brainworm's core, she had not yet completely absorbed the brainworm's genes. After a night of absorbing, Xiao Xue has now learned the skills of the brainworm. At the same time, Lin Mo pointed out the system panel that only she could see and checked her panel properties. Name, Lin Mo. Bloodline, Spider Mother. Evolution degree, 14%. Level, LV19. Bloodline skills. Spider sense. Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Mother of the swarm. You are the mother of the swarm. Your offspring cannot defy your will. Mimicry. The unique ability of the Swarm Overlord, which can mimic the appearance of any creature. Proliferation. The talent of the Insect Queen, which can increase the efficiency of egg laying. Mental interference. Interfere with the other party's mental consciousness, causing them to have hallucinations, and the impact of these hallucinations can extend to reality. The mental interference that Lin Mo obtained has an effect similar to illusion. But the difference is that the illusion only creates hallucinations in the other party and has no effect on reality. However, mental interference not only causes confusion in the other person's mind, but if the other person is injured or dies in the hallucination, then these things that happen in the hallucination will also be reflected in the real world. In other words, the skills Lin Mo acquired were an enhanced version of what Lin Shui learned. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This system of having many children and more blessings is really good. Not only will she receive system rewards when she gives birth, but she will also receive 10,000 times the rebate when the children continue to have children or become stronger. This system is a real boon. It is endless and endless. Lin Mo felt that she could even rely on this system to become a god in this world where the Zerg apocalypse was approaching. Lin Mo looked at Yin Liang with a sneer. Are you threatening me? Haha, just give it a try. See if your team members can survive. When Yin Liang heard Lin Mo's words, he felt something was wrong. Just in case, Yin Liang took out his book of life and death, looked at Lin Mo's daughter, and wrote down the 2 words Lin Shui. However, Lin Shui in the real-time footage was not dead. How is that possible? Cold sweat broke out on Yin Liang's forehead. The fact that Lin Shui did not die even though he was written in the Book of Life and Death meant that Lin Shui's strength had already surpassed the capabilities of the Book of Life and Death. Now is the incubation period of the Zerg coming to Earth, and there are not many awakened ones. Yin Liang relied on his insect mother-daughter to reach his current level of strength. His subordinates, including the strongest among them Zhong Tian, are also under the jurisdiction of his Book of Life and Death. Lin Mo was right. If his team members went to look for Lin Mo's daughter, they would definitely not survive. In order to stop the loss in time, Yin Liang quickly picked up his mobile phone and called Zhong Tian. However, Zhong Tian has already started to act. Yin Liang just felt his body go limp and his eyes go dizzy. He miscalculated. Zhong Tian put his hands on the female team member's shoulders and hugged her in his arms. The two were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that this female team member wanted to take this opportunity to further her relationship with Zhong Tian and then gain special privileges in the Special Operations Team. That's what the Awakened are like. Although the Special Operations Team is under the jurisdiction of the 9th Military Region, but you cannot guarantee that all Awakened people are military veterans. The military district simply recruited these people into the Special Operations Group, which became Group C. But these people were basically ordinary people before, and it is very common for them to have many ordinary people's desires and bad habits. Especially the few people present basically rely on their special abilities to enjoy special privileges and become superior people. This makes them seem to have low quality. Low quality is low quality, but it is true that these people have stronger power than ordinary people. Under Zhong Tian's command, one of the psychic team members opened the door. After the door opened, what they saw before them was an apartment that couldn't be more ordinary. The sun was shining brightly into the house, which looked no different than any other apartment. In the room, a white-haired girl who looked about 8 years old looked at them in astonishment and said in horror, "Uncle and Aunt, who are you? Mom and Annie Xiao Su are out. No one is home." Zhong Tian looked at the little girl in front of him, somewhat puzzled. Could Boss Yin be mistaken? Could Lin Mo really be a dangerous character? It's really heartless to leave an 8-year-old girl here. However, Zhong Tian changed his mind. Yes, less than a month has passed since the Awakener appeared. Many people were very ordinary before they awakened their superpowers. But during this period of time, they suddenly awakened their superpowers and became stronger. Now that my superpowers have been awakened, my strength has indeed increased, but my awareness and overall perspective should be no different from before. This has resulted in many awakened people who are very powerful but very incompetent. It is really hard to understand why someone would just leave a child at home like that when they go out. Zhong Tian shrugged. Well, who cares? Anyway, Boss Yin just asked us to arrest someone. As he spoke, Zhong Tian led 4 people into the room. Don't be afraid, little boy. We are your mother's friends. We are here to take you to her. The little girl shook her head. Mom told Xiao Xue to wait for her at home. Xiao Xue won't leave. Zhong Tian continued to coax the white-haired little girl in front of him softly as if he was coaxing a child. Little sister, your mother has some urgent matters and won't be back, so we asked you to come over. At this moment, Zhong Tian's cell phone rang. Drip, drip, drip. Zhong Tian looked at his phone. It was Yin Liang calling. Yin Liang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The intelligence is wrong. You can't deal with that woman's child. When Zhong Tian heard Yin Liang's words, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. At the same time, the door of the apartment slowly closed. The white-haired girl in front of him had a strange and sinister smile on her face. Uncles and aunts, although Mom hasn't come back yet, you can stay here and play with Xiao Xue until she comes back. However, Xiao Xue is a little hungry. Uncles and aunts, it's okay for Xiao Xue to eat something, right? As the words fell, the white-haired little girl's head turned 180 degrees, and a line of bloody tears flowed from her lovely eyes. Hee, Uncle Aunt, don't be in a hurry to leave. Let Xiao Xue have one bite, just one bite. Chapter 28 Despair. Ah! When the woman next to Zhong Tian saw Lin Shue's head twisted 180 degrees strangely with tears and blood in her eyes, she was so scared that she screamed on the spot. Zhong Tian and several other people were also frightened by the terrifying girl in front of them. Zhong Tian couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, Bossian is killing us. The opponent is not a human being at all. Bossian didn't tell them about this situation before sending them here. If he had known this situation would happen, Zhong Tian would never have brought people in so easily. At least, he would not have come in personally. If Zhong Tian knew that the white-haired girl in front of him who looked only 8 years old was actually a terrible monster, he would have sent 1 or 2 cannon fodders from the team in to investigate the situation. If the cannon fodder died, it didn't matter at all. However, now, Zhong Tian looked down on the other party and thought that the girl was just a child. So he brought all the members of the team in without any concern. What he was thinking was that even if this child was an awakened one, the 5 people present were all people with special abilities, so it was impossible for them to lose. But now he discovered that this was not a child at all, but a monster. Zhong Tian shouted angrily. Go to hell. Zhong Tian's eyes glowed red, and the red laser beam attacked the white-haired girl. This is Zhong Tian's special ability, Cyclops. It can emit ultra-high temperature lasers from its eyes to attack opponents, with huge destructive power. Originally, Yin Liang's task for Zhong Tian was to capture Lin Shui alive, and then use her as a bargaining chip to threaten Lin Mo. But now Zhong Tian could no longer take care of the task of taking the girl hostage. People are about to die here, so why bother about the mission? Just kill this guy, otherwise they will be the ones to die. Pa. The girl was not as strong as Zhong Tian imagined. When the red laser hit the girl, she was shot through the waist and blood splattered on the floor. Zhong Tian looked at the dying girl in front of him with joy, a cruel sneer appearing on the corner of his mouth. Haha, you still want to eat me? Are you worthy? After saying that, Zhong Tian stepped on Lin Shui, who was blasted in half by his laser eyes, and vented his anger viciously. Die, die, die. Damn it, you scared me. I thought you were so amazing. Is this all? When people are feared to the extreme, they become angry. Zhong Tian now looks arrogant on the surface, but in fact he is almost scared to death. So, after finally killing this scary guy, of course I had to vent and release the negative emotions of anxiety just now. At this moment, a familiar little girl's voice sounded behind Zhong Tian. Uncle, you look very happy. Do you want to come and play with Xiaoxue? Xiaoxue is so hungry, uncle. Can you let Xiaoxue have a bite? Zhong Tian looked behind him and saw 3 girls who looked exactly like Lin Shui, staring at him pitifully. Zhong Tian was stunned. His brain shut down immediately. He couldn't understand and had no idea what was happening. At this moment, the faces of the 3 girls in front of him suddenly twisted into terrifying faces with 8 eyes and sharp fangs. Coupled with the girl's original body, there was an indescribable uncanny valley effect, which suddenly startled Zhong Tian, and a chill ran from the soles of his feet to his back. Zhong Tian's mentality collapsed. He used his special powers madly to attack the girl in front of him. Die, die, die. You monster. Go to hell. When Zhong Tian used his supernatural powers to attack the 3 identical monster girls in front of him, one of them begged, desperately, Brother Tian, please don't. It's me. However, the girl's words did not attract Zhong Tian's attention. The red and burning lasers bombarded the 3 monster girls in front of him until they were smashed to pieces, and then stopped. Hee hee. Monster, monster. It's good to die. It's good to die. Zhong Tianxiao was hysterical. After the previous round of bombardment, he had used his supernatural powers to the limit and was basically exhausted. Zhong Tian leaned back on the sofa in the bloody room and breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, where are my teammates? Zhong Tian looked around, but found that in the room, besides the corpses of the monster girls, there was blood splattered everywhere. His 4 teammates, however, disappeared without a trace. When he came to his senses, Zhong Tian suddenly realized something was wrong. The monster just now seemed to be calling him Brother Tian. The only one who calls him Brother Tian is the female member of the team. Zhong Tian, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly felt his entire body numb. Could it be that the guys I just killed were actually my teammates? The scene in front of Zhong Tian gradually changed. The body of the girl on the ground slowly twisted and deformed. When Zhong Tian blinked, he saw that the monsters on the ground that he was supposed to kill were all his teammates. He had 4 teammates, and he killed 4 monsters. That's right, all these people were killed by him. Zhong Tian. At this moment, a cute girl's voice came from the ceiling. Finally found out? Uncle, you are really slow. Well, anyway, I didn't kill these guys, so they have nothing to do with Xiaoxue. Uncle is so bad. He killed his 4 friends? TSK. What a bad guy. Zhong Tian listened to the girl's voice, but his body was trembling. He didn't dare look up. His subconscious was telling him that there was something extremely terrifying on the ceiling. However, curiosity still drove him, and he couldn't help but look up. It was a huge spider that was more than 2 meters long and completely snow-white. This should be the original appearance of the little girl. She is simply a monster. The entire ceiling was covered with the spider's web, and even the entire living room was connected by the silk threads. Zhong Tian gathered his last bit of strength, intending to fight to the death and use his laser eyes to blast the monster in front of him to pieces. However, he couldn't move. He couldn't move at all. The innocent voice of a little girl came out of the spider's mouth. Hey, uncle, you can't move, right? That's because when you entered the room, you came into contact with my thread, and I injected poison into you. Your strength is now exhausted, and the poison should be starting to take effect soon. Not only was Zhong Tian unable to use his supernatural powers, he couldn't even move. But he was conscious and understood what was about to happen. Zhong Tian looked at the scene in front of him in horror, but he was powerless to do anything. No. Get away. You monster. Stay away from me. The white spider hung from the ceiling by a silk thread and fell into the living room, half hanging in front of Zhong Tian. Although the other 4 uncles and aunts are enough for Xiaoxue to eat for a long time. But Xiaoxue, I still prefer to eat fresh food. So, uncle, let Xiaoxue eat you first? Chapter 29 Negotiation. Cruel and bloody scenes appeared on the mobile phone screen. In the office, Lin Mo and Yin Liang were both looking at the screen above, but their expressions were different. There was a smile on Lin Mo's lips, as if everything was under her control. Yin Liang's face was gloomy, as if a family member had just died, and he looked completely mournful, one happy and the other sad. The 2 emotions set off each other. Yin Liang saw everything that happened just now clearly. On the phone screen, for some unknown reason, Zhong Tian attacked several of his teammates as if he had gone mad, blasting several of them into pieces. It's like a mental patient suddenly went crazy. There is absolutely no logic at all. Then after Zhong Tian killed his teammates, he was eaten bite by bite by Lin Shui, who had turned back into a spider. Zhong Tian died in great pain. Lin Shui's poison paralyzed his body, but it amplified his consciousness to the extreme. In other words, Zhong Tian could feel his pain, but he couldn't do anything. There was no way to even call for help, not even a finger could move. He could only watch the monster devour every part of his body bit by bit, cutting his flesh and blood one by one like the ancient torture of Lingqi. It wasn't until Zhong Tian was completely eaten that he finally ended his suffering. Afterwards, the bodies of the other people in the room were not spared either. They were all eaten one by one and turned into a pile of white bones. Lin Mo looked at Yin Liang in front of him with interest, with a faint smile on his lips. Team leader Yin, how is it? My daughter is pretty amazing, right? Yin Liang looked at the screen on his phone, then at Lin Mo. You knew I was going to find someone to attack you? Lin Mo spread his hands and said nothing. She didn't know about this, and even before coming here, she always thought Yin Liang was an official. Only now did she discover that Yin Liang was a Zerg spy lurking in the official system, and his daughter was a Zerg queen. But Lin Mo didn't intend to tell Yin Liang about this. There is nothing wrong in leaving a little mystery for Yin Liang and letting others think that he is an unfathomable master. After all, Yin Liang is an enemy, not a friend. Lin Mo had seen a movie before. It seemed to be called The Godfather, in which the protagonist said something that left a deep impression on Lin Mo. Never let others know what you are thinking. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, never let the other person know what you are thinking. Once they know your thoughts, you are exposing your weaknesses to others. An appropriate sense of mystery is sometimes very necessary. Lin Mo smiled. It's time to let your daughter come out. It's tiring to hide alone. Lin Mo knew that Yin Liang's daughter was hiding here. After all, Lin Mo's skill, spider sense, can enhance her 5 senses and predict impending dangers in advance. Therefore, it is very easy to sense the Zerg enemies hiding nearby. At this moment, a cute girl who looked to be in her teens or junior high school age walked out from the darkness of the office. Yin Xiaowai. Oh my, Sister Lin is really amazing. She killed the men sent by Dad so easily. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him, intending to check her attributes. Name, Yin Xiaowai. Bloodline, Hell Spider, Insect Mother. Evolution Degree. 19%. Level. LV25. Bloodline Skills. Because their level is higher than yours, their specific skills cannot be viewed. Lin Mo. This system really doesn't work. When facing an opponent with a higher level than Lin Mo, he cannot find out the opponent's skills. But there is nothing to complain about. After all, the main function of this system is to bring many children and 1,000-fold rebate. It is normal to have some deficiencies in investigative intelligence, and there is no need to worry about it. When I met that guy named Chingu before, I was unable to investigate his abilities because of his unique skill, indescribable. However, Lin Mo had a hunch. Yin Xiaoai's skills could not be viewed because her level was higher than Lin Mo's, while Chen Jiyi's attributes and skills could not be viewed because of his inherent skills. Maybe Chen Jiyi's level is actually lower than Lin Mo and Yin Xiaoai. Thinking of this, Lin Mo had a bold idea in his mind. How about trying to instigate these two guys to fight each other and see who is more powerful? Anyway, no matter which side wins, Lin Mo won't suffer any loss. She can just be the sixth one and hide in the back to pick up the spoils. Thinking of this, Lin Mo shook his head and brought his thoughts back to the present. Lin Mo looked at the father and daughter in front of him, not seeming panicked at all. Now that my daughter has cleaned up the mess you sent over, it's time to talk about cooperation. Lin Mo is not opposed to cooperation. What she is opposed to is being threatened. Now, all the guys sent by the other party to threaten her have been dealt with by her daughter. Lin Mo has an absolute dominant position, so there is no need to continue negotiating with the other party. Lin Mo looked at Yin Liang, then at Yin Xiaoai. Hey, where's the coffee? Make it for me and bring it up. Is this how you treat guests? When Yin Xiaoai heard Lin Mo's provocative words, she frowned and looked a little unhappy. However, after Zhong Tian's group was wiped out, Yin Liang began to feel a little wary of Lin Mo. So Yin Liang gave Yin Xiaoai a look. Although Yin Xiaoai was somewhat reluctant, it was her father's instruction after all, so she had to follow his instructions and ran to make coffee for Lin Mo. While Yin Xiaoai went to make coffee, Lin Mo directly put his pair of snow-white thighs on the table in front of him, with his left leg over his right leg, crossing his legs with an arrogant look. Okay, team leader Yin, we are all Zerg. There is no need for us to be so hostile. You threatened me, and my daughter ate your men. Let's call it even. Lin Mo said to Yin Liang happily. Let's put this matter behind us and don't mention it again. Let's talk about how the Zerg will divide up this city in a week's time. Lin Mo certainly didn't want to cooperate, nor did she want to share her hunting ground with others. She just wanted to use the guise of cooperation to deceive and take advantage of Yin Liang and his daughter, to kill with a borrowed knife and deal with Chen Guo and the others. And she, Lin Mo, is the final winner in this competition. Hee hee, it's fun to think about it. Chapter 30 Deterrence. The corners of Yin Liang's mouth twitched, and he looked at Lin Mo, suppressing the anger on his face. Lin Mo crossed his legs on the desk, folded his hands in front of his chest, and looked arrogant. Her pair of snow-white thighs were tight yet voluptuous. She was obviously stunningly beautiful, but her eyes revealed a hint of cunning, like a sinister and cunning old fox, which made Yin Liang feel a little uncomfortable. Yin Liang really wanted to say, "Damn it, we just wanted to threaten you. But your daughter just ate all my people? How can this be equal?" It's totally different concept. However, as his men had just been eaten, he did not dare to act rashly. At this time, Lin Mo tilted his little head and stared at Yin Liang in confusion. Why, you're not convinced? Yin Liang smiled awkwardly. No. Why would I not be convinced? Lin Mo chuckled and waved his hand. Come on, I know you don't accept it. It doesn't matter. I'm here to discuss cooperation with you, not to make you accept it. The Zerg will completely erupt in a week, and then the Zerg disaster will descend upon the entire blue planet. Your daughter should have told you about this, right? Yin Liang nodded. Well, when I signed the contract with Xiao AI, I basically understood the information about the insect swarm. At this time, Yin Liang's daughter made coffee and brought it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo took the coffee with satisfaction, used his spider sense to detect it, and after confirming that it was not poisoned, he drank it with confidence. You also know that the resources a city can provide to the Zerg are limited. Lin Mo took a sip of coffee. As far as I know, there are 3 Zerg forces in this city. Me, you, and our city's Mayor Chun. Yin Liang listened to Lin Mo's words without any doubt. The case that Yin Liang sent Su Shuer to investigate before was caused by a brainworm. In the end, Su Shuer and Lin Mo found the brainworm in the mayor's house. According to Su Shuer's report, the brainworm was found in the mayor's house and was killed with the cooperation of Mayor Chen. But how could it be such a coincidence that he just happened to show up at the mayor's house? The only possibility is that Mayor Chen himself is a member of the Brainworm's power. After all, Yin Liang's own daughter is the insect mother, so he personally has a say in this matter. So, what does Miss Lin mean? Yin Liang asked curiously. Lin Mo drank the coffee in front of him, smacked his lips, and looked at Yin Liang with a smile. There are too many wolves and too little meat. The resources of just one city are not enough to share. How about we work together to take down Mayor Chen? Lin Mo smiled and gave her suggestion. She proposed to cooperate with Yin Liang, but she didn't really want to cooperate with Yin Liang. She just wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. With the help of Yin Liang, Lin Mo got rid of Chen Gu and his group. After getting rid of Chen Gu and his group, Lin Mo stabbed Yin Liang and his group in the back. This way she can sit on the mountain and watch the fight between two tigers, and she will be the final winner. Afterwards, you can also collect the cores of 2 insect mothers. Isn't that great? I'll try harder then and see if I can find another weak insect queen recently and collect all 3 cores. In this way, she will be able to break through the limitations of the gene lock, break through the bottleneck, enter the next realm, continue to improve her strength, and become infinitely stronger. But Yin Liang is not a fool. He also knew that Lin Mo wanted to instigate them, father and daughter, to cause trouble for Chen Gu so that he could sit back and watch the fight. However, Yin Liang was not clear about Lin Mo's strength, and he did not dare to turn against Lin Mo. Not all Zerg can see each other's strength. Lin Mo is an exception because she has a system. For the Zerg, once they engage in battle, it is easy to end up in a life-and-death fight. Before he was sure of victory, Yin Liang did not intend to go against Lin Mo. After all, Zhong Tian was a lesson learned from the past. Due to insufficient intelligence, he misjudged the strength of Lin Mo's daughter, and as a result, the entire Group C team was wiped out. Yin Liang's own men all suffered the same fate, and he would not repeat the same mistake again. In particular, the white-haired girl in front of him looked fearless and extremely arrogant. Yin Liang didn't believe that she really had no trump card. Lin Mo took advantage of the other party's mentality and played Yin Liang in the palm of his hand. However, it is one thing that Yin Liang does not dare to turn against them directly, but it is another thing that he is unwilling to be cannon fodder. Yin Liang's face darkened. Ms. Lin, have you ever thought that if I am also looking for an ally, I can also cooperate with Chen Gu? After all, he is the mayor and has an absolute advantage in the political field. Would he be more reliable as a teammate? Compared to someone like Miss Lin, who suddenly showed up without any information or background, isn't it a wiser choice to cooperate with those wealthy families? Lin Mo held his stomach and laughed. Ha ha ha, wait, ha 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 ha, sorry, I lost my composure a bit, but ha ha ha, your joke is really funny. After laughing for a while, Lin Mo looked up at Yin Liang in front of him, his expression gradually turning cold. Yin Liang, you were telling me a joke, right? Let me put it bluntly. You want to cooperate with Chang'e? Do you think highly of him? Are you worthy? Yin Xiaoai got a little angry when she heard what Lin Mo said. Don't laugh at him. He's my dad. Yin Liang waved his hands and sighed softly. Xiao Ai, don't get excited. Step back. Only after being stopped by Yin Liang did Yin Xiaoai calm down. Lin Mo had no intention of really fighting with the two of them. After all, Yin Xiaoai's level was higher than Lin Mo's. It's not just about the level. The difference of a few levels doesn't matter, but Yin Xiaoai has already broken through the bottleneck of that level, and her realm is already 1 level higher than Lin Mo. If the other party didn't know Lin Mo's true level and was intimidated by Lin Mo, he would probably have taken action by now. As for why the other party was able to break through the realm earlier than Lin Mo probably had the answer in his mind. Because Yin Xiaoai has a good father. As the leader of the Special Operations Team, Yin Liang is responsible for investigating abnormal incidents, and it is also the job of the Special Operations Team to deal with those anomalies. Well, in the previous period of time, the Special Operations Team basically handed over the killed insect mother cores to Yin Liang, and Yin Liang fed them to his daughter. Lin Mo was wondering why she sent her children to search the entire city but failed to find any other insect queens. In fact, they had already been cleared out by Yin Liang and his daughter. Lin Mo leaned back in his chair. I didn't scold you. I was just stating the facts. They have gathered the elites from the political and business circles, and they are planning to develop their own Zerg empire when the Zerg apocalypse breaks out. Do you think they would be happy if you two showed up at this time and said you wanted to cooperate with the other party to divide the city? Yin Liang fell silent. He knew that Lin Mo was right. Judging from the current situation, the Zerg in the entire urban area is like the Three Kingdoms during the Three Kingdoms period. On the surface, they are 3 forces, but Shu can only form an alliance with Wu to fight against Wei, because if either of them is destroyed, the other will absolutely not be able to compete with Wei. In the end, all prosper together and all suffer together. Now the father and daughter and Lin Mo are also in this situation. At least Yin Liang had investigated Lin Mo. There was very little information about Lin Mo, and she had basically not deployed anything in the city. After dealing with Gu and the others, she would still have time to deal with Lin Mo. But if they teamed up with Gu to deal with Lin Mo first, then they and their daughter would most likely be easily killed by Gu later. Indeed, if he wanted to be the final winner, his only choice was to cooperate with Lin Mo. Lin Mo crossed her legs again, acting like a big sister. "How's it going, team leader Yin? Have you figured it out?" Yin Liang's face was serious, but he was helpless, and finally he could only nod. "Let's cooperate. Let's deal with Gu and his gang together." Lin Mo laughed. Okay, that's right. It would have been over if we had done this earlier." After saying that, Lin Mo stood up, picked up the pin on the desk, found a notebook on the desk, and wrote down her phone number on it. "We'll discuss the details over the phone later. I've been here for so long, if I don't leave, Xiao Su will be anxious." Lin Mo placed the notebook with her contact information in front of Yin Liang and turned to leave the office. When she reached the door and was about to open it, the girl turned her head and stared at Yin Liang and his daughter. "By the way, you said before that Xiao Su was your daughter's prey, right?" As he spoke, Lin Mo's eyes revealed a bone-chilling coldness that made Yin Liang and Yin Xiaoi feel a chill on their backs. "Let me make it clear first, Su Shuer is mine. She is my prey, and I don't like my prey to be taken away by others. If you dare to go after her again, I don't mind killing you and dealing with Gu alone." Outside the office, in the corridor, Su Shuer waited anxiously for Lin Mo to come out. She was a little worried that Sister Lin Mo might not pass Boss Yan's review and would not be able to join the special operations team. In this case, she would not be able to become a colleague with Sister Lin Mo. Thinking of this, Su Shuer became more anxious. At this moment, Lin Mo pushed the door open and walked out, looking in a good mood. Su Shuer asked Lin Mo, who had just walked out with some excitement, "Sister Momo, how is it going? Did you pass Boss Yan's interview?" Lin Mo's lips curled up into an intriguing smile, and he looked at the girl in front of him with a smile, as if he wanted to tease the girl. He deliberately did not speak and watched the reaction on her face. "Why? Would you be sad if I didn't join? Xiao Su, do you really want Sister Momo to join the special operations team, become your colleague, and be with you?" After saying that, Lin Mo moved closer to Su Shuer and blew gently into her ear, teasing her. Su Shuer's face turned red and her heart skipped a beat. No. I just hope that Sister Momo can join the special operations team. I don't have any selfish motives." Su Shuer said this, but her eyes kept dodging, looking guilty. How could she not have selfish motives? She is full of selfishness. As long as Sister Lin Mo joins the special operations team and becomes her colleague, she will be able to stick with Sister Momo 24 hours a day. Then I can create many opportunities to spend time with Sister Momo, and then... However, Lin Mo couldn't see Su Shuer's intentions. Lin Mo just felt that every time he teased this girl, her reaction was quite funny, just like teasing cats and dogs, very interesting. Therefore, she also liked to tease Su Shuer when she had nothing to do, adding a touch of joy to her road of rebirth and revenge, which was originally a bit gloomy and dead. For this reason, Lin Mo would not allow Yin Liang and his daughter to attack Su Shuer. In Lin Mo's eyes, Su Shuer is her property, a useful tool that belongs only to her. She must not be thought of or touched by anyone else. Yes, that's right, that's it. Lin Mo chuckled and rubbed Su Shuer's soft face. "Okay, Xiao Su, look how anxious you are. Sister, I've passed the review. I had a good chat with your team leader Yin. He will continue to work with me in the future." Su Shuer was a little surprised when she heard Lin Mo's words. Real? Surprisingly, it went so smoothly, and it seems that Sister Lin Mo is also valued by team leader Yin. Thinking of this, Su Shuer really felt happy for Sister Lin Mo from the bottom of her heart. Lin Mo smiled and gently held Su Shuer's hand. "Of course it's true. When has Sister Momo ever lied to you? Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious today. Okay, bring Xiao Shuai along too. The three of us will go out to eat hot pot together." With Xiao Shuai, the three of us. When Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words and was held by Lin Mo's hand, her face turned as red as an apple. The girl couldn't help but cover her cheeks with her hands, feeling shy. Doesn't it seem like they are a family of three, having a warm family dinner together? I'm so shy. So embarrassing. Chapter 31. Inner Demon. Cheers to Sister Momo for successfully becoming a member of the Special Operations Team. In the hot pot restaurant, Su Shuer held up a full glass of orange juice and said happily. Lin Mo also smiled and raised a glass of orange juice and clinked glasses with Su Shuer. Well, cheers. Lin Shuai didn't know what the Special Operations Group was, nor did she know why she was happy that her mother joined this organization. But she felt that since her mother and Aunt Xiao Su were so happy, she certainly couldn't ruin the happy atmosphere. Well, cheers. The three of them had a deep bond and drank the orange juice in the glass in one gulp. After that, it was time for the three of them to eat hot pot together. In order to improve her relationship with Lin Shuai as quickly as possible, so that she could ask Lin Shuai to assist her and improve her relationship with Lin Mo more quickly, Su Shuer kept picking food for Lin Shuai. Xiao Shuai, this is the most delicious specialty in the restaurant, marbled beef. It's really delicious. Try it. Lin Shuai looked at the dishes that Aunt Xiao Su brought over with some embarrassment and waved her hands. Well, I can't eat anymore. I'm actually full at home. When Amelia Su heard what Lin Shuai said, she was stunned on the spot. Well? Su Shuer remembered that there wasn't much food left in her refrigerator. What could Xiao Shuai eat to fill her stomach? No, Xiao Shuai probably wasn't full, but simply didn't want to eat the food she picked up. Could it be that Xiao Shuai has already disliked her? Thinking of this, Su Shuer felt a little lost. I see. Am I disliked by Xiao Shuai? Lin Shuai looked at Su Shuer's sad and lonely expression and quickly explained. I'm not disgusted with Annie Su. I'm really full. Lin Mo silently took the beef roll that Su Shuer passed to Lin Shuai and ate it. Yeah, it's delicious. The dishes recommended by Xiao Su are really delicious. Lin Mo could see that Amelia Su wanted to have a good relationship with Lin Shuai. Of course, she also knew that Lin Shuai was really full. After all, he had eaten an entire team of Special Operations Group C at home. Even though the Zerg had extremely strong digestive abilities, it would still take Lin Shuai a long time to fully absorb the nutrients from their flesh and blood. But Lin Mo couldn't tell Su Shuer. My daughter doesn't hate you. She just ate up all the people in Special Operations Group C. If I really told Su Shuer this, wouldn't she be scared to death? In order not to make Su Shuer sad and at the same time not to expose his daughter's eating of the Special Operations team members, Lin Mo chose to directly eat the food that Su Shuer picked up. As a result, Su Shuer felt much better when she found that the food she picked up was eaten by Lin Mo. Actions often speak louder than explanations, and this is also true. Lin Mo had almost finished her hot pot and took out her cell phone to check the time. Well, it's almost time to go back. The reason why she asked Amelia Su and Lin Shuai to eat hot pot together was not because she really wanted to eat it. Su Shuer's house was covered in blood because of the group of psychics who broke in before. If Su Shuer was allowed to go home directly, wouldn't she be scared to death? Lin Mo asked Lin Shuai to come out with him so that Su Shuer would not become suspicious, and then asked Lin Shuai to find other descendants to help clean up the house before leaving. Now when Su Shuai returns home, she will find her home as clean as new and will not notice anything unusual. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer. Speaking of which, Xiao Su, you should take Xiao Shuai back first. I still have some things to do. Su Shuer tilted her head and looked at Lin Mo. Hey, Sister Momo, what are you busy with? Maybe I can help. Lin Mo waved his hand. No, it's just a small matter. Lin Mo planned to discuss with Yin Liang and his daughter and kill Qinggu in the next 2 days to avoid any more trouble. This matter definitely cannot be discussed with Su Shuer, and Lin Mo didn't even intend to involve Su Shuer in this fight. After all, Lin Mo was very clear about Su Shuer's strength. If this girl was involved, she would definitely die. Lin Mo's plan is to get rid of Yin Liang and his daughter, as well as Qinggu and the others before Su Shuer finds out about it. As for the Zerg apocalypse that will happen later, he will pretend to be a survivor and follow Su Shuer to survive while developing his own Zerg forces, which will be quite fun. Su Shuer could tell that Lin Mo didn't want to reveal any information to her, so she could only sigh. Okay, then I'll take Xiao Shuai back. She didn't intend to ask too much about what Lin Mo was busy with. Su Shuer believed that Lin Mo must have his reasons for not wanting to tell her. It would be bad to ask too many questions. Just like that, after eating and drinking, Amelia Su took Lin Shuai and got into a taxi and left the hot pot restaurant. After Lin Mo walked out of the hot pot restaurant, he took a leisurely stroll along the path outside the city. Only after she made sure that there was no one around did she take out her cell phone and dial Yin Liang's number. Beep, beep, beep. After the number rang several times, a young man's voice was heard on the other end of the line. Agent Lin, are you looking for your team leader, Yin? When Lin Mo heard the voice on the phone, his heart tightened. The voiceover there was none other than Chen Ge from the Brainworm faction, the guy that Lin Mo planned to join forces with Yin Liang to deal with. I dialed Yin Liang's number, but Chun Ji's voice came from the other end. Lin Mo swallowed. In other words, Yin Liang and his daughter were probably dealt with by Chen Ge. Thinking of this, Lin Mo calmed himself down and tried to make his voice sound calm. Chen Ge. Lin Mo doesn't care about the life or death of Yin Liang and Yin Xiaowai. Chun Ji's strength is still unknown, and Lin Mo does not intend to fight him to the death. Rather than fighting with someone who is likely to be stronger than him, Lin Mo prefers to develop, accumulate strength, and then crush the opponent under his feet. Since Yin Liang and his daughter are dead, she doesn't have to consider cooperation anymore. Retreat with your offspring and go to another safe place to develop safely. Originally, this was Lin Mo's plan. But the next second, Chun Ji's voice came from the phone again. Agent Lin, I have captured your team leader Yin, but he is still alive for now. Are you free now? I want to meet you. Lin Mo replied coldly. No time, see you. After saying that, Lin Mo planned to hang up the phone, then call Lin Shui and Su Shui'er to run away. Chen Gu on the other end of the phone said calmly, Don't hang up the phone yet, or you will regret it. Lin Mo said coldly, Oh, why should I regret it? Chen Gu chuckled and then said, It's simple, because your daughter and friend are in my hands. The next second, the voices of Lin Shui and Su Shui'er came from the phone. Lin Shui, you bad guys, let me go. I'm going to kill you. Su Shui'er, Sister Momo, I'm sorry. I failed to protect Xiaoxue. On the phone, Lin Shui's voice was filled with anger, while Su Shui'er's voice sounded somewhat self-blaming. No matter how you listen to it, it's just them. The next second, Chun Ji's voice came from the phone. Well, have you thought about it? Do you want to meet me? Lin Mo sneered. Do you think I would die for such a small matter? I'm telling you, it's impossible. Chen Ge continued. I'll give you one day. I'll wait for you at my house. If you don't arrive before midnight tomorrow night, I will kill them both. I mean what I say. Lin Mo said calmly. Random. After saying that, Lin Mo hung up the phone. After Lin Mo hung up the phone, he took a bus directly to the subway station. He bought a ticket to the next city overnight and ran away on the spot. As long as the mountains remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. As the mother of insects, she can continue to breed more offspring. She gave up on Lin Shui and Su Shui'er. It was actually nothing that her daughter was captured. Lin Shui, her offspring, was easily captured by the enemy because she was too weak. Lin Mo's insect swarm only needed strong ones. It was nothing that Su Shui'er was arrested. After all, Su Shui'er was just her tool and Lin Mo had no feelings for her at all. The moment she was reborn, Lin Mo secretly swore in her heart. In this life, she would only live for herself. When the enemy's strength is unpredictable, there is a high probability of death in the past. Lin Mo has a system of having many children and good fortune, with a 10,000 times rebate. As long as she can survive to the later stage, no one can be her opponent. Especially since she still has the memories and experiences of her past life. It is only a matter of time before she becomes the strongest ruler of the Zerg. That's right. There's nothing to think about. If you want to play it safe, there's no need to fight Xingu to the end for the two of them. On the high-speed train, the white-haired girl wore a baseball cap, a mask, and sunglasses to cover her face to prevent being recognized. However, Lin Mo actually didn't need to do this at all. After all, there were not many people rushing to catch the high-speed train at night. Take her carriage, for example. There were only a few people around. At this moment, a girl's voice came from beside Lin Mo. Is it really okay for you to go like this? Lin Mo looked in the direction where the voice came from, only to find that it was a girl who looked exactly like her, with long white hair, red eyes, a stunning appearance, and a small stature. Lin Mo probably understood that this was her hallucination, or rather, her inner demon. This should be a side effect of Lin Mo's skill, mind interference, which is that she can see the embodiment of her inner demons. But as long as her heart remains unmoved, the inner demons cannot do anything to her. Lin Mo chuckled. What's wrong with me leaving? Running away is the best option for the current situation, isn't it? The white-haired girl next to Lin Mo, who looked exactly like her, asked back calmly. But you look sad, don't you? Lin Mo smiled. Haha, me? I'm sad? How is that possible? The white-haired girl tilted her head and looked at Lin Mo. But if you're not sad, why are you crying? Me? Tears? How is that possible? Lin Mo reached out and touched his cheek, but felt a warm and wet sensation. The brief but warm time that Lin Mo had spent with Su Shui'er and Lin Shui emerged in his mind. Lin Mo let out a long sigh. Oh, really? After getting off the bus at the station, Lin Mo took an online taxi. At this point, the high-speed rail tickets are no longer on sale, so if you want to go back, you can only take a taxi. Lin Mo's inner demon looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Why? Have you changed your mind? You still care about them? Lin Mo snorted coldly. I don't care about them. As the leader of the Zerg, I was threatened with hostages and ridiculed. I could only run away. It would be too embarrassing if I told others about it. If I really run away today, I will never be able to hold my head up in the entire Zerg race. I didn't come back to save them. I came back for myself. Lin Mo's inner demon smiled. Okay, yes. Just think of it as you doing it for yourself. After saying that, Lin Mo's inner demon whispered. Haha, you're such a proud kid. Lin Mo glanced at the inner demon with displeasure, thinking in his heart how to get this guy out of his mind. Shut up, it's annoying. Chapter 32, Blindness and Stupidity. Lin Mo took an online taxi and headed to the villa area. As soon as she got off the car, Lin Mo noticed that Chengu was already standing at the door, waiting for her with a smile. As early as when she came to Chen Ji's place, Lin Mo felt that this guy was not a good person. Now that they met again, her feeling towards him became even stronger. Chengu waited until Lin Mo arrived with a happy smile on his face. Ms. Lin Mo, I knew you would come. Lin Mo looked at Chengu coldly and clicked his tongue softly. Tisk. Chengu led Lin Mo into the villa, and after sending all his men away, only he and Lin Mo were left in the living room. Lin Mo asked coldly, Chengu, where are Xiaoxue and Xiaosu? Chengu waved his hand. These are all small matters, there is no rush. There was a hint of murderous intent in Lin Mo's eyes. This is something that is very important to me. Chengu sighed lightly, took out the remote control, and turned on the TV screen. On the screen, Lin Shui and Su Shui were locked in a room, and the screen showed the real-time picture of the two of them. However, seeing that Lin Shui and Su Shui in the picture were not injured, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Chengu chuckled. Ms. Lin is really impatient. Now that you've become a girl, why don't you be a little more reserved? When Lin Mo heard Chen Ji's words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. How did this guy know that she turned into a girl? Just as Lin Mo was about to speak, Chengu spoke directly. Lin Mo, although he is the Zerg Overlord, he has been helping the federal government fight against the Zerg, and even killed the will of the Zerg. He is really a guy that deserves both respect and awe. But I remember that in your last life, you seem to have always remained a man. Have you finally accepted your identity as a worm mother in this life? Lin Mo looked at Chengu in front of him seriously and asked in a cold voice, Are you also a reborn person? Chengu nodded without saying anything, but everything seemed to be implied. After a while, Chengu spoke again. Don't worry, I'm not your enemy. Lin Mo looked at Chengu speechlessly. You said you are not my enemy? Then why did you kidnap my daughter and Su Shui? What else are you saying? If I don't come, they will all die? Chengu chuckled. Haha, I was just thinking of playing a joke on you, Master Lin Mo. I just wanted to see how you would react when faced with a life and death crisis. I didn't expect you to actually come back. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at Chengu. You make it sound so easy, but what would you do if I didn't come back? Chengu shrugged. With my strength, it won't be difficult to find you. After saying that, Chengu waved his hand. And should I say? Her appearance changed into a girl wearing a lolita, with long red hair and red eyes. Chengu, female. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him in astonishment. At this moment, Lin Mo seemed to be able to check Chen Ji's attribute column. Name, Chengu. Bloodline, human, awakened. Awakened power, mythology, chaos. Awakening degree, 39%. Level, LV 40. Skill, unspeakable. Except for this skill, other skills and attributes cannot be viewed. Authorization has been actively opened to remove restrictions. Blindness and stupidity distort the other party's consciousness, causing their thinking to become confused and their logic to collapse. Omniscience, knowledge of all fields in the world. All-seeing, can monitor the location of any object you want to find. Level is 10 levels lower than your own. 100 appearances, can transform into any appearance you want and make people around you feel comfortable. Lin Mo. I remember. Lin Mo remembered everything. Chengu is one of the few psychics in the Human Federation government who supports Lin Mo. In the previous life, he had already known Lin Mo's identity as an insect but had not exposed it. He had been appealing for Lin Mo before Lin Mo was tried. Unfortunately, Lin Mo's supporters are still in the minority after all. The vast majority of people in the Human Federation support the execution of Lin Mo. In addition, Lin Mo's good sister, Lin Yu, sacrifices her own relatives for the sake of justice, which makes the execution of Lin Mo appear just. Until now, Chen Gu had been using her skills to disguise her identity. With the blessing of blind stupidity and 100 appearances, even Lin Mo had no doubt that Chen Gu was the mayor. Or rather, even the mother worm of the brain worm was fooled by Chen Gu, thinking that Chen Gu was the psychic with whom it had contracted. Chen Gu looked at Lin Mo with joy. Master Lin Mo, isn't it fun? It's really fun to play with the insect swarms in the entire city. The girl sat next to Lin Mo proudly, smiling as if she wanted to show off her achievements to Lin Mo. Lin Mo finally understood why Chen Gu had taken down Yan Liang and his daughter so easily. It turns out that this guy has already reached the terrifying level 40. This made Lin Mo a little confused. No, the Zerg apocalypse hasn't even broken out yet. How come you've developed your abilities to such a high level? According to Lin Mo's memory, the Awakeners appeared after the Zerg apocalypse. The Zerg is in its latent stage now, and even the apocalypse hasn't broken out yet. Is Chen Gu cheating? Is he leveling up so fast? Those who don't know would think that Chen Gu is some kind of closed person, using cheats. Facing Lin Mo's question, Chen Gu did not keep him in suspense. Master Lin Mo, I thought you knew. Chen Gu chuckled. When you became a Zerg in your previous life, you probably didn't know about the official archives. In fact, the war between humans and the Zerg has existed for a long time. Have you ever heard of the war in 1999? Lin Mo shook his head. I have no idea. Chen Gu smiled. I originally signed a confidentiality agreement, which required me not to talk about what happened that year. But, after all, you are Master Lin Mo, so I think it's better to talk to you. In 1999, the Zerg launched a massive invasion of humanity. I became one of the first generation of Awakeners, joined the Awakener team, and fought a bloody war with the Zerg. The result was obvious. We won. The authorities erased everyone's memory of that battle, except for us, the first generation of Awakeners. And we also signed a confidentiality agreement until now. Lin Mo frowned and looked at the red-eyed Lolita girl in front of him. What the hell? You became an Awakener in 1999. How many years have passed now? You still look like a girl? Chen Gu blinked. Hee Lord Lin Mo, this is what I really look like. Lin Mo's mouth twitched and he was speechless. Chun Ji's previous image of the mayor as a young man was fake, and Lin Mo estimated that his current image of a beautiful girl with red eyes and a Lolita style was also fake. After all, Chen Gu is an Awakener of the mythology. Chaos ability, and this guy's appearance and information seem completely unreliable. However, Lin Mo thinks that it is good for Chen Gu to remain as he is now. After all, a pretty girl is definitely better than a big guy who picks his toes. At least she is more pleasing to the eyes. Chapter 33. Strange. So, why did you capture Xiaoxue and Xiaosu and leave me here? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and stared at the girl in front of him. There was no way she could completely trust Chen Gu. In his previous life, Lin Mo unconditionally believed in his sister Lin Yu, and was brought by his sister to an ambush set up by the human federal government, where he was besieged by a group of top Awakeners. In the end, the seriously injured Lin Mo was sent to the court, and then the story before her rebirth began. So, even though Chen Gu said so much, Lin Mo still couldn't completely believe him. Lin Mo even suspected that what Chen Gu said was false. This guy's ability is mythology, chaos, and the blinding and stupid effect can change the cognition of others. Lin Mo didn't know whether the memory of her past life that just came to her mind was fabricated by Chen Gu. However, what Lin Mo cares most about now is Chen Ji's purpose. What on earth did the other party want to find her for, after all, that he had gone to so much trouble? Chen Gu answered, Of course it's to help Master Lin Mo recover your strength from your previous life. I am your most loyal supporter. In your last life, you helped mankind and worked hard without complaint, but in the end you ended up like that. As your supporter, I really feel sorry for you. So, even if you want to become the master of the insect swarm and destroy humanity in this life, I am willing to follow you and serve you. Lin Mo. Although the Lolita girl in front of him spoke a lot of nonsense, Lin Mo always felt that her words were very empty and sounded hypocritical. However, Lin Mo did not expose the other party. First of all, if the level of Chen Gu in front of him is really LV40, then his strength is completely different from Lin Mo's. Chen Gu wanted to kill Lin Mo, but it felt like killing an ant. Lin Mo's current level is LV19. even though the difference between their levels is only 1. Anyone who has played online games should know that the difference between LV19 and LV40 is not just one level difference. There are also various differences in attributes, skills, equipment, talents, etc., which are completely different. Even in some games, LV40 veteran player stands in front of a LV19 new player and lets the other party chop him, and the opponent's damage can't even keep up with the big guy's blood recovery speed. For this reason, Lin Mo didn't say much. Anyway, even if she exposed the other party, Lin Mo would not gain any benefit. She wanted to see what tricks Chingu was trying to play. Chingu stood up with a smile. "It's getting late. Master Lin Mo, please follow me." After Chingu stood up, Lin Mo followed her through the corridor and into a room. In the room, there were a teenager, 2 girls, and an old man who were tied up. All 4 of them were tied up tightly with hemp ropes. Lin Mo looked carefully and found that there were 2 familiar faces in front of him. Among them are Yin Liang and his daughter, Yin Liang and Yin Xiaowai. Lin Mo checked the properties of the other 2, one of which was a brainworm queen, and the other was a springtail queen. But without exception, they are all at level 19, even lower than Yin Xiaowai's level. Well, it seems that he is also a poor guy caught by Chingu. Yin Liang and Yin Xiaowai looked at Lin Mo, who followed Chingu in, with a hint of anger in their eyes. Yin Liang looked at Lin Mo angrily. "You bastard, you just discussed with us during the day to deal with Chingu together, but now you are working with him to deal with us." Yin Xiaowai was also very angry. Kill you. I'm going to kill you." Faced with the 2 people's groundless accusations, Lin Mo shrugged. "I was also captured. Why are you scolding me? Are you sick?" After saying that, Lin Mo felt that what he had just said was a bit inappropriate, so he changed his words. "Is there something wrong with you 2? After being scolded by Lin Mo, Yin Liang and his daughter were also a little confused. Now the father and daughter are somewhat doubting their lives. Could it be that Lin Mo was also captured? But then the 2 of them looked at Lin Mo strangely again. If Lin Mo was captured, then why wasn't she tied up like them, but was following the Lolita girl in a carefree manner? Up to this point, Yin Liang and his daughter were still in a state of confusion. At this moment, Chingu spoke. "Master Lin Mo, the 3 insect mothers have prepared for you. Please enjoy your meal." After hearing Chan Jiyi's words, Yin Liang and his daughter's expressions changed from shock to anger and finally to fear, because the 2 realized that they would most likely become Lin Mo's food. Now they were tied up by Chingu and had no power to fight back. They were completely like lambs to be slaughtered. As long as Lin Mo wanted, he could eat them anytime. Yin Liang's voice trembled a little. Hey, Lin Mo, we are allies. You are not really planning to eat me and my daughter." Yin Xiaowai forced a smile. "Sister Lin Mo, I really love you. The first time I saw you, I knew you were a good person. Sister Lin Mo, please don't eat me, please. Don't eat me. I even made coffee for you." Lin Mo looked at the 2 people in front of him who were arrogant at first but respectful later, and he really didn't know how to evaluate them. "You were cursing at me just now, and now you are begging for mercy? It's really funny," Lin Mo said coldly. "You 2 really make me feel ridiculous." Lin Mo actually didn't like the current situation very much. The 3 insect queen cores that she had always longed for were right in front of her, but Lin Mo couldn't be happy at all. Want to ask why? Because these 3 insect mother cores were given by Chingu, not obtained by Lin Mo himself. Lin Mo felt very unhappy about the feeling that his fate was controlled by others, and she always felt that this matter was very strange, but she couldn't tell what was going on. However, Lin Mo is not an ordinary person after all. After being reborn through reincarnation, she can still feel that this sense of disharmony must be related to Chun Ji-Yi's skill, blindness, and stupidity. Rather, Lin Mo's spider sense could clearly sense this abnormality. This also led to the fact that even though the 3 insect queen cores were right in front of him, Lin Mo was not happy. There is something wrong with Chang'e. It is definitely a big problem. Lin Mo had some doubts to begin with, but now she was certain Chang'e could not possibly be her teammate. If it was her teammate, it is impossible that they are still using the consciousness rewriting skill on her. This Chingu has her own purpose. Call. Lin Mo let out a long breath and turned to look at Chingu. "Chingu, tell me, what is your purpose? Why do you want to help me become stronger?" Chingu looked at Lin Mo innocently. "Master Lin Mo, I am your little fangirl. Can't I see your memories from your past life? Everything I do is to help you regain your previous strength." Lin Mo sneered. However, she did not say much, but turned to look at Yin Liang and his daughter, as well as the other 2 insect queens. Gurgle. Lin Mo's stomach made a rumbling sound. Fortunately, she was also hungry. Chingu, please go out first. I don't like people watching me while I'm eating. Chingu nodded this time. Understood, Master Lin Mo. After saying that, Chingu turned around and walked out of the room. At this moment, only Lin Mo and a few others were left in the room. Lin Mo looked at the four people with an expressionless face. Although I'm a little unhappy, after all, it's a bug queen core that was delivered to my door, so I gladly accepted it. Chapter 34 Advanced Rewards. Please, don't eat me. If you want to eat someone, eat my dad. He's an awakened one, and his meat is delicious. Yin Xiaoai's tears were about to fall. She looked at Lin Mo sobbing and blinking her eyes. Yin Liang looked at his daughter in surprise and gritted his teeth. Fuck, you have no conscience. I risked being discovered by the military district to help you find other insect queen cores, and even took you to eat people. Is this how you treat your father? Yin Xiaoai snorted softly. Didn't I give you superpowers? We signed the contract and we're even now. Yin Liang started cursing. I have raised you for nothing all these years. Lin Mo looked at the scene of the loving father and filial daughter. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he was speechless. Is this what they mean? Father and daughter are birds of the same forest, but fly away separately when disaster strikes? Haha, it really has that flavor. It seems that the Yin Liang father and daughter are not as united as she initially thought. Lin Mo said coldly to the two people in front of him. You two stop talking so much here. I have no intention of eating you. Lin Mo doesn't intend to follow Changji's plan. She didn't know what Chingu was planning, but she knew it was definitely not a good thing. If he followed the other party's intention and directly ate the people in front of him, who knows whether Chingu would set a trap. Lin Mo hated the feeling of being manipulated by others. She preferred to be a chess player rather than a chess piece manipulated by others. Therefore, Lin Mo's favorite thing to do is to say an "oh" to those self-righteous guys. She will not eat Yin Liang and his daughter. After hearing Lin Mo's words, they were a little surprised. Well? The father and daughter said in unison, both looking at Lin Mo in disbelief. It was not until they completely understood that Lin Mo really did not intend to eat them that they burst into tears of joy. That's great, Sister Lin Mo. I knew you were the best. Yin Xiaoai looked at Lin Mo happily. Agent Lin, I knew you were on our side, and you didn't let me down. Yin Liang coughed lightly and once again took on the posture of a leader of the Special Operations Team. Lin Mo. Shit, I can't hold it anymore. These two guys really know how to change faces in Sichuan opera. Their faces change faster and faster than each other. It's so fierce, so fierce. There's no comparison. At this time, Chen Kai on the other side. The brainworm queen looked at Lin Mo. Then should I also? Before Chen Kai could say anything, Lin Mo stretched out his hand, pierced through the opponent's chest, and took out the opponent's insect mother core. It's true that he doesn't eat these guys, but Lin Mo doesn't intend to miss the insect mother core. While taking away the core of that guy, Chen Kai's body twisted on the spot and he died in a few seconds. The core of the worm mother is the source of her vitality. Taking away the core is the same as killing her. Lin Mo's system task is to obtain 3 insect mother cores. Lin Mo didn't eat them in order to prevent Chingu from getting what he wanted. Lin Mo took away the insect mother core in order to complete the system task. The two are not in conflict. Immediately afterwards, Lin Mo took out the core of another unfamiliar jumping worm queen and put it into his pocket. Finally, Lin Mo set his sights on Yin Xiaoai. Yin Xiaoai smiled at Lin Mo. Sister Lin Mo, do you remember? When you went to see my dad today, I made you coffee? Swish. Before Yin Xiaoai could finish her words, her core was taken out by Lin Mo. Yin Xiaoai's strength is actually above Lin Mo's. After all, her level and realm are 1 level higher than Lin Mo. But now Yin Xiaoai was tied up by Chingu and had no power to resist, and Lin Mo had just reached a bottleneck, and at her level, it was the ceiling level. If Yin Xiaoai couldn't fight back, it would be very easy for Lin Mo to take her core. Just like that, 3 Zerg Queen cores were obtained. Lin Mo's system task was successfully completed, and a system prompt popped up in front of her. Bite. Congratulations, you have completed the advanced task. Collect 3 insect mother cores. You have broken through the gene lock and entered the next stage. Bite. Detected that the number of your offspring exceeds 10 million. Get reward. Huge amount of evolution points. Tip. Your experience value and evolution degree have reached the upper limit of this stage. Your attributes have changed. Please check the attribute column details. Lin Mo looked at the prompt for completing the advanced task in front of her and opened her attribute bar. Her level has indeed reached a higher level. Name: Lin Mo. Bloodline: Spider Worm Mother. Evolution degree: 29%. Level: LV30. Gene lock: Level 2. Bloodline skills: Spider sense. Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Mother of the Swarm. You are the mother of the swarm. Your offspring cannot defy your will. Mimicry. The unique ability of the Zerg Overlord, which can mimic the appearance of any creature. Proliferation. The talent of the insect queen, which can increase the efficiency of egg laying. Mental interference. Interfere with the other party's mental consciousness, causing them to have hallucinations, and the impact of these hallucinations can extend to reality. At the same time, the follow-up of the advanced task popped up again in Lin Mo's system panel. Bite. Advanced task. Continued. Mission. Survive tonight from Chen Ji's hands. Mission description: your little fangirl, Chen Gu, seems to be plotting some kind of conspiracy. You need to survive her to become the final winner in the upcoming Zerg apocalypse. Quest reward: Bloodline evolution. Lin Mo looked at the new task that popped up in front of him, then looked outside the door. As expected, Chen Gu had bad intentions. Originally, Lin Mo was just skeptical about Chen Gu, but now she is more convinced of her own thoughts. The system has already designated Chen Gu as the boss of her bloodline evolution mission. How can this be justified? Lin Mo doesn't believe it. In short, all we have to do next is to defeat Chen Gu. Lin Mo looked at the level he had just reached, LV30, and felt that it was not impossible to fight with the opponent. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Yin Xiaowai, whose core had been taken away by her. Hey, stop pretending to be dead. It's normal for the other two to die without a core. You're a hell spider. Why are you pretending to be dead? After Lin Mo upgraded, he could see Yin Xiaowai's attributes. Name: Yin Xiaowai. Bloodline: Hell Spider, Insect Mother. Evolution degree: 19%. Level: LV25. Bloodline skills: Life extension. Can be reborn again after death, once a month. Soul draw. Draw out the opponent's soul, limited to the target being 10 levels lower than yourself. The other shore. After the number of life extension times is used up, if you die again, you will enter hell and wait for the life extension CD. Hell Messenger. Fulfill the wishes of others, drag the people they hate into hell, and accumulate merit, only effective for ordinary people, and the wisher will go to hell after death. No offspring. Because it comes from the underworld, it cannot give birth to children in the world of the living. Although it is a worm mother, it has no offspring. Among Yin Xiaowai's skills, there is an ability to bring the dead back to life. Although it's a bit tasteless only once a month, it's better than nothing. At least Yin Xiaowai is not dead now. When Yin Xiaowai heard that Lin Mo knew she was not dead, she sat up. You took my core because you knew I wouldn't die? Lin Mo actually didn't know. She just happened to need 3 cores. After she upgraded, she happened to see Yin Xiaowai's skill included resurrection. It was just a coincidence. Lin Mo scratched his cheek. You can treat me as me. Chapter 35, Dead End. Yin Xiaowai was shocked. Sister Lin Mo, is this also part of your plan? Yin Xiaowai looked at the girl in front of her with white hair and red eyes, who had a cool and elegant aura, and felt an indescribable shock in her heart. But when she thought about how Lin Mo had just come in with Chen Gu, she started to worry whether Lin Mo was enjoying the pleasure of teasing his prey. After all, Yin Xiaowai, who is also a Zerg, also likes to play with her prey, giving them hope of survival, and then completely wiping out that hope in the end. That despair is the strongest. Yin Xiaowai suspected that Lin Mo was in the same group as Chen Gu and pretended to be Chen Ji's accomplice. Yin Xiaowai asked tentatively, Sister Lin Mo, you really won't eat me, right? Lin Mo rolled his eyes at her. I've already taken your core. It doesn't matter to you whether you eat it or not. Do you really think I'm so hungry that I won't be picky about food? Lin Mo took a look at Yin Xiaowai's body. She was small and skinny, and it was obvious that she didn't have much meat, especially since her species was a hell spider. According to Lin Mo's memory of eating other insect species in his previous life, the taste of a hell spider was not very good. The hell spider is extremely hellish both in body and soul. Eating it tastes like stealing tribute. So disgusting. As long as Yin Xiaowai doesn't do anything stupid to stab Lin Mo in the back, or as long as there is no dispute over interest between the two parties, Lin Mo is too lazy to eat this guy. Yin Xiaowai let out a long sigh. patted her chest which was so barren that it was almost non-existent, and said with ease, That's good, that's good. Hee hee, I knew that Sister Lin Mo treats me the best. Lin Mo sneered. Don't get me wrong, I'm just a temporary partner with you too. Don't try to make connections with me here. Yin Xiaoai smiled. It's okay, as long as Sister Lin Mo is not our enemy. Yin Liang looked at Lin Mo and recalled that when he was in the 9th Military Region, he actually sent people to kidnap Lin Mo's daughter to threaten her, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, she did not care about this matter. If the other party was a petty woman, Yin Liang estimated that he and his daughter would have gone to the underworld side by side. At this moment, Cheng Gu pushed the door open and walked in. Yin Liang and his daughter were very tactful and lay on the ground with their eyes closed and pretended to be dead. The father and daughter knew Chen Ji's strength very well. After all, it was Cheng Gu who brought them here personally. If Cheng Gu wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as crushing 2 ants on the ground. Cheng Gu is an awakened human being, and Yin Liang is also an awakened person. However, there are also gaps between awakened people. Not to mention that Chen Ji's awakening degree is twice as high as his realm is even much higher than theirs. Chen Ji's Gene Lock breakthrough level should have reached Gene Lock level 3. The gap between Gene Lock level 3 and Gene Lock level 1 is like a bottomless chasm, forming a tragically thick barrier between the two. After Cheng Gu entered the room, he glanced at Yin Liang and Yin Xiaoai lying on the ground and said nothing. She turned to look at Lin Mo, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, Master Lin Mo, have you finished your meal? Lin Mo nodded. Yeah, I'm done eating. Lin Mo also knew that the body was still on the ground, so he added, I only ate their cores. Cheng Gu nodded. The bodies of these weaklings are not worthy of being eaten by you. Only their cores have a little value. There are only insect queens of this level in this city. Please forgive me for my poor service, Master Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand. It's enough to have the core. You don't have to feel sorry. Lin Mo said this, but in his heart he was thinking, You bastard, you are just pretending. You are plotting something bad against me, and yet you act so hypocritical. The Gothic girl in Lolita outfit smiled slightly, and there was an indescribable feeling in her red eyes. Master Lin Mo, now that you have finished your meal, please come with me? Lin Mo did not refuse. She wanted to see what this woman's intentions were. Rather, Lin Mo couldn't refuse. Lin Mo always felt that what Cheng Gu was going to do next was related to the entire city's structure after the Zerg apocalypse. If she refused or ran away now, she would miss this big change, and it would be even more difficult to deal with Cheng Gu later. No matter what the reason, Lin Mo had no way out. She had to go now. Even if she might be killed by Cheng Gu tonight, she could no longer escape or retreat. However, Lin Mo didn't think that he would die so easily. She will maximize her chances of success, and will not sit and wait for death even in such a dead end. After leaving, Lin Mo left a note for Yin Liang and his daughter, then left the villa with Cheng Gu and got into their car. After Lin Mo followed Cheng Gu away, Yin Liang and his daughter sat up and breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, both the father and daughter felt that their hearts were about to stop, especially when they felt that Cheng Gu seemed to be staring at them after he came in. They were almost scared to death. I was scared to death. That woman was so scary. Yin Xiaoai patted his chest and let out a long sigh. Now there were only 2 living creatures left here, she and Yin Liang. Lin Mo and Cheng Gu were not here. She finally felt like she had escaped death. Whether it was Lin Mo or Cheng Gu, both gave Yin Xiaoai a suffocating feeling. It was as if there was a tiger and a lion in front of her, and either one of them could eat her in one bite. Yin Xiaoai felt a little emotional. It's a miracle that Cheng Gu didn't realize that we were still alive. Yin Liang shook his head and analyzed the situation seriously with a serious face. No, I feel like she noticed we were still alive, but she just didn't bother to care about us. Yin Xiaoai was stunned. Too lazy to care about us? Yin Liang nodded. Well, I don't care. Like, would you care if 2 ants on the ground are still alive? The answer is, of course not. People don't care about the life or death of ants. Even if a child is in a playful mood and plans to crush 2 ants for fun, when the child's mother comes and grabs his ears and tells him to go back to do his homework, the child will definitely not care whether the ants are dead or not, but will immediately put it out of his mind and think about doing his homework. In Chen Ji's eyes, Yin Liang and his daughter were the 2 ants, and Lin Mo was the one who grabbed her ears and told her to do her homework. Cheng Gu only cares about her and Lin Mo. So, even if Yin Liang and his daughter are still alive, Cheng Gu doesn't care at all. After all, the life and death of Yin Liang and his daughter is irrelevant to Chen Ji's script. Yin Xiaoai took a deep breath after she understood what her father said. Hiss, it seems to be true. She originally thought that she had broken through the second level of the genetic lock, and with the help of her father, who was the leader of the special operations team, she could run rampant and lawless in the city, which was a great start. As a result, first Lin Mo appeared, and then Chen Gu came. Each of them was extremely amazing. She and her father, on the contrary, seemed like passers-by, like tools. Dad, let's go quickly. They are fighting like gods. We must not get involved. Yin Xiaoai took Yin Liang with her and planned to run away. At this moment, Yin Liang noticed the note left by Lin Mo on the ground and picked it up. Yin Liang knew that it was time to take sides. Chapter 36. Eliminate human tyranny. The world belongs to the swarm. Outside the city, on the highway, the night is dotted with stars. The vast sea of stars decorates the entire sky with brilliant brilliance, and the bright moonlight shines down, which is beautiful beyond words. One can't help but recite a poem. I don't know what year it is in the palace in heaven tonight. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat of the car, looking at the constantly changing scenery outside the window. The green belt on the highway was constantly left behind by the car at a speed of 200 yards per hour. The car was speeding on the highway. Chen Gu, who was driving, raised his hands high and cheered. Woohoo, take off. Lin Mo supported his cheek with one hand, looking bored. How old is he? He's like a child. Chen Gu was not annoyed by Lin Mo's cold water. She put her hands back on the steering wheel and looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Master Lin Mo, you don't know that racing is so much fun. Have you seen Fast and Furious? I just like the racing scenes in it. Lin Mo chuckled and teased. Others are just movie special effects. They are fake. Do you really think you are the protagonist and have the aura of a protagonist? Chen Gu shrugged. Why not? Chun Ji's matter-of-fact attitude and innocent expression made Lin Mo unable to understand. This girl, doesn't she really think of herself as the protagonist in the novel? Seeing that Lin Mo had fallen silent, Chen Gu changed the subject and brought the conversation back on track. Master Lin Mo, you really want to know what I plan to do when I bring you out here tonight, right? Hearing Chen Gu mention the purpose of coming out tonight, Lin Mo couldn't help but look at her. If Chen Gu mentioned this, Lin Mo would not be sleepy anymore. She was waiting to see what tricks Chen Gu was going to play. If Chen Gu was willing to reveal what she was planning, Lin Mo wouldn't have to keep guessing here. Thinking of this, Lin Mo nodded. Yeah, I want to know. As an S-level awakener of the Human Federation government in the previous life, Chen Gu did not have any plans in this life, and Lin Mo did not believe it. And with the 3 skills of blindness, indescribable, and 100 appearances, it would be very easy for Chen Gu to modify Lin Mo's memory. Lin Mo felt that her current memory of Chen Gu might be half true and half false. For example, Chen Gu might really be an awakener of the Human Federation in his previous life, but he might not have stood on Lin Mo's side. No matter what, Lin Mo is now very curious about Chun Ji's identity and purpose. Lin Mo looked at Chen Gu. So you want to tell me something? About your plan? Chen Gu drove with one hand and looked at Lin Mo at the same time. Master Lin Mo wants to know. Of course I can tell you everything. After all, I am your most loyal little fangirl. Lin Mo. The most loyal little fangirl? What a joke. If you were my most loyal fan, you would not be using the skill, blindness, and stupidity to modify my consciousness. It must be said that Chen Ji's awakened ability of mythology, chaos, is really useful. Even with this ability to modify other people's consciousness, the authorities would not think of investigating her. Rather than saying that Lin Mo was able to investigate Chen Gu by accident, it is better to say that Chen Gu might have wanted to get close to Lin Mo from the beginning, which is why Lin Mo and his friends investigated the brainworm, then met Chen Gu, and the subsequent events. Lin Mo really cared about why this woman, who had clearly reached the 3rd level of genetic lock, wanted to get close to her. Could it really be because of some entanglement with her in the previous life? That's not right. If there really was one, Lin Mo should have remembered it very clearly when he was reborn, and then went to find her as soon as he was reborn. Lin Mo said coldly, if you were my little fangirl, why didn't I have much impression of you in my previous life? The only thing Lin Mo remembered about Chen Gu in his previous life was that Chen Gu supported Lin Mo's faction and failed to help Lin Mo appeal for redress, and then he didn't remember much. Moreover, Lin Mo finally recalled this memory after Chen Gu opened the unspeakable permission tonight. Lin Mo even suspected that this memory had been tampered with. Chen Gu took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth, saying helplessly, because I like you hopelessly. I like you so much that I don't even want you to be troubled by my feelings. So I choose to hide my feelings and pretend that I don't care about you. I like you, and it has nothing to do with you. Lin Mo tilted his head, his face full of question marks. Huh. While Lin Mo was still wondering what kind of madness Chenggu was going on, Chenggu chuckled inside. In my last life, I joined the federal government because of you. Do you remember the little girl you saved at the beginning of the Zerg outbreak in my last life? Lin Mo doesn't remember. In her previous life, the only person she cared about was her younger sister Lin Yu. As for the other people who were rescued, they were just saved by chance, and I have no impression of them. Chenggu smiled. That's my sister. I originally thought that as long as I followed Lord Lin Mo and joined the federal government, I could lead humans to defeat the Zerg and at least live a peaceful life with my sister. For this reason, I will work harder and harder to follow in your footsteps and kill the insect swarm together. It doesn't matter even if we know you are a Zerg. As long as you can lead humanity back to health, it doesn't matter what your identity is. Then, Lin Mo took over Chun Ji's words and said with emotion, Then Lin Yu became the sword-bearer of the Human Federation and sentenced me to death, right? Chenggu nodded. That's right. And after you were executed, the Human Federation was destroyed within 3 months. Lin Mo was a little confused. That's not right. Logically speaking, with the level of technology at the time and the strength of the Awakened team, even if all the Zerg Overlords attacked together, it would be impossible to destroy humanity within 3 months, right? Chenggu sneered. Zerg? No, no, no. The Human Federation was destroyed by itself. When you were still alive, you enacted a law to restrict the privileges of people with special abilities. People with special abilities who break the law will be punished, just like ordinary people. After your death, under the leadership of Lin Yu, the superpowers enjoyed privileges and treated human life as worthless. They even kept ordinary people in captivity and hunted them like livestock for fun. In the end, ordinary people and the awakened ones completely broke off, and an unprecedentedly brutal fight broke out. Humanity was destroyed by itself. My sister and I also died in that dispute, or rather, she was raped and killed by those beasts right in front of me. He watched helplessly as the most important person to him was raped and killed by a group of people in front of his eyes, and in the end he himself could not escape the fate. This kind of thing would be a hellish experience for anyone. Even Lin Mo felt that being backstabbed by his sister was nothing compared to this. There was no anger or despair in Chun Ji's words. As she said this, there was a happy smile on her face, as if she was telling a joke. You know what? All it takes is one bad day to drive a guy crazy. That day was my worst day. From that day on, I was reborn. I am now a completely new me. And the only thing I want to do now is to give up the idea of saving humanity in my previous life and throw myself into the arms of the Zerg. The smile on Chun Ji's face became increasingly twisted and dark. I now have a new goal. She gently pulled her clothes down, revealing the Zerg mark carved on her chest. Eliminate human tyranny, and the world belongs to the swarm. Chapter 37 Plan. Both were treated unfairly in their previous lives, and both gave up the idea of saving humanity. In their previous lives, Chenggu even regarded Lin Mo as an idol. Logically, the two should be on the same front. However, Lin Mo could still sense an uncomfortable murderous intent from Chenggu. No matter how much Chenggu tried to hide, Lin Mo's spider sense could sense her unconcealable malice. This made Lin Mo unable to let go of his vigilance against Chenggu. Coupled with the task condition in her system task, which was to survive tonight from Chun Ji's point of view, she felt more and more that things were unusual. Lin Mo looked at the road that seemed to have no end and asked coldly, Chenggu, tell me the truth. Are you planning to kill me tonight? After saying that, Lin Mo added, You don't have to be perfunctory or deceive me anymore. I know whether you are lying or not. Chenggu smiled. Master Lin Mo, your sixth sense is really sharp. Seeing that Lin Mo didn't speak, Chenggu continued. It's not like I'm going to kill you, but if things go well, you won't be you after tonight. Lin Mo stopped asking questions, and Chenggu did not continue talking. The car sped along the deserted highway under the night sky. Apart from the whizzing sound of the car cutting through the air, no other sound could be heard. Lin Mo pondered over Chun Ji's plan. Chenggu said that after tonight, Lin Mo would no longer be herself. Then the result is obvious. Chun Ji's plan is to take over Lin Mo's body and become a real Zerg. Thinking of this, Lin Mo chuckled. It seems like you are greedy for my body? After all, according to what Chenggu said just now, she admired Lin Mo very much and also began to believe in the Zerg. Then she must be disgusted with her human identity and hope to become a real Zerg, the Zerg Queen. In this case, Taking over Lin Mo's body is Chun Ji's best choice. Chungu was driving when he heard Lin Mo's words and was stunned for a moment. Then the girl waved her hand with a playful smile on her face. How dare I covet your body, Master Lin Mo? That would be a blasphemy to you. I can't do such a thing. I know very well that I can't be you. However, there is someone who can do what you can't do, and can make those scum feel deep despair. Lin Mo probably understood. She looked at Chungu with a smile and interrupted. You mean the swarm's will? The collective will of the Zerg comes from outside the sky, and it is the highest consciousness of the entire Zerg swarm. All he brings is reproduction, death, and destruction. The swarm's collective will has no other thoughts. The only thing it has to consider is to let the swarm spread across the entire planet like a cancer virus, devouring all organic life within sight and eating up the entire planet. Then it will swallow up the entire galaxy, and the entire universe. Until this plane comes to an end, Lin Mo said with a sneer. If you want to live a stable life with your sister, your actions will only bring about the exact opposite result. Do you think that the will of the insect swarm is here to help you destroy those scums? No. What he will destroy is all life, no matter if they are good or bad. In front of him, they are just edible nutrients. Chungu nodded. I know. So I feel like only he can do what you can't do. Master Lin Mo, I admire your actions in your last life, and I know that you have decided to seek revenge in this life. But your soul, your heart, is still human after all. You cannot escape the shackles and bad qualities of human nature. One day, you will repeat the same mistakes and fall on this point of human nature. Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo felt that Chun Ji's words were a bit blunt, Lin Mo admitted that her words did make sense. For example, when they were in the Jinshanjiao area, Lin Mo killed those bad guys decisively and cleanly, but she did not kill Su Shuer and the others. Maybe it was because Su Shuer was a good person, and Lin Mo still had some human feelings in her heart. Master Lin Mo, you also think that you need to change now, right? Chungu chewed the lollipop in his mouth, broke it into pieces, and threw the stick of the lollipop out of the car window. As long as you replace your consciousness with the will of the swarm, you will become a true killing machine. And then, I will follow you, and fight shoulder to shoulder with you again, to kill those hypocritical awakeners. Lin Mo. You keep saying kill through the awakened ones, kill through the awakened ones. Aren't you also an awakened one? What are you talking about? Also, we don't want to be replaced by the swarm's collective will. When a person's consciousness is replaced by another consciousness, can she still be considered the original her? Isn't that the same as being possessed by another's body? Isn't that bullshit? Although Lin Mo planned to become a Zerg because she was backstabbed by her sister Lin Yu, she did not intend to give everything she had to the Zerg. It is better to say that Lin Mo hates both the federal government forces headed by the Awakened Ones and the Zerg Overlords. Anyone who has played Three Kingdoms Kill or Hero Kill should know that there are three forces in the game. Among them, only the Lord's identity is revealed and his position can be seen, while the identity cards of the others are covered up. The Lord and loyal ministers are one force, the rebels are one force, and the traitors are another force. No matter whether the Lord is a loyal minister or a rebel, he has several teammates. Only the traitor is alone, and both forces are his enemies. Well, Lin Mo's positioning is roughly like this. She wants to take revenge on the federal government and plunder the resources of the entire Zerg race to become the final winner. It is too foolish to dedicate everything to the Zerg. Lin Mo wants to be the rule maker, the one standing at the highest position. Lin Mo said coldly. Chungu, what if I say that I don't want to be possessed by a large group? Chungu smiled. Master Lin Mo, this is not up to you. If you want to run, I will break your legs. Chungu spoke without any hesitation and even smiled. It can be seen that the other party is serious. Lin Mo said coldly. Chungu, have you ever thought that if you do this, your sister will still die? Being devoured by the swarm of insects is no easier than dying in the last life. The swarm of insects will eat your flesh and blood bit by bit while you are conscious. After all, only in this way can the meat be fresh, delicious, and nutritious. This feeling is just like the ancient torture of Lingqi, which peels away your skin and flesh bit by bit, and then goes to your meridians and internal organs. Chungu shrugged. Of course I know. So, I have already let her become a Zerg first. Chungu raised the corner of his mouth. I could have become a Zerg queen from the beginning, but unfortunately there was only one top-quality Zerg queen core left, so I gave it to my sister, who told me that I am a good sister who cares about her sister. Chapter 38 Red Moon. As he spoke, Chungu looked ahead and smiled. Master Lin Mo, it looks like we have reached our destination. Lin Mo followed Chen Ji's line of sight, looking through the windshield of the car in front of him at the toll booth in front of the highway. The toll booth was deserted, and no one was there. However, behind the toll station, there is a high mountain with a building on it that looks like a magnificent Taoist temple. Chenggu explained. Back then, this was the Jerusalem of Taoism, but after the founding of the People's Republic of China, this area was severely cracked down on, and it gradually declined. Originally, this was a town that was held together by faith. After the Taoist temple declined, it became deserted. Lin Mo knew that this place was deserted. After all, after the founding of the People's Republic of China, spirits were not allowed, and only Taoism and Buddhism, which were officially permitted, could continue to operate, but they were basically not authentic. For example, monks nowadays need to have a bachelor's or even a master's degree, and they also need a diploma and an introduction to get in. After entering, they don't really practice Taoism or Buddhism, but instead try to vigorously develop tourism and side businesses, and at the same time cheat tourists and donors out of their money. There are very few people who truly believe in this. The fact that this place has become deserted can only be attributed to the times. Chenggu followed the mountain road, and after a bumpy ride, he took Lin Mo up the mountain. After parking the car in front of the Taoist temple, Chenggu got out and politely opened the door for Lin Mo, extending his hand elegantly like a butler serving a young lady. Master Lin Mo, please get out of the car. Looking at the hand that Chenggu extended to him, Lin Mo was speechless. Damn it, don't you want to let the swarm's group consciousness take over my body? You're still pretending here? Do you really like rituals? Lin Mo ignored Chenggu and got out of the car. Chenggu felt a little disappointed. Master Lin Mo, you really don't understand romance. My greatest wish is to hold Master Lin Mo's hand and lead you out of the car. TSK, 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 TSK. Just thinking about it is very romantic. Lin Mo rolled his eyes at Chenggu. You think I'd be romantic with a guy who wants to kill me? Chenggu gently took Lin Mo's arm and said coquettishly, although I have some differences of opinion with you, Lady Lin Mo, I am really your little fangirl. It is normal for a little fangirl to want to be romantic with her sister. Lin Mo didn't really understand those toxic fans in the fan circle before. Now she almost understood. This Chenggu was just a toxic fan. This is simply a case of someone who is mentally ill, with such a twisted and morbid love. It is really unbearable. Lin Mo wanted to shake off Chenggu, but couldn't. Lin Mo is now level 30, and Chenggu is now level 40. Although Lin Mo's strength has greatly improved after his realm was upgraded, the gap between the second and third level gene locks is still insurmountable. Thus, for the first time in this life, Lin Mo experienced the feeling of being humiliated, as she was forcibly hugged and cuddled by this guy she disliked. Although Chenggu was as obedient as a clingy red kitten, he hugged Lin Mo's arm and leaned his head on Lin Mo's shoulder like a little bird. This kind of behavior, which originally made people feel comfortable, was extremely offensive to Lin Mo. She just wanted to get rid of Chenggu, but he was like a sticky candy and she couldn't get rid of him. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. Chenggu, I'm telling you, I don't like you. I hate you. I'm annoyed by you. I don't care what your plan is. Get away from me. Chenggu smiled. Master Lin Mo, beating is love, scolding is care. The more you scold me, the more you love me and care about me. Hee hee. Lin Mo. Holy shit. Where did this weirdo come from? This Chenggu is so scary. It's not the kind of scary thing where one is crushed by strength. Even if Chenggu is really strong, Lin Mo actually doesn't feel that much pressure. But this guy's attitude made Lin Mo feel goosebumps all over his body. This guy really has an almost perverted possessiveness and obsession with his idol. Lin Mo now only wants to kill Chenggu and complete her advancement mission. Lin Mo leaned against Chun Ji's left hand. She took out her cell phone with her right hand, unlocked it, and checked the time. It's almost time. Yin Xiaowai and Yin Liang, father and daughter, should have found Su Shuer and Lin Shui according to the contents of the note she gave. Now Yin Liang and his daughter should organize a special operations team, and Lin Shui will also, according to Lin Mo's instructions, gather all of Lin Mo's descendants to launch a plan to rescue their mother. Lin Mo shared her current location in real time to Yin Liang and Lin Shui's accounts, then put away her phone. Lin Mo glanced at Chenggu next to him. The other party didn't seem to care about Lin Mo's behavior of taking out his phone, and was not even curious about what Lin Mo did with the phone. It seemed that in Chun Ji's view, no matter what Lin Mo did, it would not affect her plans for tonight. The two of them walked into the Taoist temple and arrived at the innermost temple hall. In front of him, there are 3 towering statues, which look like the 3 pure ones of Taoism. Taishang Laojun, Lingbao Tianzuan, and Yuanshi Tianzuan. However, these three statues seem to have been modified and remade by Qin Gu using her ability. The appearance of the three statues changed, becoming distorted and weird, and even unrecognizable, turning into monster faces formed by twisted, disgusting reptiles. At the same time, throughout the temple, there were strange and twisted symbol arrays painted on the ground with blood of unknown origin. At this moment, the interior of the temple looked like a cult ritual, with blood all over the ground and different tokens placed in different corners of the magic circle according to feng shui. In the center of the temple roof, a 7-star lamp was lit, and the candlelight was burning with a long red light. Chun Gu firmly held Lin Mo's hand and led her to the center of the ritual formation. Then, Chun Gu bowed to the strange three pure ones in front of him, muttering something. Above the three realms, Brahmachimi Luo, the highest and most supreme, the heaven among heavens. The mysterious chi is the beginning of chaos. In the precious pearl, it is mysterious beyond all mystery. Jade purity is at the top, and the Brahma chi is dense. The spirit is divided, and the chi is spread, pouring down into my body. The form and spirit are both wonderful, and the transformations are soaring, just like the command, commanding all spirits, and acting as the command of Yuanshi God. As Qin Gu moved his fingers and recited for a while, the entire formation seemed to respond. Lin Mo noticed that the originally dark sky outside the temple seemed to have turned into a sea of blood, and the moon hanging high in the sky also turned red. The candlelight of the 7-star lamp became more and more strange, turning into a dark blue. Lin Mo realized that something was wrong and turned around to retreat. However, her hand was held tightly by Chun Gu. Master Lin Mo, you can't go there tonight. Chun Gu had a strange smile on his face. Tonight is the moment when your body will be sanctified and become the will of the swarm, and you will become my master. I will also swear allegiance to you. Chapter 39 Massacre. A blood-red full moon hung high in the sky, and the red moonlight shone through and fell on Lin Mo's body. Master Lin Mo, in this new life, you will once again meet the will of the insect swarm. Isn't it a bit familiar to think about it? Chun Gu gently pinched Lin Mo's cheek, his eyes full of amusement. Don't worry. You must be the best container for the swarm consciousness. Lin Mo only felt that the scene in front of his eyes became increasingly blurred, as if some spiritual consciousness from outer space had entered his mind. She knew the feeling of being consumed by the swarm's mass will. In her previous life, she relied on her own strength and absolutely firm will to survive the invasion of the Zerg's will. However, at that time, Lin Mo had already unlocked the power of the 5th level of the gene lock, and could only barely resist the erosion. Currently, she has only developed her genetic lock to the 2nd level. Facing the invasion of the highest will of the insect swarm, she herself is not sure whether she can withstand it. It seems that life and death are determined by fate. Lin Mo lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Chun Gu gently helped Lin Mo up from the ground, his eyes full of love. Hee, Master Lin Mo is still so cute even if he loses consciousness. Although I'm not a female, but since Master Lin Mo has become a girl, well, as long as he's Master Lin Mo, gender doesn't matter. Her long white hair fell like snow, and her petite body looked delicious and attractive, especially her delicate doll-like face with her eyes closed, which was even more stunningly beautiful. Chun Gu looked at Lin Mo's peerless sleeping face with his eyes closed, and felt his heart beating faster and faster. The almost paranoid and even abnormal possessiveness in her heart made her want to take advantage of Lin Mo's unconsciousness to get intimate with him. Thinking of this, Chun Gu slowly approached Lin Mo. At this moment, Chun Gu heard the sound of sirens coming from outside. Outside the Taoist temple, Yin Liang and his daughter brought the Special Operations Team's supernatural agents to help rescue Lin Mo. Yin Liang held a loudspeaker in his hand and shouted to Chun Gu in the Taoist temple. Chun Gu, you have been surrounded by us. Give up resistance and surrender immediately. We can still give you a lighter sentence. Yin Liang and his daughter had no relationship with Lin Mo, but at least in his interactions with Lin Mo and Chun Gu, Yin Liang could feel that Lin Mo was cooperative, but Chun Gu was simply a complete lunatic. Yin Liang didn't know Qin Ji's plan, but what he did know was that if Chun Gu succeeded, all the humans and Zerg in this city would have a bad ending. Yin Liang did not stand on the side of mankind, but at least he knew how to seek benefits and avoid harm. Chun Gu gently placed the unconscious Lin Mo on the ground and then stood up. She used her own special ability, all-seeing. Baishur is like a heavenly eye. which can see the situation outside clearly from inside the temple. Looking at the police cars parked outside, the group of aggressive awakeners, and the Yanliang father and daughter who led them, Chen Ji's mouth curled up into a smile. Yanliang, did he really call over all the people he could from the 9th Military Region? He really spent a lot of money. Chen Gu put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the door step by step. Forget it. It will take some time for Master Lin Mo to fully transform into a large group consciousness. I'll just use you guys to kill time and relieve my boredom. Chen Gu put his hands in his pockets and walked out of the Taoist temple. There was a special operations team with at least 50 people with awakened superpowers outside, but when they saw the girl with red hair and red eyes in front of them, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Chen Gu brought them a terrifying pressure like the god of death. This is the innate level suppression that a Gene Lock Level 3 Awakener brings to these Gene Lock Level 1 Awakeners. Not only that, Chun Ji's awakened bloodline ability also completely crushed everyone present. Yin Liang and Yin Xiaowai looked at the red-haired girl in front of them and became a little uneasy. Sweat beads appeared on their foreheads and their calves trembled. Yin Liang and Yin Xiaowai had fought with Chen Gu before, and there was no doubt that they were captured by Chen Gu and locked up. Now that they met again, they both recalled the fear of being hung and beaten before. One of the team members looked at Yin Liang in panic. Team leader, that woman seems a little unusual. Are we really her match? Although Yin Liang himself was unsure, he was already here after all, and he couldn't ruin the morale of his side in the middle of a battle, right? So Yin Liang plucked up his courage and said seriously, "It's okay. There's only one person on her side, and we have more than 50 people. One punch from each of us could kill her. Don't be afraid." Although the distance was not close, Chun Ji's enhanced 5 senses still allowed her to hear the conversation between Yin Liang and others clearly. Chen Gu said happily, "I didn't expect that team leader Yin is quite good at telling jokes. One person can kill me with one punch? Haha, that's really humorous. This woman is really too rampant, isn't she?" The awakened members of the Special Operations team present were all unhappy with Chun Ji's arrogant attitude, except for Yin Liang and his daughter who had been taught a lesson by reality. "No, we are both awakened ones. How can you be so arrogant when facing more than 50 people alone?" Thinking of this, all the awakened ones attacked Chen Gu together. The awakened ones of the physical system attacked Chen Gu directly, the awakened ones of the psychic system used their own abilities to lock Chen Gu, and the awakened ones of the spiritual system began to attack Chen Ji's consciousness. The first to suffer were the group of psychics who used their mental abilities to attack Chen Gu. While these people were attacking Chen Ji's consciousness, blood began to flow from all their orifices and they all died on the spot. If Lin Mo was still awake now, he would check their attribute columns and find that all of these people's attributes were attached with the blind and stupid buff. The ability of blindness and stupidity can not only modify a person's consciousness, but can even strengthen mental attacks and return them to the opponent. The next ones were the flesh-based awakeners. When they attacked Chen Gu with heavy punches, they found that Chen Gu was not afraid of fighting with them at all. He raised his fists to fight back and hit the opponent's fists. With a crisp sound, Chun Ji's seemingly weak punch actually broke the arm of a muscular man in front of him. The strong man's arm bones were all broken, his muscles exploded, and blood splattered. This is the blindness and stupidity that Chen Gu inflicted on herself, which can change her perception of herself and turn it into reality. As long as Chen Gu believes that her physical strength is stronger than the other person, then even if she is a little girl, she can beat a 2-meter-tall muscular man with one punch. When the others saw this, they were stunned for a second, then turned around and tried to escape. Monster. This Chen Gu is a monster. This was not a fair fight between awakened and awakened people at all. It was a one-sided massacre by Chen Gu alone. It wasn't them who surrounded Chen Gu, but Chen Gu alone surrounded more than 50 of them. Facing these awakened agents who wanted to run away, Chen Gu sneered. "Haha, now that you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave." After saying that, Chen Gu caught up with the agents like a red lightning. In an instant, those agents who were trying to escape were either cut in half or torn in half alive. Blood and internal organs washed the ground outside the Taoist temple crimson. Chen Gu looked at the still-living Yin Liang and his daughter, as well as the remaining dozen or so psychics with interest. "I wanted to play more, but this is all you have." "Oh, it's really boring." Chapter 40. A Sea of Blood and Corpses. In the realm of consciousness, the Swarm's collective will entered Lin Mo's spiritual world. After being summoned here, the Zerg Swarm consciousness felt that this body was the perfect vehicle to receive the Swarm's highest will. The consciousness bodies formed by the condensation of dark matter turned into a black figure, slowly blending into and eroding this spiritual world. The appearance of the black shadow gradually changed into Lin Mo's shape, but the whole body was still a black shadow. At this moment, a girl's voice was heard. "Hey, who gave you permission to touch my things?" The dark swarm consciousness looked in the direction of the sound. In front of his eyes was a sea of blood and corpses made up of countless red insect corpses. On top of this mountain made up of insect corpses, a girl with long white hair and red eyes who looked exactly like Lin Mo was sitting casually on the throne made up of piled corpses with one hand supporting her cheek. He could feel that the girl in front of him was not the owner of the body. The aura emanating from the girl in front of him was neither human nor insect. This breath, like him, also comes from the highest group will of the Zerg. And it seems that this large group of wills is different from him. They have gone through reincarnations time and time again, and are burdened with unimaginable obsessions and causes and effects, and their strength is unfathomable. The girl with long white hair felt a little unhappy when being stared at by the black shadow. "Who gave you permission to look me in the eye, bastard?" As she spoke, the girl raised her hand slightly. The mountain of corpses beneath her, made up of the remains of the insect swarm, seemed to come alive and transformed into a dragon of corpses formed by countless insects. The black shadow that represented the will of the Zerg realized that if he stayed here any longer, he would surely die. The black shadow dispersed and tried to escape, but a corpse dragon several thousand meters tall appeared before him and swallowed the black shadow in one gulp. On top of the corpse dragon, the white-haired girl puffed out her cheeks, as if she had swallowed the will of the swarm of insects herself. The girl's mouth movements were synchronized with the corpse dragon below. After chewing the black shadow in her mouth, she swallowed it in one gulp. Gulp. Don't mention it, it tastes pretty good. After consuming the large group of summoned wills, the girl with white hair and red eyes stood up gently and took control of the spiritual realm in Lin Mo's body. Is there someone so blind as to want another swarm consciousness to take over my body? Let me see for myself who that guy is. Chen Gu sneered as he looked at Yin Liang and his daughter and the remnants of the special operations team who were trying to drive away not far away. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? While chatting and laughing, Chen Gu once again cast the skill, blindness and stupidity on the people in the cars that were still driving away. She used this ability to make those people mix up the functions of brake and accelerator and completely confuse and disrupt their concepts of front, back, left, and right. Just like that, the police cars of the special operations team that were originally speeding away all skidded and collided with each other. A chain reaction car accident occurred on this small mountain road. The agents in the car were awakened and their physical fitness was far superior to that of ordinary people, so they did not die on the spot. However, they did not save their lives just because of their physical fitness. Because all of this is under Chen Ji's control. The awakened ones dragged their injured bodies and tried to escape from the car. However, their sense of direction was completely confused by Chen Ji's blindness and stupidity ability, and now they can't tell the front, back, left, and right. He clearly wanted to get out of the car, but ended up getting deeper into it. Chen Gu did not rush forward to kill the members of the special operations team himself. Instead, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and enjoyed the beautiful scenery in front of him. It's often difficult for survivors to survive such a large-scale car accident. After all, it's not just a car accident. If you survive a disaster, there must be a follow-up. A foul smell of gasoline came from the car, and flames were also coming from the car that was hit. Chen Gu clenched his hands into a small fist, then opened his 5 fingers and whispered, "Bang!" Bursts of fire and explosions caused the cars that collided with each other to explode one after another like falling dominoes. Such a scene is like the fireworks in midsummer, brilliant and beautiful. Chen Gu smelled the aroma of barbecue and smiled softly. It smells good. It looks like it exploded and cooked. After dealing with the special operations team members here, Chen Gu turned around and planned to go back to the Taoist temple. Lord Lin Mo's side should be almost over, right? Hee. I'm really looking forward to what it will be like for Lord Lin Mo to become the highest consciousness of the Zerg. He must be very cold and cruel. Thinking of the feeling of lying in front of Lady Lin Mo, who had transformed into the supreme will of the Zerg, with her white little feet stepping on his head, Chen Ji's face flushed. Yeah, that's really so exciting. At this moment, Chen Ji's all-seeing ability allowed her to see that another group of guys were approaching here. This time it's not the special operations team, or rather, it's not humans. Instead, there were groups of densely packed swarms of spiders and insects. A look of disappointment appeared on Chen Ji's face. One by one, you all come to disturb the world of two between me and Lord Lin Mo. Tisk, so annoying. Lin Shui brought Lin Mo's descendants, that is, her brothers and sisters, to Chen Gu. The girl with white hair and red eyes, although much smaller than Lin Mo, can still be seen as Lin Mo's daughter, just like a Q version of Lin Mo. Lin Shui pointed her little finger at Chen Gu and cursed. You bad woman, hand over my mother. Chen Gu sneered. Haha, Master Lin Mo doesn't need trash like you. You are just a bunch of inferior products. When Master Lin Mo combines with the will of the insect swarm, I will take Master Lin Mo with me and use my genes to create stronger offspring together. In nature, when animals find a mate, they will kill the other's children with other people. Chen Gu was the same. She just wanted to create offspring by combining her genes with Lord Lin Mo. These inferior products in front of us have no need to exist at all. Now, let me help her clean up all these defective products of yours. Chapter 41. The strong must humiliate the weak. In front of the Taoist temple, 8 spider legs extended from behind Lin Shui, like an exoskeleton attached to the girl's body. At the same time, her face gradually distorted, and her 8 spider eyes stared at Chen Gu in front of her. What did you say? Mom doesn't want me anymore? No, Mom won't abandon me. Chen Gu spread his hands with a joking look on his face. Haha, you're an unwanted child, and you still can't accept the reality? Wait until you meet your mother, and you'll know. After Lin Shui heard Chen Gu say that Lin Mo no longer wanted her, and that she was a defective product, a child that no one wanted, she became completely upset. No, she felt like a spider. Her mentality exploded, and she turned red. The girl's face completely changed, turning into a monster with a human body and a spider face. Lin Shui roared angrily. You liar, there's no way my mother doesn't want me. Kill you, kill you, kill you. I'm going to kill you. The next second, Lin Shui rushed towards Chen Gu, and the spider's claws cut towards Chen Gu like sharp blades. However, under Chen Ji's blind stupidity ability, Lin Shui's brutal attack seemed so weak and powerless that she was slapped to the ground by Chen Gu, coughing up blood. Chen Ji's blindness and stupidity is not a physical or mental ability, but a rule-based ability. Under the rules, all resistance is futile. Blindness and stupidity can change the cognition of the person involved. As long as Chen Gu rewrites Lin Shui's cognition and makes her think that her physical attributes are inferior to Chen Ji's, she will never be able to pose a threat to Chen Gu. However, unlike the awakened members of the Special Operations Team who tried to escape after being abused, Lin Shui did not retreat even though she was slapped away and seriously injured by Chen Gu. The girl's little face was filled with anger. Even though she knew that she was just throwing an egg against a rock when facing this bad woman in front of her, she could not tolerate her saying that she was an unwanted child, and she would not allow this woman to say that her mother didn't want her. Chen Gu stretched his body, looked at Lin Shui with pleasure as blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and laughed. Little guy, your current level should only be around 10, right? You haven't even reached the threshold of the first level of gene lock perfection, and you want to challenge me? You are still too naive. Being reckless without the support of strength is just courting death. That's why I said that you guys are the inferior products that Lord Lin Mo accidentally gave birth to. Lin Shui knew that Chen Gu was right, and she was no match for him. But she also knew that if she gave in now, she might really lose her mother. She would never admit that she was an unwanted child by her mother. Lin Shui clenched her teeth. Since force doesn't work, use wits. Thinking of this, Lin Shui used her new ability, illusion, to fight to the death. Lin Shui activated the mental power contained in her body, causing Chen Gu in front of her to fall into an illusion and stop his actions. Roar. The spider girl uses the unique insect language of the spider swarm to call her sisters. All of a sudden, thousands and thousands of meter-long white spiders, so densely packed that it would make people develop claustrophobia, continued to emerge like a tide outside the Taoist temple on the mountain. Red eyes stared at Chen Gu, but Chen Gu was trapped in the illusion created by Lin Shui and could not move. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Lin Shui also showed her Zerg form, turning into a 3-meter-tall snow-white spider, and led her brothers and sisters to kill Chen Gu together. Countless spiders pressed down on Chen Gu. Even if the opponent was a level 40 awakener with a gene lock of level 3, he could not resist being devoured by such a huge swarm without resistance. Just like that, Chen Gu was eaten up by these spiders. Looking at Chen Gu, who was eaten till only a skeleton was left, Lin Shui turned back into a white-haired lowly and kicked the white bones with her fair little feet. Well, You deserved it for calling me a child whose mother didn't want me. At this moment, Lin Shui seemed to hear the voice of that terrible bad woman again. I see. Is this the script you came up with? How boring. Do you really think unity is strength? In a trance, the scene in front of Lin Shui changed. The spider swarm that was supposed to devour Qian Gu exploded like spiders being crushed to death by a slipper and was crushed into a second dimension by the two-dimensional foil. Hundreds of thousands of spiders were crushed into pulp by force majeure. In front of Lin Shui, the woman with red hair and red eyes had one hand in her pocket and the other hand was pinching Lin Shui's neck, lifting her up in the air easily. Everything that happened just now was just an illusion created by Qian Gu using blindness and stupidity to react to Lin Shui's illusion on her. It's just the right time to take advantage of the situation and kill all these failures. Chen Ji's eyes were filled with the victor toying with the loser. Do you know why I didn't just kill you? The corners of her mouth curved into a cruel smile. Because, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, the strong will humiliate the weak, do you understand? Lin Shui wanted to speak, wanted to resist, but she couldn't do anything because her neck was strangled. He couldn't make a sound, and he couldn't pry Chen Ji's hands apart with both hands. He couldn't even breathe. Chen Ji's hands slowly exerted force, squeezing Lin Shui's neck little by little. This is how she wanted to kill Lin Mo's biological daughter, little by little. Besides wanting to have some fun, she did it mostly out of jealousy. Qian Gu was jealous. She couldn't accept that this little Lolita could get so much favor from Lord Lin Mo. Therefore, she had to trample on this guy's dignity with her own hands and then slowly torture her to death. At this moment, Qian Gu heard a loud bang. Turning around, he saw that the Taoist temple behind him had collapsed. The strange statues of the three pure ones in the temple were blown to pieces, and the formation was reduced to ashes. The girl with white hair and red eyes touched the back of her neck with one hand, and slowly walked out of the smoke and ruins, speaking confidently. Fuck, what level are you? And you are worthy of stealing my body? Qian Gu looked at Lin Mo walking over there with surprise. She could feel that Lord Lin Mo was different from before. Lord Lin Mo now exudes brutality and murderous intent, and Qian Gu can feel that Lord Lin Mo's strength has reached an unimaginable level. That's right, at this moment, Lord Lin Mo has already perfectly merged with the swarm's collective will. Thinking of this, Qian Gu turned and bowed to Lin Mo. Welcome, Master Lin Mo. Qian Gu also wanted to say that after killing the girl, he would offer his bloodline genes to create stronger offspring. Before Qian Gu could speak, he heard the girl in front of him speak coldly. You're the one who attracted a large group of minds to take over my body, right? Oh, why did Master Lin Mo ask this? Before Qian Gu could think more, Lin Mo waved his hand, and Qian Gu felt his body lighten. When Qian Gu came to her senses, she had been chopped vertically into even cross-sections by Lin Mo, and her body spread out like a flower. Chapter 42. Your system is here to induce birth, right? Master Lin Mo, why? Chen Ji's body, which had been broken into pieces, gathered together again and recovered. Chen Ji's blindness and stupidity acted on herself, giving her a hint that she was not dead. So even if she was sliced into pieces by Lin Mo's attack just now, she could still recover and be as good as new. Haven't you already merged with the consciousness of the group? I'm on your side. The girl with white hair and red eyes didn't want to waste time talking to Qian Gu. This time, the girl raised her hand, and all the spider corpses on the ground that had been crushed into meat paste by Qian Gu gathered together and turned into a behemoth hundreds of meters tall. Seeing this, Qian Gu realized that escape was impossible. Even if Lin Mo let Qian Gu run for a minute first, the big spider could easily catch up with her. Qian Gu was ready to fight to the death, using the power of blind stupidity to disintegrate the monster formed by countless spiders in front of him. However, when she tried to use her skills, she was surprised to find that her blindness and stupidity could not work on Lord Lin Mo and the monster. In the face of absolute power, any ability is just a fancy acrobatics. At this moment, Master Lin Mo has probably reached the 9th level of Gene Lock. For this reason, Qian Gu can't even shake the opponent's summons. Why didn't Lord Lin Mo have his body possessed? That's not right. What Lord Lin Mo is emitting at this moment is the aura of the will of the Zerg swarm. Then why wait? Qian Gu seemed to have figured something out. Thinking of this, a happy smile suddenly appeared on Chen Ji's lips. So that's how it is. So everything is under your control, Lord Lin Mo? Looking at the huge mouth of the giant spider so close at hand, Qian Gu closed his eyes in relief. Want to eat me? Well, If it's Master Lin Mo, you can. As Chen Gu said this, the giant spider swallowed Chen Gu in one gulp. Lin Mo synchronized his movements with the giant spider and chewed a little. Only after confirming that Chen Gu had been completely absorbed did the girl with white hair and red eyes finally pat her stomach and sit down against the ruins. The girl burped. Hiccup. After Lin Mo burped, the giant spider created by her ability collapsed into the meat paste it was before. At the same time, the little white-haired girl ran towards her happily and threw herself into her arms. Mom, I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Because it is not taking over the body, but possessing it in the form of a spirit. At this moment, every extra second that Lin Mo stays in this body will consume a huge amount of mental energy. Lin Mo looked at the little loli in her arms, and she understood that it was time to return the body to its owner. Lin Mo felt like he was dreaming. She dreamed that she seemed to be standing on a sea of blood. She also dreamed that she seemed to have eaten a midnight snack in her dream. She didn't know what the midnight snack was, but it was crunchy, chicken-flavored, and tasted great. Hey, it's time to wake up. Our daughter is going to be worried. Lin Mo heard a familiar woman's voice. She looked up and saw that the person standing in front of her was the girl who appeared on the high-speed train before and looked exactly like her, the inner demon. The girl had a look of displeasure on her face. I helped you clean up the mess this time, but there won't be a next time. After saying that, the girl grabbed Lin Mo's shoulders. Wake up. As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo felt as if he was thrown into a sea of blood by the other party. The feeling of falling into the abyss made Lin Mo sober up on the spot. Ah! Lin Mo suddenly woke up, looking at the little white-haired girl who fell into her arms. Who else could it be but her daughter Lin Shui? Lin Mo tried calling out the other person's name. Xiao Shui? Hearing Lin Mo calling her, the little white-haired girl raised her cute little head and tilted it. Mom, what's wrong? Lin Mo shook his head. Fine. As he spoke, Lin Mo held his daughter in his arms and gently tidied her messy hair. Lin Shui felt a little guilty when Lin Mo touched her head. I'm sorry, Mom, because of my wrong decision. All my brothers and sisters are dead. Lin Mo looked at the spider meat paste all over the ground, and then looked at the system to see that more than half of the offspring were missing, and his heart skipped a beat. Holy shit, what's going on? Where are my babies? Why are they all dead? It can be said that almost all of Lin Mo's descendants in this city were wiped out in the battle with Chen Gu just now. It feels like you bought a fund worth 5 million yuan from a financial institution, and you were expecting the interest to compound, but the institution just took your money and ran away. In the end, you didn't make a penny and lost all your principal. That's about how it feels. At this moment, Lin Mo was like Mr. Krabs who had lost his little money, and his whole body collapsed to the ground. Woo woo woo, my cub, my cub. Lin Shui looked at Lin Mo with some confusion. Even when Mom was making her brothers and sisters fight each other, she never cried so sadly. Why does Mom look so sad now? She understood. Her mother had let them fight each other in order to make them understand the cruelty of this world. And now that she has really lost them, it is difficult for Mom to hide her true feelings. It must be like this. Lin Mo said that she felt sad because so many of her descendants died, and the system of having many children and many blessings would give her much less reward. At this moment, Lin Mo felt his stomach a little bloated. Lin Mo was a little confused. Who did she eat when she lost consciousness? Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at his daughter. Hey, Xiao Shui, why does my stomach feel a little bloated? Did I eat something? Lin Shui thought about it and replied. Mom just ate that bad red-haired woman. Lin Mo was shocked. Red hair? Bad woman? Isn't that Chingo? Isn't that guy a third-order gene lock, LV40? Lin Mo couldn't imagine how he could eat that guy. At this moment, Lin Mo heard a system prompt. Bite. You have completed the advanced task. Continued. Survive tonight from Chen Gu. Detected. You killed and devoured the mission target, Chen Gu, exceeding the mission target. You will receive a reward. Bloodline evolution. Excessive reward. Advanced bloodline guaranteed S level. It is detected that you have just eaten and are in the best condition for giving birth. The reward will be issued after you give birth. Lin Mo looked at the system prompt with a frown on his face. Lin Mo, damn it, the reward is going to be reserved for after the baby is born? Did you get this system from the birth-inducing office? Are you trying to urge me to have a baby? Chapter 43, Second Daughter. Damn it. They say now is the best time to have a baby, but timing is shit to you. Lin Mo looked around. After the previous battle, the Taoist temple, which was already very dilapidated, had now become a ruin. The scrapped police cars of the special operations team that fought Chingu still retained the beautiful scenery of burning flames after the car accident. The current situation here is not any better than the war environment in the Middle East. This system, you want us to give birth here? Just thinking about it, Lin Mo felt that it was a big deal. However, what the system said does not seem to be unreasonable. Now Lin Mo really feels his stomach is bloated, and he has an urgent need to go to the toilet. There was no other way, so Lin Mo directly found the ruins of the collapsed Taoist temple on the spot, barely found some bricks and tiles as cover, and trotted over alone. Before Lin Mo left, he did not forget to explain something to his daughter. Xiaoxue, wait here for mom. The little white-haired girl nodded as if she understood, and responded obediently. Oh, yes, mom. Just like that, Lin Mo hid in the ruins. She stretched her body, and the white-haired beauty who was originally 1.5 meters tall turned into a giant white spider over 6 meters tall. With a feeling of comfort and warmth, Lin Mo laid the egg that was about to come out of his body. After Lin Moshing took the egg, he felt a little weak and turned back into his original human appearance. Lin Mo looked at the newly laid egg in front of him, and a gleam of maternal love appeared in his eyes. Unlike the previous time when she laid many eggs at once, this time Lin Mo laid an egg that was more than 1 meter high. Not only that, the egg looked completely red, which always gave Lin Mo a strange feeling. Red. Wait, could it be? Before Lin Mo could be surprised, the egg was laid, and as soon as it hatched, a black mass of flesh covered with twisted and weird tentacles emerged. Lin Mo used her system panel to check the properties of the thing in front of her. Name: Chungu. Bloodline: Black Goat Kid, Zerg. Evolution degree: 29%. Level: LV30. Since the level of the offspring cannot be higher than that of the insect mother, its level has been restricted from being downgraded. Gene lock: Level 2. Bloodline skills: Offspring: subordinate to the insect mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. Unspeakable. Except for this skill, other skills and attributes cannot be viewed. Your own insect mother ignores this skill. Blindness and stupidity. Distort the other party's consciousness, causing their thinking to become confused and their logic to collapse. Omniscience. Knowledge of all fields in the world. All-seeing. Can monitor the location of any object you want to find. Level is 10 levels lower than your own. 100 appearances. Can transform into any appearance you want and make people around you feel comfortable. Damn it, Chungu. Lin Mo opened his mouth in surprise, but saw that the black thing in front of him turned into a human form, becoming a little loli with long red hair who was just over 1 meter tall. The little loli threw herself into Lin Mo's arms and said happily, Master Lin Mo, you are my mother now. Mom. My dear mommy. Lin Mo pushed the loli-like Chungu away with disdain and said unhappily, Stay away from me. Who is your mother? Lin Mo felt annoyed when he thought about Chungu killing hundreds of thousands of his descendants. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing his parents. Chungu killed so many of Lin Mo's descendants, causing Lin Mo to receive so many less system rewards. Do you think Lin Mo would not be angry when he saw this guy? Although Lin Mo regards most of his offspring as tools, they are just props for earning system rewards. But, so many props, they are very valuable. It would be sad if they were gone. So, now this Chungu came over with a harmless little girl face and wanted to get close to Lin Mo, and Lin Mo naturally refused. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the angrier he became, and he could no longer suppress the murderous intent in his heart. No, I'm so mad. Even though Chungu is my son, I should still try eating him again. Lin Mo thought so in his heart, and planned to take advantage of the fact that Chungu had just been born and his offspring could not be stronger than the insect mother, nor could they resist the insect mother's restrictions, to kill him directly. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Mo's ears. Bite. Detected that a rare species of black goat kid appeared among your offspring. Reward. The next time you breed, your offspring will collectively gain a special ability. Lin Mo heard the system's prompt and stopped the step he was about to take. Did we get a system reward? Well, that's normal. After all, Chungu is our descendant now. However, since he had already survived and received the system's reward, it would not be too late to kill Chungu and eat him. Lin Mo was about to take action again when he heard another system prompt. Bite. It is detected that your offspring's experience value has overflowed greatly, far exceeding the current realm. Get reward. Break through your realm directly. Lin Mo only felt a stream of hot and powerful energy surging through her body, continuously burning in her meridians. Just like an insect shedding its shell, Lin Mo emerged from her human skin again. Lin Mo checked his level again. Name: Lin Mo. Bloodline: Spider Worm Mother. Evolution degree: 30%. Level: LV32. Gene lock: level 3. At the same time, when Lin Mo broke through the gene lock level, Chen Ji's level also increased. Name: Chungu. Bloodline: Black Goat Cub, Zerg. Evolution degree: 39%. Level: LV32. The level of the offspring cannot be higher than that of the insect mother, and its level has been restricted from being downgraded. Gene lock: level 3. Lin Mo. I found a treasure. I found a treasure. Just the 2 points of breaking through the gene lock realm and the next batch of offspring being strengthened completely make up for the loss of Lin Mo's offspring. It was like someone burned Lin Mo's 5 million in a fire and then gave Lin Mo a gold brick worth 100 million. In just 1 minute, Lin Mo experienced the entire process from anger, to stunned, to surprised, and then to joy. Lin Mo placed his hands on the shoulders of Chenggu, the little lowly with red hair and red eyes in front of him, and his eyes were once again filled with motherly love. Xiaoga, since you were born by Mom, you will be Mom's good child in the future. Follow Mom, and you'll have meat to eat. Seeing Lin Mo's angry look just now, Chenggu thought that Lin Mo didn't want her. As a result, looking at Lin Mo now, she found that he seemed to like her quite a lot. Chenggu. Huh? I didn't expect that Master Lin Mo also learned Sichuan opera face changing? Omega. Chapter 44. Sisters on the Surface. Bite. Advanced Quest Reward. Bloodline Evolution. S-level bloodline guaranteed. It has been sent to your system inventory. Please check it. The system notification sound rang in Lin Mo's ears again. However, this time Lin Mo was not in a hurry to check the rewards for bloodline evolution. Lin Mo had just given birth to Chenggu and was very weak. Evolution was also a very time-consuming and laborious task for the Zerg. Therefore, Lin Mo planned to go back and rest well to adjust his condition before considering evolution. Lin Mo brought the red-haired little lowly Chenggu out from the ruins. Lin Shui is still waiting for Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Shui noticed Chenggu, who was following Lin Mo. This guy. When Lin Shui saw Chenggu, anger rose in her heart. 8 spider claws stretched out from behind Lin Shui and rushed towards Chenggu. Chenggu directly used the skill, blindness, and stupidity to disrupt Lin Shui's 5 senses, causing Lin Shui to spin in place and lose his way. Lin Mo looked at the 2 people fighting here and sighed softly. Xiaoga. Xiao Shui is your sister no matter what. You should get along well with her and stop bullying her. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Chenggu nodded obediently. Okay, Mom. Then, she stopped the ability of blindness and stupidity. Lin Shui regained her sense of direction and became angry again, planning to attack Chenggu again. Lin Mo directly used the power of the insect mother to stop Lin Shui in place. Xiao Shui, she will be your sister from now on, so please don't bully her. Lin Shui felt a little aggrieved. But Mom, this guy is a bad woman. Lin Shueka still remembers what Chenggu did not long ago, which was so abominable. Lin Mo certainly knew this. However, Lin Mo also knew that Chenggu was her little fan. Now that he had become a Zerg, he could not cause any trouble due to the power of Lin Mo's Zerg mother and the restrictions of Chen Ji's offspring. What's more, Chenggu is a hen that lays golden eggs. With his super strong bloodline, Chen Ji's evolution level in the future will definitely not be lower than it is now. The stronger Chenggu becomes, the more rewards Lin Mo can get. Just assume that Chenggu was lying, that she was trying to gain Lin Mo's trust. But as long as Chenggu was Lin Mo's offspring, Lin Mo would continue to become stronger as the other became stronger. Chenggu probably didn't know that Lin Mo had a system for having many children and good fortune. After all, when Lin Mo met him in his previous life, he didn't have this system. It was during this life that Lin Mo truly accepted his identity as the insect mother and obtained this system. Under the influence of information asymmetry, if Chenggu wants to accumulate strength and become stronger, Lin Mo can also continuously get feedback from the system during this process. So, why not treat the relationship as one of mutual benefit? As long as Lin Mo makes good use of Chen Ji's double-edged sword, even if the other party has bad intentions, Lin Mo can rely on the stronger rewards obtained from the system to control Chenggu. After Lin Mo's consideration, keeping Chenggu definitely has more advantages than disadvantages, or in other words, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. Therefore, she would keep Chenggu until she had squeezed out every last bit of his value. But Lin Mo will only keep his warmth for Xiaoxue. Lin Mo touched Lin Shue's little head. Listen to mom, okay? Lin Shue looked at Lin Mo aggrievedly. Lin Shue could not forget the scene of her brothers and sisters being killed by Chen Ge. She looked at Lin Mo, then at the red-haired girl next to Lin Mo with a playful smile on her face. Mom, why do you want to let a guy like this become our family? At this moment, the voice of Lin Mo using mental communication came into Lin Shue's mind. This was a communication from the heart, and Chen Ge at the side could not hear it. Lin Mo, okay, Xiaoxue, I know you feel wronged, but this woman is very important to mom. Her existence can make mom stronger. Lin Shue, but this bad woman killed my brothers and sisters. Lin Mo actually no longer cared about this matter. For the insect mother, there was rarely any real affection for her offspring. Lin Mo has some feelings for Lin Shue, but it is only because Lin Shue is an individual that Lin Mo has spent a lot of energy to cultivate, and there is a sunk cost. Lin Mo would use telepathy to explain to Lin Shue in order to take care of Lin Shue's mood and prevent the child from getting upset. Lin Mo thought about it, and then thought of a way to comfort Lin Shue. Lin Mo, don't worry, Xiaoxue. I know you hate Chen Ge, but you must always remember that you must never let others know what you are thinking. Lin Mo, mom doesn't want you to really forgive her. You just need to keep this hatred in your heart and then continue to strengthen yourself. When the time is right, you can take revenge on Chen Ge. Lin Mo, when that time comes, mom won't stop you. Lin Shue, okay mom, I get it. Lin Shue listened to what Lin Mo said to her, and her mood was actually not that bad anymore. At least she knew that her mother did not stop her from seeking revenge. Lin Mo said that she didn't care whether Lin Shuefu took revenge or not. However, it would be a good idea if Lin Shue retained this hatred. After all, hatred is also a driving force. As long as Lin Shue has the idea of revenge on Chen Ge in her heart, she will work harder and do whatever it takes to become stronger. As Lin Shue becomes stronger, Lin Mo can also receive reward feedback from the fertility system. As Chen Ge continued to grow stronger, Lin Mo was still able to receive reward feedback from the fertility and good fortune system. No matter what, Lin Mo is the biggest beneficiary. As for the end, if the two really fight, well, don't worry about it. The fighting between Zerg is a very normal thing. Zerg itself is the law of the jungle. Even though Lin Mo has a preference for Lin Shue, the only thing she really cares about is to become stronger and stand at the top of the world. Lin Mo nodded to Lin Shue. Lin Shue understood what Lin Mo meant. Okay, mom, let me pretend to reconcile with this bad woman, right? Sure, we are no match for him now anyway, so just be patient. Thinking of this, Lin Shue gave a forced smile and stretched out her hand. Then let's get along well from now on, sister. Chen Ge also had the same playful smile on his face. He reached out and held Lin Shue's hand and nodded. Okay, after all, we will be a family from now on, my dear sister. Lin Mo looked at Lin Shue and Chen Ge, two sisters on the surface, shaking hands and making peace, and sighed in his heart. Whether it was Lin Shue or Chen Ge, they both knew in their hearts that it was impossible for Lin Shue to truly forgive Chen Ge. But it doesn't matter. After all, they both have one thing in common, that is, they both love their mother deeply. In order not to embarrass their mother, the two of them decided to maintain this superficial sister relationship for the time being. Chapter 45 Su Shuer. I got promoted just after I woke up. The next morning, 9th Military Region, Special Operations Group Headquarters. Su Shuer woke up on the bed in the infirmary. After opening her eyes, she felt pain in her body. She vaguely remembered that she seemed to be attacked by someone last night and lost consciousness. Suddenly, Su Shuer remembered. At that time, the mayor and his men attacked her and Lin Shue, and she was knocked unconscious while protecting Lin Shue. Su Shuer held her forehead, sat up from the bed with difficulty, and muttered to herself. Come to think of it, what was the mayor's name? Why don't I remember it? Su Shuer could clearly recall many details of what happened yesterday, but she could not remember the mayor's appearance or any information about him. At this moment, a girl with white hair, red eyes, and innocent eyes walked into the ward. The moment she saw the girl coming in, Su Shuer's eyes sparkled. Sister Lin Mo came to see me? She has me in her heart. Lin Mo entered the ward and sat next to Su Shuer's bed. Xiao Su, I'm glad you're okay. After saying that, Lin Mo took out a thermos bucket and gently placed it on the small table next to Su Shuer's bed. I brought your favorite 3 fresh wontons. Eat them while they're hot. Su Shuer nodded, feeling warm in her heart. She had just been attacked by the mayor's gang yesterday, and today Sister Lin Mo came to bring her food. Anyone who has been hospitalized due to illness probably understands this feeling. In the cold ward, feeling very uncomfortable and surrounded by doctors and nurses in white coats, they will feel a suffocating sense of loneliness. At this time, if family members can send you a prepared meal, you will feel deeply comforted. Su Shuer ate the wontons that Lin Mo made for her with relish. After eating the wontons, Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo. Sister Momo, let's quickly report this to team leader Yin Liang. We must let him know about this. Su Shuer found that when she said this, Lin Mo's face showed a strange look. After hesitating for a few seconds, Su Shuer asked Lin Mo cautiously, Sister Momo, did something unexpected happen to team leader Yin as well? After Lin Mo met with team leader Yin yesterday, he asked Su Shuer to take Lin Shui back. However, after Su Shuer and Lin Shui returned home, they were caught by the mayor and others who had been waiting there. This attack was not only aimed at her and Lin Shui, but also at Lin Mo and the special operations team. After Su Shuer thought about it a little, she realized that team leader Yin Liang must have also encountered an accident. However, in Su Shuer's mind, team leader Yin Liang should be the strongest awakener in the 9th military region. He might be injured, but he should not die. Lin Mo looked calmly at the girl in hospital gown in front of him and spoke softly. Team leader Yin and all the awakened people in the special operations team are all dead. No one is spared. What? Team leader Yin is dead? Not only did team leader Yin die, but all the awakened superpowers in the entire 9th military region died. When Su Shuer heard what Lin Mo said, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide, and was so surprised that she couldn't speak. Su Shuer couldn't believe that there was a force of awakened people in this city that could wipe out the entire action team of the 9th military region. Lin Mo understood that Su Shuer could not accept the current situation for a while. She didn't explain much, and just turned on the TV with the remote control. On TV news, a female reporter faced the camera with a microphone in her hand and spoke seriously. Yesterday, a major terrorist attack occurred in our city, and more than 50 victims were killed. Please continue to pay attention to our station for follow-up information. I will continue to report the situation on the scene for you. Of course, the Zerg corpses there had already been dealt with by Lin Mo. All that was left at the scene were the bodies of the special operations team members and the damaged car. Of course, the news could not say that the dead were people from the military district. After all, such things cannot be disclosed to the outside world. However, Su Shuer still saw from the news and some of the remaining corpses on the ground that those people were all awakened members of the special operations team. Although Su Shuer didn't have a very good impression of the awakened ones, they were still colleagues who worked together day and night after all. After seeing them all die, and die so miserably, Su Shuer still felt very uncomfortable. Seeing Su Shuer's sad look, Lin Mo muttered in his heart, not to mention those awakened ones, just take Yin Liang, who had planned to let his daughter eat Su Shuer from the beginning. But Su Shuer herself didn't know this, and she still thought that the team leader was taking care of her. Those awakened ones all died for the best. None of them were good people. They just died. There's no need to be sad. But Lin Mo didn't say it in front of Su Shuer. Still need to pay attention to the impact. Seeing that the time was ripe, Lin Mo coughed lightly. Ahem, by the way, Xiao Su, let me tell you something. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo in confusion. What's wrong, Sister Momo? Lin Mo smiled and looked at the cute blonde girl in front of him. All the superpowers in the 9th military district are dead. The military district wants me to be the team leader here. Oh, hello, team leader Lin. Su Shuer thought Lin Mo was telling her the good news, so she nodded and called respectfully. Lin Mo waved his hand. That's not what I meant. After thinking about it, Lin Mo explained to Su Shuer. As a sister, I don't like being a leader. I just want to slack off and mess around. Su Shuer believed that Lin Mo just wanted to slack off. After all, Su Shuer had invited Lin Mo to join the special operations team before, but Lin Mo was unwilling. It was only after Su Shuer helped Lin Mo get a spot as a non-staff member and told Lin Mo that he only needed to put his name on the list that Lin Mo agreed. Su Shuer nodded again. Well, it's fine if you don't want to be one. It's fine. Lin Mo smiled. However, there is currently no one in the 9th military region who can take charge of the overall situation, so I recommend you to be the leader of the 9th military region's Special Operations Group. From now on, the Special Operations Group's affairs regarding the Awakeners will be fully managed by you, Team Leader Su. When Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words, she was stunned. Su Shuer, ah? Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer with an unbelievable expression and directly took out the letter of appointment issued by her. After confirming all the above information and that the official seal of the military region was authentic, Su Shuer was finally willing to accept reality. Su Shuer pinched her cheeks and felt pain on her face. She understood that this was real, not a dream. Looking at the thumbs up from Sister Lin Mo beside her, Su Shuer felt as if she were in another world. Su Shuer, no, I was attacked and fainted. How come when I woke up, my position was promoted several levels and I became the top leader of the 9th Military Region? Sigma? De. Chapter 46 Lin Mo. Yes, I won. Outside the city, Bailingshan Cemetery. It was clearly daytime, but the sky was exceptionally dim, as if adding a sad tone to the atmosphere at the moment. The raindrops fell on the ground, hitting the more than 50 coffins that were about to be buried. Lin Mo, who was standing behind Su Shuer, held a black umbrella in his hand, holding an umbrella for the new team leader who had just taken office. Today, Lin Mo and Su Shuer, as well as the hundreds of agents from the 9th Military Region behind them, were all wearing black suits and white gloves, looking heavy and solemn. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer, standing in front of him, and said softly, "Team Leader Su, you are injured as well. Why don't you go back and recuperate first? Leave this to us." Su Shuer shook her head. "Sister Lin Mo, just call me Xiao Su. As for recuperation, I will go back and take care of it slowly after today. Today is the day when Team Leader Yin and the others are buried, and I cannot be absent." Lin Mo nodded and didn't say much. In the rain, everyone worked together to place the coffins in the dug pits. Only after all the coffins were buried did the agents present bow deeply to these predecessors who had made great contributions to the city. Lin Mo looked at these sad agents and laughed in his heart. Haha, if you knew what kind of people these people are, you wouldn't have the attitude you have now. I won't talk about Yin Liang and his daughter. One is the insect mother, and the other is a trader who helps her insect mother's daughter deal with humans. As for the remaining awakened ones, most of them are not good people either. Many awakened people, after gaining superpowers, will use their superpowers to bully the weak. This is still relatively good. Even many awakened ones would think that they are superior to ordinary people and kill for fun. And those people, with the help of Yin Liang, washed away their past, became members of the Special Operations Team, and then became agents. There are quite a few people like this. Only those military psychics who originally came from military regions are truly clean, but they are only a minority in the Special Operations Team. However, with the death of these people, their past has become a thing of the past. The agents of the Special Operations Team buried their dead predecessors, bowed respectfully, and left. Here, only Lin Mo and Su Shuer were left. Lin Mo said softly, "Xiao Su, it's not easy to be the leader of the Special Operations Team, but I believe you can do it." Su Shuer was a little worried, but still nodded. Lin Mo patted Su Shuer's shoulder. "Don't worry, I will always be your strongest supporter." After hearing Lin Mo's solemn promise, Su Shuer's original worries about the future disappeared. She nodded vigorously. "Yeah, okay, Sister Momo, I'll do my best." Lin Mo handed the umbrella in his hand to Su Shuer. "Xiao Su, I have something to do here. You go back with an umbrella first." Su Shuer understood what Lin Mo meant and nodded. "Yeah, okay." She didn't ask Lin Mo why she wanted to stay here. After all, Sister Lin Mo was always right. After Su Shuer left, the two Lolas who had been hiding in the dark appeared and came to Lin Mo's side. The one on the left is Lin Shui, a loli who has white hair and red eyes like Lin Mo, but a smaller figure. The one on the right is Chen Gu, a loli with red hair and red eyes and a contemptuous and playful smile on her face. Both of them are Zerg, and at the same time, they are both Lin Mo's daughters. Lin Mo turned and looked at the two of them. "So, have you followed my instructions and worked hard to breed and expand our insect swarm?" Lin Shui and Chen Gu smiled and said in unison, "Of course, Mom." Lin Shui and Chen Gu followed Lin Mo's instructions and searched for insect swarms in this city and other nearby cities. Whenever you encounter another swarm of insects, you must destroy it, kill the insects inside, and eat the core of the mother insect. After absorbing the opponent's genes, they transform and breed stronger offspring. Now that Lin Mo is a worm queen, he decides to go the boutique route. That is, only give birth to elite individuals like Lin Shui and Chen Gu, fewer but better ones. As Lin Mo's subordinates, Lin Shui and Chen Gu took the popular route and bred more offspring. It is probably similar to the structure of ancient monarchs, where the monarch manages the 6 ministers, the 6 ministers manage the officials below, and the officials manage the people below. Lin Mo, as the Zerg Master and the Big Boss, directly manages small boss elite monsters like Lin Shui and Chen Gu. They give birth to more children and manage them. In this way, Lin Mo will have endless descendants, and while he will get the benefits of having many children, he will not have to bear the worries of management. Lin Mo nodded and reached out to touch Lin Shue's little head. Xiao Xue, you did a good job. You are really a good daughter to your mother. Chun Ge muttered. Mom, praise me too. I am also working hard to breed babies. When Lin Mo heard what Chingu said, he also reached out his hand, grabbed Qin Ji's cheek and squeezed it hard. Chingu whimpered in pain. Oh, it hurts. Chingu felt a little aggrieved. Mom, why are you pulling me? Lin Mo snorted softly. If it weren't for you, I would have had tens of thousands of descendants. You killed so many for me, and now at most I can be considered to have made up for my crime. I want to pat your head and see how you perform in the future. After saying that, Lin Mo rubbed Qin Ji's face. However, you did a lot for Mom later, so I'll give you a reward by rubbing your face. Chungu immediately turned from sadness to joy and said happily, Hee hee, Mom still loves me. Giving a candy after hitting a stick. Although this method seems simple, it is very effective. The highest end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Lin Mo waved his hand. Okay, you guys go get busy too. Lin Shui and Chingu nodded obediently. Yes, Mom. After saying this, the two sisters disappeared from the shadow of the cemetery. After everyone had left, Lin Mo stood alone in the cemetery, in front of Yin Liang's tombstone, and finally took off his disguise. Ha 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 ha. Lin Mo stood alone in the cemetery and couldn't help laughing out loud. Although the process was a bit tortuous, things are still going according to my script. Lin Mo had planned from the beginning to gain control of the military district's information through Su Shuer from the Special Operations Team. Chun Ji's appearance was an accident, but it did not affect her plan. Now, all potential opponents in the city have been eliminated, and the leader of the 9th Military District is Su Shuer, a tool. Lin Mo can completely rule the country from behind the scenes and let the 9th Military District be at her mercy. Everything was under her control, like a spider web being unraveled. The entire urban area was shrouded in her shadow. Everyone here has become her captive fodder. The next step is to higher-level military districts, the federal government, and the financial oligarchy. Lin Mo looked at his phone and saw that there were still 5 days left until the end of the Zerg. By then, she, Lin Mo, will become the mastermind controlling everything behind the scenes in the Zerg apocalypse. Lin Mo opened her arms and let the rain hit her face. Yes, I won. The scene at this moment is like the Shawshank Redemption. Lin Mo is enjoying the joy of freedom in the rain. This is my, Lin Mo's, complete victory. Standing up, Lin Mo raised a sinister smile. Come to think of it, I've been so busy with my own things lately that I almost forgot about that guy. Now that I'm free, I'll come and spend some time with you, Xiao Yu. Chapter 47, Naughty Child. Downtown, in a restaurant. Lin Mo brought Su Shuer here, ready to celebrate for Su Shuer becoming the team leader of the 9th Military Region. Su Shuer sat in the seat opposite Lin Mo, feeling a little worried. Sister Lin Mo, Team Leader Yin was just buried today. Would it be inappropriate for us to come here to celebrate? Lin Mo chuckled. Not so good. Today is your promotion day. We didn't open champagne or set off firecrackers. We have done our best, okay? Su Shuer was still a little uneasy. Team Leader Yin used to take good care of me. Lin Mo laughed secretly in his heart. Yin Liang is taking care of you because his daughter wants to eat you, so of course he has to take good care of you. This kid is silly and I don't know how he became a member of the Special Operations Team, and with the help of Lin Mo, he became the team leader. Forget it, being silly is good too. If you are too smart, you won't be able to become a qualified tool. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer's still worried expression and continued. Please accept my condolences. I think if Team Leader Yin were still alive, he would not want you to be sad all the time. The two of us are celebrating your promotion, and it can also be regarded as a blessing for him. Don't let him leave in such an unlucky way. Or, Xiao Su, you don't actually want to have dinner with me? When Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words, she shook her head vigorously. No, of course not. This is her and Lin Mo's world for just two of them. If today wasn't a special day, Su Shuer would actually be very happy to come here to celebrate with Lin Mo. However, after Lin Mo's persuasion, Su Shuer also slightly came out of the shadow of the sacrifice of her colleagues in the Special Operations Team and cheered up. The waiter quickly brought out all the dishes that Lin Mo ordered. There are sweet and sour fish, braised pork, steamed hairy crabs, braised spare ribs, and many more. Su Shuer was dumbfounded as she looked at the dishes that were served. Well, Sister Momo, there are so many dishes for the two of us, we probably can't finish them, right? Lin Mo chuckled. It's okay, I can finish eating. Without waiting for Su Shuer to speak again, Lin Mo picked up the chopsticks and put pieces of meat into his bowl. Lin Mo was just like the food blogger who broadcast his eating habits, eating one bite at a time and stuffing it into his mouth. Slurp, slurp. More than half of the dishes that were originally full of delicious food were gone in a short period of time. As the queen of insects, Lin Mo only needs this amount of food to fill her stomach. Some people may be curious. Lin Mo is obviously a worm queen. So why is she here with Su Shuer to eat human food? Let me clarify here that Lin Mo can actually eat human food. As long as it is food containing protein, Lin Mo can eat it and absorb the nutrients. And because these dishes are seasoned, the taste and texture are naturally much better than those of raw prey. But normally, Lin Mo needs to replenish a lot of protein to restore his energy and strength, so he goes out more often to hunt other Zerg and conduct fishing enforcement on some guys who want to commit crimes. For this reason, Lin Mo eats more living things. If she were asked to choose, Lin Mo would definitely say that she prefers these dishes. In 5 days, the Zerg apocalypse will break out. By that time, everyone will be in danger. Those who can cook will not be able to save their own lives, let alone cook for others. Therefore, before the end of the world breaks out, I'll take Su Shuer with me to have a few delicious meals so that I won't be too greedy in the future. As Lin Mo was eating, she noticed that Su Shuer was looking at her in surprise. Lin Mo tilted his head in confusion and looked at Su Shuer. Xiao Su, what's wrong? Why are you just looking at me? You should eat too. As Lin Mo was talking, he realized that all the dishes in front of him had been eaten by her without leaving anything. Only some residual soup, bones, and crab shells were left. It seemed that Lin Mo was so absorbed in eating that he forgot that Su Shuer was also waiting to eat. Seeing Su Shuer's wide eyes, Lin Mo touched the back of his head awkwardly. Hee, I'm an awakener, and using my superpowers requires a lot of energy, so my appetite is relatively large. Please forgive me, Xiao Su. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Su Shuer expressed her understanding of Lin Mo's situation. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Conversely, the greater the ability, the bigger the appetite. This is normal. Su Shuer nodded and smiled. Sister Lin Mo, it's okay. I understand you. Lin Mo felt a little embarrassed for eating so much by himself, so he waved to the waiter and asked him to serve the previous dishes again. This time, Lin Mo deliberately put the dish into Su Shuer's bowl. Come here, Xiao Su. The ribs here are really delicious, try some. This braised pork is also good, fatty but not greasy, very delicious. And this, their hairy crabs are all the freshest ones purchased from the seafood market every day. Just as Lin Mo was picking up some food for Su Shuer, a ball of paper flew onto the table on Lin Mo's side and happened to land on one of the dishes. When Lin Mo saw the piece of paper, it seemed like he had just wiped his nose with snot, and he frowned immediately. Lin Mo looked over there and saw a naughty kid who looked to be in his early teens making faces at him. Over there, the adult who seemed to be the parent of the naughty child was chatting and laughing with other people who were having dinner together. They were talking loudly in the restaurant and had a great time, not paying any attention to the situation here. Lin Mo stood up and walked over to the naughty kid. Lin Mo waved to the naughty kid. Little boy, you accidentally threw that piece of paper towards me, didn't you? The naughty kid wasn't afraid of Lin Mo and spoke with confidence, relying on the fact that an adult from his own family was right behind him. Yes, I threw it. What can you do about it? Lin Mo was not annoyed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo chuckled. Nothing, I think you're a pretty good thrower. If you practice more, you'll definitely become an excellent basketball player like Kobe Bryant. As he spoke, Lin Mo took out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and handed them to the naughty kid. This is a reward from your sister, good boy. Lin Mo touched the naughty kid's head. As for the kid's parents, they were still chatting happily over there and didn't pay any attention to this side. Lin Mo took out $500 bills and handed them to the naughty kid. Good boy, I'll give you another 500 yuan. Just like you did just now, throw the paper ball you used to wipe your nose into the food of the people at that table. How about that? Lin Mo pointed to another table where several ferocious-looking young men were sitting, and the smile on his face became more obvious. Lin Mo roughly knew that the people over there were gang members in the city. Moreover, Lin Mo specially checked with the system and found that one of the guys was a mutant. Although Lin Mo could deal with this naughty kid by herself, after accepting her identity as the insect queen, she began to enjoy the pleasure of playing with her prey. Sometimes, it's more fun to not dirty your hands and stir up trouble with others. Every evildoer will be punished by his own evildoer, so why not do it? The naughty kid thought Lin Mo was really praising him and happily took the money and nodded. Yes, yes. Sister is so nice. Lin Mo smiled, sat back in his seat, and asked the waiter to change the dishes on his table. When Lin Mo was communicating with the waiter, she found that the child had thrown the paper ball into the food at the table of the gangsters and was picked up and beaten with a bruised face. Chapter 48. Courting Death. In the restaurant, a group of young men with dragon and tiger tattoos on their bodies picked up the naughty kid and beat him up, leaving him with a black eye and a swollen face. Then, the young man with a flat head, who seemed to be the boss among them, carried the crying kid who was beaten to the kid's parents and said in a cold voice, "This naughty child, is he from your family?" The child's parent was happily chatting and bragging with his friends, but when he heard someone talking to him and saw his child being beaten into such a state, he immediately became unhappy. "It's my house, what do you want?" As a result, the parents of the naughty child suddenly realized that the people looking for trouble all had tattoos on their arms, and they immediately became scared. Brother, may I ask what my child did to make you unhappy?" He is arrogant at first but respectful later, which makes people laugh. Lin Mo looked at what was happening here jokingly and laughed secretly. As the newly appointed leader of the Special Operations Team, Su Shuer wanted to step forward to stop these people. Seeing this, Lin Mo put his hand on Su Shuer's hand, held Su Shuer down, shook her, and whispered, "Xiao Su, the 9th Military Region has always kept secrets from the outside world. Don't show up easily unless it's absolutely necessary. If someone is about to die, I'll take care of it." Su Shuer knew that Lin Mo did this on purpose. After all, Su Shuer saw it all when Lin Mo gave the naughty kid money and let him commit suicide. At the beginning, Su Shuer didn't know what Lin Mo wanted to do. When Su Shuer realized what was happening, it was too late. Lin Mo smiled. "Xiao Su, you think I was bullying that kid on purpose, right?" Su Shuer didn't know how to comment and fell silent. Lin Mo continued. "Xiao Su, you have to know that if this kind of naughty child is not educated from childhood, he will get into this kind of trouble sooner or later when he grows up. Let him get into trouble now while he's still young. Let him learn a lesson and he'll be well behaved when he grows up." Su Shuer didn't know how to refute Lin Mo, but she felt that what Sister Lin Mo said did make some sense. If any emergency situation really arises, she will just stop it. Su Shuer nodded and said nothing more. On the other side, after the parents of the naughty child apologized and paid compensation to those young people, they finally gave up. Before leaving, the young man with a flat head pointed at the parents of the naughty child and cursed them viciously. "Discipline this bastard of yours from now on. If you don't know how to discipline him, someone else will help you." After making these harsh remarks, these hooligans were no longer in the mood to eat and just left. Seeing that no one was killed, Su Shuer finally breathed a sigh of relief and started eating the dishes that the waiter had just brought. While eating, Su Shuer sighed softly. Lin Mo naturally noticed that his toolman seemed to have some emotional fluctuations. She probably also understood why Su Shuer was like this. Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him and smiled softly. "Xiao Su, do you think I am a bad person because I deliberately led that child into trouble?" Su Shuer shook her head. "Of course my sister is not a bad person, but I always feel that this way of handling things is not appropriate." Lin Mo explained. "Have you heard of Dayu's flood control? In ancient times, when there was a flood, the government would block the area where the water was flowing. As a result, the accumulated water would burst the dam, causing an even bigger flood." Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo with a confused look. "But how does this have anything to do with what we are doing now?" Lin Mo crossed his white thighs and clasped his hands in front of his chest. "Hee, of course it does matter. Think about it. If I persuade that naughty kid with kind words, will he listen? Will his family listen? Instead of blocking him from doing bad things, it is better to guide him to do bad things, and then he will suffer and learn a lesson, that's all." This was just Lin Mo's sophistry. She just wanted to see what happened to the naughty kid so she could have fun here. But there was no way. Lin Mo's sophistry was based on facts. In addition, Su Shuer was Lin Mo's little fangirl, so she naturally accepted Lin Mo's words. Su Shuer looked at the naughty kid and his parents over there, and thinking about their attitude, it seemed that they were unlikely to listen. "No, you should remove the word as if it's true, you won't be able to listen to it. That naughty kid and his family are unreasonable. They only behave themselves when they meet someone more arrogant than themselves." Thinking about it this way, although Sister Lin Mo's behavior seems a bit extreme, or even a bit like a bad woman, but Sister Lin Mo's approach seems to be the most reasonable. Next time this naughty kid wants to do something bad, he will remember how he was beaten by those hooligans today, and he will probably restrain himself. At this moment, The naughty kid seemed to say something to his parents, and then pointed towards Lin Mo. It was her, that woman, who paid me to throw paper balls into those people's dishes. That's why I got beaten. The naughty kid pointed at Lin Mo and Su Shuer and complained to his family. The parents of the naughty child looked at Lin Mo and Su Shuer, two girls who looked weak and easy to bully, and immediately felt much better. The child's parents thought to themselves, if he couldn't handle those hooligans, could he not handle these two women? Thinking of this, the naughty kid's parents decided to regain the face they had lost in front of their friends through Lin Mo and the others. The two men brought the naughty kid to Lin Mo and spoke viciously. Look, it's all because of you that our good son was beaten like this. Lin Mo looked at the three people who were coming towards him aggressively, but he was not panicked and chuckled. Oh, your son got himself beaten up, so you blame me? The naughty kid's mother immediately yelled at Lin Mo with a shrill roar like an air raid siren and cursed at him. If you hadn't instigated me, would my son have gotten into trouble with those people? Lin Mo was not annoyed and chuckled. So what? The woman was also a little confused by Lin Mo's attitude. She didn't expect that Lin Mo, a seemingly weak girl, could be so calm. So, the woman calmed down a little, but still spoke to Lin Mo with some anger. Pay compensation. You must pay compensation. My son is injured like this. If we don't get 200,000 yuan today, we won't be done. Lin Mo laughed out loud. Why didn't you tell me earlier? It's all about money. Okay, 200,000, right? I can give it to you. But I don't have that much money on me right now. How about you come with me and I'll get it for you? The parents of the naughty child didn't think much about it. When they heard that Lin Mo was really willing to give 200,000 yuan, they immediately felt much better. He was even happy that he could make $200,000 in one go. Okay, we'll go get it with you. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer. Xiao Su, you go back first. I'll go back after I get the money for them. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo with some worry. Lin Mo patted Su Shuer's shoulder. Don't worry, your sister Momo has never failed to handle anything. Go back and wait for me to come home. Su Shuer couldn't persuade Lin Mo, so after Lin Mo helped her get an online taxi and sent her off, she left. Lin Mo looked at those people. Let's go. It's better to call everyone you are with, so that I won't run away. The parents of the naughty child also wanted to show off in front of their friends, so they nodded. No problem, as long as the money is in place, we can write off what happened just now. Lin Mo smiled. That's fine. As long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem. Originally, Lin Mo just wanted to teach that naughty kid a lesson. However, this family's persistence really made Lin Mo unhappy. Since they were looking for death, Lin Mo didn't mind giving his children a snack. At this moment, Lin Mo thought to himself, of course I have money, but I don't know if you have the life to take the money or the life to spend it. Chapter 49 Good Mother. Old community and dilapidated residential buildings. The houses here look quite old and have fallen into disrepair. If you don't know, you might think it's haunted. However, the parents of the naughty child were not afraid, because they were very excited when they thought that they could get 200,000 yuan by following Lin Mo here. Naturally, they were not afraid that Lin Mo would play tricks on them. After all, Lin Mo looked like a delicate girl. They were two adults, with a few drinking buddies following behind them. With so many people together, how could they be afraid of a little girl? The naughty child's mother followed behind Lin Mo and said in a cold voice, Little girl, your house is so shabby. Can you come up with 200,000? Lin Mo raised a barely perceptible cold smile and said softly, Of course I can. If I can't produce it, you can do whatever you want with it. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the friends of the naughty kid's parents started to make a fuss. My family is doing some special business. If you can't come up with the money, I can help introduce you to someone. It's very easy to make money. You can make several thousand a day, and you can get 200,000 in a few weeks. When Lin Mo heard what that person said, he of course understood what he meant. This guy is obviously a pimp. It seems that the drinking buddies who can hang out with the naughty kid's parents are indeed not good people. Birds of a feather flock together. It is quite reasonable that these scums like to gather together. Lin Mo was not annoyed. He just smiled. I said I can get it out, and I can get it out. If you don't believe me, you can just go back first. The parents of this naughty kid would never let him go back like that. They definitely won't leave unless they see the money today. Just like that, the naughty kid's parents brought the naughty kid, as well as those drinking buddies who came to watch the fun, and followed Lin Mo to the old house. As soon as they stepped into the corridor, everyone felt a cold breath coming from here. The naughty child hugged his arms tightly with his hands and curled up his body. Mom and Dad, I'm so cold. I want to go home. Rumor has it that children are most likely to see dirty things and can sense potential dangers better than adults. However, the naughty kid's parents were waiting to ask Lin Mo for the 200,000 yuan compensation, so they were not willing to let it go. The naughty kid's mother grabbed the kid's ear and lifted him up. "You little brat, why are you so cold? I'll go back and turn on the heater for you when I get the compensation money." The naughty kid didn't dare to speak anymore. It seemed that she considered that it was indeed very cold here. So the mother of the naughty child said to her husband, "How about you wait downstairs with this brat?" The naughty kid's father also felt that this place was a little strange and didn't want to go upstairs, so he nodded. Okay. The kids and I will wait for you downstairs. We'll go home after we get the money." Lin Mo didn't care about the two of them staying outside. When these people stepped into this old neighborhood, their fate was already determined. Lin Mo had no objection and nodded. "Okay, then you guys follow me to get the money." The naughty kid's mother didn't think much about it and followed Lin Mo with her friends. This building is in an old neighborhood and there is no elevator. Several people followed Lin Mo and climbed the stairs step by step. Obviously, the highest floor in this building is the 6th floor, but the mother of the naughty child always felt like she had climbed dozens of floors. She followed Lin Mo for a long time, panting. Everyone followed Lin Mo and finally arrived at the 6th floor, where Lin Mo opened the door. "Come in." Several people followed Lin Mo into the room, which was filled with strangely shaped, pitch-black, twisted insects that were more than 1 meter long. Those insects had eyeballs on their bodies, and when the few people entered the house, they all stared at them. When the naughty child's mother was stared at by these insects, she couldn't help but feel a palpitation and screamed out, "Ah!" Lin Mo turned his back to the crowd, turned his head 360 degrees, and looked at them strangely. "Oh, don't you want to get 200,000? Come in and get it. I'll give it to you if you come in." However, the people here had no time to think about money. Monsters. This room is full of monsters. Not only that, it seems that the girl who brought them here is the same kind as these monsters. Lin Mo didn't say anything. He grabbed the mother of the naughty kid closest to him and broke her neck with one hand. After twisting the naughty boy's mother's neck, Lin Mo threw the body on the ground and spat lightly. "I told you not to discipline your children properly, and I told you not to be greedy and blackmail me. Damn it, do you think you can touch me? Do you have a match? How many do you have?" The remaining few people, when they saw the naughty boy's mother's neck being broken easily like Wong crushed ice, were so scared that their legs were shaking on the spot, and one person even wet his pants out of fear. However, these people were not fools. They turned around and ran towards the stairwell. "Ghost! Help! Help! Sorry, Lang. Lin Mo looked at these people fleeing in panic and then thought about how aggressive they were before. It was indeed a bit of a comedic effect that they were arrogant at first and respectful later. Lin Mo put his hands in his pockets and watched those people run away, but he didn't chase them. Lin Mo said, "Run, keep running. I want to see who of you can escape from here." The naughty kid's mother's friends immediately understood what was going on when they saw Lin Mo easily break the child's mother's neck with one hand. That little girl is not a human. She is a monster, a weird thing, a demon. Although they didn't know what that little girl was, she was definitely not a good person. These people regretted it. They regretted why they came here to join in the fun and followed the parents of the naughty kids. The girl was blackmailed by the parents of another naughty kid. Even if the parents of the naughty kid really got the money, they could at most use the money to treat a few of them to a meal. There would be no benefit at all from following her. But because they wanted to support their friends, get a free meal, and watch the little girl being bullied. All kinds of trivial reasons, they put themselves in danger of possible death. Now they are so regretful. If they are given another chance to choose, they would never come here again even if they were beaten to death. However, there is no regret medicine in this world, and there is no such thing as if. Now they rushed down the stairs and ran outside, hoping to get out. As long as you run downstairs, as long as you can run downstairs, you will definitely be saved. Several people ran and ran, but found that no matter how they ran, they were always wandering in the corridors of these floors. It seemed as if this 6-story staircase had no end, and no matter how fast I ran, I would never reach the bottom. At this time, one of them was surprised to find that the floor they were passing by had the address 404. Wait, I remember, we just passed by this floor, and the house number is the same. Could it be that this is a ghost wall? After saying this, the man began to tremble. It's over. We can't get out of here in this life. The other one scratched his head. That shouldn't be the case. We should stick to science. There are no ghosts in this world, and there is no such thing as a ghost wall. The man retorted, if this isn't a ghost wall, what do you think is going on? And if there are no ghosts in the world, what happened to that woman just now? The other person continued, maybe that woman is a monster. After arguing for a while, they decided to go down again to see if they were really trapped here. After they went down one floor again, they were surprised to find that the floor below was still Building 404. Someone didn't believe it and said directly, you guys wait here, I'll go take a look. The rest of the people were waiting in the corridor, and that person walked directly down the corridor. After a few seconds, that person came down the stairs from the upper floor, and several people looked at each other. It seems like I am really trapped in a maze. One of the middle-aged women burst into tears. I just wanted to join in the fun. What on earth have I done to me? The other person thought about it and breathed a sigh of relief. Don't worry, think about it. Although we are trapped here now, the monster just now seems unable to get in, right? We seem to be safe. When others thought about his words, they suddenly felt that what he said did make some sense. They had been running in this corridor for at least 10 minutes, but the scary woman didn't chase them at all. Maybe this is a blessing in disguise? In short, after these people found out that the most terrifying guy was no longer chasing them, they relaxed a lot from their originally tense mood. 3 days later, these people found that no matter how they walked, they could not get out of the corridor and were always wandering on the stairs. A week later, these people were extremely hungry, and after one of them killed the weakest middle-aged woman among them, they began to commit cannibalism. Half a month later, the last person still alive eventually starved to death in the corridor. In the corridor, the white-haired girl looked at the corpses of several people with hideous faces and bloodshot eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Lin Mo looked at the intact corpses and waved. Children, it's time for dinner. Upstairs, black larvae crawled onto the corpses and began to eat. In the perception of these dead people, they either died in a fight or starved to death. In their eyes, the world had gone through a long half-month of hell. However, in Lin Mo's eyes, in this real world, only 5 minutes had passed. Lin Mo used her ability to make these people go through a long world in the spiritual world, and then they died of brain collapse. Lin Mo checked her panel. Name, Lin Mo. Bloodline, Sky Demon Spider, Insect Mother. Evolution degree, 35%. Level, LV35. Gene lock, level 3. Bloodline skills. Spider sense. Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Mother of the Swarm. You are the mother of the swarm. Your offspring cannot defy your will. Mimicry. The unique ability of the Zerg Overlord, which can mimic the appearance of any creature. Outlander Demon. Immune to all mental abilities, and can return mental attacks against you 100-fold to the user. Illusion Heart Sutra. An advanced level of mental manipulation that can create illusions and transform them into reality to a certain extent. After Lin Mo experienced the battle with Chen Gu in the Taoist Temple, he completed the advancement task and received the reward of bloodline advancement. Now her bloodline has evolved further, and some of her skills have also been improved. The deaths of those people just now were caused by Lin Mo's new skill, Illusionary Heart Sutra. This ability is very similar to Chen Ji's blindness and stupidity, but the difference is that Chen Ji's ability is to change other people's cognition, while Lin Mo's ability is closer to turning the virtual into the real, turning illusions into reality. So those people just now were clearly in the illusion created by Lin Mo, but they seem to have really lived in the world created by Lin Mo for more than half a month, and finally all died tragically. But in the real world, only 5 minutes had passed. Lin Mo's descendants tasted the flesh and blood in front of them bite by bite. Lin Mo confirmed that there was no surveillance on the way here, and this was also an old neighborhood that had been abandoned for many years, making it the most suitable place to raise offspring. The previous mountain area has recently been targeted by senior officials of the Special Operations Team, and the previous cave must no longer be left to the children. It just so happens that the Zerg apocalypse will break out in 5 days, so providing the children with a place to stay in the city is not a bad choice. At this moment, the sound of a cell phone rang from the mother of the dead child. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Mo picked up the phone and saw the note, ATM. Lin Mo picked up the phone, and it was the naughty kid's father calling. Hey wife, how's it going? Did you get the money? Lin Mo said softly. I'm taking your wife to get the money, please wait. After saying that, Lin Mo hung up the phone without waiting for the other party to respond. Lin Mo looked out the window and saw the naughty kid and his father who were still waiting anxiously. Behind the two of them, white spiders were approaching quietly. As one of the spiders knocked him down, the remaining spiders swarmed over, pinned the father and son to the ground and bit them. No matter how they shouted, it was of no use. The spiders even became more and more excited. Soon, the shrill cries for help outside disappeared, leaving only the spiders eating outside. Lin Mo let out a long sigh and put his hands in his pockets. It's another day of finding food for the kids. I'm such a good mother who loves my kids. Chapter 50 Lin Yu. Mom, I'm so full. Mom, don't you want to eat something? The little bugs ate up all the people who followed Lin Mo upstairs, leaving only a few white bones on the ground, without even a drop of blood. After the little ones finished eating, they found that they were full, but their mother didn't eat anything and left all the good food for them. Lin Mo looked at his children lovingly and gently stroked their soft little insect heads with his hands. Good boy, mommy is not hungry. Eat well and grow strong. Then you can help mommy when you grow up. The little bugs understood that their mother was giving all the good things to them and saying that she was not hungry. Presumably, mom felt that food resources were scarce right now, so she pretended not to be hungry and left all the good things for them, right? Thinking of this, the little bugs felt more and more that their mother was the best mother in the world, and decided to grow up well and repay her with actions in the future. Just like that, after Lin Mo settled the little bugs and dealt with the bones that remained here, he walked out of the community. As for these people's disappearance, what should we do if they are suspected? Lin Mo said that he was indeed a little wary of the authorities when he was just reborn. But there is no need to worry now, because Lin Mo has already infiltrated the official community. If it really doesn't work and someone comes to investigate, Lin Mo will use the Illusionary Heart Sutra to rewrite the reality, and then let Xingu use her blindness and stupidity to rewrite the consciousness of the person who came to investigate. With the double cooperation, basically anyone who comes to investigate will return empty-handed. As long as the matter does not reach the highest level of the federal government, Lin Mo can basically handle any missing case in the city. After going out, Lin Mo took a taxi directly to KFC in the city. Entering the KFC store, Lin Mo raised his hand to the beautiful waitress in front of him. Sister, give me 10 KFC family buckets. The young lady looked at the cute white-haired girl who was not tall in front of her and responded with a smile. Okay, 10 family buckets, right? I'll pack them for you here. Lin Mo waved his hand. No need to pack, I'll eat here. The young lady looked at Lin Mo in confusion. You know, a family of 3 may not be able to finish the KFC family bucket, let alone packing up 10 portions. When the young lady heard Lin Mo say that he wanted 10 KFC family buckets, she thought that Lin Mo was an office worker and was planning to buy 10 to bring to the company for the entire company to eat together. I didn't expect that we could just eat here. However, the young lady thought about it and thought that maybe the white-haired little girl's friends had not come yet, or maybe others were planning to have a dinner here. Thinking of this, a professional smile appeared on the young lady's face again. Little sister, there is no table for 10 people here at the moment. Why don't you take some food home? Lin Mo tilted his head. Huh? Why do we need a table for 10 people? I'm eating alone. The sales lady is now even more confused. However, she did not say anything more. After all, the customer is God. Basically, as long as the customer's request is not excessive, she, as a clerk, must provide attentive service. Not to mention, if you order 10 servings, the store can make a lot of money, so you'll be considered a big customer, so there's no need to say more. After ordering, Lin Mo found a seat for one person and sat down. Soon, the 10 family buckets that Lin Mo ordered were served, and she continued to take the ordered family buckets and place them on the seat over there. All I saw were family buckets piled up into a small mountain. There were so many chicken legs that even people who had participated in a big eating contest would probably break out in a cold sweat. This is too much to eat, right? That's impossible. Is there really anyone in this world who can eat so much food at once? The store clerk looked at the white-haired girl over there with a look of disbelief. The girl picked up a chicken leg and stuffed it into her mouth. The next second, only a small bone was left in her hand. Before the waitress could be surprised, Lin Mo started eating the family bucket of chicken drumsticks one bite after another at the speed of light. Soon, the mountain of family buckets turned into piles of chicken bones. After Lin Mo finished eating, he touched his round belly and burped. Burp delicious. Although they are both protein, Lin Mo prefers to eat KFC chicken legs rather than those disgusting humans. Originally, the Zerg hunted prey for evolution points and to obtain protein. In terms of protein, eating fried chicken is a perfect substitute. As for evolution points, as long as Lin Mo's offspring hunt prey, and become stronger after eating, the evolution points will be continuously fed back to Lin Mo, so there is no need to worry at all. In this case, with the 10,000-fold rebate from the Many Children, Many Blessings system, all you need to do is make sure your children are well-fed and grow up healthily. Lin Mo can cook for himself and eat what he likes. Soon, Lin Mo finished eating the chicken legs under the surprised gaze of the store clerk. Before leaving, Lin Mo glanced at the waitress. She looked pretty and her fried chicken was delicious. How about considering keeping this KFC when the Zerg apocalypse breaks out and continue to force these people to make fried chicken for you? Thinking of this, Lin Mo felt that the feasibility of this plan was quite high. However, this kind of thing can be considered later. Now we should focus more on preparing for the strategic deployment when the Zerg apocalypse breaks out. Throughout the city, there are still many people with the potential to become awakeners. Although Lin Mo himself is not afraid of the awakened ones, it is better to plan ahead just in case and to prevent his children from suffering heavy losses. Also, Lin Mo was going to inquire about the intelligence of the target he had targeted when he was reborn, the guy with unlimited space to store supplies. After the apocalypse breaks out, they will wipe out the opponent's resources at once and take down the opponent as their own novice gift package. Lin Mo came out of the fried chicken shop and was thinking about her future plans when she heard a familiar girl's voice. Please tell me, have you seen this boy? He is my brother, and he hasn't been home for a long time. Hello, may I ask? Hello. Lin Mo looked in the direction of the voice and saw a pretty girl with long black hair. The other person was holding a stack of flyers in his hand and asking passers-by one by one. Judging from her appearance, she is a cute, pure, and good girl. However, Lin Mo knew that this guy was a complete ungrateful person. Lin Yu, Lin Mo's sister, the one who executed Lin Mo in the previous life. If you feed a bone to a stray dog on the roadside, it will know to wag its tail at you. However, this woman, who received Lin Mo's protection and meticulous care, stabbed Lin Mo in the back and put her to death. Thinking of this, Lin Mo smiled and murmured softly, "So you are here, my lovely sister?" Chapter 51 Reunion. It's been so long, and I still haven't found my brother. Lin Yu sat on a bench by the roadside. After handing out flyers all day, she felt very tired. Ever since her brother Lin Mo disappeared, she has been looking for him day after day, but until now there is no clue at all. The girl held her chin with both hands, looking somewhat dissatisfied. I've been trying so hard to find him. Why hasn't he come out yet? Is he really planning to abandon his sister? Or has brother recovered his memories from his previous life? Thinking of this, the girl shook her head vigorously. No, that won't happen. In my last life, I executed a monster who pretended to be my brother. My brother now should still be my original brother. In the previous life, Lin Yu, as the sword-bearer, executed Lin Mo, who was a Zerg. However, due to the increasingly fierce conflicts between the awakened ones and the people, internal strife began within the human camp. Even without the Zerg invasion, a group of humans pushed themselves to the end of their own destruction. Lin Yu, the highest executor of the federal government, was naturally executed by the rebels in that fight. The dead Lin Yu opened her eyes again and found that she was in her own home before the apocalypse. But what was different from her memory was that this time, the brother who had always been by her side to protect her never came home. Lin Yu is just an ordinary person now, without any special powers and without her brother's protection. Once the Zerg apocalypse breaks out, she will definitely become food for the Zerg. For this reason, Lin Yu has been working very hard to find his brother during this period, hoping to get his protection. Just like in the previous life. My brother keeps disappearing, and it seems like he really doesn't plan to come back. Lin Yu had a vague suspicion of the worst. That is, the Zerg she executed was really her brother. If that's the case, she still wants to find Lin Mo. If it's her brother, she can pretend to be pitiful in front of him, and her brother will definitely forgive her, right? Unfortunately, Lin Yu has no clues about Lin Mo now, which makes her feel extremely exhausted. At this moment, a lovely voice came from in front of Lin Yu. Are you looking for someone? Lin Yu raised his head, only to see a lovely girl with white hair, red eyes, and a face as delicate as a doll standing in front of him. When Lin Yu heard the other party's words, he suddenly became energetic. Lin Yu nodded vigorously and asked the girl in front of him, Yes, I'm looking for the boy mentioned in the missing person notice. Have you seen him? The white-haired girl took a flyer from Lin Yu's hand, looking thoughtful. It seems possible that I have seen it. Lin Yu listened to the other party's vague answer, and his originally excited heart felt like being poured with a bucket of cold water. What does it mean to seem, appear to, or possibly? If you have seen it, you have seen it. If you have not seen it, you have not seen it. What does this ambiguous statement mean? However, the white-haired girl in front of him was the only person Lin Yu had met in all these days who seemed to know some information. So, even though she felt a little dissatisfied inside, Lin Yu still pretended to be a good girl on the surface. Lin Yu tried to ask, "Well, if you have seen that brother, can you take me to find him?" The white-haired girl nodded after hearing Lin Yu's words. "Sure, I'm pretty free right now anyway, so it's not a problem for me to take you to look for it." Just like that, Lin Yu followed the white-haired girl and wandered around the city, but still found no clues about her brother Lin Mo. Lin Yu, who was exhausted after a day of work, finally couldn't pretend anymore, and there was a hint of anger in his voice. "Hey, are you kidding me? Have you ever seen that person? If you haven't, don't waste my time." Unexpectedly, when Lin Yu said this, the white-haired girl chuckled and turned around to look at Lin Yu. "That's right, this is your original character, Lin Yu." When Lin Yu heard the white-haired girl's words, he was stunned. "Wait, why does this woman know my name? Something is wrong. Something is very wrong." Lin Yu clearly remembered that she didn't tell the girl in front of her name, right? Lin Yu felt a chill on his back and stepped back slightly, while asking, "Excuse me, have we met before?" "Have we met before?" "Yes, of course." The white-haired girl sneered. "Don't even mention that we have met before. We used to be inseparable. You little girl, you follow me around like a little tail every day. Have you forgotten?" As she spoke, the figure of the white-haired girl changed slightly. At this moment, what appeared in front of Lin Yu was a handsome young man with a delicate face and quite good looks. However, there was a hint of resentment in the boy's eyes. "My dear sister, you are such a kind person that you even forgot about your brother." As he spoke, the boy's appearance changed back to his previous appearance of white hair and red eyes. "Well, it's okay. You can call me sister if you want." Lin Yu looked at everything that was happening in front of him and felt that his entire brain was trembling. She has been looking for her brother, the person who protected her in her previous life. As long as she finds the other person, he will continue to protect her like he did in the previous life. However, when I saw my brother again, I found that he had turned into a beautiful girl. "Brother? How did you become like this?" Lin Yu looked at the white-haired beautiful girl in front of him in surprise. It was hard to believe that the beautiful girl in front of her was actually her brother. However, the girl in front of him had indeed turned into her brother's appearance, which was why Lin Yu was stunned. The next second, when the face of the white-haired girl in front of him was distorted again and turned into a monster with 6 eyes and a strange appearance, Lin Yu could no longer hold back. "Ah!" Lin Yu couldn't help but shout out, "Monster, stay away from me." But it was of no avail, because Lin Yu suddenly noticed that there seemed to be no one in the alley around, and no one would come to rescue her. Fortunately, the next second Lin Mo's appearance returned to that of a white-haired girl, and she sighed softly. "Yes, that's the expression. You called me that in your last life." "Lin Yu, to be honest, I'm really disappointed." Lin Yu then realized that his brother should have turned into a Zerg. Lin Yu looked at the white-haired girl in front of him with some panic, hesitating. "Brother, listen to me. Things are not what you think. I don't really want to execute you. This is all a misunderstanding." Lin Mo smiled. "Now that things have come to this, do you think I will trust you again?" Lin Yu's body was trembling. She always felt that the brother in front of her, who once loved her the most, now looked like he wanted to kill her. "No, don't. Brother, please, don't kill me." Seeing Lin Mo approaching step by step, Lin Yu felt hot down there and peed his pants. Chapter 52 Answers. Seeing Lin Mo approaching her step by step, Lin Yu was so scared that she trembled. She was sobbing, Don't come over here." Lin Mo had a gloomy smile on his face, admiring the girl's frightened look with pleasure. Lin Mo smiled and said, "Xiao Yu, you have lived a second life? Are you still so timid?" Having said that, Lin Mo paused. Is this the character of the sword-bearer of the Human Federation? I really want to show those good-for-nothings in the Inquisition what they would think if they saw their leader behave like this." In his previous life, Lin Mo doted on his younger sister too much. He protected her well and gave her whatever she wanted. Even if she wanted to become the sword-bearer of the Human Federation, Lin Mo did not say much and helped Lin Yu stand at this highest position against all odds. The result was that Lin Yu stabbed Lin Mo in the back. What's even more ridiculous is that after going through so much, her good sister is still so useless, just a vase. Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo with pleading eyes. "Brother, I really didn't mean it. I didn't know it was you. I thought you were replaced by a monster." "Am I a monster?" To be able to say such things, Lin Yu is either stupid or evil. Thinking of this, Lin Mo smiled with relief. Why didn't I see through Lin Yu's true face in my previous life? However, Lin Mo felt that perhaps he could really get something out of Lin Yu. So, Lin Mo touched his chin and looked at his good sister with interest. You think? I remember we never left since the apocalypse broke out, right? During that time, whether I treated you well or not, you really have no idea? Lin Yu held his head in his hands, still unable to hide the look of fear on his face. The girl argued. Brother, listen to me. It was those people from the Superhero Association who bewitched me. I was deceived. When Lin Mo heard Lin Yu's words, he sneered in his heart. Lin Yu, your IQ is not high. You don't think that your brother's IQ is as low as yours, and you can be easily fooled. However, Lin Mo nodded and smiled. Well, you talk, and I'm listening. Seeing that Lin Mo had no intention of pursuing the matter further, Lin Yu continued to make up her lies. Brother, actually it's like this. It was the people from the Superhero Association who showed me a video. In that video, you, brother, were eaten by Zerg, and then the Zerg turned into your appearance. Lin Yu spoke vividly, as if something like that really happened. Brother, I actually wanted to avenge you. If I knew it was you, I would definitely not do it. Lin Mo nodded. Well, so that's the reason you made up, right? A hint of coldness appeared on Lin Mo's face, and he looked extremely scary. Although Lin Mo appeared to be like this on the surface, she was actually a little shaken when she heard Lin Yu say this. After all, no matter what, Lin Yu was once her most beloved relative. If Lin Yu was really bewitched by others, if she just wanted to avenge her brother and was used by someone with ulterior motives and simply acted stupidly, she might not deserve the death penalty. Just like a person who is being pooed by a bad woman, he would hope that the other party will come back. Now Lin Mo also hopes that what Lin Yu said is true, even though Lin Mo can vaguely feel in his heart that Lin Yu is lying. Even if he was hoping for a lucky break, Lin Mo was after all the Zerg master and had experienced many life and death situations. She decided to verify Lin Yu's statement. If this woman dares to lie to her, then she should prepare for even more terrible revenge. Thinking of this, Lin Mo snorted coldly. Are you still lying now? Lin Mo's voice was cold, without a trace of warmth. Lin Yu was shocked by Lin Mo's words and trembled, but he still managed to speak toughly. Brother, what I said is true. I didn't lie to you. Enough. Lin Mo stopped Lin Yu and said, Xiao Yu, you have to admit your mistakes. I can forgive you for what you did to me, but what I can't tolerate the most is you lying to me. While speaking, Lin Mo grabbed Lin Yu's neck. All I heard was Lin Mo's low voice, as if threatening. Let me tell you this. In this life, I have gained the ability to read minds. I know exactly what you are thinking right now. Even so, you're still going to lie to me, right? Lin Yu was pinched by Lin Mo's neck and felt a little breathless. Mind reading? If this is the case, it seems that I really can't pretend to be pitiful and gain sympathy in front of Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered. I just want an answer I already knew by reading your mind. I want you to tell me everything in person and apologize to me. Is that so difficult, right? Seeing how seriously Lin Mo spoke, Lin Yu couldn't help but be stunned. In his previous life, my brother did not have the ability to read minds. That's why Lin Yu pretended to be pitiful in front of Lin Mo to gain sympathy. But now, looking at her brother who has turned into a white-haired girl, Lin Yu couldn't help feeling embarrassed. It seems that my brother is completely different in this life than in his previous life. The aura she exudes is like that of a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Lin Mo didn't give Lin Yu too much time to think and slowly increased the strength in his hands. Lin Yu, I'm telling you one last time. I just want you to tell me the truth in person and apologize. Otherwise, I'll kill you right now. Lin Yu felt the fear of death. She could feel that Lin Mo was serious and that he really intended to kill her. Thinking of this, Lin Yu could only shout to the white-haired girl in front of him. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. I actually knew you were my brother a long time ago, but the people from the Superhero Association found me, and they promised that if I helped them execute you, they would help me become the true savior of the Human Federation, to become the true ruler standing above all others. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry. I'm possessed by the devil. Please, don't kill me. Lin Mo's expression became more and more solemn. Why? I helped you become the sword wielder. Lin Yu answered without thinking too much. It's because, as long as you are here, I may be the sword bearer on the surface, but in reality, everyone listens to you. Only when you are gone can I truly take power. I'm sorry, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. I really won't dare to do it. Lin Mo smiled. At the same time, Tears flowed from the corners of Lin Mo's eyes. Originally, she thought she had already accepted the fact that she was betrayed by her sister. But when she really heard the truth, she couldn't help feeling heartbroken. At this moment, the only remaining spark of humanity in Lin Mo's heart was completely extinguished. There was only endless coldness in her eyes. So that's how it is, Xiaoyu. Very good. I got the answer I wanted. Chapter 53 Revenge. Boom. Lin Yu was thrown to the ground by Lin Mo. Lin Mo sneered as he looked at the disheveled girl in front of him and said in a cold voice, "In that case, I will no longer have any sympathy for what I am about to do to you." Ah. Lin Yu was stunned. She felt that her head was a little confused. Brother. No, I should say, didn't sister say that she had the ability to read minds and see what she was thinking? Why my sister suddenly said these words now is really confusing. Wait, if my sister was pretending to have the ability to read minds, and actually she knew nothing at the beginning, then everything would be explained. If that's the case, isn't that sister really too despicable? If it was the brother in the previous life, he would never do such a thing to his sister. Are you lying to me? Lin Yu subconsciously glanced at Lin Mo in front of him, gritting his teeth and said, "You liar. You don't tell a word of truth. You are despicable and shameless. You are actually trying to trick me." Oh, despicable? I don't mind you saying that to me. Lin Mo walked up to Lin Yu and squatted down, a smile on his face, and he laughed secretly. But Xiaoyu, are you sure that these adjectives you said are not describing yourself? Use your brain to think about it. Are these words very suitable for you in your previous life until just now? Haven't you been lying to me, trying to get my forgiveness? In my previous life, I just wanted to maintain my human identity and live a good life with my family. But you made me understand that now that I have become a Zerg, it is simply stupid to want to mix with humans again. It is even more stupid than stupid. While speaking, Lin Mo placed his hand on Lin Yu's face, gently pinched the other's cheek and rubbed it. Look, my lovely sister, this harmless little face made me really think that you were an innocent and good baby. I didn't expect that your heart is much darker than your innocent appearance. Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. Please, please, I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Please don't kill me. Looking at the girl begging desperately, it is hard to imagine that she was the sword bearer of the federal government in her previous life. It looks even worse than a stray dog on the street. Hearing his good sister's plea, Lin Mo sneered. Death? It's not that easy. Don't worry, I won't let you die. I will torture you physically, mentally, and spiritually. I will make you feel 1,000 times, 10,000 times the pain I suffered in my last life. Sometimes, death is a merciful release, understand? Lin Mo ignored Lin Yu's pleading and despair, and placed his hand directly on the girl's forehead. The insect queen can sign a contract with humans and grant them supernatural powers within their authority. Just like the psychic Nico Ajin whom we met in the Jinshangio area before, he gained his superpowers by signing a contract with other insect queens. Lin Mo used the same method to give Lin Yu superpowers. Then, Lin Mo checked and confirmed Lin Yu's ability information. Name: Lin Yu. Bloodline: human, awakened. Awakened ability: self-healing. Awakening degree: 3%. Level: LV3. Skill: healing. As long as the injury is not fatal, it can be recovered slowly. Perception enhancement: can enhance one's 5 senses and make them more acute. In the previous life, Lin Yu was a person with superpowers. The special power she awakened at that time was the mythological Sphinx, which had the ability to see the past and the future. At that time, Lin Mo should have thought that Lin Yu's betrayal was definitely not just instigated by others. She has always known many things very clearly. She just knew that things would turn out like that, but she still did it anyway. In this life, Lin Mo plans to torture Lin Yu slowly. First of all, we must not let Lin Yu awaken her supernatural powers from her previous life, lest her strength becomes stronger and she becomes an unstable factor. Therefore, Lin Mo directly gave Lin Yu superpowers. After obtaining weaker and more ordinary superpowers, Lin Yu could no longer awaken her original superpowers from her previous life, which meant that half of her superpowers were wasted. As for why Lin Mo chose to give Lin Yu the abilities of healing and enhanced perception, of course, it was to make her feel the pain better. The purpose of healing is to prevent Lin Yu from dying from unbearable torture. The purpose of enhanced perception is to allow Lin Yu to fully amplify the feeling of pain when he feels pain. It is like, originally there was only a small cut on the hand, but because of this ability, one can directly feel the pain as if the whole body is torn apart. When everything was ready, Lin Mo snapped his fingers. Well, my dear daughter, it's your turn. In the shadows, a lowly with long red hair walked out slowly and licked the corner of her mouth. Mom, are you sure you don't want to kill her? This woman was so hateful in her previous life. Lin Yu looked at the girl in front of him with horror, but there was more confusion in his eyes, and he was still guessing her identity. Lin Yu trembled and kept backing away. Have we met before? Seeing that Lin Yu did not recognize him, Chenggu smiled. Sword bearer, you are such a forgetful person. Don't you remember? In my last life, because I opposed you executing Lord Lin Mo, you found that group of scumbags from the Superhero Association and killed my sister in front of me, and then tortured me to death. Now that I've said this, do you remember it? Lin Yu shook his head vigorously. I don't know. I didn't do it. Those things were done by the people in the association, and they have nothing to do with me. Chenggu snorted coldly. I don't care if you have anything to do with it. You are the sword bearer, their top leader. You can't deny your involvement in what they did. After saying that, Chenggu looked at Lin Mo. Mom, she just left it to me? Lin Mo nodded. Be careful, don't kill yourself. Lin Mo turned around and left the alley directly. Not watching his sister being tortured in front of him was Lin Mo's last act of kindness. After Lin Mo left, Chun Ji's face and body were cracked with many cracks. Black sticky tentacles stretched out from the cracks on Chun Ji's body, and disgusting eyeballs also peeked out from the cracks. The black tentacles scratched across Lin Yu's clothes and tore open the buttons. Chenggu said happily, Well, Master Swordholder, let me take you through everything my sister and I went through in our last life. Lin Yu was shivering. Don't do this. I really know I'm wrong. Chenggu doesn't care about all that. As a girl herself, she doesn't show any mercy to women. All that remained in the alley was the girl's shrill screams. Chapter 54 Control. Inside the police station, the disheveled girl sat in front of a policeman with a distracted look. The other party was taking a statement from her. You said someone did that to you? Lin Yu shook his head. It's not a human, it's a monster disguised as a human. In a few days, a swarm of insects will break out all over the world. The terrible swarm monsters will sweep across all countries, destroy all civilizations, and devour all life within sight. Police uncle. When the policeman looked at Lin Yu, he just thought that he might have encountered such a terrible thing. So in order to escape reality, he imagined such a surreal development. There was once a case where a girl was raped by her stepfather, and she began to imagine that a demon came to her room every night to escape reality. There are many more examples like this. As an experienced police officer with rich experience in handling cases, he was naturally not surprised. However, a female police officer came up to the police officer who was questioning Lin Yu and whispered. After examination, there was no trace of anything like that on her body, and she still had her virginity. This is quite intriguing. This is not a psychological trauma, but a case of a mentally ill woman suffering from delusions who ran to the police station to make a false report. The old police officer sighed softly as he looked at the girl in front of him, who was still vividly describing what she had experienced. Well, little sister, we understand your situation. We will help you catch the criminal as soon as possible. Go home and wait for notification. Lin Yu was stunned. You don't believe me? No matter how stupid Lin Yu was, she was a swordsman in her previous life after all. Of course, she also knew the official rhetoric. Asking her to go home and wait for notification was actually just an attempt to get rid of her. The so-called notifications basically never came to fruition. Lin Yu said seriously, There really is a monster, and everyone will die. You have to believe me. The old policeman and the female police officer looked at each other and then laughed. Lin Yu said angrily, I'm serious with you guys, hey, can you be serious? The old policeman and the female policeman nodded. We have been professionally trained and normally we won't laugh, unless we can't help it. After saying that, the two couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Lin Yu had already experienced that terrible thing, and now he was being laughed at by the two of them. He felt ashamed and annoyed. That's enough. Stop laughing. Lin Yu was very annoyed and turned around and left the police station. Lin Yu probably also knew the reason why the other party didn't believe her. First of all, she was not injured and no criminal's DNA was detected on her body. Because Chenggu handled it very cleanly afterwards, and Lin Yu had the healing ability given to him by Lin Mo, he was in brand new condition afterwards. Even if the most professional forensic doctor took a look, they couldn't find any problems. She knew it was useless to rely on these people. Fortunately, as the sword bearer, Lin Yu also knew that there was a 9th military region outside the city, an organization that specializes in dealing with anomalies. Lin Yu knew that as long as he reported Lin Mo and Chen Gu to the Special Operations Team of the 9th Military Region, those two guys would definitely be wanted. Thinking of this, a sneer appeared on Lin Yu's face. Humph, brother, you didn't kill me, but chose to continue to torture me. This is your biggest mistake. Wait for death. 9th Military Region, in the team leader's office. Lin Mo sat on the sofa, eating a bag of potato chips with relish. At the same time, Lin Yu's every move was under her control. As the insect queen who gave Lin Yu superpowers, she could sense Lin Yu's movements anytime and anywhere. In front of Lin Yu had no privacy at all and was always under Lin Mo's surveillance. When Lin Yu was tortured by Chen Gu before, she could sense it, but she blocked her senses for a while. After all, Lin Mo had no interest in that kind of thing. It looks like she's coming soon. Lin Mo talked to himself. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Su Shuer, who was working nearby, looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Sister Momo, what's wrong? Who's coming? Lin Mo coughed lightly. My sister. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo, somewhat puzzled. Sister Momo, you have a younger sister. That's great. I'm so envious. You two must love each other very much, right? Lin Mo smiled and nodded. Yeah, we have a good relationship. So good that I want to cut her into pieces. However, Lin Mo only thought about this in his heart and naturally would not say it in front of Su Shuer. Lin Mo coughed lightly and pretended to be embarrassed. It's a bit unfortunate, but my sister actually suffers from paranoia. She thinks all day long that she is being attacked by monsters. Later, because I gave her the medicine from the mental hospital, she also thought I was a monster. Su Shuer became serious when she heard Lin Mo's words. Is it that serious? I understand, Sister Momo. I will help you get in touch with the best mental hospital in the city, and I will make sure your sister receives the best treatment there. Lin Mo nodded. My sister gets nervous when she sees me, so I won't be going out later. Please go meet her on my behalf. Su Shuer nodded. I understand, Sister Momo. Just leave it to me. Not long after, one of the agents from the Special Operations Team came to report. Report to the team leader. A girl came to our military area and insisted that she had encountered a monster. She also said that she wanted to see the highest leader here. We originally wanted to chase her away, but she mentioned Lin Mo, so? As he spoke, the agent looked at the girl with white hair and red eyes. Su Shuer nodded. I understand. Take me to see her. Just like that, Su Shuer followed the agent out. After Su Shuer left, Lin Mo's lips curled up into a smile. Xiao Yu, every step you take is within my prediction. I can even know what you want to do at any time. The entire military district is mine. What do you have to fight me with? Huh. In order to prevent Su Shuer from doubting himself, Lin Mo even asked Chen Gu to use blind stupidity to give Su Shuer a thought stamp buff. Whenever Su Shuer encountered something that made her doubt Lin Mo, she would immediately think of Sister Momo is always right, and everything that is unfavorable to Sister Momo is slander against Sister Momo. With this layer of insurance, Lin Mo would feel confident in letting Su Shuer and Lin Yu meet. She just wanted Lin Yu to feel the feeling of being suffocated by the powerful in the previous life. Lin Mo hummed a song and opened a bottle of Fat House Happy Water to drink. The torture has just begun, my dear sister. Just enjoy it slowly. Chapter 55 Sister Momo's Reward. This is the team leader of our 9th Military Region. Lin Yu looked at the blonde girl introduced by the military personnel. She looked about the same age as her. She couldn't help but frown, feeling that things seemed a little unreliable. Damn, are you sure this woman is the leader of the 9th Military Region Special Operations Group? Do you have a team leader in your family who looks this cute? However, Lin Yu just thought so in his mind. She changed her mind and thought that perhaps the girl in front of her was actually several dozen years old, but because of her special ability, her appearance might have been rejuvenated and returned to her original appearance. Who knows? After all, in his previous life, Lin Yu had seen an awakened vampire with blood who stayed young forever by drinking human blood. Lin Yu looked at the blonde girl in front of him and took a deep breath. I want to report my sister to the police. She is no longer human. She is a monster, a Zerg. Su Shuer nodded after hearing Lin Yu's words, walked to Lin Yu's side, patted his shoulder, and comforted him. Don't worry, just talk slowly. Don't worry, this is the 9th Military Region, which is the safest place in the whole city. The girl said this, but what she was thinking in her heart, poor child. It's just like what Sister Momo said. This child has paranoid delusions and now doesn't even trust his own sister. Well, fortunately we contacted the best mental hospital in the city, hoping to cure her. Then, Amelia Su brought Lin Yu to her office. There were only Su Shuer and Lin Yu in the office. Lin Mo went to the next room in advance and waited, eavesdropping on the conversation there to see if there was anything interesting. Su Shuer handed a cup of coffee to Lin Yu. Here, calm down first and tell me everything you know. Lin Yu took the coffee given by Su Shuer and took a sip. The warm feeling of the coffee and its unique bitter aroma made Lin Yu relax a little. Right now in this world, the only people worthy of trust are probably the people in the 9th Military District. It is impossible for her sister to forgive her. Although Lin Yu has no overall view, even she understands that the things she has done have indeed touched Lin Mo's bottom line. Now Lin Mo probably only wants to torture and destroy her, and finally cut her into pieces. Lin Yu was absolutely unwilling to sit and wait for death. She had to seek a glimmer of hope. Lin Yu thought back to her life as the sword-bearer of the federal government. She had relied on her brother's protection for the first half of her life. After being supported by her brother to take the position of sword-bearer, she was bewitched by the people of the Superhero Association and stabbed her brother in the back. But even after backstabbing her brother, she still failed to monopolize power as she wished. She is still a nobody with no say, but she has changed from listening to her brother to listening to the Superhero Association. From the beginning to the end, he was just a puppet. However, now that things have come to this, since I have already taken a wrong step, I can only grit my teeth and continue on this path. Lin Yu said seriously. Next week, an unprecedented natural disaster will break out across the world, and the Zerg will sweep across the world. By that time, only the mutants will be able to fight against the Zerg. My sister replaced my superpowers with very weak garbage ones. Please help me remove the superpowers from my body. When I get my real superpowers, I will help you fight against the Zerg. Su Shuer nodded. Yeah, no problem. As an official, Su Shuer knew a thing or two about Zerg and mutants. Before, when she was in the Jinshan Cape area, Su Shuer had met Niguazhan and the insect mother he contracted. However, Su Shuer still felt that Lin Yu was talking nonsense. Mental illness does not mean that one is stupid. It just means that one's nerves may be a little disordered. Lin Yu said she was a person with superpowers, and Su Shuer believed it, but she didn't believe what Lin Yu said, that Lin Mo was the insect mother. Lin Yu must have seen the Zerg and was frightened to the point of having mental problems, which is why he has become like this. What a poor child. Thinking of this, Su Shuer coughed lightly. You can cooperate, but you have to cooperate and go to our research center. We will help you check your superpowers. Lin Yu had no doubts and nodded cooperatively. Of course you can. If we want to cooperate, I will naturally cooperate with you. At this moment, two burly-looking men walked in from outside. The other party reported to Su Shuer. Team leader Su, this is the one, right? We have already found a doctor for her. Lin Yu had no doubts. After all, detecting superpowers also requires a doctor to examine. Su Shuer also nodded. Well, this is the one. Please take good care of her. The two men also saluted cooperatively. Yes, team leader. Just like that, Lin Yu followed the two strong men out and came to a car. It was a car that looked like an ambulance, but when Lin Yu was about to get in, he noticed the logo on the car. Chongshan Mental Hospital. Lin Yu. Lin Yu turned around and looked at Su Shuer in surprise. Wait, your research center is in a mental hospital? Su Shuer didn't expect Lin Yu to be so observant and happened to see the logo on the car. She couldn't help scratching her cheek. Well, in order to conceal our activities, we built the research institute inside a mental hospital so that people outside wouldn't get suspicious. Lin Yu thought about it and felt that it made sense, so he continued to get on the car. Lin Mo finally came out only after Lin Yu got in the car and left. When Su Shuer saw Lin Mo coming out, she obediently came in front of Lin Mo. Sister Momo, how is it? Am I doing well? Su Shuer's performance in front of Lin Yu was flawless, and the girl was sent to the best mental hospital in the city for treatment. Lin Mo reached out and touched Su Shuer's little head. Well done. When Lin Mo touched her head, a look of joy and happiness appeared on Su Shuer's face. Lin Mo then continued to say to Amelia Su, Xiao Su, I'm still a little worried about my sister. Can I go over there to accompany her these 2 days? Su Shuer had no doubts and nodded. Okay, I'll talk to the dean over there, and you can come and go freely in Chongshan Mental Hospital. Lin Mo kissed Su Shuer's forehead lightly, like a dragonfly touching the water. Well done. Then I'll go first. I'm a little worried about my sister. After saying that, Lin Mo turned around, called a taxi, and left the 9th military region. Looking at the car going away, Su Shuer touched her forehead with a slightly red face. The girl couldn't help swallowing. Sister Momo, is this a reward for me? Hmm. The girl's cheeks were as red as apples. Chapter 56, Mental Hospital. Lin Yu took a car and came to Chongshan Mental Hospital with the two staff members arranged by Su Shuer. As soon as he entered the mental hospital, Lin Yu felt that the atmosphere here was a little bit off. As Lin Yu followed the two people inside, he felt more and more that the people here were not normal. A guy wearing his underwear outside of his head, also with his underwear on, was muttering to himself, "Dean, I'm not sick. I'm really not sick. Please let me out." There was also an old man in hospital gown, with an immortal look, sitting cross-legged on the bed in his ward, muttering to himself, "This is not the real world. This is not the real world. This is not the real world. You are all the inner demons of the Taoist master. You are all karma obstacles. Each and every one of you wants to hinder me from becoming an immortal. This world is fake. Fake. Real. Fake. Real. Ha ha ha." There was another patient in the ward who was standing in front of a mirror, playing rock, paper, scissors with his own shadow. Halfway through the game, he suddenly became angry and started swearing. "Damn it, you can't afford to play? You always play the same game as me, you little bastard, are you cheating?" After saying that, the patient punched the mirror and screamed, "Ouch!" The old man covered his hand, screamed, and rolled on the ground. "Lin Yu." Something was wrong. Something was very wrong. Why do all the people here look like real mental patients? Lin Yu was a little confused. "Wait, didn't your team leader say that the mental hospital is just a disguise for your research center, and it's actually a base for conducting research on awakened people? Why do I feel like all the people locked up here are truly mentally ill?" The staff member who brought Lin Yu in smiled and explained, Well, in order to avoid suspicion from the outside world, some real mental patients are housed here. After all, there are usually people from outside and some reporters coming here. If they find out about the 9th Military District, it won't be good, right?" The staff explained to Lin Yu seriously why the real mentally ill people were imprisoned here, without being ambiguous with her. This approach is obviously very useful to Lin Yu. As long as the other party gives a reasonable explanation, Lin Yu will not be too suspicious. Lin Yu nodded. "All right." The staff looked at the girl who followed and felt that she did not have any extreme behavior and did not seem to be mentally ill. They both vaguely felt that this girl might have been deliberately tricked into coming here by the team leader. Could it be that there is some personal grudge between this girl and the team leader? The staff had heard a little about the relationship between the team leader and Lin Mo. Although both of them were girls, the team leader seemed to have a special feeling for the white-haired beautiful girl named Lin Mo. And this girl who came in seemed to have some inexplicable relationship with Lin Mo. Could it be that I really guessed it right? Thinking of this, the two of them couldn't help but shudder. Forget it, don't think too much. Sometimes, knowing too much can be a very dangerous thing for yourself. The only thing they can do now is to keep this woman in the dark. Just like that, Lin Yu was led into one of the wards. The staff pointed to the bed in front of them and said to her, "You can stay here for the next few days. It's very safe here. Just rest assured. I'll let you know what the team leader will do next." Lin Yu looked at the two of them, then looked at his own room. That's not right. Isn't this just an ordinary mental illness ward? Although Chongshan Mental Hospital is the best hospital in the city, each patient is equipped with a separate room, and the facilities here are very complete. Even the conditions of the wards are very good, with everything that is necessary. It looks like a good hotel suite. However, a mental hospital is still a mental hospital. No matter how good the conditions are, it is used to detain mentally ill people. Lin Yu wanted to ask the two staff members about Su Shuer, the team leader of the 9th Military Region, but the two men avoided the question and just left. Lin Yu sighed softly. It seems that the people in the 9th Military Region still don't trust me very much. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, I have good food and accommodation here, so it's not a big deal. Besides, my sister can't come to us here. When the Zerg apocalypse breaks out, the people in the 9th Military Region will naturally understand that everything I said is true. By then those guys must beg me for help. Just as Lin Yu was thinking this, she suddenly heard a familiar girl's voice. "Hey Xiaoyu, it looks like you're living quite comfortably here. Do you like the environment here?" This sound. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. She would never forget this voice in her life. After all, this was the voice of Lin Mo, her former brother and now her sister. Lin Yu suddenly jumped up, sat up from the bed, and looked at the girl outside the ward with shock on his face. The room was separated by bulletproof glass. Outside was a cute girl of about 1.5 meters in height wearing a white doctor's coat. She had white hair draped over her shoulders, red eyes and glasses that were full of wisdom. She looked like a beautiful doctor in TV dramas. However, the feeling Lin Mo gave Lin Yu was more like that of a character in a crime movie, where he was a doctor who saved lives in public, but was a ruthless killer behind the scenes, like Hannibal or a bloodthirsty forensic doctor. A sanctimonious smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. "Sister, long time no see. Did you miss me?" Although they said they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they had actually just met not long ago. At that time, Lin Mo had left a great psychological trauma on Lin Yu. Later, Lin Mo asked her son and subordinate Chun Gu to ravage Lin Yu's body. The double torture of mind and body made Lin Yu tremble when he saw Lin Mo. "Help! Help! No, don't come over." Looking at the hysterical Lin Yu, the smile on Lin Mo's face became more and more obvious. "Go ahead and yell louder. Even if you scream your throat out, no one will come to help you. This is a mental hospital. There are many patients like you who yell every day." Having said that, Lin Mo softly called the nurse. The pretty little nurse came to Lin Mo's side. Lin Yu took a closer look and saw that the little nurse had red hair and red eyes. Wasn't this Chen Gu who had bullied her in the alley before? Damn, these two came here as a group. Lin Mo looked at Chen Gu. "Xiao Chun, the patient's mood is not stable. Let's increase her dosage first." Chen Gu understood what he meant and smiled. "Okay, doctor." Chapter 57 Hey, what are you doing? Aren't these two from this hospital? Can't you see that? Lin Yu looked at the nurse who entered the ward with a hint of fear in his eyes. The nurse ignored Lin Yu's words. They had seen too many patients talking nonsense in this mental hospital. If anyone really believed what those patients said, they would probably have to doubt whether they were mentally ill too. Lin Yu was held down by the nurse, who gave him 2 injections of sedatives according to the dosage given by Lin Mo, and also force-fed him psychiatric drugs. Lin Yu's eyes became dull due to the effect of the drug. After bullying Lin Yu, Lin Mo and Chen Gu came to the doctor's office in the hospital and sat down. This is the office that Lin Mo found specifically for her, so that she can bully Lin Yu here at any time. Now, everyone in the hospital has accepted that Lin Mo and Chen Gu are doctors and nurses. After all, after entering this mental hospital, Lin Mo used her skill, Illusionary Heart Sutra, and Chun Ji's Blind Stupidity to stack the 2 buffs, which would distort the perception of ordinary people, making it difficult for them to distinguish reality and easily accept the identities of Lin Mo and the others. Sitting at the desk in the infirmary, Lin Mo supported his cheek with one hand, a smile on his lips. "Oh, it's so refreshing to see Lin Yu's pitiful expression." Chingu nodded and agreed. "Indeed, it's great to think that I can keep bullying that woman until the end of the world." Lin Mo waved his hand. No. Even if the apocalypse breaks out, we can still keep bullying her. However, the target of revenge is not just Lin Yu. We can't forget those guys from the Superhero Association either. We still have a score to settle with them." Chen Gu naturally understood. In his previous life, Chen Gu was also a member of the Superhero Association, but because Chen Gu supported Lin Mo, he was persecuted by those guys as a traitor. The original intention of establishing the Superhero Association was to gather those outstanding people with superpowers, to use their superpowers to protect the survivors of the apocalypse and to fight against the Zerg together. But later on, the entire Superhero Association began to change. Those who possessed superpowers began to use their abilities to enjoy privileges and treated ordinary people without superpowers as their slaves, driving them around like livestock and killing them at will. Naturally, Lin Mo, who opposed this, became the target of public criticism and was eventually executed. This account must be settled with those people. Lin Mo crossed his white legs and placed them on the table. "Chen Gu, come to think of it, do you feel that this mental hospital seems to be unusual?" Chen Gu nodded. "Well, I felt it when I came in. This hospital is shrouded in some kind of supernatural power." Lin Mo closed his eyes and used his spider sense to feel the direction from which the supernatural power came. This sense of incongruity came from the dean's office here. This place is not just a mental hospital. Lin Mo vaguely feels a hint of conspiracy. However, Lin Mo didn't care. The weirder this place is, the more tormented Lin Yu will feel living here. Lin Mo also didn't want his good sister to live in just an ordinary mental hospital. That would be too boring. After learning that something was not right with the dean here, Lin Mo was finally able to feel at ease letting his sister live here. Lin Mo found it interesting to think that Lin Yu would be captured by the strange dean here for research. The more he thought about it, the more Lin Mo looked forward to what would happen. "Chingu, let's stay here for the next 2 days. I'm curious about what Lin Yu will encounter in the next 2 days." Chun-gu tilted his head. Mom, didn't you say before that our next target is the human who has unlimited space and resources? Lin Mo spread his hands. That was the original plan. But what could be more interesting than watching Lin Yu being tortured? We can harvest the guy who is hoarding supplies anytime. Let him stockpile for 2 more days. By the time the apocalypse breaks out, he will have stockpiled almost all of his supplies. It won't be too late for us to harvest them then. Now that Lin Mo has been reborn, his greatest pleasure is to seek revenge on the guy who stabbed him in the back in his previous life. Becoming stronger is not Lin Mo's goal. It is just a means for her to achieve her goal. Her goal is to become stronger and then torture her enemies one by one, making them feel 1,000 times the pain she experienced in her previous life. Since there is a chance to torture Lin Yu now, it would be nice to let her enjoy the process. During the conversation, Chun-gu took out his mobile phone and searched for the information of the director of this hospital. Speaking of which, I investigated the director of this hospital. It seems that he was not a famous guy in his previous life. At least I don't have any impression of him. No matter how you look at it, Chun-gu was one of the top officials in the federal government in her previous life. Although she was ostracized and framed by her colleagues because she stood on Lin Mo's side, it did not affect the fact that she once held a high position. Therefore, Chun-gu basically knew who the powerful psychics were in the federal government in the previous life. The director of this hospital is a young man named Kai Kuan. In his previous life, Chun-gu had no impression of that man at all. Lin Mo touched his chin and said softly, "Indeed, there doesn't seem to be such a person in the Zerg in the previous life. Maybe he is just an unknown little character? No matter what it is, the director of this hospital is a person with superpowers. Since he is a person with superpowers, he is definitely not a good person." Lin Mo was looking forward to what this guy would do to the people here. Thinking of this, Lin Mo stood up. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to guess that guy's identity. Let's just go find him and find out his background." After hearing what Lin Mo said, Chun-gu also nodded and agreed. "Indeed, let's do as Mom said. I will go with Lin Mo's mom to meet that person. If that person doesn't cooperate, I will help Mom kill that guy." Lin Mo mainly wanted to see what the other party's special abilities were, and to find out what the other party wanted to do in this mental hospital. After all, after the Zerg apocalypse breaks out, various forces will rise, and by then it won't just be Lin Mo's Zerg that will appear. If Lin Mo wants to gain a foothold in the apocalypse, she alone is not enough. If possible, it might be a good idea to have some like-minded people as teammates. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took Chun-gu out of the infirmary, walked to the elevator, pressed the button for the 7th floor, and went directly to the dean's office floor. Chapter 58A Kuan. In the dean's office, a young man with a middle-parted hair and wearing overalls is playing basketball here. The young man dribbled the ball on the spot, threw the ball aside, and started the Iron Mountain leaning again on the spot. After some exercise, the young man breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, a girl's voice was heard from outside. "The dean is in such a good mood. His dribbling is amazing. I admire him." Kai Kuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with white hair and red eyes, and next to the girl was a lowly with red hair and red eyes. Kai Kuan didn't remember there were 2 such little guys in his yard. For a moment, he became curious about the identities of the 2 people in front of him. "Who are you 2? Lin Mo did not answer, but checked Kai Kuan's attribute column. Name, Kai Kuan. Bloodline, human, awakened. Awakening ability, mythology. Golden Wing, Giant Kuan. Awakening degree, 25%. Level, LV 25. Gene Lock level 2. Skill, Iron Mountain Backstroke. Generates a huge impact force through the impact of the shoulder, causing terrible damage. Current Fist, a superb boxing technique that uses the opponent's force to counter the opponent's force, and can restrain most physical techniques. Mystery, divination of the 8 trigrams and the progress of events. Kuanping, can transform into Kuanping form and flap its wings to travel a great distance. Lin Mo looked at the attribute column of the young man in front of him. It's really not that impressive, actually. It's not that powerful, but just say that he can reach the 2nd level of Gene Lock in the incubation period before the end of the world breaks out, which means he is still a very strong guy. But, to be honest, this strength is not as good as before Chun-gu was transformed into a Zerg by Lin Mo. Even though Chun-ji's level cannot exceed Lin Mo due to the restriction of his offspring, his level and awakening degree are still higher than Kai Kuan in front of him. Of course, Kai Kuan is also clear about this. Kai Kuan looked at the 2 girls in front of him, and he almost couldn't hold himself back. Although he couldn't tell what was so special about the 2 girls in front of him, he always felt that there was an indescribable sense of oppression from the 2 girls in front of him. Kaikuin, who originally thought that he was the chosen one of this world, felt a deep sense of powerlessness when facing Lin Mo and Chen Gu. It seemed that he was just an ant in front of the two girls. After all, he is currently only at the second level of Gene Lock, while the two in front of him have already broken through to the third level of Gene Lock. Not to mention, Lin Mo and Chen Gu are now approaching the limit of the third level of Gene Lock, and they may advance again in the near future. It's just a difference of one level, but in fact, in many cases, it is already a world of difference. So the question is, what are these two people with such terrifying strength doing here to find me? Wait, it seems like some people from the 9th Military Region Special Operations Group came here today and sent a guy in to live with us. Could it be that the Special Operations team has discovered what he did in secret, so they plan to come and investigate him? If that's the case, then it's over. If the two girls in front of him were investigators from the 9th Military District, then this would probably be his darkest moment. After all, if the things he had done were really discovered by the higher-ups, it would definitely be a devastating blow to him. You. Lin Mo noticed the embarrassment of the young man with the middle-parted hair in front of him and waved his hand. I know you are doing something unspeakable here. It doesn't matter. I am not interested in what you are doing, and I don't intend to know what you are going to do. After hearing Lin Mo's words, the young man with the middle-parted hair did not dare to relax at all. After all, big shots like the girl in front of you usually don't always tell the truth when they say something. For example, they say on the surface that they are not interested in his affairs, and then turn around and stab him. This kind of thing often happens to such big shots, and they are characterized by saying one thing and thinking another. Kaikuin looked at Lin Mo nervously. So, what are you two planning to do when you come to see me? Kaikuin kept an eye on the actions of the two girls in front of him at all times, and would run away immediately if one of them tried to attack him. Fortunately, the two girls had no intention of attacking him. Lin Mo said calmly, "My sister is incarcerated in your mental hospital. She's a patient named Lin Yu. Do you know her?" Kaikuin thought about it, and realized that this was the woman who was sent here by the Special Operations team today. Of course he remembers. After hearing Lin Mo's words, Kaikuin suddenly understood why these two big guys came to him. It turned out that the boss's sister was sent to a mental hospital, and he came to ask for her. That's fine. As long as the authorities don't find out what he did behind the scenes, there will be no problem at all. Thinking of this, Kaikuin said hurriedly, "I didn't know that person was your sister. I will arrange to release her right away. You can bring someone to pick her up now?" "I'm sorry. This was done by a temporary worker from our hospital in conjunction with the 9th Military Region. I didn't know anything at first." Lin Mo. This guy is really full of the spirit of craftsmanship. He apologizes as soon as he disagrees with something. Why doesn't Kaikuin ever listen to others finish speaking? It's really annoying. Thinking of this, Lin Mo coughed lightly, interrupted the other party's words, and then said, "Ahem, I didn't ask you to release her. Rather, I was the one who sent Lin Yu here. Now you're telling me to let her go?" Kaikuin. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Kaikuin suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Oops, I almost misunderstood what the boss meant. Fortunately, the boss didn't care. Thinking of this, Kaikuin immediately changed his words. "Boss, don't worry. As long as you tell me how long you want to keep that woman here, I will keep her here for as long as you want." Lin Mo looked at Kaikuin in front of him and saw that he was easy to talk to, so he nodded. "Okay, I'll borrow your doctor's office for the next 2 days. I want to spend some time with my good sister as a doctor." Kaikuin nodded. "No problem. You can stay here as long as you want. The door of our Chongshan Mental Hospital is always open to you." Lin Mo thought about it and felt that there was nothing else to say to Kaikuin, so he turned and left. "That's about all we have to do. We'll get back to work and won't disturb you, Dean." Kaikuin nodded and bowed. "Okay, big man, take care." Kaikuin finally breathed a sigh of relief after Lin Mo and Changgu left. At the same time, a girl's voice came from behind Kaikuin. "There's something wrong with those people. They're not human." Kaikuin nodded. "Yeah, I can feel it." The girl's voice came again. "Are you sure they won't affect our plans?" Kaikuin shook his head. "I don't know. I hope they are really just here to settle their personal grudges. If they really want to interfere in our affairs, the two of us probably won't be their match. Anyway, let's just take it one step at a time. It's better not to investigate or provoke them for the time being." Chapter 59 Arrangement. "Doctor, listen to me. I'm not sick. I really am not sick." In the ward, Lin Yu sat beside the bed, looking at the young man with the middle-parted hair who had just come in, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Kaikuin looked at the hysterical Lin Yu in front of him, nodded, and wrote something in the notebook in his hand. Well, you talk, and I'm listening. Kaikuin calmly watched everything that was happening before his eyes, without making any comment. Lin Yu is now locked up in this mental hospital and has no way out. Although he didn't know what the doctor in front of him was like, Lin Yu could only place his hopes on the person in front of him. Lin Yu looked at Kaikuin in front of him nervously and said seriously, "Listen to me. The woman who sent me in is a monster. I know this may sound strange, but you have to believe me." Kaikuin nodded again without commenting. But it seems that Kaikuin is thinking about something. Lin Yu was still planning to have Kaikuin contact other military regions and the people above to report Lin Mo. The 9th military district had fallen, and she just couldn't believe that all the high-ranking human leaders in the world had fallen. Her sister is not so powerful that she can control all the high-level people in the human race. Rather, if her sister Lin Mo could really control all the human leaders, then humanity would have fallen long ago, and the apocalypse would not have happened at all. Lin Yu speculated that his sister probably controlled the entire 9th military region and was manipulating their team leader behind the scenes. As long as he can find external aid, now is the time when the end of the world has not yet begun. Lin Mo's strength has not been fully accumulated until now, and he is definitely not a match for the official team. Originally, Lin Yu thought so. It was not until she saw Dr. Kai nodded and walked outside with his notebook, as if he was reporting something to Lin Mo outside, and the two of them were having a pleasant conversation, that Lin Yu realized she had been fooled. Lin Mo is actually in cahoots with Kaikuin and the others, and it seems that he is very obedient to Lin Mo. This is bad. Lin Yu was worried when she found her sister Lin Mo pushing the door open. "My dear sister, I heard you tell other doctors that I am a monster?" There was a hint of loss in Lin Mo's tone, but Lin Yu could tell that Lin Mo was acting. She could feel that Lin Mo was teasing her with pleasure. Lin Yu shook his head. "How could that be? Huh? Sis, come on. There's no way I could possibly say something like that to a doctor." Lin Mo nodded. "Well, I can't remember what I just said. It seems that your symptoms are quite serious." Then Lin Mo looked at Kaikuin, who entered the ward. "Dean, I think my sister's symptoms are quite serious. Please take good care of her." Kaikuin listened to Lin Mo's words and understood what she meant. He felt more and more that this woman was really cruel to her sister. People who knew them knew that they were sisters, while those who didn't thought they were enemies. Dean Kai coughed lightly and then spoke seriously. "Ms. Lin, don't worry. Your sister will get the best care here with us. We will increase the dosage for her later." Lin Mo nodded. "Then I'll trouble you, Dr. Kai." Lin Yu looked at the two people chatting and felt like an idiot. Lin Yu. Huh? I always feel like I've been arranged. Chapter 60, Schadenfreude. KFC, City Center. Lin Mo took the fried chicken and ate it happily. On the other side, Chingu looked at the date on his phone. There were still 2 days until the apocalypse in the previous life. Chingu looked at Lin Mo. "Mom, come to think of it, there's something wrong with Kaikuin. I always feel that guy has done nothing good. He will definitely be a difficult hidden danger after the apocalypse breaks out." Lin Mo was eating fried chicken, and the fresh and juicy taste burst in his mouth. It must be said that eating fried chicken is definitely much more delicious than eating people. Eating people is work. Eating KFC is life. After listening to Chun Ji's words, Lin Mo nodded. "Yeah, I had the same feeling before. Kaikuin seems to have used the mental hospital as his research site, and the patients there are all his test subjects." While speaking, Lin Mo changed the subject. "But, well, I feel like that guy isn't a good person, but as long as he's not a threat to us, that's enough." Lin Mo ate the chicken leg bite by bite, and the crumbs of the crispy fried chicken shell were all over her little face. After taking a big gulp of Coke, Lin Mo burped. Hiccup. Chingu looked at Lin Mo's completely nonchalant expression and couldn't help but speak. "Mom, I think Kaikuin is a threat to us. Why don't we get rid of him?" Lin Mo wiped the corners of his mouth with his sleeve and waved his hand. "No, Kaikuin can stay here and continue to torture and bully Lin Yu. I still have too few ways to torture people, so leaving it to a professional like him is simple and efficient. If Kaikuin shows any signs of rebellion, we can destroy him when the time comes." Lin Mo knew that she was rather extravagant like this, but she herself lived her life again. "In the previous life, I had always been cautious, but in the end I was backstabbed by the sister I was protecting. Life is really too tiring." Lin Mo said that she could do whatever she wanted in this life. Just have some fun. Anyway, I want to torture Lin Yu severely, so Kaikuin's help is indispensable. As for Kaikuin's hidden danger, all the misfortunes in this world are caused by the fact that the person involved is too weak. As long as you are strong enough, there will be no hidden dangers. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Chungu didn't say anything else. Since Master Lin Mo wants to play, then just play with Master Lin Mo more. But Chungu didn't have the leisure time like Lin Mo, and she didn't trust Kai Kuan. To this end, Chungu asked her descendants to monitor Kai Kuan's actions in the mental hospital 24 hours a day. If the other party had any intention of stabbing Lin Mo in the back, Chungu would kill him first. However, our Lord Lin Mo is indeed willful. Chungu sighed softly. As long as you are happy. The next day, Lin Mo brought Chun Gu to Chongshan Mental Hospital again. There is only one day left before the end of the world. After tomorrow, the end of the world will officially come. Before that, let good sister Lin Yu spend the last part of her normal life in this mental hospital. Well, I mean the normal life in a mental hospital. Hee. Lin Mo looked at Lin Yu, who was staying in the ward with dull eyes, and felt quite happy. There were no scars on Lin Yu's body, but a lot of bloodstains could be seen in the ward. Lin Mo could probably guess what happened inside. Lin Yu had the recovery ability given by Lin Mo, so he could continue to heal his injuries. However, this also made Lin Yu suffer even more painful torture from Kai Kuan, the director of the mental hospital. Seeing the scene he wanted to see, Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Then, Lin Mo walked to the door of Lin Yu's ward with a gloating look and said to Lin Yu with a smile, "My dear sister, how are you? Are you used to living here?" When Lin Yu saw Lin Mo, it was as if he saw a monster. But the next second, Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo as if begging. "Sister, I was really wrong. Please forgive me." Lin Mo smiled. "Forgive you? Impossible." Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo pitifully. "Please, I don't ask you to treat me as your sister again. I just hope you can let me die. I am in so much pain now." Lin Mo looked at Lin Yu, who looked like a lost dog, and smiled. "My dear sister, how could I let you die? Among all hells, the most terrifying one is the Avicii hell, where sinners will never be reincarnated and will always be tortured and tormented. Sometimes, death may be a mercy to a person." Lin Mo had a look of joy on his face. "I want you to live forever and experience the torment of hell that is worse than death. It's eating away at your spirit and body bit by bit. This is just the beginning." Chapter 61. It's time to get gold coins. Outside the city, 3 figures stood at the edge of the mountain area. They were a girl with white hair and red eyes, another little loli who looked exactly like her but a little younger, and a red-haired loli. In front of them were countless monster insects whose species were hard to identify. Lin Mo looked at the insects in front of him and nodded with satisfaction. The attributes of the insects appeared in front of Lin Mo. There are 2 groups of offspring. One is the children born by Lin Shui, and the other is the children born by Chen Ge. First came the spiders born by Lin Shui. Name, none. Bloodline, spider, offspring, evolution degree, 19%, level, LV19, gene lock level 1, and the rest are Chun Ji's descendants. Name, none. Bloodline, black goat kid, offspring, evolution degree, 19%, level, LV19, gene lock level 1. The offspring of both parties inherited some of their mother's abilities. Although the effect may not be as strong as that of Lin Shui and Chen Ge themselves, it is completely sufficient to deal with ordinary awakeners and ordinary people. Besides, there are tens of thousands of descendants here. It can be said that the entire urban area is under Lin Mo's control. Lin Mo also checked Lin Shui's attributes. Name, Lin Shui. Bloodline, Sky Demon Spider, offspring, evolution degree, 25%, level, LV25, gene lock level 2. Bloodline skills, Spider Sense. Use the spider's 6th sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Offspring. Subordinate to the spider mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. Illusion. Corrodes the opponent's consciousness and makes the target hallucinate. Illusion Heart Sutra. An advanced level of mental manipulation that can create illusions and transform them into reality to a certain extent. Psychic Control. Ability to manipulate psychic energy and telekinesis. Mimicry. Offspring, the ability gained by absorbing brain worms and combining them with one's own genes, which allows one to mimic the appearance of a creature transformed by the worm mother. Recently, Lin Shui seemed to be working hard to improve his strength in order to become stronger. Not only did he break through the gene lock stage, but even his bloodline evolved to the same bloodline as Lin Mo. I have to say, she is worthy of being Lin Mo's daughter. As for why Lin Shui worked so hard to become stronger, Lin Mo actually had the answer in his heart. It was because Lin Shui wanted to take revenge on Chenggu. When Chenggu was still a human, he killed many of Lin Shui's sisters. Although Lin Mo didn't care about this, Lin Shui was still resentful about it. Chenggu will not take action against Lin Shui because of Lin Mo. Although it seems that Chenggu also knows that Lin Shui hates her, it seems that Chenggu still thinks it is quite fun and looks forward to it. Well, it doesn't matter. Regarding the fact that his two daughters are sisters in name only, Lin Mo said that as long as they can help each other become stronger, nothing else matters. After all, if everyone becomes stronger, Lin Mo will become stronger. Just as Lin Mo was thinking this, a system prompt popped up in front of her. Byte. Detected that your descendants have acquired new skills. Your offspring evolve and multiply infinitely, and you get rewards. SS level talent, immortality. Your offspring evolves to psychic mastery, and you are rewarded. Omega level superpowers, distorting reality. Looking at his new abilities, Lin Mo chuckled. The system is a really good thing. Lin Mo estimated that her current strength should be able to easily deal with most of the psychics, right? Then, it's time to take revenge on those guys from the Superhero Association who had stabbed her in the back. But before that, before the apocalypse breaks out, let's harvest the guy with unlimited supplies first. Lin Mo, hey kid, it's time to get some gold coins. Chapter 62 Young people are just full of energy. After acquiring new skills, Lin Mo checked his attributes. Rows of property pages appeared in front of Lin Mo. Name, Lin Mo. Bloodline, Sky Demon Spider, Insect Mother. Evolution degree, 39%. Level, LV 39. Gene lock, level 3. Bloodline skills. Spider sense. Use the spider's sixth sense to predict possible dangers in advance. Spider web weaving. Consumes physical energy to generate a powerful spider web that can be used to detect intelligence and capture prey. Mother of the Swarm. You are the mother of the swarm. Your offspring cannot defy your will. Mimicry. The unique ability of the Swarm Overlord, which can mimic the appearance of any creature. Outlander Demon. Immune to all mental abilities, and can return mental attacks against you 100-fold to the user. Illusion Heart Sutra. An advanced level of mental manipulation that can create illusions and transform them into reality to a certain extent. Immortal Body. Just as the literal meaning, immortal and indestructible. Distorted Reality. 1. Everything is false 2. Everything is allowed. Everything is false. After using it on the target, the opponent will never be able to reach the reality he wants to reach. Need to be 10 levels higher than the opponent. Everything is allowed. After acting on yourself, you can reach any reality you want to reach, limited to what you can do. Skip the process and reach the result directly. Lin Mo has now reached the limit of the 3rd level of Gene Lock and is only one step away from the 4th level of Gene Lock. However, bottlenecks like this one in realm advancement are often the most difficult times. Lin Mo was not in a hurry to break through the bottleneck. Now was the eve of the outbreak of the apocalypse, and there were very few people who could reach the 3rd level of the Gene Lock. The most important thing now is to get gold coins. The young master of the Wong group has hoarded a lot of good stuff. All the materials needed after the end of the world are monopolized by that guy. Lin Mo had set his eyes on this piece of fat meat as early as when he was just reborn, and now he is ready to start harvesting that guy. Lin Mo looked at Lin Shui. Xiao Xue, how is the investigation of young Master Wang's information going? Lin Shui nodded and reported to her mother. Mom, that Wang has been buying all kinds of daily necessities and food, as well as guns and weapons, and even bought tanks and rocket launchers. Lin Mo touched his chin. Wow, that guy is pretty well prepared. Although Lin Mo's current level is not afraid of weapons of this level, but, well, she wants to have some fun with that boy. It's like a cat catching a mouse. Although it can bite the mouse to death directly, it still has to scare the mouse first, and then eat it in one bite after playing with it until it is exhausted. Lin Mo is in a similar state of mind now. After she had absolute strength to crush everyone, she decided to have some fun. Although Lin Mo also knew that villains often died in TV dramas, novels, and animations. But, well, young people are supposed to be full of energy. If they are not full of energy, are they still young people? Lin Mo waved his hand. Xiao Xue, and Xingge, you two take the children to the city and set up everything. When the Zerg come out in full force the day after tomorrow, you can completely occupy this city. Lin Shui and Chenggu nodded. Yes, Mom. The two looked at Lin Mo. So where are you going, Mom? Lin Mo's lips curled up into a smile. Me? I plan to pretend to be a human survivor and sneak into that infinite space guy's place to have some fun. Grab supplies and change the other party's mentality at the same time. The main purpose is to have fun. As for how to get closer to each other, well, it's very simple. That guy surnamed Wang has been purchasing large quantities of supplies every day these days and has already reached the level of monopoly. As a member of the 9th Military Region, it makes sense for Lin Mo to ask Su Shuer to go with him to enter the other party's military base under the pretext of investigating the other party, right? Outside the city, Wang Yuan's private military base. The young man held a glass of red wine in his hand. Next to him was the leader of the mercenaries he hired. With his help, the other party had become an awakened person. It's better to say that everyone in the entire military base has awakened their special powers. It would be difficult to survive the upcoming Zerg apocalypse without superpowers. Wang Yuan still remembers that in his previous life, people without special powers would become food for the Zerg. Even if he managed to survive, he would just be a lamb to be slaughtered by other psychics. In this life, he started by stockpiling supplies, recruiting mercenaries, and kidnapping a group of scientists. He provided them with financial and equipment assistance and asked them to help him study ways to awaken superpowers. Through the experience of his previous life, Wang Yuanjin awakened his supernatural powers together with a group of scientists and mercenaries. Now, it is no exaggeration to say that this is the most solid fortress in the entire city. Wang Yuan has now begun to imagine the scene where, after the apocalypse breaks out, those fleeing people will have to become his slaves in order to survive. By then, he will be the boss. He will lure the survivors here, drag those who are strong to do hard labor, and take the pretty ones back to play with. Wow, that's really good. Just then, his cell phone rang. Inside was the voice of the mercenary in charge of guarding. Master Wang, someone outside wants to see you. They are from the government, and they want to investigate us. Wang Yuan sneered. Haha, official? Approval? The apocalypse will break out tomorrow. The authorities are nothing. Chapter 63, Infinite Space. Officials came to visit? Wang Yuan was shocked when he heard the mercenary guarding the door say this to him on the phone. But soon, he adjusted his mood. The end of the world is about to happen, and the authorities should have received some news about this. It is normal for him to be targeted by officials for hoarding large amounts of goods at this critical juncture. All his supplies were stored in the infinite space, so even if the authorities came looking for him, they probably wouldn't be able to find him. Without evidence, those guys would return empty-handed. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan sneered and nodded, and accompanied by the mercenary captain, he came to the gate outside the military base. Wang Yuan originally thought that a burly man dressed as a soldier would come to his door, but what appeared in front of him were two pretty young girls. One of the blonde girls looked cute and playful, but Wang Yuan didn't care too much about her. As the son of the Wang group, Wang Yuan had played with many second and third-tier celebrities whose looks were similar to this girl. However, the other girl with white hair and red eyes made Wang Yuan feel incredibly beautiful. She was like a saint who had descended from heaven to the mortal world. Her beauty was enough to captivate one's soul at a glance, and there was a hint of charm and evil about the girl, that kind of bad woman feeling, which made Wang Yuan even more confused. Su Shuer noticed Wang Yuan's malicious eyes staring at her Lin Mo, and she also heard that the young master of the Wang family was usually a playboy, so she immediately felt a little dissatisfied. The girl stood in front of Lin Mo and said seriously, "We are here to do business. Please be respectful." Wang Yuan chuckled and acted like a gentleman. "Ladies, please forgive me if there is anything that makes you unhappy." Su Shuer didn't know why, but she got angry just by seeing Wang Yuan. Although he had a face of a young and handsome guy on TV, she always wanted to punch this guy. Lin Mo patted Su Shuer's shoulder gently, then looked at Wang Yuan. "We came here this time to ask, Master Wang, now that you have purchased most of the city's supplies, what are your plans? From what I understand, you purchased those materials at 1.5 times the market price. Even if you intend to monopolize them, you won't make much money." Of course, Lin Mo knew what Wang Yuan wanted to do. After the end of the world, the money earned before the end of the world will have no exchange value. At that time, material things will be king. In the world of the end times, money is nothing more than pieces of waste paper, but as long as you have inexhaustible supplies, you can have absolute say in the end times. Lin Mo deliberately asked this question even though he knew the answer. He just wanted to pretend to be a white flower and have some fun with this young Master Wang. This can also be considered as Lin Mo's bad taste. She just liked to see these guys who thought they were the protagonists fall into despair under her abuse. Wang Yuan listened to Lin Mo's question and chuckled. Then, he approached Lin Mo pretending to be mysterious. "If I tell you that the apocalypse will happen tomorrow, will you too believe it?" Su Shuer frowned. "What are you talking about? What apocalypse?" Su Shuer really didn't know, so she looked confused. Lin Mo pretended to be surprised and slightly opened his lips. Ah, the end of the world? Wang Yuan shrugged. I'm a reborn person. In one day, the apocalypse will break out, so I stocked up a lot of supplies, lots and lots. So much so that the entire military base couldn't finish eating it in a lifetime. Lin Mo looked at Wang Yuan seriously, pretending to know nothing. Ah, they can't finish eating in a lifetime. There should be at least several hundred people in your military base. Are you sure there is enough food here to feed so many people? Wang Yuan raised his hand slightly, like a child who wanted to show off how great he was to others. Then a space spiral emerged. Lin Mo looked through the space and saw that it was full of supplies. Food, water, and everything else you can think of. It can be said that Wang Yuan seems to have purchased and collected not only the entire city, but even half of the province's supplies in this infinite space. Wang Yuan explained, "Don't worry, the things in this space of mine won't change. Even if they're kept there for 10 or 20 years, when you take them out, they'll still be the same as when you put them in. There's no need to worry about them going bad. What's more, I have captured a lot of scientific researchers here and asked them to help cultivate crops and livestock. I can even build a small ecological circulation system in this safe house." Wang Yuan looked at the mercenary captain standing beside him. "You give her a show?" The mercenary captain was quite disdainful of such show-off behavior. But after all, Wang Yuan is his financial sponsor, so there is nothing he can do. So he raised his hand and a ball of fire ignited in his hand. Wang Yuan then introduced, "We even developed superpowers. His superpower is to control fire." Lin Mo pretended to be a little fangirl. "Wow, that's amazing." On the side, Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo, who looked like he had never seen the world, and was confused. Su Shuer, huh? Isn't Sister Momo a top psychic? Why is it that when she saw this little Karami, she acted as if she had seen something extraordinary? Sigma, degree to degree, Kaomoji Winker. Chapter 64. Huh? You have a daughter? You too. After the apocalypse breaks out, my place will be the most solid barrier in the entire city. Wang Yuan put his hands in his pockets, acted like a big boss, and led Lin Mo and Su Shuer on the way. Wow, that's amazing. Lin Mo's eyes were sparkling with stars. Lin Mo pretended to be an inexperienced person as he looked at the defensive equipment and mercenaries inside. Lin Mo roughly estimated in his mind that Wang Yuan was indeed well prepared. She used her system panel to read the information of everyone here, and found that they were basically all psychics around level 10. If it was just to deal with the initial outbreak of the last Zerg swarm, it should be enough. After killing the weaker bugs and taking their cores to absorb the energy, these LV-10 psychics should be able to reach LV-15, LV.20. Wang Yuan's choice was indeed correct. In the previous life, if one could organize an armed force of several hundred people in advance at the end of the world, and all of them were people with special abilities, it would have been a very good strategy and would have allowed one to gain a stable foothold in the world at the end of the world. I have to say, although Wang Yuan just copied the homework of other protagonists of apocalyptic novels without using his brain much, but he copied the homework pretty well. At least he copied the correct answers. But, as I said just now, I am only looking at the situation in my previous life. The strength of the insect swarm in this life is much higher than that in the previous life. Why? Because in this life, the other weak insect swarms in this city have been completely devoured by Lin Mo. After continuous survival of the fittest and evolution, the insect swarm in this city has become unimaginably powerful. Needless to say, for a level 39 insect queen like Lin Mo, crushing Wang Yuan and his group is as easy as stepping on a few small ants. Even among Lin Mo's descendants, Lin Shuai is at LV.25, and Chun Ji's level is synchronized with Lin Mo, reaching LV.39. And their offspring are basically around level 10 or 20. Now look at the awakened ones here. They are so weak. Looking at Wang Yuan's conceited look, Lin Mo just wanted to laugh. I am looking forward to seeing what kind of incredible expression this young master will have when he finds out that the doomsday safe house he carefully built has been ruthlessly broken into. This is really interesting. Lin Mo nodded. So, why are you telling me this? Wang Yuan looked at Lin Mo with a smile. It's a pity for a beauty like Miss Lin to die in the end times. Why don't you join us and become the masters of the new world together? People like Miss Lin from the 9th military region should understand that opportunities like this are rare, right? Wang Yuan knew that the 9th military region was also recruiting people with special abilities. However, the 9th military region in the previous life was destroyed very quickly, as if something had happened. For this reason, Wang Yuan wanted to win over Lin Mo. Lin Mo chuckled. Does this boy like this face? I really want him to see her Zerg appearance, and then ask this boy if he still likes her. Su Shuer was a little dissatisfied when she heard what Wang Yuan said. Sister Momo won't like people like you. Lin Mo waved his hand. Okay, Xiao Su. It would be rude of us not to accept young Master Wang's warm invitation. Lin Mo thought, after she sneaks in, she'll just start a buffet. Su Shuer thought, huh? What happened to Sister Momo today? It's so weird. Wang Yuan was very happy to hear Lin Mo's answer. Okay. Miss Lin really made the right choice. I will help you two prepare accommodation later. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly spoke. You two? No, if you want to come, I want to bring my 2 daughters. Wang Yuan looked at Lin Mo in surprise. Huh? Daughter? Wait, this woman looks to be around 18 to 20. How come she has a daughter? Chapter 65. Do you want to play werewolf? What's wrong? Can't I? Lin Mo tilted his head and looked at Wang Yuan pitifully with his red eyes. Wang Yuan, who was originally a little shocked as to why Lin Mo had a child, shook his head after noticing the girl's lost look. That's not impossible. All right, I'll arrange for someone to pick up your child. Lin Mo's little head shook like a rattle. No, I'll just go pick up my daughters later. They are shy and might be scared if someone they don't know goes to pick them up. Wang Yuan didn't think much about it and nodded. Well, okay, I'll help you and your daughter prepare the room. If it was another girl with a child, Wang Yuan would definitely have no interest at all. But Lin Mo was different. Wang Yuan had never seen such a beautiful girl, and he couldn't stop himself from wanting her. Moreover, if this stunningly beautiful girl has the attributes of a wife and a good mother, TSK, that's actually a plus. In this way, Lin Mo successfully brought Su Shuer into Wang Yuan's doomsday safe house. It has to be said that Wang Yuan did get the script for the future and also learned other people's doomsday strategies. But unfortunately, other people's protagonists start with revenge, their hearts are sealed with cement, and they just hide. Wang Yuan is a rich young man, and his mentality is very different from that of the male protagonist in those apocalyptic novels. For example, if Wang Yuan had the personality of the protagonist of the Apocalypse hoarding, he would definitely not let Lin Mo in. After all, they are not related. It was even impossible for him to tell Lin Mo about the situation here, and he would just want to send Lin Mo away. I have to say, this rich young man Wang Yuan is really too much to Lin Mo's liking. I just like this kind of stupid young master. If he wasn't stupid, there would be no place to loot supplies. After Wang Yuan assigned accommodation rooms to Lin Mo and Su Shuer in the military base, he went about his own business. The Zerg apocalypse will break out after tomorrow. Even a lazy rich boy like Wang Yuan knows that he can no longer slack off. After all, he still knew how to stock up. He was a little stupid, but he was preparing for what needed to be done. After Su Shuer and Lin Mo entered the room, she tilted her head and looked at Lin Mo. Sister Momo, even if the apocalypse breaks out, our 9th military region is actually very safe. We don't need this guy's help. Su Shuer was actually a little jealous. When she saw the young master of the Wang family staring at Lin Mo with malicious eyes, Su Shuer had the idea of killing that man. Although this thought only flashed through Su Shuer's mind, she did have the intention to kill Wang Yuan. She didn't want Sister Lin Mo to have too much contact with others. It was enough for Sister Lin Mo to be with her. However, since it was Sister Lin Mo who chose to come here, Su Shuer naturally followed her obediently. However, if possible, Su Shuer still wanted to take Lin Mo away from here. She always felt that Wang Yuan had some evil intentions towards Lin Mo. If what the other party said is true, this world will be hit by an Zerg apocalypse. Then that guy will be the master here, and won't Sister Lin Mo be at the mercy of this guy? No. We must not let this happen. Su Shuer, Sister Lin Mo, I will protect you. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer's concerned eyes with a smile on his face. She touched the girl's head and rubbed it. Xiao Su, are you worried about me? Su Shuer looked away. Well, because Sister Lin Mo saved me. I don't want to see Sister Lin Mo being deceived by others. Lin Mo tilted his head. Jealous? Swish. Su Shuer blushed. After hearing what Lin Mo said, the girl looked away. Jealous or something? How could that be? We are all girls. Why should I be jealous? Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer's panic-stricken look, which was very funny, just like a frightened little rabbit. Seeing the girl in front of him blushing, Lin Mo wanted to play a good trick on her. Thinking of this, Lin Mo moved closer to Su Shuer, very close. So close that he could even feel the warm breath of the other person. Lin Mo chuckled. Yeah, we're both girls. Why are you jealous? Huh. As he spoke, Lin Mo reached out and gently grabbed Su Shuer's cheek. then kissed her on the forehead. Buzz. Su Shuer only felt a buzzing sound in her mind, and her head felt dizzy. Ah! What did Sister Lin Mo do to me just now? The girl's sanity, which was already on the verge of collapse, was now completely broken. Now Su Shuer was unable to think of anything. But when Su Shuer looked up at Lin Mo again, she saw that Sister Lin Mo had already sat down calmly, as if nothing had happened. Lin Mo tilted his head and looked at Su Shuer. Xiao Su, you look so cute when you're jealous. Su Shuer. Su Shuer was stunned, then covered her cheeks with her hands. Sure enough, she seemed to have fallen in love with Sister Lin Mo. Night. In the car heading to the military base. Chenggu and Lin Shui sat in the backseat of the car, but they didn't seem to be in harmony with each other. They sat on the left and right sides of the seat, keeping a long distance between them. Lin Mo knew that the two were just sisters in name only, so he didn't try to reconcile them. Lin Mo, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, looked ahead and asked the two people behind him, "Have you completed everything I asked you to do?" Chenggu and Lin Shui nodded. "Yeah, it's done." Following Lin Mo's request, Chenggu and Lin Shui arranged an attack route for their offspring when the swarm erupted one day later. After listing the mental hospital, the 9th Military District, and KFC as inviolable areas, all other places are occupied by the Zerg. The reason why Lin Yu was imprisoned in the mental hospital was because Lin Mo wanted to keep her there and torture her. The 9th Military Region is because that is Lin Mo's territory and everyone there must be kept. As for KFC, Lin Mo likes to eat KFC, and she can't do anything to KFC no matter what. As for what to do with KFC's raw materials after the end of the world, well, isn't Lin Mo going to think of a solution now? There should be a lot of chicken raw materials in Wang Yuan's infinite space, right? There are even live chickens purchased in large quantities from farms, so there is no need to worry about this. Lin Mo nodded. Good boy. Now that you have completed all the tasks assigned by Mom, I will take you to relax. Lin Shui and Chenggu responded in unison at this moment. Okay. In this way, the two followed Lin Mo to Wang Yuan's military base. Seeing that there were only humans inside, Chenggu and Lin Shui wiped the drool from the corners of their mouths. They are all mercenaries with strong muscles. They are delicious and meaty, which makes your mouth water and burst with juice when you bite them. Lin Mo came close to the two of them and spoke softly. Both of you, don't reveal your identities at the beginning, and it's best not to take action in the first 2 days. Lin Shui and Chenggu looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Ah, why? Is there any powerful guy on the other side that we should be wary of? The two asked Lin Mo in a low voice. In response to the questions from his two daughters, Lin Mo just chuckled and shook his head. Lin Mo smiled. I just want to have fun. Lin Shui didn't quite understand what Lin Mo meant. However, after hearing Lin Mo's words, Chenggu immediately understood what he meant. As a veteran scheming person, Chenggu immediately understood that Lin Mo was planning to play dirty tricks, so he also revealed a sinister smile and moved closer to Lin Mo. Mom, do you want to play werewolf? Lin Mo nodded. Almost. When Lin Shui heard about werewolf, she roughly understood what Lin Mo meant. Now it's almost like werewolf here, a super large-scale werewolf with hundreds of people. The people in the entire military base can be regarded as prophets, hunters, wizards, villagers, etc. according to their different superpowers, while Lin Mo and the others are werewolves. Each night the werewolf would kill someone, leaving the rest of the group guessing as to who did it. Just thinking about it is very interesting. Just imagine, these guys who originally thought they were safe and sound in the safe house suddenly found that people were dying in their camp, and several people died every night. How would that feel? I'm afraid it will go from surprise at first, to anger, to fear, and finally to despair. Lin Mo and Chenggu both like the feeling of playing with people's hearts. In this respect, Chenggu is worthy of being Lin Mo's little fangirl, and the two of them are like-minded. Lin Shui, on the other hand, didn't know much about this aspect. She just wanted to eat the buffet. But since her mother told her not to rush to eat, as her mother's good girl, Lin Shui said she could still control her appetite and would not ruin her mother's good deeds. Chenggu looked at Lin Mo. By the way, why did you ask Su Shuer to come along? Isn't she from the 9th Military Region? Chenggu didn't care about killing the people from the military district, but in her opinion, wasn't Su Shuer a chess piece that Lin Mo had cultivated with great difficulty? Why did he bring her here to kill her at this time? Lin Mo's face darkened. Don't touch her. I brought her here to serve as a witness. When we massacre this military base, she will be our witness. As the leader of the 9th Military Region, she can help us clear our name with higher-ranking military region leaders. After listening to Lin Mo's words, Chenggu finally understood. So that's how it is. It seems that Lord Lin Mo has thought it through very carefully. No wonder Lord Lin Mo wanted to trick this silly girl into becoming the head of the 9th military region. As a result, they raise troops for 1,000 days and deploy them for a moment, just to allow the other party to help them conceal the truth without anyone noticing. Qin Go, you are indeed worthy of being Lord Lin Mo. You can easily control the entire military region. Chapter 66: The End of the World begins. In the military base, hundreds of people gathered in a hall. In front of the hall, there were many ultra-luxurious 4K Blu-ray screens hanging side by side. The screens projected various prosperous areas of the city. The city center, schools, government offices, commercial plazas, basically any place with surveillance cameras, the images are projected here. It's similar to the Skynet system used to catch the Joker in Batman 2. Wang Yuan was wearing formal clothes, standing under the screen, looking dignified and like a beast in human clothing, and it really looked like that. The people in the audience looked at Wang Yuan, who was extremely serious. They didn't understand what had happened. Only some of Wang Yuan's close associates knew the inside story. Wang Yuan cleared his throat and turned on the microphone. I have called you all here for a while, but I have not told you the reason. In fact, I asked you to live here with your families because the apocalypse is about to break out. Except for Wang Yuan's mercenaries, the rest of the kidnapped scientific researchers and their families moved in without their knowledge. However, today is the day when the end of the world breaks out, so Wang Yuan decided to make this matter public. After hearing Wang Yuan's words, most people present thought he was joking, talking nonsense, or playing a prank or something. After all, Wang Yuan, as the son of the Wang group, likes to make trouble and make fun of others, so it is difficult for everyone to believe what he said. However, those staff members who had previously helped Wang Yuan research awakening superpowers believed it. After all, superpowers are real, so Doomsday should not be fake either. You can't say that young Master Wang developed superpowers just for a prank and to play a trick on everyone, right? Wang Yuan did not give too much explanation to other people's doubts. He just asked everyone to look at the screen, then looked at his own watch and began to count down silently. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wang Yuan's countdown ended. At the same time, in the surveillance footage, in the originally prosperous and peaceful scene, terrifying and weird insects appeared out of nowhere and attacked the passers-by in the picture. The passerby in the picture didn't even understand what was happening. He stood there in a daze. The next second, he was completely confused, because the passerby's head had been eaten by the terrible bug. For a moment, looking at such a real, bloody, and horrifying scene, a layer of gloom covered the faces of everyone present. Lin Mo looked at the scene in front of him indifferently, as if he didn't care. She had no need to be afraid of her offspring eating. If one were to count by generation, these cute little guys would be considered Lin Mo's good grandchildren. However, after Lin Mo noticed that Wang Yuan was looking at her, she immediately pretended to tremble, imitating everyone else to act scared. Lin Mo said, "We can't let the secret show now. If these people found out that there was something wrong with her in advance, then they would have to kill everyone here, and that would not be fun." Noticing that Lin Mo was pretending to be scared, Chenggu came to Lin Mo's side, held her hand and smiled. "Mom, your acting is really good. Give you a thumbs up?" Lin Shui noticed Qin Ji's actions, frowned, and slapped Qin Ji's hand away from Lin Mo, snorting, "What happens to Mom is none of your business. Don't ruin Mom's good deeds." The two people were whispering to each other. The people around them were shocked by the scene on the screen, and no one could hear their conversation. Besides, even if someone heard it, it would be basically impossible for anyone to understand what the two little girls meant. Lin Mo reached out his hand, touched the heads of his two cute little girls, put his hand gently against his lips and whispered, "Shh, don't talk. Listen carefully to what Uncle Wang says." Lin Mo didn't want the beginning of the end of the world to be disturbed, as it was related to her future actions here. Her eyes turned to Wang Yuan on the stage. The other party also noticed Lin Mo's gaze, and thought that he had attracted Lin Mo's attention. As if to show off in front of Lin Mo, Wang Yuan cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone has seen what's happening outside right now. Fortunately, I knew something like this would happen, so I stockpiled supplies in advance. I also specially hired someone to build this fortress, so those bugs can't get in at all. You are very safe here. As long as you obey my leadership, your life in this apocalyptic world will not be worse than before the apocalypse. Wang Yuan's speech was not excellent, and even made people feel a little timid. However, the real bloody scenes happening on the screen made everyone present extremely nervous. Even the mercenaries who had already been informed by Wang Yuan that the apocalypse would break out and who had many lives on their hands were frightened when they saw the insects biting and devouring people alive. They tried hard to pretend to be calm, but in fact they were already sweating profusely. Wang Yuan spoke again. Those who are willing to follow me can stay here. If you don't want to, you can leave on your own accord. I will also give you the supplies to take away. If you want to leave, step out now. Everyone present knew that at this moment, the only way to have a chance of survival was to follow this seemingly unreliable Master Wang. For this reason, when Wang Yuan said that those who wanted to leave could step out now, no one came out. Wang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. After a brief greeting, everyone dispersed, and the leadership of this doomsday security base was basically established. Wang Yuan's plan was very simple, which was to develop slowly here and become a hegemon after accumulating strength. Now he just needs to slowly hunt down the Zerg outside and seize the cores to strengthen the abilities of the awakened here. Originally, it should be like this. But that night, Wang Yuan was still smoking Farong King in the room when the mercenaries came in to report the news. Oh no, Master Wang, someone is dead. Wang Yuan said indifferently, if they are dead, they are dead. We can use them as fertilizer after cremation. The mercenary shook his head. That person died in a very strange way. It looked like he was torn apart by some monster. I suspect. Wang Yuan frowned. Shut up. Wang Yuan knew that the other party wanted to say that he suspected that the Zerg had sneaked into the base. However, if this news were to become public, the prestige he had worked so hard to build would instantly collapse. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, this matter must not be known to those researchers and their families, understand? After the mercenary nodded vigorously, Wang Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Go, burn the body. The mercenary asked again. Then, the real culprit who caused this incident. Wang Yuan waved his hand. I'll find a way to deal with it. This is not something you should worry about. If you keep talking, you'll be the next one to be burned. The mercenary who was frightened by Wang Yuan didn't dare to say much and had to leave Wang Yuan's room in disappointment. Chapter 67. Who should I kill tonight? There are bugs getting in. This means that this safe house is no longer safe. Fortunately, if this place was really completely invaded by insects, then the base would probably have been overwhelmed by the swarm by now. Now that the swarm of insects is nowhere to be seen, it means that only a few insects have sneaked in. If that is the case, Wang Yuan feels that the situation is still under his control. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan decided to let the intelligence awakeners and his team find the bugs that sneaked into his camp and then kill them all. Wang Yuan took out his cell phone and told the mercenary captain about this. I don't care what method you use. Find the bugs that sneaked into the camp today, as soon as possible. If this matter is not handled properly, we will all die. After finishing the call with the mercenary captain, Wang Yuan hung up the phone. Opening another pack of Hibiscus Queen, he smoked it with satisfaction and a relaxed look. In their team of Awakened Ones, there are many Awakened Ones who are capable of obtaining intelligence, so it shouldn't be a problem to find a few bugs. Wang Yuan was not too worried about the current situation. Things are still under control. It's okay. It's okay. That bastard, when something happened, he hid away and relaxed, leaving the mess to us. The awakened girl snorted in dissatisfaction. She has always been dissatisfied with Wang Yuan. If it weren't for the mercenary wages and the need to survive the apocalypse, she would have quit long ago. After learning from the mercenary captain that Zerg had infiltrated the mercenaries and Wang Yuan's nonchalant attitude, the girl became even more unhappy. Thinking of this, the girl snorted. Haha, the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. I only earn a few $1,000s a month. Why should I risk my life? However, although the girl said this, her body was still honest and went to the survivors in the safe zone to see if there was anything unusual. The girl's ability is to see other people's superpowers. This ability belongs to the intelligence department. Although she can only see the names of the superpowers, it is completely sufficient. In addition, she has another ability, which is mental manipulation, which can influence the subconscious of others. She hid this ability very well, so that when the end of the world comes, she can use this ability to trick Wang Yuan and see if she can get any benefits. The girl came to a crowded place and glanced at the clerks and mercenaries who were working. She had already scanned the superpowers of the people here, and they were all old acquaintances. She was just going through the motions and taking the opportunity to see if there were any suspicious people here. As she watched, she actually noticed that an unusual feeling emerged. She followed the bad feeling and noticed that there seemed to be 3 people over there whom she could not read. She looked at the 3 people, and when she got closer she realized that they were the people who had come from the 9th military region. The white-haired girl is called Lin Mo, and the other 2 are her daughters. There was also a blonde girl who came with Lin Mo. She was an ordinary person, and he did not feel any threat from her, but the other three. Name, Lin Mo. Ability? Name, Lin Shui. Ability? Name, Chungu. Ability? Girl. Why are there all question marks? The girl was startled, as if she realized something. She was about to turn around and leave, but was stopped by the white-haired girl. Lin Mo said softly, "Miss, don't go. Why do you look a little panicked?" The girl shook her head. "It's okay. I just feel a little uncomfortable and need to rest." Lin Mo tilted his head and looked at the girl, touching her forehead. "Well, your forehead is a little cold? Do I need to send you to the infirmary?" The girl hurriedly shook her head. "No, no need. Really no need." Lin Mo looked at the girl in front of him with a smile, and then said politely, "Hey, it's okay. We will be friends here from now on. It's okay to help you with this little favor." The girl shook her head again. "Really no need. I'm leaving." After saying that, the girl ran away without even looking back. Looking at the girl's receding back, Lin Mo's lips curled up into a smile. Did that little girl discover something? I'm going to die. I'm definitely going to die. Just now, Lin Mo only glanced at the girl, and she had the illusion that she was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Just being looked at made her feel a chill down her spine, and her legs trembled as she almost walked away. It is an instinct that comes from living things, the natural fear of prey being targeted by predators. Now she just wanted to explain this matter to Wang Yuan and the mercenary captain, but there was no chance left for her. "Excuse me, where do you want to go?" A cold voice sounded in the girl's ears. The girl only felt a slightly cool touch, and when she turned around, she saw a pair of spider legs on her shoulders. Behind her was Lin Mo, who still had a human appearance but had 8 spider legs growing from his back. I don't know anything, please, don't kill me." There were tears in the girl's eyes, and she almost begged Lin Mo for mercy. But it was all too late. She was torn apart bit by bit and died screaming in pain. Soon, the girl's body was discovered by passers-by. This time, the people who discovered the bodies were the clerk and his family, and the news quickly spread among the survivors here. No matter how much Wang Yuan wanted to block the information, it would no longer be possible. For this reason, Wang Yuan could only check the surveillance footage to see the situation. Originally, everyone thought that all this was done by bugs, but when they looked at the surveillance footage, they found that the girl in the footage seemed to have seen something terrible, but there was no one else in the footage except this girl. Afterwards, the girl screamed and kept cutting her body with the knife she was carrying, begging for mercy while doing so. Like a madman. When Wang Yuan saw this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't caused by bugs. Maybe the woman was under too much pressure and went crazy and committed suicide? After all, not everyone can accept the outbreak of the apocalypse. After seeing that kind of image, it is not impossible for her to go crazy. Everyone nodded in conviction and didn't dwell on the matter anymore. This incident was just a small episode in everyone's life. The woman had no father or mother and was a small pawn in the mercenaries. No one cared about her life or death. Only Lin Mo knew the real cause of that woman's death. I have to say, the combination of the two skills, Heart Sutra of Illusion and Indescribable, has a really good effect. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. How many people should I kill tonight? Chapter 68. More than 100 people died. Wow, this Wang Yuan is quite patient. The first person to die was obviously bitten to death by Zerg, and he destroyed the body to conceal his tracks. The second woman who died was sent to investigate the Zerg. It was obvious that she was killed, but she insisted that others had gone crazy and were frightened to death. It's not that Lin Mo can't guess what Wang Yuan is thinking. It's nothing more than for the consolidation of his power. Once those people in the shelter know that this safe area is no longer safe, then he, as the controller here, will no longer have absolute control. He would have no way to continue to act tyrannically as he wished. If Lin Mo were to handle the current situation, she would definitely announce the existence of the Zerg directly to these hundreds of people. Although it will cause panic among the people inside, it will also allow everyone to guard against the Zerg and unite as one, so as to find the murderer in the shortest time and with the fastest efficiency. However, Wang Yuan would not do this. If he did so, the people who had been fooled by him would no longer respect him. Power is sometimes just such a thing. In order to gain power, people often make some extremely stupid decisions. But, well, Lin Mo doesn't care. After all, she is the murderer. The stupider Wang Yuan's actions were, the more fun Lin Mo had. Su Shuer looked at the woman's death on the screen and felt a little worried. She held Lin Mo's hand and spoke carefully. Sister Momo, how about we leave? It doesn't seem very safe here. Go back to the 9th military region? Su Shui's voice was very low, but someone still heard it. He is Wang Yuan's mercenary. Now is the time to stabilize the confidence of internal members. When they heard Su Shui's words, they felt that her remarks threatened Wang Yuan's rule here. Several people surrounded him, and the feeling of oppression was overwhelming. Hey, what are you two whispering about here? That woman scared herself to death. Stop spreading lies and misleading people. Another mercenary reported the situation here to Wang Yuan. Master Wang, that woman is whispering that our safe zone is not safe. Should we deal with her and make an example of her? Wang Yuan looked at Su Shui over there, his face gloomy. Now is a critical period to stabilize people's hearts. Many eyes here are watching. If he fails to handle the situation well, his image as a leader in this safe zone will be affected. While Wang Yuan was still hesitating, Lin Mo stood in front of Su Shui and whispered to Su Shui behind him. Don't worry, with me here, no one can touch you. Then, she looked at Wang Yuan with cold eyes. Master Wang, is this your way of entertaining guests? What did you tell us when you invited Su Shui and me to your safe zone? The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The mercenaries were also expecting that Lin Mo and Wang Yuan would have a falling out. Lin Mo is the most beautiful woman in the safe zone. In this apocalyptic world, apart from food and resources, women are the most coveted. In fact, these people have been coveting Lin Mo for a long time, but unfortunately they all know that Wang Yuan is planning to take advantage of Lin Mo. If Lin Mo and Wang Yuan broke up completely, then with just one word from Wang Xiao, this woman would become a plaything of everyone present, and would be ravaged by everyone and thrown outside to feed the insects. Thinking of this, some mercenaries have been secretly planning how to deal with this little girl next. However, things did not develop as the mercenaries expected. Facing Lin Mo's questioning, Wang Yuan just chuckled and waved his hand. It's all a misunderstanding, haha, Miss Lin Mo, don't be angry. I'll let those people apologize to you later. Wang Yuan didn't turn hostile after all. If someone else had gone against him, he would have asked the mercenaries to take the person to a small dark room and let the others go on the train together. But Lin Mo was different. This was the first time Wang Yuan had seen a woman who made his heart beat so fast. It was just a confrontation. Wang Yuan didn't intend to get rid of Lin Mo just like that. On the contrary, he felt that this woman's unruly character was quite cute, much better than those women who were obedient and submissive. He likes people with such a strong temper, and he even thinks it's boring if it's given for free. Lin Mo snorted coldly and grabbed Su Shui's hand. She noticed the looks in the mercenary's eyes. Lin Mo, who was a man in his previous life, of course understood what was going on in those people's minds. They were just a bunch of trash controlled by their own desires. These people made her feel sick. Xiao Su, let's go back to the room. Chen Gu and Lin Shui followed behind Lin Mo, and the four of them left together. Chen Gu hated these people's ideas even more. In her previous life, Chen Gu and her sister were killed by this kind of people, and the way she died was, well, anyway, noticing the way those people were looking at Lin Mo, Chen Gu recalled some bad memories. She memorized the looks of those guys who cast malicious glances at Lin Mo one by one. Let's take action against those people tonight. After one night, accompanied by the sound of alarms in the safe area, Su Shui rubbed her sleepy eyes and took out her cell phone to check the time. It was 4:44 in the morning. This should be a time for deep sleep, so why was there an alarm? The familiar girl's voice came into Su Shui's ears. Xiao Su, get up, there's a good show to watch. Su Shui perked up when she heard Lin Mo's voice. A good show? What good show? Lin Mo smiled. You'll find out when you come. Su Shui followed Lin Mo, Lin Shui, and Chen Gu to the hall of the safe area outside. As soon as she got here, her eyes opened wide. Because, here, more than 100 corpses had their stomachs ripped open, and their intestines were tied around the necks like ropes, hanging in midair. Most of the dead people were mercenaries here, and the rest were some scientific researchers here. Su Shui noticed that several of them were the guys who had confronted her during the day and then cast evil looks at Lin Mo. But Amelia Su didn't think much about it. She just thought it was an accident. Amelia Su looked at everything in front of her in surprise. Sister Lin Mo, what on earth is going on? Why did so many people die tonight? If it's the Zerg, they should eat them directly after killing them. Apart from their fatal injuries, these people don't even have a piece of flesh missing from their bodies. The Zerg shouldn't be so wasteful, right? Lin Mo smiled, a hint of joy appearing on his face. Yeah, who knows, maybe it wasn't the Zerg that did it. Hey, let Mr. Wang guess what happened. Chapter 69 Contradiction. When seeing more than 100 hanging corpses, no matter how much everyone present wanted to escape, they could not deny this was man-made. The previous woman's death could be said to have been caused by shock, and it was said to be an accident. But this time, more than 100 people died in such a strange way that these people could no longer pretend nothing happened. Yes, they need the shelter of this safe place in these last days. But at this moment, the safe place is no longer safe, and these people's hearts are shaken. They began to doubt everything here, and even suspected that Wang Yuan had gathered them here with ulterior motives, and suspected that the more than 100 people who died were sacrificed by Wang Yuan. Lin Mo added fuel to the fire. She used the Illusion Heart Sutra to guide the emotions of everyone present to dissipate. While affecting these people's spirits, it also magnifies all kinds of suspicion, uneasiness, and negative thoughts in their hearts. Soon, someone present couldn't help it anymore and pointed at Wang Yuan angrily. What explanation are you going to give this time, saying it was an accident? More than 100 people died tonight. Tell me, did you deliberately gather us here to sacrifice us to the Zerg? Wang Yuan's face turned cold when this man pointed at him. Wang Yuan opened a pack of Furongwang cigarette, lit it, and took a sip. The air was filled with smoke, and the abnormally large amount of smoke turned into a shadow, and the guy who had just confronted Wang Yuan was beheaded. After blowing out a puff of smoke, Wang Yuan no longer concealed his violent character. There was a flash of violence in the young man's eyes. It's the end of the world now, and so many people have died. I'm afraid it's impossible to continue hiding it. The only way to stabilize the situation is to suppress them forcefully. Only by making everyone present understand what the consequences of resisting him will these guys be obedient. Wang Yuan snorted coldly. A lot of people died here, but it's not your turn to contradict me. As he spoke, Wang Yuan walked up to the dead guy who had dissented from him and stomped on his head. This is a warning to those who are still alive. Lin Mo was very satisfied with Wang Yuan's approach. She could feel that those clerks, their families, and even some mercenaries seemed to be filled with fear and anger about what Wang Yuan had done. This is a good sign. If Lin Mo wanted to kill everyone here, she could do it now. But she didn't plan to do that. She planned to have some fun with the humans here. Let everyone here feel despair. Let everyone here fall into madness, and let this so-called safe area become a real hell on earth. This is what Lin Mo is happy to see. Especially, Su Shuer was by Lin Mo's side, but he still asked Su Shuer to serve as an eyewitness to prove his alibi. After going out, he asked Su Shuer to help testify that nothing here was done by Lin Mo. Therefore, Lin Mo did not plan to do it himself. It's fun to take your time. Wang Yuan looked coldly at everyone present, then turned to the mercenaries with a cold voice. I'm afraid there's a powerful awakener among us. I don't know who it is or what their purpose is, but it's obvious that they're coming for us. Find that guy and kill him. Then, Wang Yuan looked at the others. If you have nothing else to do, go to bed. Everyone was shocked when they heard Wang Yuan's words. In the current situation, can they still sleep well? But now the Zerg apocalypse has broken out, and there may be vicious murderer awakeners or Zergs mixed in among them. If we don't catch the murderer now, someone else might die later? In response, Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, go to sleep. According to the previous pattern, that guy probably kills someone every night, so we are safe now. Wang Yuan is very sleepy now, and all the surveillance has been destroyed, so he has no clue. The powerful psychics among the mercenaries are basically Wang Yuan's confidants, and those who died were just a group of weaklings. Since there is no solution available in the short term, Wang Yuan doesn't want to waste time helping these guys find out who did it. Now the method of awakening superpowers has been found, and the core staff members are dead. The remaining people are all insignificant guys, and they are dead if they die. Now that something like this has happened, the safe house is basically destroyed. Wang Yuan planned to wait for 2 days and then abandon the safe house, take his people to other cities, find other survivors' camps, and use his identity as an awakened person to take over their nests. As for the rest of these people, just let them fend for themselves. The only person Wang Yuan wanted to take with him was Lin Mo. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan looked at Lin Mo. It's not safe out there. Why don't you come to my room tonight? Lin Mo responded coldly to Wang Yuan's invitation. Master Wang, we don't seem to know each other very well, right? Is this how you approach girls? Wang Yuan was in a bad mood. He snorted coldly when he heard Lin Mo's refusal. Okay, don't regret it. I hope you won't come begging me after tonight. Wang Yuan ignored these people and went back to his luxurious suite with his mercenaries to sleep. The rest of the people were completely furious. Some of these people were clerks, and some were business and political figures in the upper echelons of society before the end of the world. Naturally, they also understood Wang Yuan's thoughts. They now seem to have become cannon fodder that the other side is ready to give up. But there is no way. Most of the psychics here are Wang Yuan's subordinates, and the rest of them don't seem to have the capital to resist. In the end, everyone had to disperse. After returning to the room, Su Shui'er took out her cell phone and planned to notify the people from the 9th Military Region to come and help. She felt that the situation here was not simple, and she had to call in people from the military district to deal with it. However, just when Su Shui'er was about to call for help, she found that she could not dial the number outside. It's useless. Wang Yuan has cut off our contact with the outside world to prevent anyone from trying to escape or for undercover agents from outside organizations to infiltrate the group. Lin Mo looked at Amelia Su and said lightly. Su Shui'er panicked when she heard Lin Mo's words. Sister Momo, what should we do now? Lin Mo touched Su Shui'er's head and gently hugged her. Xiao Su, don't be afraid. Didn't Sister Momo tell you that she will protect you? Don't worry, no matter what happens here, you will always be safe. I promise you. Although Su Shui'er knew that this was Lin Mo's consolation, in order not to make Lin Mo worry, she nodded obediently. Well, I believe you, Sister Momo. What Su Shui'er didn't know was that Lin Mo wasn't actually trying to comfort her. After all, it was Lin Mo who had the final say on who would die here. Chapter 70. She is worthy of being a mother. So awesome. Why, that woman treated me like that. In the room, Wang Yuan pinched out the Hibiscus King in his hand, and the expression on his face was not very good. More than 100 people died in the military base, but he didn't feel much. Those people died, so it didn't matter. But Lin Mo's attitude towards him made Wang Yuan feel unhappy from the bottom of his heart. Why could that woman reject him so decisively? Before the end of the world, Wang Yuan slept with whoever he wanted. Basically, if he set his eyes on a second or third-tier celebrity, he would just say a word and the other person would be dressed up and sent to his bed that night. However, after the apocalypse broke out, this woman named Lin Mo seemed to ignore him. He tried to show his goodwill to Lin Mo many times, but there was no response at all. Just now, for Lin Mo's safety, he wanted Lin Mo to bring her daughter and best friend to his room, but Lin Mo directly refused. Yes, he did have improper thoughts about Lin Mo. But in this end times where everyone is in danger, it is much better to have someone who has improper intentions towards you to protect you than to be targeted by a group of people and become their plaything, isn't it? On the side, the mercenary captain saw what Wang Yuan was thinking. How about I find some people to tie that woman up and bring her to your room tonight, Master Wang? Wang Yuan said coldly. Do you think that with my status and position, I need to use this method to get a woman? It was true that Wang Yuan really wanted to get Lin Mo, but tying him up and forcing himself on him was too low level. The more obviously Lin Mo rejected him, the more he wanted to see the other party wag his tail and beg for mercy, begging him for help. Thinking of this, Wang Yuan waved his hand. Bring a team of men tonight, disguise them as intruders attacking from outside, and capture Lin Mo's daughter. When the time comes, she will have no choice but to ask us to help rescue her daughter, and she will naturally be able to meet any of my requests. The mercenary captain looked at Wang Yuan in surprise. After hearing Wang Yuan seriously reject his proposal, the mercenary captain thought that Wang Yuan was going to pretend to be a gentleman in front of others. Unexpectedly, he thought that this guy would come up with a more cruel method than he did. I have to say, when it comes to scumbags, we have to look at Wang Xiao. The mercenary captain nodded. Okay, I'll get to work on it. After saying that, the mercenary captain left Wang Yuan's room and went to look for help. At the same time, in Lin Mo's room, the blonde girl snuggled up to Lin Mo, and Lin Mo hugged her and patted her back gently. Lin Mo looked at the shivering Su Shui'er and sighed softly. It's getting late. Let's sleep a little longer. Su Shui'er murmured. Sister Lin Mo, I'm afraid. Lin Mo reached out and rubbed the girl's face. What are you afraid of? I'm here. I told you I will protect you. Su Shui'er nodded and leaned in Lin Mo's arms. Although she was already 20 years old, she still looked like an uneasy child, looking for a hug from Sister Momo. Lin Mo sang nursery rhymes softly in Su Shui'er's ear to coax the girl to sleep. Be good, Xiao Su. Don't be afraid. If any bad guys target you, just let Sister Momo take care of it. Chenggu and Lin Shui were on the small bed on the other side, looking at Lin Mo and Su Shui'er who were flirting with each other. Lin Shui looked at the other end in confusion. Mom, what's going on? Is she really in love with that human? Chenggu sneered when he heard Lin Shui's words. Haha, superficial. You only see the surface and don't understand anything at all. When Lin Shui heard what Chenggu said, she really didn't understand anything, but she felt that the other party's tone seemed to be mocking her, and she suddenly felt unhappy. The relationship between Lin Shui and Chen Gu is that of sisters on the surface. She always remembers what Chen Gu did before he turned into a Zerg. This is not a question of whether or not to hold a grudge. Her previous brothers and sisters were all killed by Chen Gu, and Chen Gu kept mocking her at the time. Well, just as hateful as he is now. Even though she pretended to get along well with Chen Gu in order not to worry her mother. But, sure enough, she still hated Chen Gu. In order to prevent Chen Gu from looking down on her, Lin Shui could only snort. Humph, who said I don't understand? I understand it very well. Chen Gu looked at Lin Shui, who pretended to understand, and nodded. Well, you understand. Then tell me, what do you understand? Do you know what Mom and Su Shui are doing now? Chen Gu raised a smile, and the expression on his face seemed to say, see, I told you you don't understand? Of course, Lin Shui also read Chen Ji's meaning from her face, and immediately felt unhappy. Lin Shui said softly, she is cultivating a relationship with Aunt Su. This way, everyone in the 9th military region will listen to her in the future. Chen Gu listened to Lin Shui's words and chuckled. Wrong, in my opinion. Mom first established a relationship with Su Shui, and then killed her when she fell deeply in love with her. Lin Shui, huh? Lin Shui looked at Chen Gu in confusion. Seeing that Lin Shui didn't quite understand, Chen Gu raised his middle finger to her. I told you that you didn't understand, right? Then let me tell you. For example, the world's top killer, in order to seal his heart and become a ruthless killer, he would raise an animal from childhood, such as a dog or a horse, and then raise it for several years and kill it when he has a deep affection for it. Then, the killer will marry and have children, and when the other person falls in love with him, he will kill her entire family. In this way, the killer will become a heartless person for the rest of his life, and no one in this world will be able to influence his emotions. Lin Shui. Lin Shui looked at Chen Gu in surprise. I didn't expect it to be like this. Could it be that Mom is planning to kill Aunt Su after marrying her and having a child? How amazing. But they are all girls. How can they have children? Chen Gu sneered. You don't understand, don't you? Isn't in vitro fertilization popular now? Just take the DNA of both parties and put it in a petri dish. Lin Shui looked at Lin Mo with admiration. As expected of a mother, you are amazing. Lin Mo, who had enhanced 5 senses, heard the conversation between the two from a long distance away. She just felt speechless. Is there a possibility that she simply thinks Su Shui is cute and wants to be close to her? Chapter 71. Are you worthy enough to look me in the eye? Is our mission to capture that woman's daughter? Outside the room, the young man held a telescope in his hand and looked at Lin Mo, who was hugging Su Shui in the other room. I have to say, it's really a beautiful thing to watch two beautiful girls sticking to each other, especially when you imagine yourself holding them in your arms and ravaging them. The young man licked the corner of his mouth. What a nice woman. If young Master Wang hadn't set his eyes on that woman, I would really like to give it a try. Then, the young man used his telescope to look at the other 2 little girls in the room. That woman's daughter is also the best of the best. She will probably be a top-notch beauty when she grows up. Master Wang just asked us to capture those 2 little sisters. As for what to do with them after they are captured, we should have the final say, right? The young man licked the corner of his mouth, with an expectant look in his eyes. The mercenary captain frowned when he heard the young man's words. Those 2 little girls look like they are less than 10 years old. How can you have feelings for both of them? The young man smiled. This is the end of the world. Don't use your pre-apocalyptic laws to make a point. Just put it this way. If I attack those 2 little girls, who can stop me? The mercenary captain looked at the young man with disgust. Although the mercenary captain thought that he was not a good person, he still could not hide his disgust for the young man's words. Scum. Worse than scum. The worst of beasts. If this young man had not had a relatively high level of supernatural power among them and played a very important role in the team, the mercenary captain would have killed him directly. It's not because of justice, but because this person makes the bad guy, the mercenary captain, feel a little disgusted. But I have to say, maybe this is the end of the world. In this kind of environment where one's life is in danger at any time, the evil in human nature will be magnified to the extreme. There must be more than one person who thinks like this young man. Perhaps there are quite a few of them. I advise you not to have any thoughts about those 2 little girls. Those 2 girls are the daughters of Lin Mo. Young Master Wang has fallen in love with that woman Lin Mo. A hint of coldness appeared on the mercenary captain's face. Although Master Wang wants us to deal with them now, think about it, isn't Master Wang's ultimate goal to get that woman? When that woman Lin Mo becomes young Master Wang's woman, she will bear a grudge against you. You will have a hard time in the future. The young man listened to the words of the mercenary captain. Although he was still a little unwilling in his heart, he could only smack his lips in dissatisfaction. KSK. Although he was unhappy, he had no other choice. After all, the other party is the woman that young Master Wang likes, and the other party's daughter cannot be touched. The mercenary captain spoke to him again in a cold voice. Don't think too much, just do it. The young man sighed and nodded. Okay, leave it to me. The young man's ability is hypnosis, and it is a very high level of hypnosis. Basically, in this safe area, except for the mercenary captain and Wang Yuan, no one else can resist his hypnosis ability. Although his ability seems a bit useless, just think about it. When you are fighting with someone, the other party unconditionally makes you fall asleep and then stabs you. When you wake up in shock, the other party hypnotizes you and makes you continue to sleep. You will be trapped in sleep forever and have no way to fight back. If you think about it this way, isn't the other party's ability quite terrifying? This kind of spiritual ability is very powerful among people with special abilities. The young man used a telescope to look at Lin Mo and others in the room. At the same time, he didn't know if it was his illusion, but he seemed to feel that Lin Mo was also looking at him. Obviously, they were far away and the other party should not be able to see him, but at this moment the young man felt a chill on his back. He shook his head vigorously, and when he looked at the girl in the telescope again, he found that she was hugging the blonde girl again and was close to her. Huh, you scared yourself? The young man let out a long sigh, raised his hand, and began to perform mental hypnosis on Lin Mo in the distance. Buzz. The moment the young man hypnotized Lin Mo, he seemed to feel a black screen before his eyes. The next second, he seemed to be in a space full of rivers flowing with blood. On a throne made of corpses, a girl with white hair and red eyes, wearing a red wedding dress stained with blood, raised a scornful smile at the corner of her mouth. The girl looked at him as if he were an ant and spoke softly. You are worthy of looking me in the face? Ant. The red torrent of blood submerged the young man. He felt an indescribable feeling of suffocation, and then he lost all life. At the same time in the real world, the captain of the mercenaries suddenly stopped moving after seeing the young man hypnotizing Lin Mo. Just a second later, the young man fell to the ground with blood gushing out of all his orifices. 2 seconds later, just like a leaking balloon, the young man deflated and became shriveled. Lin Mo looked out the window with a cold look on his face. What's wrong, Sister Momo? Su Shuer tilted her head and looked at Lin Mo in confusion. Lin Mo chuckled and touched Su Shuer's head. Nothing. Lin Mo just felt that someone was launching a mental attack on her. However, what she fears least is mental attacks. Why? Outlander Demon. Immune to all mental abilities, and can return mental attacks against you 100-fold to the user. The characteristic of Lin Mo's skill makes all mental attacks have no effect on her. That guy simply hypnotized Lin Mo, but after hypnotizing him 100 times, his spirit collapsed directly. I don't know what the other party saw before he died, but Lin Mo could feel that the other party had lost vital signs. As for the identity of the guy who intended to hypnotize her, Lin Mo felt it was not difficult to guess. Lin Mo didn't even need to think about who the guy with superpowers was in this safe area. He knew it was someone sent by Wang Yuan. As for why the other party sent people to attack her, Lin Mo had no interest in guessing. Lin Mo's creed is, if you dare to attack me, I will definitely return it 100-fold. Lin Mo, who had originally planned to play with Wang Yuan and the others, decided to speed up his progress. Her main purpose of coming here was to steal supplies, and playing with these guys was just a side job. However, since the other party has decided to take action, there is no need for her to drag it on any longer. At least, those psychic accomplices outside will definitely not be able to escape. Tonight, if any one of those people outside the room runs away, she loses. Chapter 72 Bloodbath in the Safe Zone, 4K. That woman is not an ordinary person. She is an awakened one. Retreat quickly. After seeing the young man hypnotize Lin Mo but was killed by the backlash, the mercenary captain immediately realized that things were not as simple as they imagined. He originally thought that Lin Mo and the others were prey, and they were hunters who came to deal with them. However, now he finally understood. From the beginning to the end, Lin Mo was the hunter who played with them in the palm of his hand, and they were all just Lin Mo's prey. The captain of the mercenaries vaguely felt that Lin Mo was definitely related to the deaths in the base in the past 2 days. After figuring out everything, he simply asked the rest of the people to retreat with him. However, it is easy to come to Lin Mo's side, but it is not so easy to leave. Captain, Do you think this is a place where I can come and go as I please, right? The girl's voice rang in the mercenary captain's ears. Her tone was quite gentle, but to the mercenary captain, this voice sounded like an evil ghost demanding his life, which made him feel chilled. Don't worry, none of you can escape. A girl with white hair and red eyes appeared in front of him, with a creepy smile on her face. Her mouth stretched from her ears, revealing her sharp teeth. At this moment, the mercenary captain felt like he was facing a life-and-death crisis. He considered hundreds of escape plans in his mind, but none of them worked. He felt that he might really die here tonight. However, the mercenary captain is not someone who will sit still and wait for death. He picked up a mercenary beside him with one hand and threw him directly at Lin Mo. The mercenary that was thrown towards Lin Mo bumped into her, but Lin Mo was not annoyed. She ate the mercenary in one bite, just like she was eating at a buffet. It doesn't taste very good. This guy doesn't seem to like taking a bath. Never mind. Lin Mo caught up with the mercenary captain again. He grabbed the 1.9-meter tall man with one hand, just like the famous scene in the movie where Hulk grabbed Loki. Lin Mo picked up the mercenary captain with one hand and threw him to the ground back and forth. The mercenary captain had a strengthened physical body and was unable to withstand Lin Mo's fierce attack. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been smashed into a pulp by Lin Mo. After the mercenary captain was beaten by Lin Mo looked at him with a smile. Did Wang Yuan ask you to come? The mercenary captain nodded. Well, I just did it for money. You can find the one who caused the wrong and forgive me? Generally speaking, as a veteran mercenary who has fought on many battles, it is impossible for the mercenary captain to beg for mercy from his opponent. But the guy in front of him was so terrifying that he even felt that the girl in front of him might not be human at all. This kind of absolute despair made his pride and his moral integrity become vulnerable. Now he only had the instinct to survive, and for this reason he was even willing to kneel down and beg the other party to spare his life. Because he vaguely saw, behind the girl in front of him, the miserable conditions of the team members he brought here. Those team members were caught by bugs that appeared out of nowhere, their intestines were pulled out, and then they ate everything from their stomachs to their internal organs and flesh. This safe house, which seemed to be safe, was actually no longer safe. And all this is thanks to Wang Yuan's letting the wolf into the house. The mercenary captain now doesn't mind at all about selling out his employer. If possible, he is even willing to lead Lin Mo. Let me take you to see Wang Yuan. I'll help you kill him. Lin Mo smiled. I just want to confirm who is the mastermind behind this incident. Who gave you the illusion that I would let you go? Before the mercenary captain could react, he found that two horrible and twisted insects emerged from the ground beside the girl, wrapped around him, and twisted his hands and legs. After that, he had to watch helplessly as he was devoured bit by these monsters. While Lin Mo was doing all this, he had already destroyed the surveillance. Through the Illusion Heart Sutra, Lin Mo made the other people living here fall into hallucinations, and they couldn't hear what was happening outside at all. Even if someone did it for no reason, due to the influence of hallucinations, they would not be able to see what was happening here. Just like that, Lin Mo secretly wiped out the entire team that Wang Yuan sent to take her daughter hostage. Now there was only Wang Yuan left to deal with, so Lin Mo had no interest in playing anymore. I originally wanted to play werewolf in this safe zone, but now it seems that there is really no need. After all, Wang Yuan is the only player left, and I really can't muster up the interest. Lin Mo planned to kill all of Wang Yuan's men tonight, to get rid of them once and for all. However, when killing Wang Yuan tonight, Lin Mo plans to play it one last time. Thinking of this, Lin Mo snapped his fingers. The next second, Lin Shui and Chen Gu appeared behind her. Mother. Lin Mo looked at his daughters. Let your offspring become like these people, and then capture both of you and bring you to see Wang Yuan. Lin Mo wanted to have one last game with Wang Yuan and let that guy feel what excitement was. Wang Yuan was in the safe house, waiting for news from his mercenaries. At this moment, the mercenary captain brought his men, grabbed the two little lolis and came in front of Wang Yuan. One of the little loli had white hair and red eyes, and looked a bit like Lin Mo. The other one, with red hair and red eyes, looks a little more charming than Lin Mo. These two little girls are both pretty, and Wang Yuan plans to raise them a little bit before selling them. And now, what he wanted more was Lin Mo. Well done. Wang Yuan nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, the angry voice of a girl was heard from outside the door. You bastard! You kidnapped my daughter. You are not a human being. Wang Yuan looked at the mercenary captain. The other party understood what he meant, went over to open the door and brought Lin Mo in. Lin Mo was brought in front of Wang Yuan with a look of resentment on his face. You said before the apocalypse that we mother and daughter are absolutely safe here. Is this your safety method? Wang Yuan chuckled. Why, do you feel unsafe now? Wang Yuan grabbed the red-haired lowly and gently touched her hair. Your daughter is very cute, but in the end times, such a cute little sister will be targeted by bad guys. Don't you want to find someone to rely on for them? Wang Yuan looked at Lin Mo and hinted. Now your chance has come. In front of you is a man who can be your backer. As long as you are willing to be my woman, I will protect you and your daughter well. Lin Mo looked at Wang Yuan aggrievedly. I don't like you. Please respect yourself, Mr. Wang. Wang Yuan smiled. You don't like me? There's nothing I can do about it. After saying that, Wang Yuan threw the red-haired lowly to the mercenary captain. My men haven't touched a woman for a while. It's the end of the world now. It's hard to say what will happen if two girls spend a night with them. Lin Mo was surprised. You beast. Wang Yuan shrugged. I'm not a beast. This world is ruled by the weak. Only those with strength have the right to speak, and I happen to have strength. Lin Mo snorted. Does it mean that if you have the strength, you can do whatever you want? Wang Yuan smiled. That's right, if you have the power, you can do whatever you want. Wang Yuan was looking forward to seeing Lin Mo begging for mercy in order to protect his daughter. Wang Yuan even prepared a collar, a dog ear pendant, and a dog tail plug for Lin Mo so that they could spend a wonderful night together. However, he noticed that the girl wiped her tears and a smile suddenly appeared on her lips. Master Wang, I agree with you very much. This world is a world where the strong prey on the weak. If you have strength, you can do whatever you want. Wang Yuan looked at the girl's gloomy smile and always felt that something was wrong. He took a step back. However, when he thought that all these people were his mercenaries, Wang Yuan suddenly felt confident again. That's right, he is the strongest awakener in this safe zone, and he has no reason to be afraid of this woman. Wang Yuan laughed again. Since Miss Lin understands this matter, please come back and remember it now. Look back? Lin Mo smiled. Why should I look back? Wang Yuan sneered. Because these are my people. Are all these your people here? Lin Mo looked at Wang Yuan with interest. Wang Yuan shrugged. Do you want to confirm it again? Lin Mo pointed at the mercenaries behind Wang Yuan and said with a smile. Wang Yuan still had no idea what Lin Mo meant, but he turned around and looked anyway. The people who were mercenaries just now have now turned into dark and twisted monsters covered with tentacles and eyeballs. Wang Yuan didn't know what these guys were, but what he knew was that they were definitely not his mercenaries. At the same time, Lin Mo smiled. Suddenly, her face twisted, her body burst open, and a 9-meter-tall spider body appeared in front of Wang Yuan. The two Lolis on Wang Yuan's side also had scary smiles on their faces, and at the same time they turned into a 5-meter-tall spider and a black tentacle monster respectively. Monster! Wang Yuan's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He couldn't hold it in any longer. In his previous life, he didn't know there were Zerg of this level here. This degree of mutation and this size were definitely not something he could handle. Master Wang, aren't you very interested in me? Why are you hiding from me now? Haha, if you like someone, shouldn't you like everything about her? Why do you hide from me when I show you everything about me? Lin Mo, who turned into a spider, looked at Wang Yuan with interest until the other party fainted from fright. Looking at the unconscious Wang Yuan, Lin Mo's eyes showed a hint of boredom. Huh? This guy just fainted from fright? Is he so useless? Chingu responded. There is no way. Humans' mental critical point is very low. It is very easy to lose SAN and sanity. There is no way. Lin Mo sighed softly. Wake him up, let's play something fun with him. Wang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He seemed to be in a hurry because the woman he liked turned into a monster. Are you awake? The girl with white hair and red eyes blinked her lovely eyes and looked at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked at Lin Mo in surprise, suspecting that everything that had just happened was a dream. However, when he looked at the black, wriggling monsters behind the girl, he realized that all this was real and it was not a dream. Lin Mo smiled. Master Wang, don't you like to do happy things? I'm here to help you realize your dream. After saying that, Lin Mo looked at the black, tentacle monsters lined up behind him. My descendants like you very much, don't they? They want to play something fun with you. It's absolutely exciting and enjoyable. I guarantee that once you try it, you will want to come again next time. I saw that the tentacles of those monsters were equipped with steel wool, electric fans, electric batons, electric drills, meat grinders, Wang Yuan wanted to speak, but couldn't. His tongue seemed to be gone. Although I don't like you, My descendants seem to like you very much well, although I can't be with you. I won't stop my descendants in this era. People value free love. As their grandmother, I can't say anything, right? Anyway, I'm not a feudal and old-fashioned person. Just have fun." As he spoke, Lin Mo put his hands behind his back, hummed a little tune, and left the room. After Lin Mo left the room, Wang Yuan's shrill screams were heard from inside, but because he had no tongue, no one knew what this guy was shouting. After going out, Lin Shui and Qin Ge were waiting outside. "Have you hypnotized Xiao Su?" Lin Mo asked softly. Qin Ge nodded. That's good." Lin Mo nodded. After leaving Wang Yuan's safe house, the survivors outside looked at the bodies of the mercenaries and seemed to understand something. They knew that Lin Mo killed those guys. However, these people did not mind the fact that Lin Mo killed the mercenaries and Wang Yuan. "Thank you for killing Wang Yuan and the others. We have no future if we follow people like that. Ms. Lin, you will be our leader from now on. Thank you again for killing that scumbag." The survivors were all clerks and their families. They had nothing to do with Wang Yuan, so they didn't feel anything about his death. Now they just want to find a new backer to survive the end of the world. Lin Mo nodded and smiled. "You're welcome." Then, Lin Mo waved his hand. The insects hiding in the shadows swarmed out, biting and eating all the people to death. For a moment, the safe zone turned into a living hell. Lin Mo has no interest in being a savior. She tried it last time and ended up miserably. These people are just fence-sitters, and Lin Mo has no interest in taking responsibility for their lives. On the contrary, letting them become the feed for their offspring can make their lives shine and become a good thing. Chapter 73. The system is not acting anymore. My head hurts, as if I have been sleeping for a long time. Su Shuer held her forehead and slowly sat up from the bed. She felt like she had a dream, a very long dream. In her dream, she was surrounded by countless insects. It was obviously a scary scene, but she didn't feel scared at all. Instead, she felt very warm, as if these insects would not attack her, just like family members. Thinking back to that dream, Su Shuer felt a chill down her spine. Why did she have such a dream? She didn't quite understand. At this moment, a familiar and reassuring girl's voice sounded in Su Shuer's ears, with a touch of exhaled warmth and the fragrance of a girl. Lin Mo's voice came softly. "Xiao Su, are you awake?" Beside the bed, Lin Mo was looking at her tenderly, which made Su Shuer feel warm in her heart. The girl in front of her had a cute face like a doll, with long snow-white hair falling on her body, soft as silk and very comfortable to touch. Her red eyes were as beautiful as gems. Just looking at Sister Lin Mo made Su Shuer shy, and she couldn't help but look away. At this moment, Su Shuer discovered bloodstains in the room. She stood up in surprise and looked out the window. The entire safe zone camp was covered in blood and traces of the survivors' struggles. Some leftover skeletons and minced meat made this safe zone look not very safe. Su Shuer stared blankly at the scene outside the window, somewhat unable to believe it. "Sister Momo, what happened?" Lin Mo looked outside, a trace of sadness on his face. "It's all my fault. It's all my fault." As she spoke, tears fell from the corners of Lin Mo's eyes. She collapsed to the ground powerlessly, pounding the ground with her fists. "If I could be stronger and more powerful, this wouldn't have happened." Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo in confusion, not quite understanding what Sister Momo meant. She didn't quite understand why all the tragic situations outside were blamed on Sister Momo. Lin Mo spoke again. "While you were asleep, the Zerg attacked the camp and all the awakened here were killed. I am no match for those guys. In order to protect you and the children, I can only take you into hiding. It's because my sister is too weak and useless. If I were stronger..." Su Shuer probably understood what was happening. She hugged the sad Lin Mo, patted her back gently, and comforted her. "Sister Momo, this is not your fault at all. It's all the fault of those Zerg. It's already amazing that you can protect Xiaoxue and Xiaoga." Lin Mo blinked and looked at Su Shuer. Really? Su Shuer nodded. "Wow, Xiao Su, you are the only one who can understand me. I am so touched." Lin Mo hugged Su Shuer tightly. On the other side that Su Shuer couldn't see, Lin Mo's mouth curled up into a smile. "Fortunately, our little Su is stupid and silly, and very easy to fool. Fortunately, the person she met was our Lin Mo. He didn't want to cheat us of our money or our body. He just wanted Xiao Su to be a witness for us to prove that we were not the ones who did what happened here. Look, I'm such a good person." After letting her descendants eat the people here, the strength of Lin Mo's clan made a qualitative leap again. The level of her descendants increased, which also made Lin Mo's level rise. Soon she received the task of breaking through the genetic lock again. Bite. It has been detected that your current level has reached the bottleneck of the current gene lock. You need to complete the advanced tasks to break through the gene lock before you can continue to upgrade. Whether to accept the advanced task. Of course, Lin Mo chose to accept it. The next second, the prompt bar of the advanced task appeared in front of Lin Mo. Bite. You have accepted the advanced task? Mission completion conditions. Devouring evolution. You and your descendants must destroy 3 human survivor cities. Lin Mo raised his eyebrows. The previous advanced mission was to seize the core of the Zerg, but now the advanced mission is no longer performed, and she is directly asked to destroy the city, right? It doesn't matter. Lin Mo doesn't care at all now. It's just destroying other cities, which is a piece of cake for Lin Mo. Now she sees this world as a game, just like playing a game of Warcraft or StarCraft, where her opponents are just a group of NPCs. When you play StarCraft, do you feel guilty for controlling your Zerg units to destroy the opponent's Terran units? At least Lin Mo certainly wouldn't, because the opponent is simply insignificant to her. Rather, it was because of the betrayal and judgment of Lin Mo by the Human Federation in his previous life that made Lin Mo very unhappy. Coincidentally, Lin Mo is not a person who holds grudges. She usually likes to take revenge directly if she has a grudge, and will not stop until she gets it. While completing the system tasks, she also found everyone she had judged in the previous life, dragged them out, chopped off their bodies, ravaged their internal organs, and devoured them alive. Just thinking about it is a beautiful thing. Bite. The infinite space system is automatically merged into this system. You obtain skills. Unlimited material space. After leaving Wang Yuan's safe base, a system prompt popped up in Lin Mo's mind. Looking at the system prompt, Lin Mo's lips curled up into a smile. Interesting. Wang Yuan is the son of the Wang Group. With his family's financial resources, he transported supplies from most of the province and stuffed them into the infinite system space. Originally, this kind of monopolistic behavior should be investigated by the higher authorities, but such matters are usually very complicated, and even the investigation team above needs to collect evidence and go through various procedures. During the process, the apocalypse broke out, so it was almost as if the matter was ignored at all. That was why Wang Yuan collected supplies without hiding anything and without fear. After Wang Yuan was eaten by Lin Mo's descendants, due to the characteristics of Lin Mo's system, this infinite space system was also included in Lin Mo's system. All the supplies that Wang Yuan had collected before went into Lin Mo's pocket. Lin Mo doesn't plan to use these supplies for the time being. After all, the Zerg don't really have much use for the supplies that humans need. In the same way of consuming protein, when Zerg eat other Zerg or humans, it is actually the same as eating the meat in these supplies. It's a waste to use the food in infinite space to feed her offspring. After all, the Zerg reproduces exponentially. It's basically a bottomless pit. If she used all the food to feed her offspring, Lin Mo estimated that these children would eat it all up in a few days. Lin Mo plans to keep these supplies and use them to make KFC meals in this doomsday. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat of the car, Su Shuer drove the car, and the 2 children sat obediently in the back seat. When I first arrived at this place, the city outside was still peaceful and prosperous. But now, after coming out of the safe area, the outside world is devastated, full of broken walls and crashed cars, a scene of a doomsday wasteland. Su Shuer was driving on the road. She looked around with some curiosity. It was clearly a doomsday scene everywhere, but there were no Zergs appearing here. What is going on? Su Shuer frowned, feeling that something was not right. Isn't it said that this is the end of the insect swarm? Why is there not a single insect here? This is so unscientific. Lin Mo saw the doubts in Su Shuer's heart and gave his own explanation. Xiaosu, are you wondering why there are no more bugs outside? Su Shuer nodded. She was really curious. Lin Mo explained softly. Will you stay in the restaurant after you finish your meal? Su Shuer shook her head. Won't. Lin Mo smiled. Neither will the Zerg. After they eat all the edible creatures in this city, they will naturally migrate to find other edible creatures. They will definitely not stay here. Su Shuer nodded thoughtfully and responded. That makes sense. As expected of Sister Momo, you have a smart mind? Lin Mo's mouth twitched as he listened to Su Shuer's somewhat admiring words. Lin Mo said that it was simply because Su Shuer was too stupid, silly, and naive, so she thought she was great at everything. This kind of thing will become clear if you just think about it a little. It is normal for insects to migrate when there is no food around. Just like migratory birds, they will migrate to places suitable for survival. However, the absence of Zerg here is not because the Zerg swarms have migrated as Lin Mo said, but because those Zerg swarms are all Lin Mo's descendants, and naturally they will not appear in front of Lin Mo to attack Su Shuer. In the eyes of these Zerg descendants, Su Shuer was like Lin Mo's prey. Who would dare to covet the food that has been targeted by their queen, the Zerg Overlord? Just like when you are having a meal at home, and the most senior elder in the family has a chicken leg in his bowl. Normally no one would take the chicken leg from the other person's bowl, right? This is basically the reason why the journey was quite smooth, and we didn't see any bugs. After all, in this car, except for Su Shuer, the rest are actually bugs. And not ordinary bugs, but a big bug queen boss and 2 small bosses. Soon the car arrived at the 9th military region. Su Shuer honked the horn. When the people in the military area saw that it was Su Shuer and Lin Mo who had returned, they were very happy and opened the door for them directly. After successfully entering the military area, the agents showed concern for Su Shuer and Lin Mo, asking them where they had been during this period and talking about recent events. As for why the 9th military region can survive in this Zerg apocalypse, it's not because they are great, but it's because the 9th military region, the mental hospital, and KFC are 3 places on Lin Mo's whitelist. Lin Mo's Zerg offspring will never attack here, and the other Zerg in this city will be eaten by Lin Mo's offspring, so no Zerg will come at all. The people here can survive simply because Lin Mo doesn't want to do anything. Chongshan mental illness, in the ward. Lin Yu sat on the hospital bed with his eyes unfocused. These days, everything she went through was like purgatory. Now she really wanted to die, but she couldn't even do it. My dear sister, do you miss me? Looking at Lin Mo who appeared in front of him, Lin Yu stopped begging. She understood that her sister would never forgive her. Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo and said without any emotion, "Sister, are you here to laugh at me? Or are you planning to kill me?" Lin Mo entered the room, sat next to Lin Yu, and gently combed her messy hair with his hands. "My dear sister, how could I bear to let you die? You were just deceived by the slander of the treacherous people, so you backstabbed me to death." Sister is not angry at all. As he spoke, there was a hint of resentment in Lin Mo's tone. "So, I will let you live, forever and ever, and experience the torment and torture of hell every moment of every day. Sometimes, death is mercy and relief for a person. For a guy whose mind and body are constantly being tortured, death would be a lot easier." Lin Mo took out a pen and paper and handed it to Lin Yu with an elegant smile on his face. "Xiao Yu, you are the only one suffering here. Don't you think it's unfair? It's amazing that you weren't the mastermind behind my backstabbing in my last life." Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo in front of him with a complicated expression. Lin Mo in her previous life was definitely not such a person. She should have been a very gentle person. However, Lin Mo now is like a devil. Lin Yu didn't say anything. Lin Mo smiled. "Just think about it. You are suffering here alone, while those who really instigated you may be enjoying their lives to the fullest at this moment. Are you willing to do that?" Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo angrily. "Isn't it all because of you that I am like this now?" Lin Mo pinched Lin Yu's cheek with one hand and patted her with the other. "You are in this state now. It is your own fault, my dear sister. You will pay the price for doing wrong. And the price you paid for betraying me was losing our family bond forever." After saying that, Lin Mo let Lin Yu go. "Let's not talk about the 2 of us now. I just want to know, do you want to suffer here alone? Or let those who instigated you suffer more than you do?" After hesitating for a while, Lin Yu took the paper and pen handed to her by Lin Mo and wrote down the names of all the psychics she knew who were involved in backstabbing and framing Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at the rows of names on the list and nodded with satisfaction. She stood up with a smile and patted Lin Yu on the shoulder. "Thank you for your list. As a reward, when I have killed all the people on it, I will come here and kill you with my own hands to put an end to your suffering." Watching Lin Mo walk away, Lin Yu felt more and more that he was a stranger, as if they were 2 different people. Dean Kai-Kuan had been waiting outside the door for a long time, with a playful look on his face. "Before your sister left, she specifically asked me to take good care of you. So, well, you know." Chapter 74. You are the real heroes. Tianshu City, inside the school. The students were shivering in the classroom. They hadn't eaten for several days, but no one dared to go out to look for food. Because once you step out of the classroom door, you will be easily killed by the monsters guarding outside and eaten alive. Their class teacher was a lesson for them. He went out to find food, but after running a few steps, he was pierced through the heart by the fangs of a monster outside. What was even more horrifying was that when their class teacher was not completely dead yet, he was torn to pieces in front of them by the insect monsters outside. They ate the poor middle-aged man bite by bite, as if he were enjoying a delicious snack. The monsters did not enter the classroom. It's not because they can't come in, but because they don't want to come in. The bugs seem to enjoy trampling on lives more than eating these humans. They just like to see humans see hope and then fall into despair. At this moment, there was a noisy noise outside. The students looked outside and saw a young man wearing a black suit, sunglasses, and his blonde hair was slicked back. The young man is like the Terminator in the movie, full of the aura of the protagonist. The moment he came here, all the insects' attention was attracted by him. However, before the insects could react, horrific thunder exploded in the sky and bolts of lightning struck like a thunderbolt. The insects were blown to pieces and turned into charcoal. The young man gently pushed open the door of the classroom and looked at the students inside with a smile. "Are you all right?" The students looked at the young man in front of them excitedly, as if they had seen a savior. "Thank you. You are our hero." The students came forward excitedly to shake the young man's hand and ask for his autograph. The young man ignored the male students, then shook hands warmly with the female students who came forward, with a sunny smile on his face. No, I'm not a hero. It's amazing that you've persisted until now. The people you should really thank are yourselves. You are the real heroes." As the young man spoke, he looked at the camera of the reporter following him and gave a thumbs up. "I'm Yang Yong, a person with superpowers who does good things without leaving a name. In this apocalypse, we awakened ones will all do our part to fight against the Zerg." After saying that, Yang Yong took out a bottle of insecticide and smiled at the camera. "Speaking of killing insects, I have to recommend this insect repellent, which is the latest product produced by XXX Company. Are you still worried about not being able to escape when encountering insects? Don't be afraid, just bring this insect repellent, and all the insects in the apocalypse will die. 0 negative reviews, 0 refunds, number 999, number 998, click on my link in the lower left corner. Get it tonight for $599. Fuck, this is so annoying. I have to use my special powers for a bunch of lowlifes. It makes me sick just thinking about it." Inside the 5-star hotel room, Yang Yong had a look of displeasure on his face. Next to him was a hot female secretary who was barely wearing any clothes. The female secretary smiled. "Young Master Yang, after tonight's live broadcast, the insecticide we promoted sold out. It is conservatively estimated that we made hundreds of millions of dollars after this. Under the pressure of the end of the world, people's fear of the Zerg is becoming increasingly serious, so if there is any promotion of products in this regard, basically many people will rush to buy it. Just like the hoarding of rice, oil, salt, and so on before, people are blind and like to grab some supplies. Knowing that products endorsed by superheroes can kill the Zerg that broke out in the apocalyptic world, the survivors will buy them in large quantities. After all, money is no longer considered money in the apocalyptic world, and they don't mind using the money to buy things. As for why Yang Yong and others still want to make money in the end times? Well, money is not money, it's because of chaos. And Yang Yong knows that the human federal government will rebuild the survivor city soon, and when the time comes, money will still be needed. As for why he knew? Because he was also born again. And as one of the top leaders of the Hero Association, Yang Yong also knew that all the other members of the association except him seemed to have been reborn. In their previous life, they were too eager to enslave ordinary people, which led to too deep a conflict between ordinary people and the awakened ones. Finally, a civil war broke out between humans and the awakened ones, which accelerated the demise of human society. After being reborn in this life, the Hero Association collectively decided to directly create a superhero character this time. Just like the Avengers, the Justice League, and the like, ordinary people begin to believe in these awakened people and promote privileges step by step. Then, in daily life and in short videos, they subtly influence the minds of the survivors, making them feel that it is normal for the awakened to step on their heads. In this way, it will be convenient for these awakened people to stand in an absolute superior position. By the way, they live stream and sell goods, making a lot of money. As for the quality of the goods, they are definitely rubbish, but what does it matter? In the end times, there is no way to give bad reviews, because when they find that the things they bought are not effective, they are basically eaten by bugs, so it doesn't matter. Even so, Yang Yong still felt unhappy and almost nauseous when he thought about using his abilities to save those untouchables. However, Yang Yong just saw a few female students who were quite good-looking. Thinking of this, he looked at the secretary behind him. The female students just now are pretty good. Dress them up and send them to my room tonight. The female secretary was no longer surprised by his behavior. She nodded silently and then asked the staff to help find the female student she had rescued before. Yang Yong took out his mobile phone and looked at the comments section of the rescue video he shot today. He deleted the discordant voices and only kept the ones he wanted. At that moment, his cell phone rang. The voice on the phone was that of the president of the Hero Association from the previous life. Yang Yong. What's the matter, President? Yang Yong responded respectfully to the voice on the other end of the phone. Lin Mo disappeared, and Lin Yu was sent to a mental hospital. The president's voice came from the other end of the phone. Yang Yong was stunned. Of course he understood what the president meant. In the previous life, all of them were involved in backstabbing Lin Mo. In this life, Lin Mo disappeared and Lin Yu was sent to a mental hospital. You don't have to think about what happened. Do you want me to rescue Lin Yu? Yang Yong asked. On the other end of the phone, the president denied it. That bitch Lin Yu is useless. In the last life, I won her over just to stab Lin Mo in the back. I don't need her in this life anymore. I just want to remind you, be careful of Lin Mo. I feel that guy will want to seek revenge on us. Tell me immediately if you have any news about him. Never underestimate that guy. Yang Yong smiled. Don't be afraid, President. Lin Mo is just a worm queen, and we are not ordinary awakeners. With Lin Mo's current level of evolution, he poses no threat to us. That's right. All the psychics in the Hero Association are natural geniuses, Omega-level awakeners. Take Yang Yong for example. His special ability is mythology, God of Thunder, and his codename in the Hero Association is King of Thunder. Although the awakened ability cannot exert 100% of the strength of a righteous god, it is still an extremely terrifying existence for ordinary people. And now it is only the beginning of the apocalypse. Even if Lin Mo continues to devour and evolve, he will never be his opponent. Yang Yong sneered. Hee, revenge? If he dares to appear before me, I will strike him to death with a divine thunderbolt. Chapter 75. So cute that I want to eat it in one bite. On the plane, Lin Mo sneezed. Achoo. Lin Mo rubbed her nose, and her cheeks puffed up slightly. Damn it, I always feel like someone is talking about me. Lin Mo felt a little unhappy. Although she had no evidence, she always felt that someone was saying bad things about her behind her back. Next to her, Su Shuer saw Lin Mo sneezing, took out a tissue and wiped her nose, and said worriedly, Sister Momo, are you okay? Do you have a cold? Lin Mo shook his head. No cold, nothing's wrong. Thank you, Susu, for your concern. Let me stick with you. After saying that, Lin Mo leaned on Su Shuer's soft body. Although Su Shuer's body was a little underdeveloped, it was okay. Lin Mo didn't mind. Chung Gu and Lin Shui, who were sitting next to them, squinted their eyes and looked at Lin Mo and Su Shuer, whispering quietly. Mom is being affectionate with Aunt Su again. Haha, you don't understand. This is Mom training herself to control people's hearts. The two spoke very quietly, and most people couldn't hear them, but Lin Mo was not an ordinary person. She had enhanced 5 senses. However, Lin Mo was too lazy to complain about his daughter's imaginations in his heart. It doesn't matter. There is gossip all day long. If you don't listen, it will disappear. It doesn't matter. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo. Speaking of which, why do we have to go to Tianshu City? There were no flights to other cities in the last days. However, Lin Mo contacted the agent of the 9th Military Region, and someone happened to have learned to fly a plane, so he went directly to the airport to find a plane to Tianshu City. As for why I went to that place, of course it was to kill people. Lin Mo's system task is to destroy a city. Tianshu City is relatively prosperous, so destroying that city should have a good effect. And there were people she knew in that city. It seems that Yang Yong from the Hero Association in the previous life was from Tianshu City. If nothing unexpected happens, that guy should be here in this life too. Lin Mo planned to give that guy a little surprise, so he went directly to him and tortured him severely. But that person was not Lin Yu, and Lin Mo had no intention of giving him any special treatment. He only wanted to torture him for 2 or 3 days and then kill him. After all, Lin Yu is her sister, so Lin Mo will give her some time and torture her patiently. Others don't have this privilege. He will just kill them directly and then find the next victim. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer with a smile. Of course, we should go to other cities to find survivors and allies. Now is the end of the world. The Zerg are rampant, and Tianshu City is the most prosperous city. We may be able to find awakened people with special abilities who can help us fight against the Zerg. Su Shuer did not doubt Lin Mo's words. She always believed in Lin Mo's words. The girl nodded obediently. I see. Sister Momo is really far-sighted. At this moment, Su Shuer noticed that Lin Mo was staring at her. Being stared at by Lin Mo like this, Su Shuer felt her heart beating faster. Sister Momo, why are you staring at me? She was a little shy. Could it be that Sister Momo wanted to do something to her on the plane? Because there were no other passengers besides them, so even if Lin Mo did something here, it would be of no use. However, the two daughters are still on the plane, which is not a good idea, right? Lin Mo stared at Amelia Sue and said softly, "Nothing. I just think you might be a little Sue, so I want to eat you up in one bite." As he spoke, Lin Mo touched his belly. She is a little hungry. When Su Shuer heard Lin Mo's words, her face turned even redder. "Eat it. Is just press on the bed and then..." Although she is not unwilling, she is still so shy. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer, whose face was flushed, and tilted his head. Why was Xiao Su so happy when she heard that I wanted to eat her? It's really confusing. The plane landed at the airport in Tianshu City. Lin Mo got off the plane and was a little surprised when she saw the people who came to pick her up. Outside the airport, Tianshu City's local special operations team came to pick up the plane. A row of agents wearing black suits and sunglasses bowed deeply to Lin Mo, who was getting off the plane. "Welcome the leader of the 9th Military Region to Tianshu City." Lin Mo tilted his head. "Team leader? I'm not." The agents were stunned when they heard Lin Mo's words. Lin Mo pointed at Su Shuer behind him. "She is." The agents were very surprised. Logically speaking, the team leader should be the highest commander of the 9th Military Region, but he followed Lin Mo like a subordinate, which led them to misunderstand Lin Mo's identity. However, a guy who can make the team leader of the 9th Military Region follow behind him like a little fan must be very powerful, right? These people did not dare to neglect Lin Mo and picked up Lin Mo and others and got into the car. When the apocalypse breaks out, it stands to reason that every urban area should be conquered and occupied by the Zerg. But along the way, although Lin Mo could vaguely see that the city here was destroyed, there were still many pedestrians and vehicles passing by. The city did not fall because of the Zerg attack. This is different from Lin Mo's memories of his previous life. In the previous life, even the most prosperous city of Tianshu was occupied by the Zerg. This is very strange. Lin Mo looked out the car window and saw advertisements from familiar faces. Why do I say they are acquaintances? Because Lin Mo had seen those guys in the court before his rebirth. The little bitches of the Hero Association. Haha. The yellow-haired man who came into view was called Yang Yong. In his previous life, Lin Mo probably knew that the other party had the ability to control thunder and lightning, which seemed quite intimidating. However, Lin Mo did not take that person seriously. Because that guy's brain is not very good, he is short-sighted, and he also likes to eat, drink, gamble, and have all the bad habits. Most people with brains wouldn't get involved in these things, and obviously, Yang Yong doesn't. This guy is basically useless except for his face that is attractive to girls and his supernatural powers that are a bit intimidating. This type of guy is not very cunning. Compared to him, Lin Mo feels that the other people in the Hero Association should be a little more difficult to deal with. In this life, Tianshu City made Yang Yong into the savior of Tianshu City, a thunder godlike existence, but Lin Mo knew that guy was a scumbag. Lin Mo probably knew why this place had not been conquered by the Zerg. Because it wasn't just her, Lin Mo, who was reborn, but also these scumbags. The Zerg of the previous life were obviously no match for the Hero Association, which was blessed with the memories and abilities of the second life. Lin Mo laughed secretly in his heart. The insect queens of other insect swarms are really not very useful, alas. It seems that the task of revitalizing the Zerg race has to be done by ourselves. The population of Tianshu City is so dense that the hard bones that other insect swarms cannot chew will be chewed by us, Lin Mo. After taking over Tianshu City, Lin Mo feels that he will be able to directly advance to a higher realm. He feels a little excited just thinking about it. Chapter 76 Privileges. Sister Momo, that Yang Yong seems to be very powerful? Su Shuer was watching a short video on her phone, which was the video that Yang Yong had taken when he was rescuing someone before. In the video, 9 bolts of lightning exploded from the sky. Yang Yong was inside these thunders, like a god descending from heaven. He swept away the entire swarm of insects that attacked humans and drove all those monsters out. Handsome, quite handsome. Such a scene is comparable to the final battle in a superhero movie. The scenes in the movie are all virtual scenes created by special effects and technology, but the ones in Yang Yong's video are shot in real time. It is more realistic because they are real things that really happened. Lin Mo looked at Yang Yong in the video and chuckled. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Lin Mo said this on the surface, but in his heart he was thinking back to his previous life. At that time, Yang Yong's supernatural powers were not fully developed. He was just a small person who used electric current. His biggest role was to help the president of the Hero Association use his ability to charge his mobile phone. In his previous life, it was Lin Mo who encouraged and helped him develop his superpowers, which finally enabled him to awaken the true potential of his superpowers and successfully join the Hero Association. Well, come to think of it, Lin Mo can actually be considered a predecessor to many awakened people in the Hero Association. Perhaps being backstabbed was more or less due to the fact that she helped these people. How does the saying go? Yes, that's right, a little bit of rice is a favor, a big bit of rice is a grudge. If you help someone a little, they may remember your kindness. But if you are too kind to the other person, he or she may become resentful and do things against you. Lin Mo didn't really understand why this happened. Maybe she was born not to understand human nature. But it doesn't matter anymore. Lin Mo, who is no longer human, has no need to understand human hearts. It is more fun and easier to play with people's hearts than to understand them. Well, Yang Yang's ability is quite powerful, but it's a pity that Lin Mo can clearly see that the other party has not been able to develop his ability to the limit. Just like a good sword, it is useless if given to a third-rate swordsman. It must be handed over to a peerless swordsman to achieve the effect of 1 plus 1 being greater than 2. Many of those people in the Hero Association have good abilities, but it's a pity that they are not very good at using them. This world seems to have a kind of matching mechanism where people who can use their superpowers well cannot obtain good superpowers, while these idiots can obtain abilities far beyond their imagination. However, Lin Mo was happy to see this situation. After all, the dumber the enemy was, the easier it would be for her to achieve her goal. Sister Momo, are we going to find him to help us fight the Zerg? Su Shuer handed the phone to Lin Mo and pointed at Yang Yong on it. Lin Mo smiled. Looking for him? No, she was coming to kill him. First of all, other people have to be willing. Lin Mo smiled. Su Shuer tilted her head as she watched Yang Yong's heroic speech and righteous image in the video. I feel like he's a good guy and will definitely help us. Lin Mo rubbed Su Shuer's little head. There are many people in this world who appear to be good people, but you never know what is hidden behind a kind face. Lin Mo said this to Su Shuer as well as to herself. In her previous life, she was deceived and betrayed by those faces full of justice and innocence. Whether it was her sister or the people in the Hero Association, she once believed in them so much. But it doesn't matter anymore. Lin Mo will never trust anyone except herself in this life. So no matter what kind of person the other person is, it doesn't matter anymore. At this moment, Su Shuer pointed out the car window. Sister Momo, that person seems to be Yang Yong? Lin Mo looked in the direction Su Shuer pointed. He had dyed yellow hair combed back and was wearing a suit and tie. Who else could this guy be but Yang Yong? Lin Mo noticed that Yang Yong seemed to be kicking something over there. When Lin Mo saw clearly what was under the other person's feet, a hint of amusement appeared at the corner of her mouth. Yang Yong was kicking a man on the ground angrily, and the man was dying with his hands on his head. At this moment, he was enduring Yang Yong's angry attack, but he didn't dare to fight back at all. His hands, head, and body were all covered with bruises and wounds. Oh! The driver from Tianshu City Military District sighed. As people from the local military district, they are of course aware of this situation. But now that people with special abilities are in power, even their superiors in the military region have to give face to those awakened ones. All the bad things done by these people have been suppressed. As long as there is related content, the popularity will be directly suppressed, and then the forces behind the awakened people will, by hot searches, to suppress it. It's so hateful, these awakened ones. The agent driver clenched his hands on the steering wheel. He was angry and helpless about the current situation, because only this kind of awakened person can protect humanity from the Zerg apocalypse. Yes, most people are more afraid of those man-eating bugs than being stepped on by these scum. Lin Mo looked at Yang Yong over there, thoughtfully. Oh no, the end of the world has just begun, and you can't wait to start acting tyrannically? None of them are pretending. It's interesting. Thinking of this, Lin Mo picked up his mobile phone and recorded this scene. After asking the driver to drive to the military district, Lin Mo posted the video online with the title, Shocking. The hero of Tianshu City beat someone up in the street. The reason behind it is heartwarming. Soon this video became a hot topic. Originally, the platform officials planned to delete the video, but Lin Mo asked the military to help put pressure on them not to delete the video. It was also difficult for the video platform to operate between the awakened people and the military zone. In the end, it decided to do nothing and watch the two sides fight. Asshole. Damn it, who took the video and posted it online? In the hotel, Yang Yong watched the video that became a trending topic on his mobile phone and angrily smashed the phone to pieces. He didn't care that his beating became a hot topic. In fact, when he first saw the video, he was quite proud of it. Isn't it just beating up a pariah? Because he disliked the other person, Yang Yong just beat up the guy. This was even filmed and posted online. It's really speechless. He is a noble awakener, and the guy he beat was just an ordinary person who could be easily killed. What about him beating that person? Huh. If he had not killed the bugs and protected Tianshu City from the insect swarm, all these people would now be the bugs' food, and no one knows how many people would have died. Just for this reason, those people should kneel down and kowtow to him respectfully. What made Yang Yong angry was that after the video became a hot topic, the president of the Hero Association called him on video, pointed at his nose, and scolded him. He said that this life had just begun and he had already caused such a thing. The president's intention is to let everyone pretend to be good people and subtly influence people's minds. As for privileges and the like, we have to wait until all these people have acknowledged the noble status of the psychics before taking action slowly. If we are too hasty, it will easily arouse public anger. Yang Yong was very angry because now his president asked him to publicly apologize to the person he had beaten before. Otherwise, Yang Yong will be expelled from the Hero Association, and he will be isolated among the superpowers in the future. All his preferential treatment, resources, and support will be cancelled, and they will also face high liquidated damages from the association. If something like that really happened, Yang Yong would probably not be able to stay in the circle of people with special abilities in the future. In desperation, Yang Yong had to compromise. He started a live broadcast. I am Yang Yong. I deeply regret my behavior at that time. I have helped so many people during this period and should have been a role model for everyone, but I did something that hurt everyone's feelings. Yang Yong said a lot. From his words, one can tell that he is very regretful. He didn't regret hitting someone, but regretted being discovered. In order to compensate that person, I am willing to pay his full medical expenses and give him 2.08 million yuan as spiritual compensation. Soon, the internet trolls hired by the president of the Hero Association also came to help spread the word all over the internet. 208W? Please, Brother Yong. Come and beat me up. Please beat me up. Damn it. I can get 208W for a beating. Let me do it. I can take a beating. I'm not saying that anyone who gets beaten up can earn so much money. It's really a big profit. Soon, under the propaganda offensive of the internet trolls, public opinion on the internet became one-sided. Although Yang Yong's apology was poor, with the help of money, everyone felt his sincerity. And there are really quite a few people who think that getting beaten up by him and getting more than 2 million is a really good thing. Looking at the one-sided wind direction, Yang Yong breathed a sigh of relief. This 2.08W will be deducted from your bonus this month, said the president of the Hero Association to Yang Yong. Hearing this, Yang Yong became angry and cursed. Fuck, the guy who took the video deserves to die. Sister Momo, why do I feel like this Yang Yong doesn't really feel like he did something wrong? Amelia Su looked at the apology video on her phone and could clearly see the other party's dissatisfaction and anger from the apology video. But when she posted a comment pointing this out, the following comments started to flood in. Everyone else has apologized. What else do you want? Why don't you come up and say something more sincere to cover it up? You are a little black guy, right? You only know how to slander our brother Yang Yong, haha. Brother Yang Yong, isn't this sincere? It's a full 2.08W. He even came out to apologize. He's so gentle. I'm really crying. Su Shuer was almost laughing at the fans of Yang Yong in the comments on her phone. She handed the phone to Lin Mo. Lin Mo waved his hand. Xiao Su, you must always remember one sentence. Su Shuer tilted her head. What are you talking about, Sister Momo? Lin Mo smiled. Never argue with a stupid beep, silent. After saying that, Lin Mo snatched Su Shuer's phone and turned off the video. Lin Mo roughly guessed that the people on the other side were either the internet soldiers hired by Yang Yong or his NC fans. There was no point in arguing with them. Just arguing will never achieve any results. This is the experience Lin Mo has gained from surfing the internet for many years. However, after seeing this, Lin Mo had some new ideas. Lin Mo's original plan was to have Lin Shui and Chen Gu find a place to have some babies and secretly breed an army of insects. But now it seems that while carrying out this action, we can also instigate the conflict between Tianshu City and the awakened people. It is much easier to let the opponent collapse on his own than to defeat a united opponent. As long as we first separate the ordinary people and the awakened ones here, we will naturally be able to let the opponent collapse on his own. Thinking of this, Lin Mo took out his mobile phone and registered a small account. She directly posted a message under Yang Yang's apology video. What's wrong with us awakeners beating people? Compensating you 2 million is already good enough. Not to mention beating you, 2 million is enough to buy the lives of you guys, don't you know? Don't you see what you are? How can you compare with us awakened ones? Even if we kill all of you, what can you do to us? Arrogant.jpg. After saying that, Lin Mo added an extremely arrogant emoticon to the comment, which made her feel like a little female devil who deserved a beating. The military district agents standing by looked at the girl from the 9th military district, their faces gloomy. These ordinary military agents are actually very disgusted with the awakened people who enjoy privileges. Now that I saw that Lin Mo also sent this kind of message, my impression of Lin Mo suddenly became bad. Su Shuer came close to Lin Mo and frowned as she looked at the comments on her phone. Sister Momo, why do you say such things? I know you are not that kind of person. Su Shuer was not angry with Lin Mo. She was worried that Lin Mo would be regarded as a bad guy by people from other military regions. In her heart, Sister Lin Mo has always been a very good awakener. She is different from other awakeners. She is helpful, selfless, and gentle. In her heart, Sister Lin Mo would never say the kind of words she just posted in the comment section. Lin Mo touched Su Shuer's forehead and smiled. Xiao Su, do you think those people in the comment section will listen if I tell them that Yang Yong did something wrong? The internet trolls will definitely refute me, and then the people who don't know the truth will also agree with the internet trolls, and nothing will change. In this situation, the only way to break the law enforcement is to intensify the conflict. Yes, it exacerbates the conflict. If you had a way to live, you would never resist. But when you understand that those who step on your head have already regarded your lives as worthless, the rebellious consciousness dormant in people's hearts will emerge. Only when we have a common enemy can people unite, and what I want to do is to turn Yang Yong and his group of awakened people into true public enemies of humanity. Hearing Lin Mo's words, not only Amelia Su, but even the agents beside her breathed a sigh of relief. Huh, so that's how it is. They thought Lin Mo really wanted to get the privileges of a superpower. Lin Mo said, I am not a superpower at all. I am the master of the insect swarm. What privileges do I have for awakened ones? Hihi Onaji. Chapter 77 Induction. Tianshu City Military Region, in the office. Lin Mo was lying on the soft sofa, browsing her phone. In the past 2 days, she had been leading the trend in the comment sections and under videos on various major platforms. The general content is, what's wrong with us awakeners being arrogant? The lives of ordinary people like you are nothing but grass in our eyes. Lin Mo not only posted it herself, she also encouraged Su Shuer and her daughters to post it. Not only did he distribute it to his own people, but he also asked the people in the military district in Tianshu City to distribute it as well. He even asked Su Shuer to make a phone call and asked the special agents from the 9th military region to send it as well. Sister Momo, how do I send it? I don't know how. Su Shuer looked at Lin Mo on the sofa with grievance and asked pitifully. She really doesn't know how to set the pace. Su Shuer had no experience as a water army, so she was in a difficult situation. Lin Mo felt a little frightened by Su Shuer's pitiful gaze, and then said, just think about it. If you are really an awakened person and want to show off your superiority to others on the platform, what would you do? Su Shuer shook her head. If I were an awakener, maybe I would like to use my abilities to help others? Lin Mo took Su Shuer's phone and handed it to Chen Ge. Xiao Ge, thank you for your trouble. You have to use Su Shuer's phone and your own account to brush at the same time. Xiao Su is really not cut out for this. Chun Ji's lips curled up into a smile. Hihi, it's not hard at all. I just like to fight with those people online. After saying that, Chang Gu directly multi-threaded the operation and enjoyed the fun of fighting against unlimited people with several accounts at the same time. Chun Ji's hands were so fast that even the keys on the phone left afterimages. Lin Mo took a closer look and the content made her feel ashamed. I'm gonna fuck you. You really think you're something, don't you? I'm gonna fuck you to death with one punch. We awakeners are amazing. What's wrong with that? I'll kill you with one knife, then kill you, and then you in your funeral hall. Hihi, you're anxious. Anxious? You're anxious already? It's really fun to live in Bungbu. Lin Mo. Su Shuer. Lin Mo could sense it. How could Xingu be playing a role in a cross-dressing role? Was her true nature exposed? Lin Mo and the others were just acting, but Xingu seemed to be serious. Soon, everyone in the military zone began to lead the pace everywhere. There are even people who are proficient in computers and IT who help to create a chat AI. As long as it detects content related to the awakened people on the internet, it will automatically post comments and set the pace. Thanks to the efforts of Lin Mo and the others, the rhythm that had been calmed down by the water army hired by the Hero Association was stirred up again. Even the higher-ups have noticed the situation here. After all, the Awakened Ones are an important fighting force in this doomsday, and the top leaders will naturally pay attention to them. Some Awakened Ones with top abilities may even be like nuclear deterrents to the country. Such unstable factors must either be used for one's own benefit, or if they cannot be used, the other party must behave themselves and not cause trouble. However, the current pace of the Awakened Ones being superior to others is obviously not what the higher-ups want to see, and this situation even alarmed the inspection team. Soon the authorities issued a message to send people to inspect the situation in Tianshu City. After hearing the news, Lin Mo smacked his lips softly. Tisk. Lin Mo's original plan was to intensify the conflicts here to the maximum. When the common people here had completely broken up with the Awakened Ones, or even fought to the point of both sides suffering losses, she would lead the Zerg army to occupy and destroy the city. But if the inspection team comes now, it will not be good. Lin Mo is not here to help Tianshu City become better. She is here to destroy this place. Thinking of this, Lin Mo's face turned cold. It seems that the only way to solve the problem is to kill the people from the inspection team sent by the authorities. Well, it would be best to put the blame on Yang Yong. Things are a bit difficult. Inside a 5-star hotel, Yang Yong was very satisfied when he saw a bunch of people in the comments section speaking up for the Awakened Ones. He nodded and smiled. Sure enough, there are still many good people in this world. But are there so many awakened people online? Why don't I remember there were so many awakened people in the last life? Forget it, never mind. As long as someone speaks up for me. Yang Yong is a simple-minded person who naively believes that those people in the comment section are all awakened people who share the same ideals as him. Yang Yong really wanted to like these comments, but the president told him not to take sides to avoid getting into trouble, which made it impossible for Yang Yong to do so. However, Yang Yong really wanted to get to know these awakened people and persuade them to join the Hero Association so that they could bully and enslave ordinary people together in the future. Maybe in this life he can win over this group of people and make them his own force, and then he can compete with the president and become the boss himself. Just thinking about it, Yang Yong felt happy. At this moment, Yang Yong received a friend request on his social platform. Yang Yong took a look and found that the ID above seemed to be the person who had spoken for the awakened person in the comments section before. Thinking of this, he immediately agreed to the other party's friend request. He felt extremely fond of the other party and even felt that they had met too late. You have accepted the other party's friend request. Now say hello to the other party. On the chat platform, it shows that the other party has been added as a friend. Soon, a message came from the other end. Opposite party, Brother Yong, I am your fan. Yang Yong nodded with satisfaction, secretly happy about the attitude of this little fan. Haha, I also have fans. Suddenly, he felt a little elated, and his little vanity was greatly satisfied. Opposite, Brother Yong, I am also an awakened one, and I am very dissatisfied with you for beating that guy a few days ago. Yang Yong. Yang Yong frowned. Yang Yong, what are you dissatisfied with? He suddenly felt that the other party was trying to provoke him. Soon, another message came from the other end. The other party, Brother Yong, think about it. We are awakened people with special powers. Why should we compensate him for beating him up? Why should we apologize to him? This must be unsatisfactory. We are high and mighty awakened people, and apologizing to ordinary people is simply a great insult to you. Yang Yong looked at the words sent from the other side, and the anger on his face turned into joy. He just likes the tone of the other person's voice. Yang Yong smiled. Yang Yong, really? I think so too, huh? But there is no other way. We still have to pay attention to the impact. The other side, influence? What's wrong with us beating them up? It wouldn't be too much to just kill them. Yang Yong expressed his strong agreement with the other party's statement. Soon, another message came from there. Opposite, Brother Yong, are you free now? I want to meet you. Outside a 5-star hotel, Yang Yong put his hands in his pockets, waiting for his fans and netizens to arrive. He really wanted to meet this like-minded confidant. After all, in this world, there is basically no one who can speak to his heart like the other person. Although Yang Yong didn't know what the other person looked like or who he was very sure that he could definitely get along well with that person. Soon, the agreed time arrived. A black car drove up to the hotel. The lowly with red hair and red eyes got out from the passenger seat. The moment Yang Yong saw the other person, he was stunned. He always felt that the woman seemed a little familiar to him. He felt that the woman looked like Chen Ge, a former member of the Hero Association. When Lin Mo was on trial, Chen Ge was one of the few people in the Hero Association who stood on Lin Mo's side. After Lin Mo was executed, Chen Ge and his friends were also liquidated. However, Chen Ge should be in his 20s at this time, while the girl in front of him was no more than 10 years old. Maybe it's just a coincidence? Could it be that the netizen who came to see me was this little loli? Just as Yang Yong was thinking this, the little red-haired girl opened the back door of the car and made a gesture of invitation very respectfully. "Mom, we're here." "Mother?" Yang Yong looked at the woman getting off the car curiously. She was a girl who looked to be less than 20 years old, youthful and beautiful, with a petite and cute figure. Long white hair, red eyes, stunning beauty. Yang Yong's eyes were attracted by her. The white-haired girl quickly walked in front of Yang Yong and looked at him with a smile. "Hello, Brother Yong. I finally meet you in person." Yang Yong looked at the white-haired girl in front of him, confused. It seems that he had never seen such a person in his previous life. Logically speaking, the emergence of such a beautiful young lady in the Awakener circle should have spread throughout the circle, right? Maybe, in the previous life, I didn't have the chance to meet her and she died. Yang Yong thought so in his heart. However, Yang Yong felt very happy to have such a beautiful little fangirl. He began to wonder when he had taken the other person to the hotel room to have sex. After all, fans know what to do when they go to see their idols. "Hey, it's okay. Don't be nervous. You must be tired from the journey, right? How about taking a shower in the bathroom in my room? As for your daughter, just let her play outside for a while. The hotel staff will help take care of her." The white-haired girl tilted her head, wondering. "Take a shower? What do you mean? I'm here to discuss the inspection team with you." "Yang Yong." The white-haired girl took out her ID. "My name is Su Shuer, and I'm the team leader of the 9th Military Region. We are recruiting people with special abilities to join the official team. Of course, I am also an awakened one. You have great talent. I think you are a good prospect, so I want to bring you over to our side." Yang Yong. Yang Yong took the ID handed over by the other party, compared it with the original, and confirmed that it was him. He sighed in disappointment. "I thought I could make fried noodles, but it was all for nothing." Yang Yong didn't know that the beautiful girl in front of him was Lin Mo, who was stabbed in the back by the people from their Hero Association. After all, Lin Mo in his previous life did not have white hair, and at the same time, Lin Mo in his previous life was a man. Lin Mo asked Su Shuer and people from the Tianshu City Military District for help and got a fake certificate. Because it is an official certificate, even if it is fake, it is no different from the real one. As long as there is no official high-level inspection, there is basically no way for these awakened people and ordinary people who have not entered the official circle to verify the authenticity. Lin Mo came to find Yang Yong under the identity of Su Shuer. It's not that Lin Mo felt that she couldn't beat Yang Yong, but she just wanted to have fun with him. Killing the opponent directly would not only not bring any fun to the opponent, but would also easily expose the murderous intent and alert other members of the Hero Association. Lin Mo wanted to do it without making any noise and not let those guys from the Hero Association know until the very end that she, Lin Mo, was here for revenge. Those people were eating hot pot and singing songs 1 second ago, and were killed the next second before they could even react. The Hero Association is not full of good-for-nothings and fools. There are still a few capable and resourceful guys. Lin Mo wanted to first deal with guys like Yang Yong who had decent combat power but not so good brains, and secretly reduce the overall strength of the Hero Association without alerting the enemy. Lin Mo glanced at Yang Yong's attribute column. Name, Yang Yong. Bloodline, Human Awakener. Awakened superpowers, Mythology, Thunder God. Evolution degree, 29%. Level, LV29. Gene lock level 2. Skill. Control thunder and lightning. Control the thunder as a means of attack. Magnetic storm chains. The thunderstorm turns into chains, tying up the opponent, paralyzing him and restricting his movements. Thunderbolt gallop. Attach the power of lightning to yourself, greatly increasing your speed for a short period of time. 5 thunders. A large-scale AoE skill that detonates thunder within a 5-kilometer range, but consumes a lot of energy. Shunshao Tianlei. Lock the opponent's position, accurately lock the head and automatically track and drop the thunder, increases accuracy, but weakens power. Yang Yong's attribute bar appeared in front of Lin Mo. Compared to his previous life where he could only be used as a power bank, he has developed to this level in this life. It can be said that it is inseparable from Lin Mo. In her previous life, Lin Mo patiently helped the awakened ones to develop their superpowers, originally so that they could better fight against the Zerg. However, these ungrateful people ended up using all their power to deal with her. In this life, these guys relied on the experience of their previous life to develop their superpowers at the fastest speed, which is why they became so strong. It is a pity that Yang Yong has not yet broken through the bottleneck of the second level of the gene lock. In the face of absolute strength, the superiority of supernatural powers is of no value. Lin Mo chuckled. Then she looked at Yang Yong in front of her. Brother Yong, I'm here to help you. Don't you know? Your recent behavior has alarmed the higher-ups. Now the inspection team is here to check on you. If they really find that you're using your supernatural powers to commit crimes, I'm afraid things will not end well. Yang Yong got a little nervous when he heard Lin Mo's words. Then Miss Su, what should I do? Lin Mo looked at Yang Yong and then said seriously. There is only one way now, that is to kill the inspection team. Yang Yong, wouldn't it be like asking for trouble to kill them? Although Yang Yong has no brains, he is not mentally retarded. Lin Mo said happily with a villain-like, cold smile on his face. Killing them openly would cause problems. However, during their inspection, no one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents. Do you understand what I mean? Chapter 78 Investigation. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Yang Yong suddenly understood. Yes, although killing the other person directly would make the higher-ups unhappy, if the other person died accidentally, then there wouldn't be any problem at all. The more he chatted with the girl named Su Shuer, the happier Yang Yong felt. It's not convenient to talk about this kind of thing here because there are so many people around. Let's go to the hotel and talk slowly. Yang Yong took Lin Mo and Chingu into the hotel, but he no longer had any of his previous evil thoughts. In his eyes, Lin Mo is now his benefactor, and he dare not have any extraordinary thoughts towards him. Soon, Lin Mo told the other party dozens of plans to kill people and create accidents. This shocked Yang Yong, who always liked to act recklessly, and he was even more in awe of Lin Mo. After talking to the other party, the inspection team came here and we got rid of that guy, and then Lin Mo took Chenggu away. On the way back in the car, Chenggu looked at Lin Mo with interest. Mom, are you planning to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Lin Mo smiled. Well, not only that, I'm also planning on getting the Hero Association into trouble. The inspection team's arrival in Tianshu City caused a lot of trouble for Lin Mo and the people from the Hero Association. For this reason, Lin Mo hopes that someone can get rid of the inspection team, but the person who does it must not be Lin Mo. The reason is very simple. The people in the inspection team represent senior officials. Someone from the inspection team died here, what a coincidence. Even if it was an accident, the authorities would still take it very seriously. Then, Lin Mo only needed to inadvertently let the official high-level officials find evidence that Yang Yong killed the inspection team members, and he could easily cause a fight between the officials and the Hero Association. At that time, Lin Mo only needs to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the tigers, and watch the human side suffer losses. And when both sides are weak, she will go straight for Huanglong and attack the Zerg army in one fell swoop. Chenggu looked at Lin Mo with joy. Mom, you are so bad. Lin Mo glanced at Chenggu. You are so embarrassed to say that to me? Chenggu glanced at the driver. The driver of the Tianshu City Military District had long been replaced by Chenggu using her offspring, who had transformed into the other's appearance. Not only that, during the time they had been in Tianshu City, Chenggu had been replacing high-ranking officials in the military, political, and business circles with his offspring. Because it can read the memory when eating the other person and turning into the other person's appearance, even if it turns into the other person's appearance and meets the other person's acquaintances and is asked various questions, those people will not find anything wrong. Chen Ji's actions were also proceeding step by step, just like when she was still a human and occupied the city where Lin Mo was and pretended to be the mayor. Sure enough, even though she has a good mother as a role model, Chen Ji's daughter is also very bad. Or, Lin Mo learned bad things from Chen Ji's daughter? Come to think of it, we still haven't found out who the inspection team will send to Tianshu City. After Lin Mo returned to the military region, he became curious about the identity of the person from the inspection team. She tried to ask Su Shuer and the people from the military district to investigate the identity of the people who came, but they knew nothing. This uncertainty made Lin Mo feel vaguely uneasy. Lin Mo is a person who likes to be in control of the overall situation. Everything must proceed in an orderly manner step by step under her control. But now, she has gathered all the connections, resources, and technologies from the 9th Military Region and the Tianshu City Military Region, but has no information about the person from the inspection team. But forget it. Worrying too much will not help. Lin Mo plans to find out the other party's background. It seems that the other party's identity cannot be found from the database and the internet behind it, so the only thing we can do is go to the scene to check it out. Thinking of this, Lin Mo looked at Lin Shui. Xiao Shui, come with Mom. Chenggu looked at Lin Mo and puffed up his face. Mom, I want to go too. Lin Mo glanced at Chenggu. Finish what I told you to do before, and don't follow me this time. Chenggu puffed up his cheeks. Mom only knows how to run around with Xiao Shui and never plays with me. Lin Mo felt helpless. Didn't I just take you out and come back? Chenggu snorted. I don't care. I just want to stay with my mother. Ever since Chenggu was reincarnated as Lin Mo's daughter, she seems to have become very attached to Lin Mo. No, it seems that Chenggu has been Lin Mo's little fan since the very beginning, before she became a Zerg. It's just that now that she has become Lin Mo's daughter, she has more reasons to stick to Lin Mo. She has become a complete mama's girl. Lin Mo reached out and grabbed Chen Ji's cheek, saying helplessly, Xiaoge, be good. I've done it. I'll take you and Xiao Shui to eat KFC when we get back. Chengge muttered. It's you, Mom, who likes KFC, but you're saying it as if I really want to eat it. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. I'm just asking you if you want to eat. Chenggu nodded quickly, pretending to be well-behaved. Mom is the best. I love you. Just like that, under Chen Ji's watchful eyes, Lin Mo took Lin Shui out of the military area. After going out, Lin Shui looked at Lin Mo. Mom, why don't you take Chenggu with you? Lin Mo tilted his head. I remember you had a bad relationship with her, right? Aren't you unhappy that I'm not with her? Lin Shui said softly. I'm happy. I'm just curious. Lin Mo immediately gave an explanation. Let's investigate the identity of the people from the inspection team now. Chenggu is too murderous. I'm afraid she will be discovered to be wrong on the spot. The inspection team must have come well prepared to check on Yang Yong, an Omega-level psychic. Not everyone is as foolish as Yang Yong. If Chen Ji's identity were discovered, Lin Mo's power would probably be discovered by the authorities soon, and he would be listed as the #1 target of attack. Therefore, Chenggu must not be brought along. Just let her help develop power in the rear for now. This time, Lin Mo decided that it would be enough for him and Lin Shui to go alone to gather intelligence. After hearing Lin Mo's explanation, Lin Shui nodded with satisfaction. I see. That's great. Hee, this way I can be alone with my mom. As she spoke, Lin Shui rubbed Lin Mo's arm with her little face and smiled happily. Lin Shui is also very attached to Lin Mo, but she is much more obedient than Chenggu. If Chenggu said that Lin Shui was like Lin Mo's accomplice in doing bad things, Lin Shui was more like Lin Mo's sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket, adorable and worry-free. In short, both daughters have their own merits, and Lin Mo actually likes them both very much. By the way, it will probably take the inspection team an hour or two to travel to Tianshu City. During this period, I will take Xiao Shui shopping and play with her. Chapter 79 Old Friends. Mom, this stuff is delicious. It's much better than the ones I ate before. Lin Shui held a candied haws in her hand and ate it with relish. Although humans are the staple food of the Zerg, people often do not like to eat staple food. Just like many children are picky eaters and don't like to eat meals, but like to eat snacks and things like that, Lin Shui is almost at this age. Lin Mo touched his daughter's little head and smiled. If you like it, how about mommy take you to eat it often in the future? A gleam of light flashed in Lin Shui's eyes. Real? Lin Mo nodded gently. Yeah, really. As long as Xiao Shui eats well and works hard to grow up, mommy will take you to eat candied haws every day. Lin Shui nodded vigorously. Well, Xiao Shui will definitely work hard to eat and grow up obediently. Good boy. Lin Mo rubbed Lin Shui's cheek. Passers-by inadvertently listened to the heartwarming conversation between the mother and daughter, and watching this scene, were all healed by them. These people didn't know that what Lin Mo meant by eating well was that he wanted Lin Shui to eat more for biological evolution, so that Lin Mo could also enjoy the rewards of the fertility system and become stronger sooner. It's about time to take my daughter out today. Lin Mo brought Lin Shui and pretended to be strangers, and came to the vicinity of the airport casually, checking the time on their mobile phones. The people from the Central Inspection Team should be arriving by now. Lin Mo looked towards the sky above the airport and saw a military helicopter slowly descending. A young man slowly walked down from the plane. The moment Lin Mo looked at that young man, his heart skipped a beat. She saw someone she knew. He has a handsome appearance, long black hair tied in a samurai bun, and wears a white sweatshirt that looks a lot bigger and doesn't fit his body shape at all. Coupled with his nonchalant expression, he gives people the aura of a weak scholar. It's like someone walking out of a painting. This person is neither from the Zerg nor from the scum of the Hero Association. If you were to ask why Lin Mo in his previous life, even though he was a Zerg, still stood firmly on the side of humans and helped humans fight against the Zerg, apart from the fact that he wanted to protect his sister at the time, it was because of this. Zhuge Nanbei, the 114th heir of the Zhuge family, was also Lin Mo's best friend in his previous life. Don't be fooled by the other person's weak appearance. In Lin Mo's impression, this person is the most powerful psychic she knows, so powerful that she has no idea what the other person's psychic power is. In Lin Mo's memory of his previous life, this man was omnipotent. However, in the final battle between the Zerg Queen, the embodiment of human and Zerg group consciousness, Zhuge Nanbei ultimately sacrificed himself for the future of mankind. As a result, his sacrifice resulted in the tyranny of those in the Hero Association, and humanity was heading towards destruction. How long has it been? Lin Mo has already forgotten when was the last time he saw the other person, etc. Lin Mo's heart trembled violently. Looking at the young man walking out of the helicopter, Lin Mo was stunned. No way. Could it be that Zhuge Nanbei is the special envoy sent by the inspection team this time? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat again. If he really had to fight this guy, Lin Mo was really unsure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but use the system's detection function to look at her old friend. In this life, I can finally see what kind of supernatural powers he has. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei and checked his attributes. Name: Zhuge Nanbei. Bloodline: Human Awakener. Awakened superpowers: Mythology: Zhenwu Emperor. Evolution degree: Level: LV. Gene lock: Level: Skill. Cannot view because the level difference between you and the opponent is too high. Lin Mo cannot view properties because level is too high. Lin Mo hasn't encountered this kind of situation for a long time. Ever since she surpassed the limitations of her gene lock and experienced the initial battle between the 9th Military Region and Chengdu, she has never encountered an opponent stronger than her. And now, she encountered it. The great Emperor Zhenwu, whose full name is the true martial emperor of the mysterious heaven, the master of the Jade Void, the incarnation of the Golden Palace, the heavenly lord who eliminates demons, forever suppresses the disasters, and saves the suffering of the end of calamity. No wonder in the previous life it seemed that Zhuge Nanbei defeated all the Zerg he encountered in seconds except before the final life and death battle, as if he had no opponent at all. It's not surprising. That's not surprising. However, Lin Mo was not worried because of the opponent's strong strength. She is very happy now. In this life, Zhuge Nanbei is not dead yet. Lin Mo understood Zhuge Nanbei's position. He would never allow people with special abilities to use their abilities to bully ordinary people. This is probably why he came here as a representative of the Central Inspection Team. In his previous life, Zhuge Nanbei suppressed other Awakeners so much that they could not raise their heads. Many Awakeners who wanted to abuse their power had to pretend to be obedient little lambs in front of him. So many Awakeners were still pretending before his death. After Zhuge Nanbei's death, Lin Mo did the same thing as him. However, the suppression effect was not ideal, but he could still suppress it. The result was that Lin Mo was backstabbed by his own sister and the Hero Association, and the interest group of the Awakened finally showed its fangs. Lin Mo was thinking whether he should tell Zhuge Nanbei about the situation in his previous life and pull him to his side. But after thinking about it, I decided to give it up. Zhuge Nanbei is a good person, but precisely because he is a good person, Lin Mo can no longer stand with him. In his previous life, Lin Mo's hands were not stained with the blood of innocent people, which is why the two of them became close friends. In this life, Lin Mo accepted the identity of the Zerg. She and her descendants killed many people, both good and bad, and they all became food for her swarm. Lin Mo didn't know how to face Zhuge Nanbei. If he knew what she had done, she didn't know how he would react. Zhuge Nanbei will indeed not help the Hero Association, but he will not help the Zerg either. Lin Mo took Lin Shue's hand, turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Xue, let's go back. Lin Shui was a little confused. Mom, aren't we here to look for someone? Lin Mo said coldly. No, I won't look for it anymore. After knowing that the person from the inspection team was Zhuge Nanbei, Lin Mo no longer had the idea of joining forces with Yang Yong to deal with the inspection team. The original plan was to kill someone with a borrowed knife. But now it seems that Yang Yong will definitely not be able to kill the other party. Even if he could kill him, Lin Mo didn't know if he could do it if he really wanted to kill Zhuge Nanbei. She wanted to get as far away from here as possible. However, a voice came from behind Lin Mo. Zhuge Nanbei had appeared beside Lin Mo at some point without him noticing. Miss, May I ask where have we met before? The young man asked Lin Mo politely, even his voice was soft. Lin Mo shook his head. I haven't seen you before. Did you recognize the wrong person? Zhuge Nanbei stared at Lin Mo for a while, then looked at Lin Mo's daughter Lin Shui. Then he sighed softly. Well, you look a lot like a friend I once knew. Sorry, I may have made a mistake. Okay, goodbye. Lin Mo held his daughter's hand and turned to leave. However, the other party forcefully pressed his hand on the wall beside Lin Mo, blocking Lin Mo's way. Wait a minute, can you please not leave yet? Seeing her mother being bullied, Lin Shui stood in front of Lin Mo with her arms open. Don't bully Mom. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. I'm not bullying her, little boy. Be good. Let's talk among the adults. Go play nearby. As he spoke, Zhuge Nanbei picked up Lin Shui like a kitten and put her aside. Then, he pressed Lin Mo against the wall again and just kept staring at her. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Mo became nervous. Wait, could it be that this kid Zhuge Nanbei has discovered that I am Lin Mo? Very likely. After all, this guy said that she looked a lot like one of his friends, so didn't that imply that he had discovered her identity? When is it? Could it be that he discovered me when I was checking his properties column through the system just now? Damn, it's possible. The more Lin Mo thought about this, the more uneasy he became. Lin Mo panicked for the first time. After her rebirth, this was the only person she felt she had no control over. Even Chen Gu was completely subdued by Lin Mo, except Zhuge Nanbei. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We can't tell how much information the other party has now. Maybe this guy was just trying to trick her. If Zhuge Nanbei's bloodline is that of the great Emperor Jinwu, he should be strong in combat. After all, he is the heavenly lord who subdues demons. So the focus is on eliminating demons, that is, fighting the Zerg. In addition, Jinwu Emperor is the advancement of Xuanwu, in charge of longevity and immortality. Although Lin Mo had no way to check the other party's specific skills, she felt that Zhuge Nanbei's abilities should be in these aspects. In terms of intelligence, Zhuge Nanbei is unlikely to be able to obtain it through skills. In terms of bloodline, Zhuge Nanbei's bloodline is pure main-C ability, which makes him quite suitable to be a DPS character. However, the terrifying thing is that Zhuge Nanbei is from the Zhuge family, and his ancestor is Zhuge Liang. When he has no bloodline, this guy is an unfathomable old fox. This makes him seem to have no shortcomings. Fortunately, as long as Lin Mo's identity is not discovered directly through skills, as long as Lin Mo insists that he is not Lin Mo, the other party should not be able to verify the authenticity in a short time. Lin Mo said weakly. What's wrong? Are you planning to do something to a weak woman like me? Zhuge Nanbei was stunned. Do something to you? No, I won't do anything like that. Of course Lin Mo knew that Zhuge Nanbei would not do such a thing. This guy seems to have no interest in women at all. Lin Mo still remembered that in his previous life, he asked Zhuge Nanbei why he didn't have a girlfriend. The other party told him directly that women would only affect the speed of drawing the sword. How could such a person do anything to her? Zhuge Nanbei said seriously. I came here to do some things. I heard that there is an awakened person named Yang Yong here. After beating someone up, he still thinks he is very powerful. He even said that it is reasonable for him to kill ordinary people. Lin Mo shook his head. I don't know, don't ask me. Lin Mo didn't want to have anything to do with this matter anymore. If Zhuge Nanbei knew that the person who was stirring up trouble online was actually her, Lin Mo didn't even dare to imagine what would happen next. She was a little worried that the plot in the book where the little female ghost spoke out and was severely punished would happen to her, although she was just playing a role and stirring up trouble online. But who knows if Zhuge Nanbei would think so. Lin Mo planned to run away with Lin Shui, but was stopped by Zhuge Nanbei again. Don't leave. I'm from the inspection team. You don't have to worry about the revenge of the superpowers. I'm here to fix the problems here. Lin Mo was angry. Are you annoying? Don't ask me. There are so many people here. Why did you choose me? Zhuge Nanbei stared at Lin Mo and said seriously. Because you look like an old friend I knew. Lin Mo. Lin Mo was very sure that Zhuge Nanbei was also reborn. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep repeating this sentence. After all, Lin Mo became friends with Zhuge Nanbei after the end of the world, and he has never met Zhuge Nanbei in this life. It's a pity that Zhuge Nanbei died early and had no idea about the true faces of those people in the Hero Association. Lin Mo sighed lightly, took out his cell phone, and dialed 110. Hello, is this the police officer? Well, I'm being harassed by a man I don't know. He insisted that I looked a lot like his friend and wanted to get to know me. Well, I'm at the airport. Please come over as soon as possible. I don't know if he will do anything more outrageous to me. Thank you. Lin Mo wanted to say something, but his phone was snatched away by Zhuge Nanbei. What are you doing? Lin Mo wanted to snatch the phone back, but found that he couldn't reach it at all. Because Zhuge Nanbei is 1.8 meters tall and Lin Mo is 1.5 meters tall, the other party held his phone very high, and Lin Mo couldn't reach his phone even if he jumped up. Lin Mo was anxious. Give it back to me. Zhuge Nanbei, you bastard. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo and smiled. Lin Mo, you're still the same as always, getting angry at the slightest teasing. Lin Mo was stunned. The two of them stared at each other in bewilderment. Lin Mo was confused. I'm not Lin Mo, what are you talking about? Zhuge Nanbei returned the phone to Lin Mo. I didn't tell you my name is Zhuge Nanbei, did I? How did you know? Besides, your temperament and personality haven't changed at all. Forget it. Anyway, you were also reborn like me, right? Tell me what happened after I died. Damn, exposed. If I continue to talk about this and that with Zhuge Nanbei now, I would be treating him like a fool. Lin Mo let out a long sigh. TSK, after being reborn, you're still so annoying. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. After a new life, you are still so fun. After saying that, he reached out and pinched Lin Mo's cheek. It was soft and felt good. What made you suddenly think of becoming a woman? To be honest, it's surprisingly suitable. Lin Mo snorted softly and slapped away the other person's hand that was pinching her cheek. Is it your business? Chapter 80 Confession. In the KFC store, Zhuge Nanbei and Lin Mo sat opposite each other, while Lin Shui sat next to her mother, looking at the uncle in front of her curiously. So, many people were reborn in this life? Zhuge Nanbei stared at Lin Mo, who was sucking on a fried chicken leg in front of him, and asked softly. Lin Mo nodded. Yeah, it's been a while since you were reborn, right? You just discovered it? Many things in this life are different from the previous life, probably because many people have been reborn, which has led to changes in the overall course of events. It can be said that the progress of this life should be completely different from the previous life, and it can be regarded as another parallel world after the restart of the universe. A parallel world where many awakened people remember what happened before the world was restarted. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. Yes, I just realized that, after all, how could I be as smart as Miss Lin? Lin Mo glanced at Zhuge Nanbei unhappily. She could tell that the boy was being sarcastic to her. Faced with sarcasm, Lin Mo has his own way of dealing with it. Yeah, I'm just smarter than you, hee. Lin Mo's way of dealing with it was to pretend that he didn't notice the other party's sarcasm and just go along with what he was saying. This way, the other party would feel powerless, as if he was punching the air. Originally, Lin Mo thought that Zhuge Nanbei would come here angry. But Lin Mo noticed that the other party did not react to her words at all, but just looked at her with a smile. Lin Mo swallowed. Hey, Zhuge Nanbei, why don't you say something? Why are you staring at me? Zhuge Nanbei smiled. I just think that your personality is really suitable for being a girl. Lin Mo. This guy. Wait, could he be thinking of me? Hearing Zhuge Nanbei's words, Lin Mo suddenly panicked. Lin Mo took a deep breath and almost choked while eating the chicken leg. Ahem, Zhuge Nanbei. Don't think you can joke with me just because you treat me to KFC? Didn't you say that women will only affect your speed in drawing the sword? Zhuge Nanbei nodded. Yes. Lin Mo picked up the Coke and took a sip to moisten his throat. Immediately afterwards, Zhuge Nanbei spoke. But you won't be affected. Puff. The Coke that Lin Mo had just drunk sprayed all over Zhuge Nanbei's face. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei in surprise. Hey, kid. Could it be that you have been coveting me in your previous life? Lin Mo recalled the magnificent scene of Zhuge Nanbei going to his death in his previous life. At that time, Lin Mo thought that the two were good brothers. We treat you as a brother, but you actually want to… TSK. Zhuge Nanbei wiped his face with the tissue on the table and looked at Lin Mo with some confusion. Huh? Coveting you? What are you talking about? I just think your personality is suitable for a girl. Why do you think in that direction? Lin Mo, did you have any thoughts about me after you became a girl? Zhuge Nanbei wiped his face and moved a step away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo's face was full of question marks. This guy is here to complain first, right? Get out of here. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Mo said angrily. Then she explained. I have always considered you as my best friend. I have never thought of you in any other way. Zhuge Nanbei nodded. Yeah, me too. Whatever you think of me, I think of you. Lin Mo. This sentence directly activated the three-dimensional defense, right? TSK. Sure enough, this bastard Zhuge Nanbei is just an old pervert. While the two were talking, Zhuge Nanbei suddenly changed the subject. You have a daughter? So you have accepted your identity as a Zerg, right? Lin Mo. Lin Mo looked at Lin Shui and nodded silently. Lin Mo didn't want to lie to Zhuge Nanbei anymore, and she couldn't. In front of Zhuge Nanbei, any lie is just a clumsy performance and will be directly seen through by the other party. In the previous life, Zhuge Nanbei actually discovered that Lin Mo was a Zerg. But because Lin Mo did not harm humans, and during his interactions with Lin Mo, Zhuge Nanbei discovered that Lin Mo was really helping humans fight against the Zerg. Therefore, he was not on guard against Lin Mo because of his identity. In Zhuge Nanbei's eyes, Lin Mo has always been a human being, just a human being infected by the Zerg. What makes a person a human being is not his structure, but his heart. In Zhuge Nanbei's opinion, as long as you have a human heart, it doesn't matter how your appearance changes. However, in this life, when Lin Mo gave birth to a daughter, it meant that she had completely given up her human identity. Zhuge Nanbei stared at Lin Mo. Where is Lin Yu? Where is she now? When Lin Mo heard Lin Yu, a hint of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. She? I sent her to a mental hospital. She's living a miserable life every day now. Lin Mo knew that as long as Zhuge Nanbei wanted to investigate, he would be able to find it. Rather than confronting each other later, it is better to be forthcoming with the other party. She didn't expect the other person to understand her. She just didn't want to lie to the only friend who was sincere to her in her previous life. Even if Zhuge Nanbei turned against her right now because of this, she would accept it. Zhuge Nanbei stretched out his hand. Lin Mo thought the other party was going to beat her up or slap her or something. As a result, Zhuge Nanbei just patted her shoulder and spoke softly. You must have gone through a lot of hard things when I was away, right? I'm sorry I couldn't be there for you at that time. Zhuge Nanbei certainly understood how good Lin Mo was to her sister. A lot of things must have happened after Lin Mo's death to cause such a huge change. Zhuge Nanbei believed in one thing, that is, don't advise others to do good without experiencing their suffering. He wanted to know what exactly happened to Lin Mo. Lin Mo, are you willing to tell me what happened in your last life? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment, but still told what happened in his previous life. How the people from the Hero Association colluded with Lin Yu to betray and kill her, and after Lin Mo's death, how they joined forces with the Awakeners to enslave humanity and ultimately lead to the extinction of humanity. Zhuge Nanbei's eyes gradually turned cold. Okay, this is how the Hero Association plays it, right? They are really good at getting awakened privileges. The awakened ones were ordinary people before they gained superpowers. They are all ordinary people, but after gaining greater power, they begin to pursue privileges. What is the difference between such people and beasts? Zhuge Nanbei sighed softly. I'll take care of those guys. As for you, Lin Mo? Lin Mo's spider sense sensed an unprecedented crisis. She stood up and planned to run away with her daughter, but Zhuge Nanbei held her wrist with one hand and pinned her down, preventing her from moving. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo seriously. You must have killed a lot of people in this life, right? Don't go anywhere, just follow me. Chapter 81. Lin Mo was caught. Zhuge Nanbei let go. Lin Mo glared at Zhuge Nanbei fiercely with her red eyes. The other party said directly, no. Lin Mo clenched his teeth. Zhuge Nanbei, where are you going to take me? Zhuge Nanbei answered, if you're not going anywhere, just stay with me. From now on, wherever I am, you'll be there. Lin Mo, go away. I'll go wherever you are. We still have to reproduce and have many children, and we still have to lead the insect swarm to destroy the world. How can I have the time to follow an old man like you around? Lin Mo refused. Don't want. Zhuge Nanbei, I know you haven't seen me for a long time and you miss me, but there's no need to force me to stay by your side. Listen to my advice. A forced melon is not sweet, so just give up. Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei's conversation attracted the attention of other customers in KFC, but they did not interfere in the matter. In their opinion, it was just two young lovers having a quarrel and breaking up. It was not good for them to interfere in other people's family affairs. Lin Shui angrily punched Zhuge Nanbei with her little fist. You bad guy, let my mother go. Having said that, Lin Shui planned to transform into a spider and fight with Zhuge Nanbei. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei were both panicked. If Lin Shui turned into a spider here, this matter would not end well. After understanding this, Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei looked at each other, nodded in tacit understanding, and then they both touched Lin Shui's little head. Lin Mo said to Lin Shui, Mom is just joking with Uncle. Don't take it seriously. Uncle is a good man. Zhuge Nanbei said. Your mother and I have been friends for many years. I won't hurt her. Lin Shui looked at Lin Mo, then at Zhuge Nanbei. Real? The little girl tilted her head, looked at Zhuge Nanbei, and then looked at her mother. Lin Mo nodded. Well, so, Xiao Shui, be a good boy. Lin Shui nodded as if she understood, then looked at Zhuge Nanbei seriously. Mom belongs to Aunt Sue. You are not allowed to have any ideas about Mom. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo. Auntie Xiao Su? Lin Mo remained silent. A feeling of being caught cheating outside emerged in Lin Mo's mind. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo with a smile. Lin Mo, you turned into a girl so that you can openly find women to hang out with? You are amazing. When Lin Mo heard what Zhuge Nanbei said, he suddenly became unhappy. She clicked her tongue. How could I? Teske, I don't even bother to explain to you. At this moment, Lin Mo noticed that Zhuge Nanbei grabbed her hand. Lin Mo was stunned. Hey, what are you doing? Zhuge Nanbei said casually. You are a criminal now, so catch you to prevent you from running away. As he spoke, Zhuge Nanbei picked up Lin Shui again. This little guy has to come with me too. Neither of you can get away. Just like that, Zhuge Nanbei went to the front desk to pay the bill, grabbed Lin Mo with his left hand, held Lin Shui with his right hand, and walked out of KFC. Hey, Zhuge Nanbei, what on earth do you want to do? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei angrily, feeling helpless. Her current level is not enough to deal with Zhuge Nanbei, and her only way to defeat him is to awaken another existence in her body as she did in the previous fight with Chan Gu. But Lin Mo didn't intend to do so. She didn't want to kill Zhuge Nanbei. If he really did this, Lin Mo was not sure whether the existence in his body would kill Zhuge Nanbei again. Zhuge Nanbei held Lin Mo's little hand and walked on the road, while carrying Lin Shui at the same time, just like a family of three walking on the road. Zhuge Nanbei said softly. I said, I don't blame you for what you did in this life. Lin Mo snorted. If you don't blame me, just let me go. I trusted you so much and told you about my past life. I cooperated with you so well. Why did you still want to arrest me? Zhuge Nanbei stared at Lin Mo and stopped. Lin Mo felt that he might have said something wrong and made Zhuge Nanbei angry. Just as Lin Mo was thinking this, the other party flicked Lin Mo's head. It hurts. Lin Mo covered his forehead. This is the only guy in this life who can bully her. Zhuge Nanbei said helplessly. You think I'm arresting you? Lin Mo muttered. What else? You are arresting me? You are arresting me and my daughter together. Zhuge Nanbei shook his head. I'm protecting you. As he spoke, Zhuge Nanbei explained. Lin Mo, you want to take revenge on those who betrayed you in your previous life. I have no objection to this. Even if you cut them into pieces, I will not stop you. Even if you want me to help, I am happy to help you. But other ordinary people are innocent. This is the only thing I won't let you make the same mistake again. As he spoke, Zhuge Nanbei looked at the passers-by on the street. On the roadside, there are loving couples, happy couples, and children who are full of sunshine and vitality. There's more to human nature than just a dark side, isn't there? I will help you hide what you did in the past. I will help you to settle it. You still have a chance to turn back? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei, not knowing what to say. Sure enough, Zhuge Nanbei is the only person in the world who is sincere to her. Zhuge Nanbei's unconditional kindness to her made Lin Mo feel that everything he had done after his rebirth was despicable. However, Zhuge Nanbei was wrong. Lin Mo had no way to turn back. Because what Lin Mo didn't tell Zhuge Nanbei was that the people who betrayed her were not just Lin Yu and the Hero Association. The tribunal at that time was formed by a joint vote of the entire human federation. All human beings were participants in her killing. Lin Mo knew that Zhuge Nanbei would not help her kill all human beings. The two of them have been drifting apart. Lin Mo sighed softly. Zhuge Nanbei, please don't worry about my affairs. If you still consider me a friend, then let me go. Zhuge Nanbei stared at Lin Mo and answered immediately. No. Lin Mo gritted his teeth. If you don't let me go, I will let my other daughter lead the insect swarm to kill all the people in this city. I'll count down to 3, 3, 2. Before Lin Mo could finish speaking, Zhuge Nanbei took out the tape and sealed Lin Mo's mouth. Zhuge Nanbei smiled and touched Lin Mo's little head. Lin Mo, you're cuter when you don't speak. Don't worry, I will also capture your other daughter and ensure that your family is reunited. Lin Mo was furious and cursed, but he couldn't say it and could only stammer. M. Chapter 82 Yang. You guys are playing dirty, right? Beep beep. Beep beep. Lin Mo's cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and saw that the phone number on it was Yang Yong's. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo, then at her phone. A friend called? Lin Mo was speechless. Do you think I have any friends? Zhuge Nanbei nodded. That's right. You really can't make many friends with your personality. Lin Mo curled his lips. Although she knew that what Zhuge Nanbei said was the truth, for some reason, she always had the urge to give this guy a favor. So, you won't answer the phone? Zhuge Nanbei's eyes were always on Lin Mo's phone. Lin Mo shook his head. I don't want to answer it. The person on the other end was probably planning to discuss with Lin Mo a plan to kill the members of the inspection team. If Zhuge Nanbei heard the conversation if he answered the phone now, it would have a bad impact. Take it. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. Zhuge Nanbei was very concerned about Lin Mo's call, so he couldn't help but urge Lin Mo to answer the phone. After all, this is a special period of the end of the world. Generally, people don't make phone calls to communicate casually. If they do make a phone call, it must be about something important. Lin Mo, who was being closely watched by Zhuge Nanbei, sighed and then explained to Zhuge Nanbei. This call is from Yang Yong. He's the superpower who bullied ordinary people and caused a lot of controversy online before. Well, then you should take it. Zhuge Nanbei nodded. Lin Mo, whether it's you in your previous life or you who was backstabbed, it's unlikely that you would go along with such a person, right? So I'm very curious, what exactly did he come to you for? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei and found that there was a hint of amusement in this guy's eyes. There was no way out. Being closely watched by Zhuge Nanbei, Lin Mo finally answered Yang Yong's call. Hello, what's up? Lin Mo picked up the phone and pretended nothing had happened and started chatting with Yang Yong on the other end of the phone. It's okay. The inspection team has come to Tianshu City. When you are free, let's discuss how to get rid of him. Yang Yong's voice came from the phone. Although Lin Mo did not turn on the speakerphone, he could tell from the change in Zhuge Nanbei's eyes that he definitely heard the conversation. I'm afraid Zhuge Nanbei's skills also include abilities similar to Lin Mo's to enhance the five senses. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo also looked at Zhuge Nanbei. You continue, Zhuge Nanbei smiled and waved at Lin Mo, indicating that he didn't mind at all. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei, who was listening with great interest to her discussing with others about killing him, and seemed to be enjoying it. She always felt that this guy might not be very smart. But Zhuge Nanbei's brain is quite useful. Maybe he is a fun-loving person? Not really. Zhuge Nanbei is not a fun-loving person. Could it be that he simply wanted to watch her have fun and had no interest in other people's fun? TSK. Lin Mo clicked his tongue in annoyance and said to Yang Yong on the other end of the phone. Okay, set a time and I'll come see you after dinner. Okay. Yang Yong on the other end of the phone had no doubts about Lin Mo's arrangement. After his previous contact with Lin Mo, Yang Yong regarded Lin Mo as his kind, as someone who supported the privileges of people with special abilities. He regarded the two as close friends, and they appreciated each other. After hanging up the phone, Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo happily with a smile. Lin Mo, are you going to kill me together with that person? Lin Mo smacked his lips. Yes, I'm going to kill you. Do you have any objection? Zhuge Nanbei joked. No problem, you come and kill me. After saying that, Zhuge Nanbei squatted down, took Lin Mo's little hand, and placed it on his neck. Lin Mo snorted softly. Go away. Do you really think I want to kill you? If someone else did the same thing, Lin Mo would really kill the other person. After all, this behavior is not much different from provocation, and Lin Mo doesn't mind meeting the other party's requirements. But the person in front of him was Zhuge Nanbei, Lin Mo's best friend, so Lin Mo would not do that. Zhuge Nanbei stood up and touched Lin Mo's little head. Lin Mo, you are still as hypocritical as you were in your last life. Let me guess. Your original plan was to have Yang Yong kill the inspection team members who came to Tianshu City and have the people in the central government target the Hero Association? You want to sit back and watch the fight, right? Lin Mo didn't say anything. But sometimes, not answering is also an answer. Zhuge Nanbei was sure that he guessed right. Then Zhuge Nanbei continued. But when you found out that I was in the inspection team, you gave up the plan. I'm sure you still have me in your heart. I'm touched. Lin Mo, get lost. Stop flattering yourself. Then, Lin Mo explained, it's because you are too strong that I gave up this plan. Lin Mo said this, but Zhuge Nanbei was really not wrong. Even Lin Mo himself had to admit it in his heart. If the people who came to the inspection team were not Zhuge Nanbei, but someone else, even if the other party had extremely strong strength and the blood ability of the Jinwu Emperor, Lin Mo would still take action. It's not like she hasn't played against the odds across levels before, and Lin Mo has a trump card, which is the other her in her mind. If a real fight breaks out, it's hard to say who will win in the end. But because the other party is Zhuge Nanbei, Lin Mo will not do it. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. You know what I like best? Lin Mo tilted his head. What do you like? Zhuge Nanbei answered. I like to see you saying one thing and thinking another. It's very cute. Lin Mo clenched his fists. Sure enough, this guy really deserves a beating. On the roadside, a brand new sports car was parked in front of the hotel. Lin Mo was sitting in the passenger seat, and Zhuge Nanbei was sitting in the driver's seat. After Zhuge Nanbei knew Lin Mo's plan, he took the initiative to drive Lin Mo to Yangyong. So, why did you send me here? Lin Mo tilted his head and looked at Zhuge Nanbei. Zhuge Nanbei shrugged. Aren't you planning on having me meet Yangyong? Can I come over now? Lin Mo, that's right, but if we two come together, won't Yangyong be suspicious? Then he will guess that we are in the same group. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. It's okay. What if he guesses that we are in the same group? As he spoke, Zhuge Nanbei put his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder and took Lin Mo out of the car. Lin Shui was sitting in the back seat of the car, looking at Zhuge Nanbei, who was taking advantage of her mother, with a hint of hostility in her eyes. She quietly took out her cell phone, took a photo, and sent it to Amelia Su. At the same time, the message was edited. Auntie Xiao Su, it's terrible. My mom was stolen by another man. At the same time, Lin Mo was held on the shoulders by Zhuge Nanbei and entered the five-star hotel. When he entered the hotel, he saw Yangyong, who had been waiting for Lin Mo here. Yangyong looked at Lin Mo, then at Zhuge Nanbei, a handsome and frail scholar who was hugging Lin Mo, and was stunned. Miss Su Shuer, who is this? Yangyong looked at Zhuge Nanbei in surprise and asked Lin Mo. Lin Mo was about to speak when Zhuge Nanbei said with a smile, I'm her boyfriend. After hearing Zhuge Nanbei's words, Yangyong and Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei with surprise at the same time. Different thoughts popped up in the minds of both of them at the same time. Yangyong, Miss Su actually has a boyfriend? What a pity. Lin Mo, damn, Zhuge Nanbei, you bastard. You were still thinking of taking advantage of me at this time, right? But Lin Mo didn't explain. After all, she and Zhuge Nanbei came here to deal with Yangyong. For this reason, in Yangyong's view, what her relationship with Zhuge Nanbei is completely unimportant. After hearing about the relationship between Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei, Yangyong didn't mind. Today, he came to discuss with the other party how to deal with the inspection team. He didn't care about the relationship between Miss Su and other boys. Yangyong invited Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei to the private room, and soon the hotel waiters brought the dishes. Come on, let's eat and chat. What's this brother's name? Zhuge Nanbei smiled. My name is Zhuge Nanbei. Yangyong. Yangyong always felt that this name seemed familiar, but he couldn't remember some of it. Probably a celebrity from somewhere. Forget it, never mind. The man who could become Miss Su's boyfriend must be a star or an actor, right? So it was normal to hear about him on TV occasionally. Yangyong didn't care about that and raised his glass to toast Zhuge Nanbei. Brother Zhuge, I'm here. Let me offer you a toast first. Zhuge Nanbei waved his hands. I came here today to discuss something, so I won't drink for now. Yangyong was stunned. Isn't the drinking culture about not talking about business at the table first, but waiting until after 3 rounds of eating and drinking, and then all the business is done? So this brother Zhuge doesn't play by the rules and comes straight up to talk business? But it doesn't matter. Yangyong is the one who is asking for help. Now everyone is saying that they should get straight to the point, and Yangyong is exactly what he wants. Yangyong smiled and nodded. Okay, let's discuss business then. Yangyong gave his secretary a look. The secretary then went out with the waiter in the private room and waited outside the door, giving Yangyong a private space to discuss matters. Yangyong said immediately, I'm not going to beat around the bush, Miss Su. I hope you can help me out. Zhuge Nanbei nodded. Yes, I will cooperate. I will definitely cooperate. Yangyong said with satisfaction. Brother Zhuge, I feel relieved with your words. I wish us a successful start, and to kill those guys from the inspection team. Oh, there's one more thing I'm concerned about. Zhuge Nanbei nodded. But you can say it. Yangyong asked his question in confusion. Brother Zhuge, I always feel that your name is somewhat familiar. I wonder where you are working. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. Me? I was a prosecutor in the inspection team. While speaking, Zhuge Nanbei took out his ID and showed it to Yangyong. Yangyong was stunned, and the next second his back was wet with cold sweat. It's over. Boom. After realizing that he had been sold out by Lin Mo, Yang Yong directly used his own ability, attaching the power of thunder to himself while thundering. Just like the Flash in the movie, Yang Yong rushed out in an instant, intending to escape. However, Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei came prepared, and Yang Yong seemed to have hit an invisible wall. Ah! Yang Yong hit his head against the invisible wall, causing blood to flow from his head. He had never suffered such a severe blow in his life, and he screamed out in pain. Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei walked up to Yang Yong, whose head was broken and bleeding. Yang Yong shouted outside, "Help! Someone come quickly, these two guys are from the inspection team. Help me!" However, Yang Yong's call did not elicit any response from the people outside. If you want to know the reason, it's because Lin Mo used the ability of everything is false to make Yang Yong unable to ever reach the reality transmitted by the sound to the outside world. People outside can't hear what's happening inside, so naturally they have no way to respond. After shouting for a while, Yang Yong, who realized that he was doing useless work, seemed to understand. Now he is a lamb to be slaughtered. Thinking of this, Yang Yong looked at Lin Mo. "Miss Su, what are you doing? Didn't we agree to deal with the inspection team together?" Then Yang Yong looked at Zhuge Nanbei. "This woman has been shouting that she wants to join forces with me to kill you. Now she's turned against you and is working with you to deal with me. Who knows, she might stab you in the back later." Zhuge Nanbei nodded. "Well, what you said makes sense. So, what do you want to say? Let me let you go? Or should I fight her together with you?" Zhuge Nanbei's ordinary reaction made Yang Yong unsure of what the man in front of him was thinking. He originally planned to instigate Zhuge Nanbei to deal with that woman together, but now it seems that Zhuge Nanbei also knows what he is thinking. Yang Yong wanted to say something, but Zhuge Nanbei laughed again. "Oh, by the way, her name is not Miss Su, and her last name is not even Su. Yang Yong." Yang Yong looked at Zhuge Nanbei with some surprise. "Who is she?" Zhuge Nanbei smiled. "Let me give you a hint. Her last name is Lin. Lin Yu? Don't lie to me. Lin Yu doesn't look like this," Yang Yong said in surprise. Zhuge Nanbei waved his hands. "It's not Lin Yu, it's Lin Mo." Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei speechlessly. "Hey, why are you telling this guy who I am?" Zhuge Nanbei replied. "Before you kill your enemy, you should let him know why he was killed, right? Well, if you don't like this, why don't you use your ability to erase his memory?" Lin Mo snorted softly. "I don't want to bother with that." Zhuge Nanbei, according to what we agreed just now, after killing him, you should announce to the public that Yang Yong from the Hero Association attacked you, a member of the Central Inspection Team, and you were forced to shoot him dead. This matter has nothing to do with me, Lin Mo. Zhuge Nanbei touched Lin Mo's head. "Well, as long as you don't kill innocent people again, I will accompany you in matters of revenge." "Okay, I won't kill innocent people," Lin Mo said indifferently. "You have to promise me." Zhuge Nanbei said. "Yes, I promise," Lin Mo replied. Anyway, the one who judged her in her last life was the entire Human Federation, everyone. The human survivors who participated in the trial were all the targets of Lin Mo's revenge. The people she killed were not innocent, so of course there was no indiscriminate killing of innocent people. Therefore, she didn't care about making a promise to Zhuge Nanbei. After getting Lin Mo's assurance, Zhuge Nanbei looked at Yang Yong. "So, how do you plan to kill this guy? Kill him directly, or keep him and torture him for a while?" Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei in surprise. "You kid. You actually asked me this kind of question?" Zhuge Nanbei smiled. "I can tell your interest from the fact that you chose to lock Lin Yu up in a mental hospital and torture her in order to avenge her. Well, when it comes to revenge, the target of your revenge isn't a good person either. The process isn't important. As long as you're happy, that's fine. So what do you choose?" Lin Mo looked at Yang Yong. "Need I say more? Of course I'll torture him." Chapter 83. I think you were right. Lin Mo, listen to me. I didn't want to betray you in my last life, really? Yang Yong panicked when he saw that he couldn't escape from the room. He started to become hysterical and began to beg Lin Mo for mercy. "Lin Mo, listen to me. When I was judging you in my last life, I pleaded with the president. I told him that brother Lin Mo brought us out and helped us fight against those Zerg elders in the last days. How could you do such a thing to him? But there is no way. This is all the president's decision. No matter how much I try to stop him, I can't persuade him. The final trial has begun, and you have been sentenced to death. There is nothing we can do about it. I can't influence the outcome of the trial, right?" Lin Mo looked at Yang Yong in front of him, listening to his hysterical dog barking, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, that's interesting. Go on. I'm listening. Lin Mo smiled and nodded at Yang Yong. She thought what Yang Yong said was quite interesting. Yang Yong continued. Your death has nothing to do with me. It's all Lin Yu's fault. She wanted to gain more power. It's all the president's fault. The president wanted to seize power. I'm just a small high-ranking member of the Hero Association. I can't change anything. In that situation, I can only side with the president, or he will kill me. Swish. The next second, only the sound of a breeze blowing was heard. One of Yang Yong's legs was blasted into a piece of rotten flesh, just like a fly's leg being hit by a fly swatter. Yang Yong, who lost a leg, fell to the ground with a bang. Yang Yong first realized that he had lost a leg, and then a severe pain hit his mind. He couldn't help but cry out in pain. Ah! Lin Mo squatted down and looked at Yang Yong, whose leg she had broken, and his face turned cold. You just said that if you stand on my side, your guild leader will kill you, right? So, what you're saying is, if you stand on her side, I won't kill you. Because she will kill you, and I won't kill you, so you have to kill me, right? What? Good people deserve to be pointed at with guns? After saying that, Lin Mo raised his hand and crippled Yang Yong's leg again. The severe pain came again in Yang Yong's mind, and he couldn't help but scream out in pain. Tears flowed from Yang Yong's eyes, not because he was sad, but because the pain was more than he could bear. All along, relying on his superpowers, he has never suffered any setbacks and has never suffered such serious injuries. Naturally, his inner self has not changed at all. He has always been that selfish and weak ordinary person. The only difference is that he possesses the awakened bloodline ability of the God of Thunder. Other than that, it's just trash. Please, spare me. I can help you. I can be your insider and help you deal with the president. Yang Yong was still begging for mercy, but Lin Mo did not answer him. But he reached out, grabbed Yang Yong's hand, and crushed it. Ah! Before he could react, Lin Mo grabbed Yang Yong's other hand again and crushed it again. As a result, Yang Yong lost his hands and legs and became a useless person. Lin Mo looked coldly at the blonde young man in front of him and smiled with satisfaction. A loser like you should be like this now. Yang Yong lost both his hands and legs, but he still did not forget to beg Lin Mo for mercy. Lin Mo, I really know I was wrong. Please give me a chance. Haha, I'm giving you a chance? I'm giving you a chance to stab me in the back again, right? Lin Mo's face showed a hint of coldness. Don't worry, I won't fall in the same place again, and I won't be betrayed by a despicable guy like you again. Do you think that anyone would really look at you with respect? For you are a fence-sitter who wants to betray even your fellow members of the Hero Association just to survive? I think that even your guild leader thinks you are a useless piece of trash, so he assigned you to this kind of formal position that doesn't require any technical skills. Yang Yong. Lin Mo's words were like sharp blades, piercing directly into the weakest part of his heart. He was broken. Knowing that Lin Mo would definitely not let him go, he was too lazy to beg for mercy or to continue pretending. Yang Yong started swearing. Lin Mo, you deserve to die. You know that. I'm telling you, you deserve to be betrayed. It was you who chose to stand against our Hero Association. So who else should we mess with if not you? It is an inevitable trend for the awakened to enslave humans. It has been an inevitable law since ancient times for lower races to be enslaved by higher races. You have affected the interests of all of us. Isn't it normal for us to kill you? So, you deserve to die. You deserve it. When Lin Mo heard what Yang Yong said, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Haha, that's why I said you're a fence-sitter. Okay, I know you're anxious, but wait, the fun is about to begin. As he spoke, Lin Mo gently stroked his face. Just like the face changing in Sichuan opera, when Lin Mo covered his face with his hands and slid them down, his originally beautiful face turned into a horrible, twisted and indescribable appearance with 8 eyes and a mouth full of sharp teeth. Yang Yong, I think you are right about one thing. The superior race is to enslave the inferior race, but you don't seem to understand who the superior race is. So, as a Zerg, it's normal for me to step on the heads of rubbish awakened people like you, right? After all, from your point of view, this is the right thing to do, isn't it? Half an hour later, Lin Mo tortured Yang Yong beyond recognition. During this period, no one disturbed Lin Mo's interest. After all, Lin Mo used her ability to isolate herself from the outside world, and everything that happened here would not be known to anyone outside the hotel. Finally, Lin Mo swung his knife and cut off Yang Yong's head. This guy has finally reached the end of his life. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei. Zhuge turn your head away and turn your back. Zhuge asked in confusion. Huh? What are you going to do? Lin Mo said calmly. Leave it to your own business. Zhuge didn't care. After all, he didn't care when Yang Yong was tortured by Lin Mo. Zhuge believed in a saying, that is, repay evil with kindness. How can you repay kindness? Lin Mo was betrayed and killed by these guys in his previous life, so any revenge he took in this life should not be blamed. Zhuge supports Lin Mo very much. After all, they are close friends. However, Yang Yong is dead, and no matter what Lin Mo wants to do to this guy, he doesn't even want him to see it. It's really strange. Zhuge turned his back. After waiting for 5 minutes, Zhuge asked, Are you ready? Lin Mo answered, No. 5 minutes later, Zhuge continued to ask, Are you ready? No. Lin Mo snorted. Zhuge wanted to see what Lin Mo was doing, so he turned around and saw that Yang Yong, who had been there just now, had disappeared. Lin Mo turned into a bug and was laying eggs. Zhuge Lin Mo, you damn Zhuge you just love to peek, don't you? FCK. Half an hour later. After laying an egg as big as a child, Lin Mo returned to her original appearance as a girl with white hair and red eyes. Thinking of the scene where Zhuge saw her laying the egg just now, Lin Mo's face turned slightly red. Although Lin Mo also understood that for humans, insects laying eggs should not be a disgusting scene. But as a Zerg member, Lin Mo still felt ashamed because Zhuge saw this. Feel sorry. Zhuge looked away. Lin Mo didn't say anything. His cheeks puffed up with annoyance. I will be responsible. Zhuge coughed lightly. Who cares about your responsibility? It's so annoying. Lin Mo kicked Zhuge angrily, but because the opponent's level and physical fitness were much higher than hers, it was like kicking a piece of iron plate. TSK. Lin Mo was a little depressed. Then, her eyes turned to the egg. As the eggshell shattered, a spider with lightning on its body slowly crawled out from it and turned into a human form in the next second. He turned into a little boy with white hair and red eyes. Lin Mo absorbed Yang Yong's supernatural powers and gave birth to a new baby. However, having learned the lesson from the last time when he ate Chingguo and gave birth to Chingguo, this time after Lin Mo ate Yang Yong, he first killed the other party soul, but while absorbing the supernatural power, he gave birth to a baby. In this way, she would not give birth to a scumbag like Yang Yong, but a child that would belong to her. The little boy looked at Lin Mo in front of him, and his natural instinct made him feel that the beautiful woman in front of him was his mother. The little boy grabbed his mother's clothes and blinked his eyes. Mother. Lin Mo smiled and touched the little boy's head. Good boy. You have the attribute of lightning. Let me think, from now on, you will be called Lin Lei. Ha ha ha, Lin Mo, your way of naming is really interesting. Zhuge laughed out loud when he heard Lin Mo's idea of naming his child. Lin Mo gave Zhuge a displeased look. Don't talk too much. Lin Mo looked at Lin Lei's attributes. Name, Lin Lei. Bloodline, Thunder Demon Spider. Offspring, Evolution Degree, 19%. Level, LV19. Gene Lock Level 1. Bloodline Skills, Control Thunder and Lightning. Control the thunder as a means of attack. Magnetic Storm Chains. The thunderstorm turns into chains, tying up the opponent, paralyzing him and restricting his movements. Thunderbolt Gallop. Attach the power of lightning to yourself, greatly increasing your speed for a short period of time. 5 Thunders. A large-scale AoE skill that detonates thunder within a 5-kilometer range, but consumes a lot of energy. Shunshao Tianlei. Lock the opponent's position, accurately lock the head and automatically track and drop the thunder. Increases accuracy, but weakens power. Offspring. Subordinate to the spider mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. Lin Lei completely took away all of Yang Yong's skills, but the level was a bit low. But it doesn't matter. As Lin Mo's offspring, Lin Mo will take good care of him and make him stronger than the previous owner of this ability. Zhuge looked at the white-haired little boy in front of him. Apart from the white microfragmented lid, if you just look at the face, you will feel that it looks almost the same as Lin Shui, and it is almost as if she was printed from the same mold as Lin Mo. When the child was young, it was hard to tell his gender. He was as beautiful as his mother. At this moment, the newly born Lin Lei looked at Zhuge and then at Lin Mo. The next second, the little boy tilted his head. Mom, he's... Dad? Lin Mo. Zhuge Lin Mo was about to explain when Zhuge touched the little boy's head and smiled. Well, Xiaolei guessed it right, so nice. Here, this is a gift from your dad. As he spoke, Zhuge Nanbei took out a stack of talisman paper and a jade pendant from his pocket and handed them to the little boy. This talisman paper can strengthen your thunder magic and assist you in your practice. As for this jade pendant, it can help you ward off disasters at critical moments. Originally, Lin Mo wanted to tell his son that Guy is not his father. But seeing that what Zhuge Nanbei gave to Lin Lei was the Zhuge family's heavenly thunder talisman and the Zhuge family's ancestral jade pendant, both of which are good things, so he didn't expose it. But Lin Mo still silently kept a note of Zhuge Nanbei in his heart. Zhuge Nanbei, you're taking advantage of me? From now on, well, you will definitely have a harder time. Lin Shui was playing with her cell phone in the car, waiting for her mother and Uncle Zhuge to come out. 2 hours later, Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei came out with a little white-haired boy. Lin Shui looked at the little white-haired boy and immediately sensed the breath of the same insect swarm on him. Seeing the other person sticking to Lin Mo, Lin Shui probably knew that the child was her younger brother. Mom, how come you gave birth to a little brother for me while I was having a meal? Lin Shui looked towards Lin Lei. Why? Don't you like your brother? Lin Mo looked at Lin Shui and asked with a smile. Lin Lei came to Lin Shui obediently and seemed to like this sister very much. Sister, my name is Lin Lei. You can just call me Xiaolei from now on. Lin Lei was very attached to his sister and sat beside her and snuggled up to her enthusiastically. When Lin Shui saw how cute her younger brother was, she, who originally thought that her mother was sharing her love with her new brother, suddenly felt that there seemed to be nothing wrong with having a younger brother. Just as Lin Shui was immersed in the joy of having a new brother, she heard Lin Lei say to Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei, Mom, Dad, let's go home. Lin Shui looked at Lin Mo in surprise, then at Zhuge Nanbei. Zhuge Nanbei, this old man, went to the hotel with his mother for only 2 hours, and he created a new brother for her? Grass. It's over. I have to tell Aunt Sue about this. Thinking of this, Lin Shui quietly sent a message to Su Shuer. Aunt Xiao Su, it's bad. Mom gave birth to a child with another man. Chapter 84 Su Shuer. What should I do if I want to? In the military district, Su Shuer was anxiously waiting for Sister Lin Mo to come back. Sister Momo went to see Yang Yong. I don't know what she's doing. I'm so worried. It was obvious that Yang Yong was not a good person. Even the innocent Su Shuer could clearly sense it. She always felt that nothing good would happen if Lin Mo met that man. It would be bad if Sister Lin Mo accidentally killed that guy. Alas, we are still in Tianshu City, which belongs to someone else. It will be difficult to deal with if the people from the Hero Association come to investigate and kill all the people from the Hero Association in Tianshu City. That's right, Su Shuer was not worried about Lin Mo's safety. Instead, he was worried about what would happen if Lin Mo beat all those guys to death. In Amelia Su's heart, Sister Momo is absolutely invincible, and no one can be Sister Momo's opponent. But Su Shuer also felt that Lin Mo would not be a match for the entire Hero Association. If those awakened ones targeted her one by one, and hundreds of people with superpowers launched a siege against Sister Lin Mo, things would be difficult to handle. That's why Amelia Su was very worried. If you want to deal with those people, just tell me. I can find a way to use official power to target them. There's no need to confront them head-on. It would be bad if something happened to Sister Momo. At this moment, Su Shuer received a text message. It was sent by Lin Shui. The above is a picture of Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei, which seems to have been taken secretly by Lin Shui. Su Shuer. Then, she saw the message from Su Shuer again. Aunt Xiao Su, it's bad. Mommy gave birth to a child with another man. While Su Shuer was still confused, she noticed the photos taken by Lin Shui. Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei sat in the front driver's seat and the co-pilot seat. Lin Shui and another little white-haired boy sat in the back. Suddenly, Su Shuer's mentality collapsed. Woo! Sister Momo was obviously hers. Why was she taken away by another man? That's not right. Su Shuer suddenly thought of it. It's impossible for Sister Lin Mo to give birth to a child for another man so soon. Even if Lin Mo had just met the man today, he would have gone to the hotel and fought him for 300 rounds at the speed of light and hit the bull's eye. Even if I get pregnant today, it's impossible to give birth to the baby right now. Moreover, just by looking at Lin Shui and the little boy in the photo, Su Shuer felt that Lin Shui was only 1 or 2 years older than the little boy. How can a baby be that big when just born? Thinking of this, Amelia Su frowned. Something's wrong. That's right. Su Shuer suddenly understood. Lin Shui must have made a mistake. Well, that should be it. Su Shuer nodded to herself, becoming more certain of her thoughts. Think about it, Lin Shui is just a little girl who is less than 10 years old, so her words cannot be taken seriously. After all, children under 10 years old do not have much logical ability and are still in elementary school, just children. Many children like to exaggerate what they see. However, based on Lin Shui's words, she roughly understood who Zhuge Nanbei was. That man is Sister Lin Mo's ex-boyfriend. Well, that must be it. In Lin Shui's mind, a small drama between Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei appeared. It was a stormy night. Lin Mo and his childhood sweetheart Zhuge Nanbei were drenched in the rain. The two returned home and were changing clothes. Looking at each other's seductive posture, they tasted the forbidden fruit under the stimulation of hormones. After one night, the two grew up a lot, but as childhood sweethearts, they chose to bury the matter deep in their hearts. Later, Sister Lin Mo got pregnant with that man's child, but for various reasons, Sister Mo was unable to support him. And just like that, the man took the child away. Many years later, at the airport in Tianshu City, Sister Lin Mo looked at the familiar man and the grown-up child, and the family of three was finally reunited. Ah! Su Shuer covered her face and imagined the little drama in her mind. Although Sister Lin Mo met her ex-boyfriend, I was very jealous. But that guy is indeed a perfect match for the girl. I kind of want to crush him. What should I do? Sky City, the headquarters of the Hero Association. Rather than a headquarters, it's more like an island. This was once the territory of the United States, but after the apocalypse, the US regime no longer existed. The news to the outside world is that the Zerg has conquered the United States and killed all the management here. The reality is that the Hero Association took advantage of the Zerg attack on the United States to kill two birds with one stone, wiping out the US bureaucrats and the attacking Zerg at the same time, and then took over their place. And this island is the famous Lolita Island in the United States, an island invested by a wealthy businessman and built with the support of senior American officials. Once upon a time, this island lured all the beautiful young girls from the United States. Oh no, even beautiful boys were lured to this island under the pretext of high-paying jobs. Then, these people who were deceived to the island became playthings for the celebrities who came here for entertainment. According to unreliable information, many of those who came here to play were members of the royal family and high-ranking politicians. However, after the wealthy businessman who built the island was arrested and then committed suicide by being shot several times in the back, it is impossible to trace the identities of many of the people who visited here. But now, this place has become the headquarters of the Hero Association. Why choose here? Maybe it's to pass on traditional performing arts? The beautiful girl with blonde hair and blue eyes is lying on a lounge chair, sunbathing with a glass of red wine in her hand, feeling the gentle sea breeze. Beside her were several cute young men with good looks, probably like Leo when he was young. The girl gently placed her hands on the other's waist and rubbed it, enjoying the pleasure of being surrounded by beautiful boys. Just then, her cell phone rang. Anna answered the phone, her eyes still looking lovingly at the beautiful boy beside her, and she hugged him in her arms. Hey, what's up? Anna chatted absent-mindedly with the person on the other end of the phone. At the same time, a panicked voice came from the other end. President, there is no news about Yang Yong. Anna frowned. No news about Yang Yong? Senior members of the Hero Association regularly report their situation and real-time location to the Hero Association headquarters to prevent any accidents and to get some information in advance. However, now, Yang Yong has no news to report. As the president of the Hero Association, Anna took a deep breath. That bastard Yang Yong. Is he going out to play with girls in broad daylight? Make sure to find him right away. He won't get this month's bonus. Just as Anna said this, the other end answered again. Yang Yong is really missing. He has never left the hotel, but we can't find any trace of him inside. The worst-case scenario now is that he may have been eaten by some Zerg. Anna sneered. Haha, why don't you just say that he was eaten by Lin Mo? Now, apart from Lin Mo, there is no way other Zerg will attack our Hero Association. The Hero Association ostensibly helps humans fight against the Zerg, but in fact, the Hero Association has reached some kind of deal with the Zerg. As long as some ordinary people are offered as sacrifices to the Zerg regularly, the Zerg will not attack the areas under the jurisdiction of the Hero Association. She wouldn't worry about the matter being exposed. After all, with so many people going missing every year, who would really care? What this world lacks the least is people who do such bad things. Some were deceived into going to the Jinshanjiu area to get children, some were sold to mountainous areas to give birth to children, and some kidnapped children and sold them to other families. If others can do it, why can't she? Others did bad things and that was fine, but she offered humans as tribute to the Zerg, and in return the Zerg would keep quiet. Isn't this a win-win situation? With their superpowers, it is very easy for them to do things secretly, and no one will find out. So, after reaching a cooperation with the Zerg, their people were still eaten by the Zerg. There is only one answer. That is, it was done by this guy Lin Mo. Anna's face turned pale. At this time, Lin Mo's strength should not be enough to defeat Yang Yong. Could it be that after her rebirth, she also got some kind of opportunity? In short, the current situation is not optimistic. If we continue to be so lax, we will be doomed sooner or later. At this moment, the boy in Anna's arms snatched her cell phone. Lady Anna, don't worry about such trivial matters, let's do something happy. Anna frowned. The next second, a shadow flashed by, and the boy in front of Anna exploded and died. Anna said coldly, I'm happy you're next door, get out of here. As she finished her words, Anna threw the boy's body on the ground beside her like a dead dog. She knows what's important and what's not. When she is absolutely sure, she doesn't mind indulging in sensual pleasures and indulging in beauty and desire. But if there are unstable factors that threaten her plans and status, she will destroy the opponent without reservation. Anna stood up from the recliner. Her actions just now made the other teenagers stunned. Anna looked at them and smiled. Why do you look so scared? It's okay. You are all my little cuties. I won't hurt you. The boys nodded doubtfully. Anna then continued. Sister is going to Tianshu City for a while, and she may not be able to come back here for a long time. Anna knew that if she wanted to get rid of Lin Mo, she would never succeed immediately if she went there. She would not be so arrogant as to think that she could be comparable to the guy who led humanity against the Zerg single-handedly in the previous life. Therefore, this is destined to be a very long battle, and we must be adequately prepared. You guys are very good-looking. I like you guys very much, but, well, I also know that there must be a lot of girls who like you guys, such good-looking boys. Even if there are no girls, while I'm away, you guys might do it to each other, ahem. So, in order to ensure that I don't get cheated on, I'd like you to die. The boys originally thought that Anna was asking them to be self-disciplined during this period. But when they heard Anna's last words, they were all confused. And before they could react, they felt a pain in their chest. As blood gushed out from their hollow chests, the teenagers fell to their knees in agony. Without a heart to supply blood, they had difficulty breathing and their bodies were cold. At the last moment of death, they noticed that Anna ate each living heart with love. So, where are you going to take me next? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei, who was driving. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. Well, the purpose of my coming here is to investigate Yang Yong. Now that the subject of the investigation is dead, there is no need for me to stay in Tianshu City. So I ask you, where are you going? Lin Mo said impatiently. Zhuge Nanbei answered. Of course, go back to the central government. The central government is the highest military district of the Human Federation's inspection team. Lin Mo doesn't have much good feelings towards the Human Federation. In her heart, the Human Federation and the Hero Association are birds of a feather. Rather than following Zhuge Nanbei to the Human Federation, she would rather work on her own. Zhuge Nanbei continued. I'll take you to the military district first, pick up your daughter Chingu, and then we'll set off. Lin Mo said angrily. Without Su Shuer? Zhuge Nanbei shrugged. I checked, that girl likes you. So, don't bring it. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuge Nanbei. Hey, you don't really like me, do you? Why, you don't bring her because you're jealous and don't want to keep your love rival around. Zhuge Nanbei chuckled and stretched out his right hand to pinch Lin Mo's cheek. You can take that as the case. Lin Mo's intuition told her that this was not the case. Although Lin Mo didn't know whether Zhuge Nanbei really liked her. But Lin Mo was very clear about one thing. That is, Zhuge Nanbei would never exclude anyone because of such a thing. Seeing that Lin Mo was still confused, Zhuge Nanbei simply explained. We killed Yang Yong. Do you think the Hero Association won't find out? They must want to kill us. Su Shuer is just an ordinary person. Instead of leaving her with you and putting her in danger, it would be safer for her to stay in the military area by herself, isn't it? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei in surprise. Zhuge Nanbei, I didn't expect you to be such a gentle person. Zhuge Nanbei was speechless. I wasn't gentle before, was I? Lin Mo nodded. Yeah, in my impression, you are a mean person, not gentle at all. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. Then why did you look so happy when you saw I was still alive? At the airport. Could it be that you just like the sleazy type? TSK, your taste is a bit unique. Lin Mo shot back. No matter how unique you are, You non-tongue. Lin Shui and Lin Lei in the back row listened to the two people arguing, full of curiosity. Lin Lei looked towards Lin Shui. Sis, do mom and dad always quarrel like this? Lin Shui shook her head. You don't understand this. There's an old saying that goes, spanking is love, scolding is affection, and spitting is romance. Lin Li nodded. Although I don't understand what it means, I feel like what my sister said is very impressive. Chapter 85 Zhuge. Take your pig's trotter off my shoulder. Xiao Su, I'm going to be traveling far away in the near future, so, well, please take care of the military district. Thanks a lot. Lin Mo returned to the military region accompanied by Zhuge. As soon as she opened her mouth, she said goodbye to Amelia Su. Listening to Lin Mo's words, Su Shuer became more certain of her previous thoughts. Sister Lin Mo is going to elope with this ex-boyfriend. That's right, these two must have rekindled their old love, so they plan to go on a honeymoon. Thinking of this, when Su Shuer looked at Zhuge, there was inevitably a hint of hostility in her eyes. Zhuge certainly noticed Su Shuer's murderous look. Lin Mo, your friend doesn't look very friendly? Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer. No, I thought Su was always very friendly? Zhuge was just about to ask if Lin Mo was pretending not to notice, but when he looked at Su Shuer again, he found that the girl's face was full of a harmless expression, completely devoid of the scary expression just now. Zhuge. Sure enough, there are many hidden talents around Lin Mo. Zhuge always felt that he was about to be stabbed by them at any time. Su Shuer held Lin Mo's hand and looked at Lin Mo eagerly. Sister Momo, I know I shouldn't stop you from pursuing happiness, but I like you. Lin Mo, huh? Lin Mo was stunned when he heard Su Shuer's sudden confession. Lin Mo knew that Su Shuer had a crush on him. However, Lin Mo didn't care much about matters of the heart. On the contrary, she even used Su Shuer's affection for her to manipulate the 9th military region. She didn't expect that Amelia Su would confess to her directly. Could it be that Zhuge Nanbei's appearance stimulated Su Shuer? Su Shuer held Lin Mo's hand. Sister Lin Mo, I like you. Can you please not leave? I can also make you happy. I will be very good and listen to you, Sister Lin Mo. I am very obedient. Don't leave me. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer's pitiful appearance. It looks a lot like a little puppy she had before, just as clingy. Speaking of which, Su Shuer's action was quite cute, and Lin Mo couldn't help but want to rub the child's head. But, no. Lin Mo couldn't possibly stay here. Now she has completely torn her relationship with the Hero Association, and Yang Yang's death is just the beginning. There must be some big move on the part of the Hero Association. If Lin Mo continues to stay here, it will affect Su Shuer instead. She would be safer if she wasn't with Su Shuer. Lin Mo really wanted to explain to Su Shuer, but he didn't know where to start. Su Shuer is not a reborn person, not even an awakened person. Su Shuer naturally has no way of knowing about the entanglements between Lin Mo and the Hero Association in his previous life. Nor does she know how cruel the Hero Association is. There wasn't much time left for Lin Mo to explain. So, Lin Mo made a decision she was unwilling to make. Lin Mo looked at Su Shuer in front of him. Xiao Su, you said you would be obedient, right? Su Shuer nodded. Well, as long as my sister doesn't leave, I will listen to everything. Lin Mo took a deep breath. Then, I hope you can stop interfering in my affairs with Zhuge Nanbei. It's my own business if I want to go with him. You have no right to interfere. If you really want to be obedient, then you should be good and take care of the military region and perform your duties as the leader of the 9th military region instead of being like a clingy person who wants your sister to hug you and coax you all day long. After saying that, Lin Mo withdrew his hand from Su Shuer's and looked at Chen Ge. Xiaoge, let's go. Chen Ge glanced at Su Shuer, a smile of amusement on his face. Okay. Chen Ge stood up and followed Lin Mo, who turned around and left. Su Shuer was completely unable to understand the current situation. She just felt like she was brokenhearted. How can I describe this feeling? It's like, you finally fall in love with the person you like. The two of you are very sweet and affectionate, but at this moment, the other person's ex comes back, and the two of you are a perfect match, but the other person runs away with someone else. Although Su Shuer thinks it's good to support Sister Lin Mo and that boy, but I always feel empty inside. Outside the military area, Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, is this really okay? Lin Mo said softly. That's good. Let Su Shuer stop thinking about it. If I tell her that I'm doing this for her safety, she will definitely still worry about me and come to me. Just let her think that I left her and made her sad, then she can stay here with peace of mind. Besides, I've taken advantage of her many times, So just consider it as a gesture of kindness on my part and let her go. In fact, Lin Mo also felt empty in his heart. Because, to Lin Mo, Amelia Su is more like her sister than Lin Yu. She really treated Su Shuer as her sister. For this reason, even though it was pretended, Lin Mo still felt a little guilty when she left Su Shuer behind. Zhuge Nanbei put his hand on Lin Mo's shoulder. Lin Mo, wait until we destroy the Hero Association, then explain to that girl. Lin Mo nodded. Yes, I know. Also, Zhuge Nanbei, take your pig's trotter off my shoulder. The car was driving on the highway. So, this is the famous Zhuge Nanbei? Chen Gu sat in the back seat of the car, looking at the man who was driving. Lin Mo answered. Zhuge Nanbei was driving, so naturally he heard the conversation between the two. He observed Chen Gu in the rearview mirror with interest. With long red hair and eyes, it seemed that he had no impression of such a girl in his previous life. After all, Lin Mo didn't have a daughter in his previous life. Rather, in his previous life, Lin Mo was a boy and had never been in a relationship with a girl, so naturally he would not have had children. Speaking of which, Lin Mo, why is your daughter's surname Chun? Zhuge Nanbei asked curiously. He didn't remember that Lin Mo had a male friend named Chun in his previous life. Wait, there's no boy, but there seems to be a little fangirl. That little fangirl seems to be called Chingu. Zhuge Nanbei raised his eyebrows and immediately understood the reason. You turned her into your daughter? Lin Mo, you are amazing. Lin Mo held his forehead with one hand. Believe it or not, it was an accident. Yes, I believe it. Zhuge Nanbei replied. Lin Mo curled his lips. Haha, looking at his expression, he didn't believe it at all. Chen Gu immediately asked. So, Zhuge Nanbei, you and my mom, and Master Lin Mo are in love? Yeah. Zhuge Nanbei nodded. No way. Lin Mo smacked his lips. The two said in unison. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei unhappily. Zhuge Nanbei, don't make such jokes casually. We are good friends. Not that kind of relationship. Zhuge Nanbei remained calm and just smiled. What kind of relationship? Lin Mo looked away. It's that kind of relationship. Zhuge Nanbei continued to smile. So, what kind of relationship is that? Lin Mo smacked his lips. That is, a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship? Lin Mo's face flushed as she spoke. She always felt that Zhuge Nanbei was teasing her on purpose. Zhuge Nanbei smiled knowingly. He really thought it was fun to tease Lin Mo. Meeting Lin Mo in my rebirth is more fun than meeting her in my previous life. It's really nice. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei, unhappily at first, then he sighed. After all, Zhuge Nanbei wanted to help her take revenge on the Hero Association, and it was not good for him to show an unhappy attitude towards someone who helped him. Although he knew this, Lin Mo still wanted to punch Zhuge Nanbei for some reason. Lin Mo looked at the road he was driving on. Zhuge Nanbei, this road doesn't lead to your central area, does it? Where are you planning to take me? Zhuge Nanbei looked at the navigation, then looked at the road. No hurry. We have to take a detour before returning to the central area. We are being watched. Hearing Zhuge Nanbei's reminder, Lin Mo looked at the rearview mirror of the car. From behind, several black cars seemed to be following their car closely. A cruel smile appeared on Chan Ji's face. Oh, tracking? Doesn't that mean we can have dinner again? Zhuge Nanbei said. No, you can't eat. I'm here on behalf of the Central Inspection Team. If the Central Committee finds out that I brought back Zerg, it will be troublesome. We just need to get rid of those guys, and when they do something out of line, I'll take action to deal with them. Chen Gu snorted when he heard what Zhuge Nanbei said. Piske, I'm not even allowed to eat. Lin Mo secretly used his ability to convey his thoughts to Chen Gu. Chen Gu, be obedient. After we finish this matter and leave Zhuge Nanbei, we can eat as much as we want. It's okay. Just bear with it and it will pass. Oh. Chen Gu became happy immediately after hearing Lin Mo's words. Originally, she thought that Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei were really in love, but now it seems that they are just temporary partners and not lovers at all. The seemingly intimate interaction between Zhuge Nanbei and Lin Mo should just be a joke between friends. However, the cars behind did look quite annoying. It's a real hassle that we can't kill those people. Just as Chen Gu was thinking this, Zhuge Nanbei stepped on the accelerator and drove the car directly to 200 miles per hour. The car sped out like a flash of lightning. The car behind obviously did not expect that Zhuge Nanbei's car would accelerate so quickly. Just like in a Fast and Furious movie, Zhuge Nanbei's car was driving at a high speed, constantly overtaking the vehicles in front and drifting through corners beautifully. When the car following behind wanted to speed up to catch up with Zhuge Nanbei's car, it could no longer see any trace of the car. Zhuge Nanbei's car quickly drove out of the highway and headed towards the tunnel. Here, another sports car had already stopped. At the same time, an old butler was waiting here. "Master, I have been waiting for you for a long time." The old butler professionally opened the car door for Zhuge Nanbei and welcomed him out of the car. Then he opened the car door for Lin Mo and the children. "Young madam and the children, please get off the car as well." Lin Mo, "Ha, madam? I'm missing your grandma's leg." However, seeing that the old man was old enough to be her grandfather, Lin Mo did not swear. "We still have to show due respect to this old man. After all, although Lin Mo is no longer a human being, he still respects the elderly and loves the young." While Lin Mo was stunned, Zhuge Nanbei had already honked the horn in another sports car. Beep, beep, beep. Hearing the sound of a car, Lin Mo looked over. Zhuge Nanbei said immediately, "Lin Mo, hurry up and get in the car, or those people will catch up with us soon." Lin Mo did not delay and got into the car with the children. This is a blind spot for surveillance and Skynet, and those who are tracking should not have found this place. After changing cars, the old butler drove the original car and continued driving forward along the tunnel. Zhuge Nanbei drove his newly replaced car in the opposite direction towards the original highway. In this way, Zhuge Nanbei was driving and passed by the group of people who were chasing him. Those people chased the old butler's car. Presumably, by the time they discovered that someone had changed in the car, Zhuge Nanbei had already taken the highway, drove out of Tianshu City, and headed towards the central area. Lin Mo sat in the passenger seat of the car and looked at Zhuge Nanbei in surprise. "I heard in my previous life that your family had some money before the end of the world. Now it seems that you have a little bit of money, right? You have sports cars one after another, and you have an old butler. Do you think you are Batman?" Zhuge Nanbei smiled. "I can be, if you like." Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo didn't know the specific assets of the Zhuge family, looking at Zhuge Nanbei's confident attitude, it shouldn't be a problem for him to become Batman. Especially since Batman was created by an ordinary person purely through technology and money, and at most he learned strong fighting skills and physical fitness. But Zhuge Nanbei is different. He has the bloodline of the mythical Emperor Jinwu and special powers. He is like Superman Clark, who was reincarnated into the Wayne family of Gotham. He is very different from Batman. When Chen Gu heard that Zhuge Nanbei was rich, his eyes lit up. Uncle Zhuge, is your family really rich?" Zhuge Nanbei remained silent. "I don't know. Anyway, I've bought so many yachts, sports cars, villas, etc., and I've never used up my credit card. I don't like money, and I don't know how much money my family has. I don't pay much attention to such vulgar things." Chen Gu nodded. "Well, then, if you marry my mother, can you treat me like your own daughter?" Zhuge Nanbei smiled. "Of course, I'll give you whatever you want when the time comes." Lin Mo looked at Chen Gu in surprise, then looked at Zhuge Nanbei. "The kids are just joking with you, Zhuge Nanbei. Why are you joining in the fun?" Chen Gu continued. "Dad, you are my dad from now on. Don't worry about my mom. I will help you with it from now on. I will be your sweet and caring little cotton-padded jacket." Lin Mo, damn it. I was so angry at this unfilial daughter that I almost fainted. Chapter 86 Yin Xiaowai. 9th Military Region. Bailing Mountain Cemetery. Under the blood-red moonlight, Bailing Mountain looks particularly eerie and terrifying at night. A family member of a 9th Military Region agent was kneeling in front of his brother's grave, lamenting the past. Just then, he heard a rustling sound. A pale hand just stretched out from the soil of another grave. Suddenly, cold sweat ran down the agent's back. "No way. Coming to visit the graves at night. Could it be that we really encountered a ghost?" The agent's relative swallowed and forced himself to calm down. "No, I can't calm down at all. An agent's family member is not an agent. He's just an ordinary person. Why do we come here so late at night? It is probably because night is the time for emo online depression music, and it is more effective to express one's feelings to the deceased family members at this time. Who knew this would happen? It was actually a ghost. Oh my God, I don't want to die." The agent's relatives finally couldn't hold it anymore. They just lifted their legs and ran away without caring about their heads or buttocks. When the man ran away, a figure crawled out of the tomb. Long black hair, red eyes, and a small body. Yin Xiaowai stood up slowly and frowned. She remembered that she seemed dead. He died in the battle between the 9th Military Region and Chen Gu. However, because of her exclusive skill of the Hell Spider, she can travel back and forth between Hell and the human world. The CD is 1 month, and she can return from Hell infinitely once a month. Her father Yin Liang died, and all of her father's agents died too. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaoai's tears flowed down. Wow, Daddy. Although Yin Xiaoai turned into a Zerg, her love for her father is real. She can eat anyone without any scruples, but she will also do anything for her father Yin Liang. But now, she has no family and no longer has the identity of the eldest daughter of the leader of the 9th military region. Now she is an orphan, with no power or influence. All this started with her father's relationship with that man named Lin. If she hadn't helped that woman deal with Chen Gu, her family would never have encountered such a thing now. It's all Lin Mo's fault. Damn bad woman. Thinking of this, Yin Xiaoai felt somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Mo. Gu. At this time, Yin Xiaoai's stomach growled. I'm hungry. Forget it. Let's find something to eat first. Sorry, we lost you. Outside the highway, a convoy of black cars was parked on the side of the road in the staging area. The guys wearing black suits and sunglasses who got off the car were the low-level psychics of the Hero Association. Their abilities are not at the Omega level, so even in the Hero Association, they can only play the role of errand boys. In front of them, a girl with long silver-gray hair and wearing a black tight leather jacket looked sullen. How did you do it? Damn it. So many people in a car were lost. Aren't you ashamed? The girl's name is Shunqing, and she is also a member of the Hero Association. However, her special abilities are quite good, so she is the leader of these errand boys. She accepted the mission from Anna, the president of the Hero Association, and came to intercept Lin Mo and others who were about to leave Tianshu City. I originally thought that this was an opportunity to show off in front of the president, but now it seems that this is not the case. She lost Lin Mo, so it seems maybe the president will blame her for this. When the president flies to Tianshu City later, she will probably be scolded. Shunqing gritted her teeth, and it was obvious that she was very angry. After all, people from their Hero Association were killed. He was killed by that guy Lin Mo. Although Shunqing thinks that Yang Yong is a scumbag in the Hero Association, the trash among trash, but even such a person is still a member of the Hero Association. It is not the turn of other outsiders to tell others what to do as the Hero Association does things, let alone the turn of others to kill Yang Yong. Now she just wants to find Lin Mo and kill her. As for the guys from the investigation team, they can't be let off either. Since the people from the investigation team teamed up with Lin Mo to kill Yang Yong, it means that the things Yang Yong did had already been confirmed by the people from the inspection team. If that person reports this matter to the authorities, they will definitely be in trouble. Knowing this, Shunqing became even more furious about Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei's escape. Shunqing picked up the phone and called Anna. President. What's wrong? A woman's cold voice came from the other end of the phone. Shunqing's heart tightened, and he quickly imagined the president's angry face in his mind. She replied immediately. Sorry, President, we couldn't stop Lin Mo and the others. After a long silence on the other end of the phone, the president said in a cold voice. Well, so, you want me to praise you for a good job? Shunqing begged for mercy. President, it's all because Lin Mo is too cunning. You can't blame me for that. These subordinates are all good for nothings. It's not easy to catch Lin Mo. Anna laughed out of anger. He. You guys are psychics, but you really don't have any brains at all. Shunqing, why don't you use your brain to think about it? What routes do Zhuge Nanbei and his men need to take to return to the center? Oh, forget it. I don't think you can figure it out. Well, I've already expected that you good-for-nothings are more likely to cause trouble than help. I've arranged population checks at major airports and ports. All you have to do is wait for the news and go to support us. Shunqing responded with grievance, not daring to talk back at all. Oh, okay. In front of Anna, she was as obedient as a docile little lamb. After hanging up the phone, Shunqing regained his arrogant expression and looked at his subordinates. Damn it, it's all your fault. I got scolded by the guild leader. Just get ready to kneel on the washboard when you get home, you bunch of rubbish. At the same time, on a plane in mid-air heading towards Tianshu City, Anna took a deep breath, trying to calm the angry feeling inside her. Although she had not expected to rely on Shunqing to find Lin Mo, she was still furious after hearing Shunqing's report. What kind of good-for-nothings are these people she employs? Yang Yong, who only knows how to make noodles, and Shunqing, who has no brains. There are tens of thousands of awakened people in the Hero Association, but they can't even muster a brain of 2 digits. No wonder in the previous life, the ordinary people like the rebels who had no abilities were able to rely on the technology at that time to fight against the awakened team and eventually lead to the destruction of humanity. There is really no hope for teammates who have only awakened power but whose brains are as stupid as pigs. Fortunately, not all the people in the Hero Association are good-for-nothings. Anna made a phone call. Hey, Lao Ding, I have a job for you. Help me find someone. Who to check? Who else could it be? Lin Mo. Inside an old house. An old man who looked to be in his 60s was sitting cross-legged in the yard. He is the hidden behind-the-scenes commander of the Hero Association. Perhaps Anna is the public president of the Hero Association, and he is the operator who sets the overall situation behind the Hero Association. The two, one in the light and one in the dark, preside over the operation of the Hero Association. It can be said that without Anna's bloody rule and the old man's strategic planning, it would be difficult to bring together the motley crowd of the Hero Association and form a large scale. His bloodline is from the mythical Zhongdo star god. He knows astronomy, geography, the 8 trigrams, and the Book of Changes. He is proficient in everything. There is nothing he cannot calculate, except what you cannot imagine. It can be said that he is the most powerful intelligence figure among all the Omega psychics. It is also because of this that he is also the most mysterious person in the Hero Association. The old man received the photo of Lin Mo, sent by President Anna on his mobile phone. Originally, the old man had no intention of using divination on Lin Mo. Because Lin Mo is a Zerg, the Zerg are somewhat immune to mental aspects. After all, the Zerg's main brain is the will of the entire swarm, which involves the swarm's tens of thousands of mental consciousnesses. Invasion is not only time-consuming and laborious, but can also be prone to backlash. Moreover, even if we find out the other party's information, it is easy for them to sense our existence based on the flow of spiritual energy. Using psychic tactics against the Zerg can be said to hurt the enemy by 1,000 while hurting your own 800. However, Lin Mo is now a huge threat to the Hero Association, and he has no choice but to take action. Lao Deng took a deep breath and got ready in the Dian Bagua formation that had already been set up in his room. He placed Lin Mo's photo in the middle and began to calculate Lin Mo's position. Unable to explore, Lao Deng was completely unable to sense Lin Mo's location. The old man frowned. That's impossible. My bloodline is of the highest tier. Zhongdo Star God is the highest deity among the 5 star gods of Taoism. He is in charge of the direction of all things in the world. It can be said that in this world, as long as he wants to find something, he will definitely find it. However, the problem now is that he cannot find Lin Mo's location. Could it be that Lin Mo has some way to avoid his pursuit? Old Deng, who refused to believe in evil, continued to act up and used his bloodline skills, intending to curse Lin Mo from a distance and severely injure Lin Mo. However, the moment he took action, Lao Deng vomited blood and died on the spot. Before he died, Lao Deng couldn't figure out how he died. How is it possible? I am an awakener of the 8th level gene lock. How can I? On the highway, Lin Mo was still feeling a little embarrassed because Cheng Ge called Zhuge Nanbei dad. She doesn't want to be with Zhuge Nanbei. With Zhuge Nanbei's bad habits, who would like him? It's nice to be brothers with Zhuge Nanbei, but if you want her to regard Zhuge Nanbei as her boyfriend or something, there are still some psychological barriers. Lin Mo couldn't accept it. And she also felt that Zhuge Nanbei was definitely not serious and was definitely trying to tease her. At this moment, Lin Mo felt as if he was being probed and beaten, and his whole body became cold. However, this feeling only lasted for less than a second and disappeared immediately. Outlander Demon. Immune to all mental abilities, and can return mental attacks against you 100-fold to the user. This is one of Lin Mo's skills. Since Lin Mo acquired this skill, he has never encountered any user of the spiritual system. It seems like she has finally met a spiritual opponent. It seems like the people from the Hero Association finally couldn't help themselves and had to take action. At this moment, Lin Mo suddenly felt that the shadow of death was looming over him. But this feeling disappeared again soon after. Lin Mo was happy. Haha. Zhuge Nanbei couldn't help asking while driving. Lin Mo, what are you laughing at? Lin Mo smiled. I laugh at someone who tries to steal a chicken but ends up losing the rice. Zhuge Nanbei still didn't quite understand what Lin Mo meant, but this was the happiest she looked since he met her. Even when he was torturing Yang Yong, Lin Mo was not as happy as he looked. What Zhuge Nanbei didn't know was that the reason Lin Mo was happy was because of her system. Bite. It is detected that the host has killed an opponent with a higher gene lock level than himself. Reward, level breakthrough. Detected. The opponent's level is too high, another level breakthrough. Lin Mo saw that his experience bar was rising rapidly. Name, Lin Mo. Bloodline, Sky Demon Spider, Insect Mother. Evolution degree, 50%. Level, LV 50. Gene lock, level 5. Lin Mo. He jumped directly from the 3rd level to the 5th level, completing a qualitative leap on the spot. Lin Mo probably knew who the guy who attacked him was. It's that old bastard behind the Hero Association. In his previous life, Lin Mo had heard of that guy. He was often missing all day long and seemed to be the behind-the-scenes boss of the Hero Association. He should be quite powerful. However, it looks like that guy belongs to the psychiatric or intelligence department. He should be good at Taoism and auxiliary things, and his abilities are very strong, but he is as fragile as a piece of paper. No wonder he is not seen all day long. In the previous life, Lin Mo was not able to see him in person. Now it seems that he was too fragile and hid himself because he was afraid of being beaten to death. As a result, he used mental attacks directly on her, but she was rebounded and died. Haha, this is a really suitable way for the old bitch to die. She deserves it. Lin Mo felt that she might not be able to defeat Lao Ding if she confronted him face to face, but the opponent's mental attack rebounded and killed him directly. Really? I killed myself? Zhuge Nanbei also suddenly felt that Lin Mo's aura was much stronger than before and looked at her in surprise. Why did you suddenly become so powerful? Lin Mo smiled. Guess what? Hey, I'm not the same person I was before. By the way, I should be able to check your level now. Let me check your level. Lin Mo thought, if Zhuge Nanbei was a flower of similar level to her, she would teach this boy a lesson when Zhuge Nanbei bullied her again. Lin Mo took a look at Zhuge Nanbei's information and found that he could find it. But when she looked at the level again, she was dumbfounded. Name, Zhuge Nanbei. Bloodline, Human Awakener. Awakened superpowers, Mythology, Zhenwu Emperor. Evolution degree, 85%. Level, LV 85. Gene lock level 8. Lin Mo. Lin Mo. Damn it, Zhuge Nanbei. How much did you hide from me in your last life? Chapter 87 The Past. Zhuge Nanbei. You've already reached the 8th level of Gene Lock? Lin Mo was surprised and a little angry and asked Zhuge Nanbei with dissatisfaction. She was surprised. She knew that Zhuge Nanbei was powerful, but she didn't expect him to be so powerful. She was angry because, whether in the previous life or now, Zhuge Nanbei had never told her that his strength was so strong. Even when Lin Mo was judged and executed in his previous life, he had only reached the 8th level of great perfection. And the end of this world has just begun. But Zhuge Nanbei has already cultivated his supernatural powers to such perfection that it is hard not to think too much. Zhuge Nanbei chuckled. Lin Mo, don't panic. It seems that you can already see my message. That's pretty impressive. Lin Mo, it looks like you have reached the 5th level now. You are making rapid progress. As he spoke, Zhuge Nanbei freed up a hand to touch Lin Mo's little head. Lin Mo glanced at Zhuge Nanbei unhappily. She really wanted to slap away the pork elbow that Zhuge Nanbei had placed on her head. But now Zhuge Nanbei was driving on the road, and Lin Mo was worried that if he slapped Zhuge Nanbei's hand away, he would lose balance and the car would not drive steadily, which would lead to a car accident. It's better not to play around when in the car. Lin Mo pays great attention to driving safety. Zhuge Nanbei, on the other hand, even touched a girl's head while driving. If the traffic police found out, he would definitely be deducted points and fined. However, it is the end of the world now, and there are basically few cities that are still operating stably like Tianshu City. There is no supervision on many roads outside. After all, who would risk their life to deduct points from someone else's driver's license in the end times? Don't want to live? Zhuge Nanbei, how the hell did you reach the 8th level so quickly? Huh? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei with confusion on her face. This person was full of mystery to her now. She really couldn't figure it out. How long had it been since the end of the world? Where did such a high level come from? When Zhuge Nanbei heard what Lin Mo said, he didn't intend to hide it. He had nothing to hide from Lin Mo. Zhuge Nanbei spoke. Because I have been practicing this since I was a child, and I have inherited the Zhuge family's legacy, so it's normal. Lin Mo. Huh? Since childhood? What do you mean? A puzzled look appeared on Lin Mo's face. She was a little confused about what Zhuge Nanbei was talking about. Zhuge Nanbei continued to answer. Lin Mo, you don't really think that people with superpowers only appeared after the end of the world, do you? Remember the battle in the 1999 confidentiality agreement? Lin Mo. What is that? Lin Mo looked at Chingu in the backseat. She remembered that Chingu had said the same thing to Lin Mo. Chingu looked away and whistled. Hoo-hoo, Mom, don't look at me. Isn't Uncle Zhuge explaining to you? Just listen to him. If he says anything wrong, I will help you correct it. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei again. Zhuge Nanbei, you have to explain to me clearly what happened in the year 1999. Zhuge Nanbei looked into the distance, as if thinking about the past. At that time, I was still a child under 5 years old, and I followed my father on the Shura path. Lin Mo. The more I listen, the more mysterious it becomes. Could it be that Zhuge Nanbei was making fun of her? Huh? The Shura road? Is it so mysterious? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Zhuge Nanbei's statement really attracted her, at least, just like when she was a child and liked to listen to stories. Lin Mo had never heard of such a statement in her previous life. This was really beyond her understanding of this insect apocalypse. Zhuge Nanbei chuckled when he saw that Lin Mo looked like he didn't understand anything. It's just an adjective. It's not something fantasy, but our bloodline is pretty fantasy, isn't it? Lin Mo. Lin Mo was silent for 2 seconds and then nodded. Indeed, those mythological supernatural powers are simply too fantastic, like ancient myths, and should not exist in the normal world at all. Lin Mo almost felt like he was born in an era of spiritual revival. Just when Lin Mo wanted to ask Zhuge Nanbei what was going on, the other party spoke first. Lin Mo, in 1999, the Zerg had already invaded our world, and the Awakeners at that time had already started fighting against the Zerg. And our various families have already been training Awakened ones to fight against the Zerg. Lin Mo. So, the authorities actually knew the inside story of this disaster a long time ago? Zhuge Nanbei did not deny it and continued. The authorities knew that there would be an insect swarm attack this year, so each military region began recruiting members for the Special Operations Team and recruiting people with special abilities. But what the authorities didn't expect was that the number and strength of the Zerg this time were not comparable to the previous scale. This time the Zerg invasion was at the level of annihilation. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei curiously. This time? Apart from this time in 1999, is there any other time? Zhuge Nanbei smiled. It's normal for most people to not know anything, Lin Mo said immediately. In my previous life, I entered the upper echelons of the Human Federation, and there is no relevant record. Zhuge Nanbei waved his hands. After the apocalypse broke out in the previous life, all the old people who knew about it died in the fight against the Zerg, and many members of the Human Federation who came after that had no idea what had happened before. And those who knew about it would not tell anyone about it. But what I can tell you is that the first Zerg invasion was the era when the dinosaurs became extinct. When we were little, we were told in books that dinosaurs died from the fall of meteorites. How is that possible? A meteorite could have killed all the dinosaurs, right? Haha. The real reason for the extinction of dinosaurs was the swarm of insects that accompanied the meteorite. After the insect swarm parasitized and devoured the dinosaurs, they plundered the planet and left. The creatures hiding underground escaped the disaster and redeveloped a new world. Until human society developed again, the Zerg came to Earth again. At that time, people fought against the Zerg for the first time. Many of them gained superpowers during the fight. However, the ancients at that time regarded it as a miracle because they did not understand superpowers. Thunder God and Lightning Mother, the 3 pure ones and the 4 imperial gods, and the Eastern Emperor Tai, are actually the awakened ones who have gained powerful superpowers. Because of their terrifying strength and the power to change the laws of nature, they were worshipped as gods by the people at that time. And they founded sects and established family ancestral halls to pass on the incense of superpowers from generation to generation. And the noble families hid all news about the insect swarm disaster from the outside world, and recorded those insect swarms as demons and ferocious beasts in the classic of mountains and seas and myths. Lin Mo. Zhuge Nanbei smiled. Well, now you probably understand what happened. Lin Mo gave Zhuge Nanbei a blank look. Zhuge Nanbei, let me ask you a question. Zhuge Nanbei nodded. Go ahead. Lin Mo was speechless. Do you think I'm an idiot? You made up a fairy tale for children combined with a science fiction story to trick me. You really think I'm stupid, don't you? Chingu nodded and agreed. That's right. Mom is stupid to begin with, and you lied to her. Aren't you bullying an honest person? Lin Mo glanced at Chingu with dissatisfaction. Chingu, whose side are you on? Aren't you my fan? Chingu smiled. Of course I'm a loyal fan of Mom, but since Zhuge Nanbei is my future father, of course I have to speak up for him. If I keep helping you, and you two end up together, and come to me to settle old scores, I'll be at a loss. Lin Mo. Damn it, there's no way I can be good friends with Zhuge Nanbei. Stop making those little calculations. Lin Mo snorted unhappily, and then looked at Zhuge Nanbei. Zhuge Nanbei, when we return to the central government, what are your plans for the next step? Zhuge Nanbei smiled. I have evidence that the hero association that Yang Yong belongs to is threatening humanity. When I return, I will lead the official team to encircle and suppress the people from the Hero Association. Lin Mo, so cruel? Are you going to wipe out the Hero Association? Zhuge Nanbei nodded. You want revenge, don't you? I'll help you catch them all at once, and you can take your time to take revenge. It's too troublesome to take revenge one by one. It's much more fun to catch them all and deal with them all at once. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei in surprise. I didn't expect that Zhuge Nanbei, who usually looks gentle and easygoing, is actually very good at helping people get revenge. Inside the shelter, corpses were scattered all over the place. Yin Xiaoai held a human hand in her hand and chewed it with relish. She watched the TV broadcast in the shelter and read the newspapers she received to learn about the latest situation. After her father's death, Lin Mo helped Su Shuer become the new team leader of the 9th Military Region. At the same time, Chen Gu, who killed her father, also became Lin Mo's daughter. From this point of view, Lin Mo was probably in cahoots with Chen Gu from the beginning. She might have been plotting to take over my father's military position. What a vicious woman with a vicious heart. At this point, Yin Xiaoai clenched her teeth and looked like she was about to explode with anger. She hated herself for being powerless and hated Lin Mo for taking advantage of her family. The originally harmonious life between father and daughter was destroyed by Lin Mo. Now Yin Xiaoai has become an orphan, all thanks to Lin Mo. My family helped you so much, but you treated me and my dad like this, you damn bad woman. Kill, 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 kill. I'm going to kill you. Inside a mental hospital, Lin Yu is still being tortured by President Kai. Today, Dean Kai got the latest electric shock device and used electric current to help Lin Yu relax his muscles. Sizzle. The electric current ran through Lin Yu's body, but Lin Yu did not react at all. You're a waste. You can't even kill me. You're such a waste, ha ha ha. Lin Yu looked at Dean Kai in front of him with contempt, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. It was as if she was not a patient being tortured at this moment. Kai Kuan was irritated by Lin Yu's expression and sneered. Haha, just continue to be proud of yourself. You still have a long life ahead of you. Lin Yu raised his middle finger to Kai Kuan with his bound hands. Kill me if you dare, haha. Kai Kuan ignored Lin Yu's words. Lin Yu continued. Do you really think my sister is a good person? If you help her now, she will kill you without hesitation when she has used you. Cooperate with me, I will help you deal with her. Sizzle. The electric current flowed through Lin Yu's body again, and Lin Yu's body kept shaking until her body was burnt black, but her wounds healed the next second. Haha, come again, come again. Don't worry, I won't die. I will watch you being killed by my sister with my own eyes. Kai Kuan was irritated by Lin Yu's words. I don't know if I will die, but I will make you live a life worse than death. Kai Kuan, wearing white gloves, walked up to Lin Yu and slapped her in the face. However, this was the opportunity Lin Yu had been waiting for. Lin Yu broke the bones in his arm and then pulled his hands out of the handcuffs. Thanks to his healing ability, Lin Yu recovered and at the same time bit Kai Kuan's neck, directly biting off the aorta in his neck. Blood gushed out, and Kai Kuan fell to the ground and died after a few twitches. Lin Yu picked up the scalpel in the room and, despite the severe pain, cut open his body. Suddenly, blood and internal organs were exposed from the wound. Lin Yu ignored all this and dug out the core of the source of his supernatural powers. Lin Yu, who had lost her superpower core, used needle and thread to sew her body together. Her body sensed that she had lost her superpower. Due to the previous pain, Lin Yu's superpowers were able to be generated faster, and she once again gained the superpowers of her previous life, the mythological Sphinx. Now she can perceive the brief past and future. Lin Yu let out a long sigh. Sister, how can I put it? I did let you down in my last life, so even if you took such an excessive revenge on me, I don't blame you. But I'm in so much pain. It's really painful. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. I'm sorry, I don't blame you, but, sister, why can you bear to hurt me like this? While Lin Yu was speaking, the security personnel outside the ward had already been attracted by the alarm here. Everyone raised their guns and surrounded Lin Yu, but their actions were all within Lin Yu's predictable ability. Lin Yu walked straight towards them, faced the incoming bullets, and gracefully passed through them, piercing the throats of these people with one shot. Lin Yu fought his way out of the encirclement and easily arrived outside the mental hospital. You remained indifferent to my pleas and tears. Since you no longer acknowledge me as your sister, then? A sick smile appeared on Lin Yu's face. Then, it should be okay for me to kill you again in this life, hee hee. Chapter 88 Accident. My strength seems to have become stronger. Chingu was stunned when he saw Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei sitting in the front seat of the car. She didn't know what happened, but she felt that her level had increased and she had broken through the restrictions of the gene lock again. Logically speaking, the level of the Zerg cannot be higher than that of the Zerg Queen. As for Chingu, he has now upgraded and broken through the gene lock for no reason. The only explanation is that Lin Mo has upgraded, and the upgrade is not a little bit. Lin Mo glanced at Chingu, who was sitting in the back row. You upgraded too? Chingu nodded. Well, I seem to have improved my realm. Lin Mo used her system to detect Chun Ji's panel. Name, Chungu. Bloodline, Black Goat Cub, Zerg. Evolution degree, 45%. Level, LV45. Since the level of the offspring cannot be higher than that of the insect mother, its level has been restricted from downgrading. Gene lock, level 4. Bloodline skills, offspring, subordinate to the insect mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. Unspeakable. Except for this skill, other skills and attributes cannot be viewed. Your own insect mother ignores this skill. Blindness and stupidity distort the other party's consciousness, causing their thinking to become confused and their logic to collapse. Omniscience, knowledge of all fields in the world. All-seeing, can monitor the location of any object you want to find. Level is 10 levels lower than your own. 100 appearances, can transform into any appearance you want and make people around you feel comfortable. Chun Ji's gene lock level has broken through again. Although he was unable to evolve his bloodline or learn new skills after the breakthrough, but the difference of only one level is also extremely terrifying for the Zerg. It's like when you're playing an online game. Let's be frank, it's like when you're playing a dungeon. The difference between the first and second job transfers and the first and second awakenings are similar. It may seem like just an improvement in realm, but the attribute and ability improvements contained therein are far from insignificant. As Chun Ji's strength improves, he will be able to better help Lin Mo breed insect swarms. As the insect swarm reproduces, the system of having many children and more blessings will continue to accumulate and help Lin Mo obtain better rewards and stronger power, forming a continuous virtuous cycle. Lin Mo was relieved to understand this. In this way, she will continue to become stronger. I'm afraid that before long, surpassing Zhuge Nanbei may not be a dream anymore. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Hey, Zhuge Nanbei is such an annoying guy. Lin Mo is really looking forward to the day when she becomes more powerful than Zhuge Nanbei. She will definitely bully Zhuge Nanbei and let this kid feel what it feels like to be fooled. Humph, we, Lin Mo, will never forget our grudges. However, considering that Zhuge Nanbei is my friend, and he didn't hurt me or my interest when he bullied me, should I be a little more lenient when bullying him? For example, let Zhuge Nanbei kneel on the washboard or something like that. Well, we must make him kneel on the washboard, kneel hard, to show our status. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled look. What are you grinning about? You look so happy? Lin Mo hummed. What I laugh at is none of your business. You usually laugh at a high level anyway, so you definitely won't find it funny. Zhuge North and South Road. If you don't tell me, how do you know I won't laugh? Lin Mo said. You certainly don't find it funny. Of course he didn't think it was funny. Who in the world would think it was funny to be forced to kneel on a washboard? Only the one who made someone kneel on the washboard thought it was funny. However, Lin Mo did not intend to let Zhuge Nanbei know her little plan now. Otherwise, it would be bad if Zhuge Nanbei took advantage of the fact that he was stronger than her and bullied her even more severely in advance. Lin Mo was happily planning to go to the official center with Zhuge Nanbei, but at this moment, she sensed a sinister feeling. She felt that her offspring seemed to be decreasing and being killed one by one. Lin Mo. With the death of his offspring, Lin Mo felt as if he had lost something. Although the system rewards that have been obtained will not be taken back, Lin Mo will get some future rewards for every fewer offspring he has. As long as he continues to have offspring, Lin Mo's experience points will continue to increase, and he will even receive various rewards for bloodline and skills. However, now, with the decrease in offspring, the experience value is shrinking. This made Lin Mo extremely unhappy. The last time Lin Mo had this unhappy feeling in his previous life was when Chen Gu killed the army of descendants that Lin Shui brought with him. However, because she had already eaten Chen Gu and reborn her, and with the various rewards from the system, Lin Mo decided not to kill Chen Gu. And this feeling appeared again this time, which made Lin Mo very unhappy. PSK. Zhuge Nanbei noticed Lin Mo's displeasure. Lin Mo, what's wrong? You don't look very happy. Weren't you very happy just now? Did I make you angry? Zhuge Nanbei was wondering if he had teased Lin Mo too much on the road just now, making her angry. Sorry, Lin Mo, Lin Mo shook his head. It's none of your business. Someone attacked my offspring. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo seriously. Lin Mo, could it be that your offspring attacked ordinary people and was killed by others? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei. Are you sure that an ordinary person can kill my offspring? Lin Mo has not allowed his offspring to attack ordinary people in recent times. The benefits of attacking ordinary people are too low. As Lin Mo's level rises rapidly, the levels of Lin Mo's offspring also rise accordingly. The evolutionary value gained from attacking ordinary people is not as good as that gained from attacking awakened people. Basically, one has to kill tens of thousands of ordinary people to equal the experience value of an awakened person with a second-level gene lock. It's probably the same as the difference between the experience gained from killing a 2 or 3 level monster and that gained from killing a 20+ level monster. It's the same reason why it's difficult to come back and kill the monsters here to level up after leaving the novice village when playing the game. Even if you want to kill the monsters in the novice village, it's not for leveling up, but for fun to bully them. Later, Lin Mo asked his descendants to hunt down those with awakened abilities and other Zerg. This way the upgrade is faster. Moreover, if ordinary people are not killed in the recent period, ordinary people will gradually discover that Lin Mo's swarm of insects does not seem to attack ordinary people. Later, when the contradiction between the awakened and ordinary people intensifies, Lin Mo will lead the swarm of insects to defeat the awakened team, so that he can win over ordinary people and finally keep them in captivity. It is better to keep ordinary people in captivity than to kill them all. Just like humans raise poultry and livestock, we can't just kill them all just to eat them, right? Zhuge Nanbei looked into Lin Mo's eyes and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that Lin Mo's descendants really had not attacked ordinary people recently. The Zhuge family is on the side of humanity. If Lin Mo's swarm of insects indiscriminately killed innocent people, Zhuge Nanbei would not know how to continue protecting Lin Mo. It would be difficult for him to choose between the two sides. His personal emotions made him want to protect Lin Mo. His identity, his responsibility, and his stance make him want to protect humanity. Since ancient times, it has been difficult to be both loyal and righteous. Zhuge Nanbei also knew that from the moment Lin Mo accepted her Zerg stance, the two were destined to have a future together. However, that's all for the future. Zhuge Nanbei now only wants to help Lin Mo take revenge and get rid of those scums in the Hero Association. As for what happens next, Zhuge Nanbei shook his head. It's not that he can't think of it, but he doesn't want to think about it. Then, Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo again and spoke slowly. Lin Mo, go back to your city first. Your descendants have been eliminated one by one. You must be very anxious now. I need to report back to the central government about the investigation report on Yang Yong and the Hero Association and mobilize the authorities to deal with the Hero Association. Go back and deal with the guys who are dealing with your swarm. After I finish reporting to the central government, I will come back to find you. Lin Mo nodded, but didn't say that he had to go to the central government with Zhuge Nanbei. She is not focused on dealing with the Hero Association at all right now. In this life, she cares more about her offspring. This is out of the insect mother's instinct. After all, if her offspring continue to die, her own interest will be greatly affected. Zhuge Nanbei drove Lin Mo back to her original city, while Zhuge Nanbei contacted the housekeeper to take him back to the central area by helicopter. Lin Mo led Qinggu, Lin Shui, and Lin Lei back to their original city. He looked at the raging fire in the city with burning eyes. Her city burned down. The swarms of insects gathered there were burned to death one by one. There was a hint of anger in Lin Mo's eyes, but the anger quickly subsided and was replaced by a terrifyingly cold gaze. Lin Mo came to the city and looked at the insects being killed here. They were all her offspring. In other words, the offspring of Lin Shui and Chen Gu. The faces of several people sank. They were very angry now. At this moment, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. A familiar girl's voice came from the other end. Hey, my dear sister, long time no see. Are you having fun in Tianshu City? It's Lin Yu. Lin Mo said coldly. Lin Yu, did you do all this? The girl's voice sounded again on the other end. Well, that's arguably the case, but not entirely. I have a lot of friends here. A lot of friends who want to kill you. Soon, another familiar girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Mo, do you still remember me? Lin Mo listened to the girl's voice and felt it was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Who are you? Following Lin Mo's questioning, the other end replied. My father and I helped you deal with Chen Gu, but you sided with Chen Gu. Haha, you killed my father. Do you think you deserved it? Lin Mo remembered that she was the daughter of Yin Liang, the former team leader of the 9th Military Region. That's right, that guy has the ability to resurrect from hell, so it's not surprising that he would show up. Lin Mo said coldly. Your father helped me because he was forced by the situation at the time. Your family has their own agenda, and we are not the same kind of people. Your father's death was his fate. Okay, that's what you said, right? It's okay. I thought you would say that too. So, we're not asking you for an explanation this time. Lin Mo, don't think that you're the only one who wants revenge. We want revenge on you too. When Lin Mo heard the voice on the other end of the phone, he felt something was wrong. Revenge? What do you want to do? Yin Xiaoai smiled. Of course, I want you to lose the most important person. Lin Mo asked doubtfully. The most important person? Who is it? I don't remember having a most important person. Lin Mo has already closed her heart, and she refuses to admit that she still cares about anyone. Even if it was Zhuge Nanbei, Lin Mo would turn against him if he blocked her path to revenge. At this moment, there was a noisy sound from the other end of the phone, as if someone was being dragged over. Afterwards, Yin Xiaoai seemed to be talking to someone on the other end of the phone. Come, talk to your sister Lin Mo? Then, Su Shuer's voice came from the other end. Sister Lin Mo, don't worry about me. Leave quickly. They have set an ambush. You will die if you come. Lin Mo's heart was shocked. Xiao Su? Yin Xiaoai chuckled. So, now you know who we have captured, right? If you don't want her to die, come to the 9th Military District alone now. We will be waiting for you. After Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei went out, Yin Xiaoai and Lin Yu, together with the helper they found, Niguazhen, who came from the Holy Land, worked together to capture the 9th Military Region. They deliberately revealed this matter to Su Shuer, who was in the Tianshu City Military District. After Su Shuer rushed back with the agents, it was exactly what the other party wanted. The agents were all wiped out, and Su Shuer also became a hostage of these guys. On the other end, Su Shuer continued to shout, Sister Momo, don't worry about me. These people just want to trick you over and kill you. Lin Mo chuckled. Lin Yu, Yin Xiaoai, you think I will come to you for this woman, then you are totally wrong. The person I, Lin Mo, love is only myself, and the others are just my pawns. You guys have hooked up with the Hero Association, right? As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, the other end fell silent. The reason why Lin Mo could guess that Lin Yu and the others were in collusion with the Hero Association was because Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei had just been hunted down by the Hero Association, and Lin Yu started to take action. This was too much of a coincidence. The other party took advantage of the fact that Zhuge Nanbei had to report the matter back to the investigation team center to separate Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei. On the surface, you are luring me to the 9th Military Region, but your real target is actually Zhuge Nanbei, isn't it? Lin Mo saw through these people's tricks. She just felt like laughing. Did they really think that she and Zhuge Nanbei couldn't see through these people's calculations? Don't worry, I'll come. Not because I care about Amelia Su, nor because I fell into your trick. I, Lin Mo, am here to tell you that your schemes and tricks are nothing but a joke in the face of absolute strength. Lin Yu, your sister will always be your sister. Just wash your neck and wait for the beating. Chapter 89 Conspiracy. Within the 9th Military Region, the bodies of agents were scattered all over the ground, but there were not many signs of fighting. Because Lin Yu and Yin Xiaoai are not on the same level as the agents here, for them, killing the agents here is as easy as crushing an ant. Not to mention, Yin Xiaoai's father Yin Liang was originally the team leader of the 9th Military Region. She knows the 9th Military Region better than anyone else here. Fighting on home soil, I have the advantage. Yin Xiaoai and her team killed all the agents here and waited for Lin Mo to come and die. It wasn't just the two of them who came to seek revenge on Lin Mo. There was also Niguazhen, whose lair was destroyed in the Jinshan Cape area. Originally, Niguazhen, the boss of the Jinshanjiao District Park, was having a great time there, but as he was eating hot pot and singing songs, his own nest was taken down by Lin Mo. This made him hold a grudge against Lin Mo, and he had long wanted to deal with Lin Mo. After Lin Yu and Yin Xiaoai found him, he joined them without saying a word. Niguazhen chuckled. He is different now. After he reached the holy place on the highest floor of the auditorium, he took his animal friends and developed his awakened abilities to the limit. Now he thinks he is different now. A man who has not been away for 3 days should be looked at with new eyes. Now, he is a brand new Ajin. Niguazhen came in front of Su Shuer and spat lightly. He-tue, I'm testing you guys. After saying that, Niguazhen took a deep breath of Ricketts 5 and blew the white smoke onto Su Shuer's face. It's all your fault. You destroyed my park. But Thanks to you, I am now the holy son of the Holy Land, blessed with great fortune. Haha. So, I have to thank you very much. It wasn't just Lin Mo who dealt with Nigwa in the park at that time. Su Shuer was also an undercover agent sent by the 9th Military Region. Nigwa has always been brooding over this and has kept it in his heart with a grudge. Facing Nigwazin's threat, Su Shuer looked at him indifferently, ready to die. She was not afraid of Nigwazin at all, nor was she afraid of death. The only thing she was worried about was that Sister Lin Mo would get into danger in order to save her. But just now, she heard on the phone that Sister Lin Mo said that she was not afraid of these guys at all. This made Su Shuer feel more confident and made her believe that Sister Lin Mo would not be controlled by these guys. Yes, Sister Lin Mo is right. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy or trick is nothing but a joke. Sister Lin Mo is very strong, so strong that it is unimaginable. At least in Su Shuer's opinion, Sister Lin Mo's slight move was already the limit of this segment, and it was definitely not something these people could mess with. Su Shuer looked at Naguzin and the other two with contempt. Hee, you guys want to attack Sister Lin Mo? Don't worry, you won't succeed. Just wait to be dealt with by Sister Lin Mo. Just when Su Shuer was about to say something, a girl walked out from the shadows. The other person had a smile on his face and looked at Su Shuer happily. Indeed, these guys are no match for Lin Mo, but our hero association is not their match. Just because they can't kill Lin Mo doesn't mean we can't. Wait for you to collect the body of your sister Lin Mo. Yaoguang City, private helipad. Zhuge Nanbei's helicopter had not yet landed, but many people were already waiting there. However, these people were not from the Central Investigation Team, nor were they from the Zhuge family. These people wore black skull jackets, fang masks on their faces, and had the viciousness unique to villains in their expressions. These people were all members of the supernatural criminal organization in the previous life. But their true identities are the hidden pawns of the Hero Association. Originally, the Hero Association and the Superpower Criminals Organization were in opposition to each other. At least that was the case in the previous life. Because the members of the Superpower Criminal Organization used their superpowers to cause great harm to the entire human society in the early days of the apocalypse, people regarded them as mortal enemies, and the original Hero Association also thought so. It was not until later when the Hero Association tasted the sweetness of the privileges of the Awakened Ones that they understood the true beauty of superpowers. It didn't take that long for him to go from questioning the criminals with special powers to understanding them, to becoming a criminal with special powers, and finally surpassing them. The Hero Association, which has been reborn, will certainly not miss people like criminals with superpowers. In the previous life, they joined forces too early to annihilate the criminals with special powers. It was a hard-won victory, and as a result, when the Hero Association wanted to recruit people with special powers, they found that they had missed a lot of teammates. In this life, the Hero Association directly found the leader of the Superpower Organization and asked them to join the Hero Association's camp. However, on the surface, criminals with superpowers are still causing trouble outside and causing panic among people. Then the people from the Hero Association will step in to stop them and gain fame. In this way, not only did they make a lot of money, but one played the good cop and the other played the bad cop. The effect was simply too good. The people from the Hero Association definitely cannot take any action to kill Zhuge Nanbei. The Zhuge family is a family of awakened ones, and there is a lot of trouble behind them. If Zhuge Nanbei had not insisted on helping Lin Mo deal with the Hero Association, the Hero Association would not have gone to such great lengths to kill Zhuge Nanbei. Unfortunately, the Zhuge family did not take the right side. We destroyed Zhuge Nanbei today to let the Zhuge family know whose side they should stand on. The purpose of letting the criminal with superpowers take action is to silence the public. Even if the Zhuge family knew that the Hero Association sent people to kill Zhuge Nanbei, there is no reason for them to take action against the Hero Association. The person was killed by the criminal with superpowers. What are you looking for our Hero Association for? The main point is that you want to beat me up, but you can't find a reason to beat me up. As the helicopter descended, everyone's eyes were focused on it. I saw a young man with long black hair, a feather fan and a scarf, with an immortal look, walking slowly out of the helicopter cabin. His every move and gesture revealed an elegance that was stunning. The members of the supernatural criminal organization were all dumbfounded. They had heard that Zhuge Nanbei was very powerful and handsome, but had never seen him in person. When they saw him today, they found that he was even more amazing than the rumors had said. If a man is considered handsome by a woman, that doesn't necessarily mean he is really handsome. But if he makes many other men feel handsome, that's really awesome. However, they still wanted to kill Zhuge Nanbei. This was their mission. When Zhuge Nanbei was on the plane, he saw the scene below and had already guessed most of what was happening. He glanced at the crowd. In the organization of supernatural criminals, the leader is the one who has awakened supernatural powers and has the mythical bloodline. The person with the ability of Juling Yuanxing is the strongest among these people and also their boss. Following behind are those who possess the bloodlines of monsters such as Qiongqi, Taowu, Taotai, Tengsha, etc. Zhuge Nanbei chuckled. Oh, the Hero Association is going to let a bunch of you guys deal with me? The supernatural criminal boss who possessed the blood of the 9 spirits saint suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. A mob? Zhuge Nanbei, you are really crazy. After that, figures appeared between the buildings. 1, 10, 100, 1,000. Zhuge Nanbei took a quick look and found that there were more than 3,000 supernatural criminals lying in ambush on each floor. It's quite a grand display, Zhuge Nanbei said casually. The supernatural criminal boss said coldly, Zhuge Nanbei, we are going to kill you here today. You should blame yourself for choosing the wrong side. The old butler behind Zhuge Nanbei held his forehead with his hand, feeling somewhat helpless. Oh, this is troublesome. Tianshu City, inside the Hero Association office building. Anna sat in the main seat, with a hint of coldness in her eyes. She gently fiddled with the chess set on the table, a playful smile on her lips. Whether it was the Zhuge family, the Central Group, the 9th Military Region, or Zhuge North and South, they were all within her calculations. Originally, Anna didn't plan to take action against the Zhuge family so early, but there was no way. Now Zhuge Nanbei was clearly on Lin Mo's side, plus Lin Mo's unscrupulous revenge on them. If Anna doesn't take action now, it would be really unreasonable. In this operation, Shunqing with the 7th level gene lock will deal with Lin Mo, and the entire supernatural criminal organization will deal with Zhuge Nanbei. The other members of the Hero Association were also busy. They were trying to restrain the people from the Zhuge family and other families to prevent them from ruining the good deeds of the Hero Association. The only obstacle to taking action against Lin Mo is Zhuge Nanbei. But taking action against Zhuge Nanbei is equivalent to going against the entire Zhuge family. However, Anna took this into consideration, so she asked the people from the Hero Association to restrain them. Shunqing alone is enough to deal with Lin Mo. Shunqing's special ability is the God of Fire, in charge of fire-related abilities, but the fire of the God of Fire is not comparable to that of ordinary fire control people. That fire was similar to the 6 Ding divine fire in the furnace of Taishang Laojun. Once someone was burned by it, it would be basically difficult for them to survive. Omega-level superpowers, any one of them can be overwhelming when released. Yang Yang's Thunder God's supernatural power is also very strong, but unfortunately, Yang Yang's gene lock level is too low and his talent is too poor, so he was killed so easily by Lin Mo. This time, Lin Mo will definitely not be so lucky. Anna moved the chess piece in her hand to directly opposite the king. Oh, checkmate. 9th Military Region. Lin Yu and Yin Xiaowai sat in their seats anxiously, frowning. Why? Lin Mo hasn't come yet. Ajun said unhappily. Then he looked at Su Shuer, who was tied up beside him, and chuckled. Your sister Lin Mo doesn't want you anymore? It seems that your position in her heart is not worth mentioning. From the very beginning, you were just Lin Mo's pawn. Su Shuer sneered. That's perfect. I don't want Sister Lin Mo to get into danger. If she doesn't come, she'll fall into your trap. Lin Yu and Yin Xiaowai both looked at Su Shuer with disdain. In their opinion, Su Shuer was really pathetic. She was sold and still helped count the money. It's a pity that Lin Mo probably never even looked at her. Neguzin came in front of Su Shuer and frivolously held her chin with his hand. However, since Lin Mo doesn't want you anymore, you come and be my wife. I am the son of the Holy Land, and you will be the Holy Lady of the Holy Land in the future. The snow leopard next to him echoed. Awoo. Su Shuer spat at Ajun in front of her. Bah, are you worthy? Nigwa was so angry that he was about to hit Su Shuer. At this moment, all the lights in the 9th Military Region went out, and the power supply here was completely cut off. Several people were happy. It seems that Lin Mo couldn't bear to leave this woman after all, so he came here. Shunqing, who had been standing aside, folded his hands over his chest and said nothing. However, a cold light flashed in her eyes, and she was eager to try. She had been looking forward to fighting with Lin Mo for a long time. Shunqing still remembered clearly that Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei treated her like a dog on the highway. Just thinking about this made Shunqing feel furious. She is the gold medal personal fighter of the president of the Hero Association. When has she ever been played like this? She was very confident that she was stronger than Lin Mo. So, She was looking forward to fighting Lin Mo face to face, and how to humiliate Lin Mo and beat her until her face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head. At this moment, shadows came from all directions. Several people were startled and were about to defend themselves, but they saw countless insects pouring out from the darkness. Lin Yu and Yin Xiaoai were both panicked. Although Lin Yu has now recovered the blood of the Sphinx and has the power to see the past and the future, it is a pity that because her current gene lock level is too low, the degree to which she can see the future is still too low, and the effect is not very obvious. Yin Xiaoai's ability is to control life and death, but unfortunately there is basically no one present who is lower in level than her. She could only control the anger of people who were weaker than her, and she was now panicking because of this. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Why does Lin Mo have so many descendants? Several people were all panicked. After all, they had already killed many of Lin Mo's descendants. It was impossible for so many insects to suddenly gather again to besiege them. Only Shun Qing noticed that something was wrong. Her level is higher than Lin Mo, so she could see that the bug in front of her was not a real bug. It is created by illusion. Lin Mo's illusionary heart sutra and Chen Ji's indescribable were used. The combination of these two skills created an illusion army that made the swarm so vivid and looked like it was real. Shin Qing wondered what Lin Mo was planning to do by creating these illusions. At this moment, Shin Qing's eyes fell on Su Shuer beside him, but found that Su Shuer over there had disappeared. It turned out that Lin Mo had deceived her again, attracted her attention and rescued Su Shuer. Fuck, you're treating me like a fool again. Chapter 90 Fight. Sister Lin Mo. Su Shuer was held in Lin Mo's arms like a princess. She lay in Lin Mo's arms, staring at the white-haired girl in front of her. Su Shuer, who had been pretending to be strong just now, finally couldn't control the panic and helplessness that had been pent up in front of the person she liked. She buried her head in Lin Mo's chest, like a child talking to her mother, expressing her helplessness. Sister Lin Mo, I'm so scared. I'm really scared. I'm scared of dying. I'm scared I'll never see you again. Lin Mo looked at the girl in his arms expressionlessly, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lin Mo gently touched Su Shuer's head and sighed softly. Didn't you just tell me not to come and save you? Now that you're saying you're scared, won't others laugh at you? Su Shuer sobbed and rubbed her eyes. I just saw Sister Lin Mo coming. I was so happy. Su Shuer was actually very scared. Few people are not afraid when facing death. However, she was sincere when she asked Lin Mo not to come and save her. No matter how scared she was, Su Shuer still hoped that Sister Lin Mo would be safe, rather than Sister Lin Mo's safety. Even if Sister Lin Mo gave up on her and left her behind, Su Shuer would never have any complaints in her heart. However, when she found out that Sister Lin Mo had not abandoned her, in addition to being touched, she couldn't help but vent her previous grievances. When the other people in the 9th Military Region were deceived by her, Lin Mo had already taken Su Shuer out. Now, Lin Mo handed Su Shuer over to Lin Shui. Xiao Xue, you and Xiaolei take Aunt Xiaosu away. I'll leave this here. Then, Lin Mo looked at Chengge. Chengge, come with me. Lin Shui asked. Mom, I want to go fight the bad guys with you too. I don't want to just watch. Lin Mo walked up to Lin Shui, handed Su Shuer to Lin Shui, and touched his daughter's little head. Xiao Xue, be good. Mommy entrusted Aunt Xiaosu to you because she trusts you. Mom is not sure if there will be an ambush by those people outside. You have to take good care of Aunt Xiaosu and Xiaolei, okay? Rather than asking Lin Shui to follow him in to deal with Lin Yu and his men, Lin Mo hoped that Lin Shui could protect herself. Lin Mo chose to let Chenggu go in with him because Chenggu also liked to kill with Lin Mo. At the same time, there was no relationship between Chenggu and Su Shuer, but Lin Shui was very close to Su Shuer. If Chenggu was left outside to watch over Su Shuer and the others, he might not do his best. Therefore, for Lin Mo, the current decision is the best one for her. Lin Shui also understood Lin Mo's intention and nodded vigorously. Don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of Aunt Su. Good boy. Lin Mo touched Lin Shui's little head, then glanced at Chenggu imperceptibly. Another reason why she brought Chenggu along was to keep a close eye on him. During the time she had been in contact with Chenggu, Lin Mo felt more and more that Chen Ji's motives were not as simple as she thought. Chenggu couldn't just be Lin Mo's little fangirl. This woman was so cunning from the very beginning when we met, but recently she has not made any moves at all. Moreover, Chen Ji's sister had not shown up, which made Lin Mo think more. It's better to keep her by your side and take good care of her. Damn it. Shin Qing's face turned dark, and she was very angry. She felt like a fool, and this wasn't the first time. She wouldn't allow anyone to do this to her. As if to vent his anger, Shen Qing raised his hand, and a ball of faint blue flame appeared in his hand. Boom! With a loud bang, Shen Qing slapped the wall beside him, and the defensive iron wall built by the 9th Military Region with super high density was melted immediately. Yin Xiaowai and Ajan, who were standing by, were so shocked when they saw this scene that they were speechless. This attack must have reached a temperature of over 1,000 degrees Celsius, which was enough to instantly melt the defense specially built by the 9th Military Region that even rockets could hardly penetrate. Lin Yu was not surprised. As the sword-bearer of the Human Federation in the previous life, Lin Yu also has a general understanding of the abilities of the members of the Hero Association. Moreover, at the end of her previous life, Lin Yu's level was around level 7. Having seen big scenes before, she naturally wouldn't be shocked by this scene. In fact, after experiencing 2 lives and being tortured in a mental hospital, Lin Yu's character was tempered. In her eyes, Shen Qing is now just a person with power but the mentality of a child. Shen Qing's behavior was more like a child who, because of being humiliated, vented his dissatisfaction through violence. Such a person is destined not to go too far, and the best outcome is to be used as a gun and shot wherever she is told to. However, Lin Yu did not reveal his thoughts. She just wanted to use the Hero Association to take revenge on her good sister. She has no control over what these people are like. Rather, she was also used and betrayed by the Hero Association in her previous life. After taking revenge on her sister, Lin Yu also plans to continue to take revenge on the Hero Association and take back everything she had in her previous life. You are a coward who only knows how to run away. You are a waste. You are trash. Die, die. You don't even dare to fight me head-on. You are the queen of the Zerg and the savior of the previous life. While Shen Qing was venting his anger, he heard a girl's voice. Shen Qing, who gave you the illusion that I left because I was afraid of a head-on fight with you? Lin Mo walked in from the main entrance and looked at Shen Qing as if he were a retard. At the same time, the girl with red hair and red eyes followed closely behind Lin Mo, with a smile on her face that made people feel cold from behind. Lin Mo continued. Shen Qing, I told you this on the phone before. I saw through your plan to ambush me a long time ago, but I still came. I exposed your plan over the phone so that you wouldn't treat me as a fool who can be easily fooled. And I still come here, which means I want you to know that even if I step into your conspiracy, you alone will not be able to shake me. You were no match for me in your last life. Why do you think you can change your fate by living again? Before Lin Mo could finish his words, Shen Qing's figure rushed towards Lin Mo like a red, flaming meteor. She had a wild, twisted smile on her face. You'll know if I can beat you if you try. Boom. Shen Qing's attack hit Lin Mo, but Shen Qing did not feel the actual impact of his attack. Shen Qing's attack passed through Lin Mo's body as if it was just a phantom. Is this an illusion? Shen Qing smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. You just said something so high-sounding. I thought you were going to confront me head-on, Lin Mo. As a result, you can only shout at me verbally. I am also a level 7, and you are probably only level 3 or 4. You dare to fight me head-on. Hee. Lin Mo, you must feel very uncomfortable when I crush you now. Shen Qing looked around, trying to find where the real Lin Mo was. In his previous life, Shen Qing only reached the 7th level and could not advance any further. Lin Mo has reached the 8th level of perfection and is only half a step away from reaching the 9th level, a realm that no awakener has ever reached. Shen Qing remembered that only 3 people had reached the 8th level of perfection. Zhuge Nanbei, Lin Mo, and Anna, the president of the Hero Association. For this reason, Shen Qing has always regarded Lin Mo as her biggest worry. Why? When they are both awakened, Lin Mo can progress so fast than her. She hated Lin Mo so much because of this, but finally felt relieved after learning that Lin Mo was a Zerg, and then she joined the Hero Association to frame Lin Mo. In the early stages, humans progressed faster than the Zerg. In this life, Shen Qing has reached the 7th level, and she wants to let Lin Mo see what it feels like to be stepped on by someone. Just when Shen Qing was about to find out Lin Mo's true form, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. Looking down, she saw 8 spider legs emerging from behind Lin Mo, piercing into her abdomen like sharp blades, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of Shen Qing's mouth. How could it be? The one who attacked her was Lin Mo, whom Shen Qing had previously believed to be an illusion. Lin Mo looked at Shen Qing indifferently. When did you develop the illusion that the me in front of you was an illusion? Do I need to use that kind of thing against you, huh? Name: Shen Qing. Bloodline: human, awakened. Awakened power: Mythology. Fire God. Awakening degree. 73%. Level. LV 73. Gene lock level 7. Skill. God of Fire. Passive. In charge of the God of Fire. Can use all fire-related supernatural skills at will. Strong luck. Change your fate and improve your luck. Fention. Consumes 30% of its own awakening degree. Can instantly burst into a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, burning everything. The temperature is comparable to the core of the sun. When Lin Mo attacked Shen Qing, he looked at her abilities. It's really good. Even though Shen Qing is a 7th level awakener with only 3 skills, it may seem that he is not very good, but he is actually very powerful. First of all, the skill of Vulcan is a passive skill. This passive skill may seem like only one skill, but it is equivalent to tens of thousands of small skills. And because it is passive, it basically costs nothing to use, and all the fire-related supernatural skills in the world are included in it. When one skill goes into CD, you can continue to use other skills. Good luck can change a person's fortune. Luck is a very mysterious thing. Some people think that luck is useless, but others think that luck is also part of strength. Lin Mo couldn't comment on this, but she had read a comic called JoJo. In one of the works, the skill of the boss was called Miracle to You. The ability was to drain away all the luck of all those who tried to find out about him. The person who lost his luck would be in big trouble, and depending on the degree of his bad luck, he might even die suddenly. There is also the love train of a certain president, which gathers all the fortunes on himself, which is basically very powerful. The skill of strong luck is roughly equivalent to a weakened version of the love train stand ability. Finally, there is Fention. Although it consumes a lot of energy, the effect is basically equivalent to directly smashing the sun on someone else, and few people can withstand this move. It would be a waste to give such a power to Shen Qing. Lin Mo was almost crying with greed. Lin Mo's abilities are all pretty good, but they are causal skills. They are strong, but, from a positive perspective, the ones with huge power effects are more intimidating. Lin Mo looked at Shen Qing with a sneer. The reason why Shen Qing's attack passed through Lin Mo's body was that Lin Mo changed the cause and effect. Everything is false, which can prevent people from ever reaching the reality they want to reach. Originally, this skill cannot be used on people who are much higher in level than yourself. Therefore, Lin Mo directly acted on himself. Lin Mo used his ability of making everything virtual to prevent himself from reaching the real world with substance. In this way, even though Shen Qing was more than 20 levels higher than Lin Mo, he still couldn't hit Lin Mo with this attack. This also made Shen Qing initially think that the Lin Mo in front of him was an illusion she created. Shen Qing sneered. I underestimated you. But, with your ability, do you really think you can kill me? Shen Qing grabbed the spider leg that had pierced Lin Mo's abdomen with one hand, and crushed it with a little force. At the same time, Shen Qing placed her hands on her bleeding abdomen, using her strength, and the flames burned in her hands. Soon, the wound on Shen Qing's body was burned by Shen Qing, and it looked like a piece of twisted flesh. Shen Qing does not have the ability to heal himself. She is now completely relying on her own 7th level physical strength to hold on, intending to end the battle with Lin Mo before her physical strength is exhausted. Even if she defeated Lin Mo, her body would still be left with scars. In response to this, Shen Qing looked at Lin Mo with a hint of hatred in his eyes. Lin Mo, I swear, Shen Qing, will kill you with my own hands. I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I will make you die in unbearable pain. Lin Mo looked at the hysterical woman in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Well, okay, let me see how you make me die in great pain. Shen Qing was enraged by Lin Mo, and flames rose up around him. Seeing this, Lin Yu on the side hurriedly spoke. Shen Qing, we are still here. If you continue, what will happen to us? As Shen Qing's temporary teammates, Lin Yu and the others can't stand Shen Qing's temperature. Shen Qing didn't turn around, but spoke in a cold voice. Whatever you do is none of my business, just shut up. Lin Yu saw a brief future, a future in which they were all burned to death by Shen Qing. Before this future could come true, she ran away without saying a word. At the same time, Shen Qing seemed to be accumulating energy, and the temperature around him continued to rise, until a pale blue flame phoenix condensed in the sky and smashed heavily to the ground. There was fanaticism in Shen Qing's eyes. You all should die. Chapter 91. You are still so easy to deceive. Gloomy blue flames descended from the sky, and the entire 9th military region was vaporized in an instant under the high temperature of over 1 million degrees Celsius. Lin Yu had anticipated such a situation, so she was not affected as she had escaped. Yin Xiaoai was burned to ashes in an instant, but it was not a big problem. Her special ability was to be resurrected from hell, and every time she died in hell, her strength would become stronger and stronger. Only Nikoa is the most unlucky. He and his animal friends were burned to ashes in an instant, but before he died, Nikoajan did not forget to take a puff of rickets. 5. He left without any regrets and was very peaceful. Xinqing looked around with a cold face. The huge site of the 9th military region has now turned into a sea of fire and vaporized steel ruins. The scorching temperature makes the ground glow with a high-temperature melting light. Isn't it time to kill Lin Mo now? At this moment, applause was heard. Xinqing, I have to say, your approach is quite effective. Lin Mo clapped his hands and walked out from the shadows. Xinqing looked up and saw that Lin Mo and Qinggu were both fine and unharmed. When Xinqing saw what was happening in front of him, he was furious. Why? This attack of hers is second only to her burning heaven skill. However, when it fell on Lin Mo, nothing happened. Of course, Lin Mo couldn't tell Xinqing that he had once again used his ability to make everything virtual to make himself virtual. This move is similar to Obito's Kimyui and is very cheating. This means that even though Lin Mo is only at level 5 now, he can still withstand Xinqing's level 7 moves without getting hurt. Xinqing was rather stupid and couldn't understand this at all. He thought that he really couldn't cause any harm to Lin Mo. Lin Mo had a hint of sarcasm on his face. People from the Hero Association are just like this. You are like this, and Yang Yong is like this too, alas. When Xinqing heard Lin Mo comparing her with Yang Yong, she immediately became angry. Don't compare me to that piece of shit. Lin Mo looked at Xinqing's gnashing expression as if he wanted to eat Lin Mo alive. Lin Mo couldn't help but laugh. I am in a hurry. I am in a hurry. Lin Mo had heard of a truth. When your opponent is a guy who has strength but no brains, you just need to keep irritating him, and then he will rush up to you and give himself up. And at this moment, Xinqing is like this. Lin Mo smiled. Xinqing, how about you try to use your proud burning sky against me? Xinqing. The power of Finch's move can surpass the limits of the current stage. Even if she is an awakener of the 7th level of Gene Lock, she can use this move to severely damage an awakener of the 8th level. However, the price is that using this move consumes not ordinary things, but awakening degree. Judging from Xinqing's level of awakening, after using this move, he would probably regress to level 6, or even level 5. But Xinqing couldn't swallow this. She had always regarded Lin Mo as a thorn in her side in her previous life, and she could not tolerate missing the opportunity to kill Lin Mo that was right in front of her. Lin Mo in the previous life was too powerful and too distant to Xinqing. Now is the time when Xinqing is rarely stronger than Lin Mo. If he misses this opportunity, the next time he meets Lin Mo's strength will probably be even stronger. For this reason, Xinqing felt that he could no longer hold back. Xinqing took a deep breath. Sure enough, I still have to use that trick? Xinqing raised her hand, and the energy around her gathered and turned into an artificial sun above her head. This is not the end. Rays of flames rose up, as if the 9 flames had transformed into fire dragons, circling around the sun in the sky. Xinqing pressed her hand downward, and this blow containing her full strength plus 30% of her awakening level hit Lin Mo. The entire ruins of the 9th military region, along with Lin Mo and Qinggu, mother and daughter, completely evaporated. There was a hint of fanaticism in Xinqing's eyes. Finally. Before Xinqing could finish her words, a hand pierced her chest from behind and dug out her heart. Lin Mo appeared behind Xinqing and spoke with a sneer. Hey, you idiot. You're still so gullible. Chapter 92. What a cute little fool. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Xinqing's mouth. Her heart had been dug out by Lin Mo, and now she was beyond recovery. The power of Burning Sky is very strong, but unfortunately the cost of using this move is also high. At this moment, Xinqing had regressed directly from the middle level of the 7th level to the initial level of the 6th level, and his strength was much weaker than before. In addition, Lin Mo had just poured out his heart to her, so her death was not far away. There was no emotion in Lin Mo's eyes. She was looking at the other person as if he were a dead dog. Xinqing knew that she was about to die. She only felt her body slowly getting colder and her breathing becoming more difficult and rapid. Without the blood supply from the heart, even an awakened being as strong as her would still not be able to escape the fate of death. Before dying, Xinqing looked at Lin Mo unwillingly. Why? I still can't compare to you after living my whole life again. Lin Mo smiled. You couldn't catch up with me in your last life. We were both reborn. Why do you think you can catch up with me in this life? Xinqing was silent. She understood that what Lin Mo said made sense. However, she was still not convinced in her heart. She hated herself, hated her own incompetence. Although he was higher than Lin Mo in level and bloodline, he was still no match for her. If there is an afterlife, I will definitely kill you. Lin Mo listened to Xinqing's speech, and the image of the other party as a fool was deeply rooted in her mind. Xinqing breathed his last. Lin Mo looked at the dead Xinqing and chuckled. If there is an afterlife, you will definitely kill me, right? Okay, then I'll give you this chance. Lin Mo walked towards Xinqing, turned into a spider, and started eating bite by bite. I want revenge. I want revenge. As thoughts came to his mind, Xinqing opened his eyes. She felt like she was in a warm place, and the light in front of her made her want to leave. As the eggshell broke, Xinqing crawled out of the egg. Outside, a girl with white hair and red eyes was waiting here. Lin Mo looked at Xinqing with a smile. Xinqing was puzzled. Lin Mo, why are you here? Xinqing thought that he was reborn again. After all, she remembered that she had been killed by Lin Mo. Lin Mo spoke calmly. Don't you want to take revenge on me? Okay, I'll give you this chance. Lin Mo looked at the little life in front of him that was formed by balls of flames and spoke gently. At the same time, Lin Mo checked the attributes of his new daughter. Name, Xinqing. Bloodline, Thuga Cub, offspring. Evolution degree, 19%. Level, LV19. Gene lock level 1. Bloodline skills, God of Fire. Passive, in charge of the God of Fire, can use all fire-related supernatural skills at will. Strong luck, change your fate and improve your luck. Fention, consumes 30% of its own awakening degree, can instantly burst into a temperature of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, burning everything. The temperature is comparable to the core of the sun. Offspring, subordinate to the spider mother, Lin Mo, and must not disobey her orders. Now Xinqing has become Lin Mo's descendant. Lin Mo did not eliminate Xinqing's soul. In Lin Mo's opinion, although Xinqing and Yang Yong are both members of the Hero Association, Lin Mo does not have the same aversion to a stupid, foolish guy like Xinqing as he does to Yang Yong. Lin Mo even thought it was fun to tease this silly girl. Apart from being a little jealous and a bit stupid, there isn't much else to say about Xinqing. Lin Mo didn't have any good feelings towards Xinqing. It's just that a stupid kid like Xinqing was a good tool for Lin Mo. Lin Mo didn't expect Xinqing to submit to her. The more rebellious Xinqing was, the happier Lin Mo was. Lin Mo looked at Xinqing. Xinqing, you said that if you were to live again, you would definitely take revenge on me, right? Xinqing looked at Lin Mo fiercely and said through gritted teeth, That's right, Lin Mo. You resurrected me, but I won't be grateful to you. On the contrary, as long as I'm alive, I will take revenge. Lin Mo nodded with satisfaction. Very good. Keep your current emotions. Okay, you can go now. I look forward to your revenge. Xinqing. Even Xinqing was confused by Lin Mo's attitude. Huh, what's going on? You really won't kill me? Really? Lin Mo nodded again. By the way, Lin Mo kindly reminded. By the way, Xinqing, you have become a Zerg now, be happy. Xinqing was shocked. Lin Mo continued. The way the Zerg become stronger is slightly different from that of human awakeners. The more offspring you breed, the stronger you will become. Xinqing looked at Lin Mo aggrievedly. You turn me into something disgusting like the Zerg? Lin Mo smiled. Yeah, what can you do to me? Xinqing glared at Lin Mo angrily. Kill you. Kill you. I will definitely kill you. Lin Mo smiled and touched Xinqing's little head with flames. Okay, I'll wait for you. Lin Mo's attitude made Xinqing feel as if he had punched cotton. Xinqing got up and left. Lin Mo, don't regret it. Looking at Xinqing's leaving figure, Lin Mo had a look of joy on his face. Regret? How could she regret? The harder Xinqing worked to become stronger, the more system rewards Lin Mo received, and the stronger he became. As the saying goes, if you endure the most hardships, your boss will drive a Land Rover. Lin Mo felt that he had found the correct way to use the system of having many children and many blessings. Turn Xinqing, such an enemy that hated her, into her offspring. In this way, the harder Xinqing tries to become stronger and want revenge, the more counterproductive it will be and give Lin Mo endless rewards. Lin Mo's lips curled up into a smile. It's fun, really fun, ha. What a cute little fool. Chapter 93 Xiaoyu, your psychological quality is not good enough? Roof. Zhuge Nanbei looked at his white clothes stained with blood and couldn't help shaking his head. Why bother? In front of them, the group of supernatural criminals who had been lying in ambush here now only had half of their bodies left. The originally ordinary rooftop was now a hell on earth filled with blood and internal organs. Zhuge Nanbei sighed softly. I had no intention of doing this, but I don't mind wiping out scum like you. After saying that, Zhuge Nanbei took off his white clothes, revealing his well-proportioned figure and 8-pack abs. The old butler handed another new set of clothes to Zhuge Nanbei. Master, here you go. Zhuge Nanbei took the clothes and put them on. You go report to the central government. I'll go check on Lin Mo. Zhuge Nanbei always felt that he was a little worried about Lin Mo. He was ambushed by the entire group of supernatural criminals, and the situation on Lin Mo's side was probably not optimistic either. It's not that Zhuge Nanbei doesn't believe in Lin Mo's strength. However, the people in the Hero Association are not as simple as they seem. Yes, many of the people in the Hero Association are good-for-nothings, but there are indeed a few who are really capable. For example, the president of the Hero Association and the old man behind the scenes. If anything happened to Lin Mo, Zhuge Nanbei would be miserable. The old butler naturally saw Zhuge Nanbei's concerns and responded immediately. Let me handle the central government, master. You can go find the young mistress. Zhuge Nanbei coughed lightly. Ahem, not the young lady. Forget it. I won't explain anymore. I'll leave the central government to you. I'll be back soon. Hoo-hoo. Lin Yu panted and ran out of the 9th military region. There was a flash of resentment in the girl's eyes. Shen Qing, you are such a brainless woman. You don't even care about your teammates when fighting. You are going to die if you use such a powerful killing move. Lin Yu thought about Shen Qing's move just now that directly melted the entire base, and he still felt a little nervous at the thought. If she hadn't used her special abilities to see the future in advance, she would have been killed by Shen Qing's move. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt a little annoyed. Sure enough, in this world, you can't rely on anyone. Yes, you just discovered it? At this moment, a familiar voice came from a street lamp nearby. In the dim light, the girl with white hair and red eyes stood on the street lamp, looking down at her sister. Lin Mo's lips curled up into a smile. I understood from the moment you stabbed me in the back that there is no one in this world you can rely on. The only one you can always rely on is yourself. As the saying goes, if you rely on mountains, they will fall. If you rely on people, they will run away. All appearances are false. Only by seeking help from within yourself can you never be betrayed. Boom. Lin Mo jumped down from the street lamp and walked towards Lin Yu step by step. Lin Yu took a step back in fear. Sister, I really know I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Lin Mo smiled. My dear sister, you are my sister. How could I kill you? Swish. The next second, Lin Yu felt a sharp pain in his legs. She discovered that her legs were broken. Swish. The next second, Lin Yu's hands were also cut off. A sick smile appeared on Lin Mo's face. Xiao Yu, it's all my fault. I didn't expect you to run away. Don't worry, now that you have no hands or feet, you shouldn't be able to run away, right? In this way, your sister can take good care of you for the rest of your life. Who says we are sisters with such deep affection? Hee. Lin Yu looked at Lin Mo's terrifying cold smile and couldn't help but feel sweaty. Her fear was even greater than the physical pain, and she fainted on the spot. Lin Mo? No way. I fainted right away. You were the sword bearer of the Human Federation in your previous life, but your mental quality is not good enough. Alas, it's all my fault that I doted on you too much in my previous life, Xiao Yu. But it doesn't matter. I believe you will get used to it in the future. Chapter 94. Do you care about me so much? Ruins of the 9th Military District. Lin Mo asked his daughters to gather the remaining Zerg descendants, but kept Chenggu by his side. Lin Mo looked indifferent. Chenggu, tell me, what is your real plan? Chenggu blinked his eyes, his face full of innocence. Mom, I don't have any plans. I am loyal to you as far as the world can see. Chenggu said this sincerely. But it was too sincere, so sincere that it didn't seem like something she could say. Lin Mo could clearly sense that Chenggu was being dramatic when he said this. It wasn't groundless that Lin Mo suspected Chenggu. Before Lin Mo turned Chenggu into his own offspring, Chenggu had planned the whole thing, strategizing like a conspirator. However, since Chenggu became a Zerg, he has become much more obedient. If Lin Mo told her to go east, she would definitely not go west. Originally, this was a good thing, but it was such a good thing that made Lin Mo feel a sense of crisis. Lin Mo said coldly, You better be. Then, Lin Mo asked. Chingu, where's your sister? Although you said before that she turned into a Zerg, you can't just ignore your sister, right? When Chun Ji's sister was mentioned, her expression changed slightly. Chungu explained. I don't know. I haven't heard from her since I became your descendant. Why don't you go find her? Lin Mo narrowed his eyes. Chungu answered. Because you are the most important thing to me right now. Lin Mo stared at Chungu for a long time. She was not sure that Chungu would be so loyal to her. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Lin Mo stood up, a smile reappeared on his face, and patted Chungu on the shoulder. Okay, get up, baby. I'm just asking casually. Then, she looked into the distance. Since those guys from the Hero Association have already targeted me, there's no need for me to hide anymore. Chungu asked doubtfully. Mom, what are you going to do? Lin Mo raised a smile. Since Anna is planning to kill me, I must give her a good response. Lin Mo took Chungu away from the destroyed 9th Military Region and got in the car. At this moment, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. Lin Mo looked at the phone number on his phone. It was Zhuge Nanbei calling. Lin Mo chuckled. It looks like Zhuge Nanbei has also been ambushed. Lin Mo exclaimed in admiration. There are actually people who are so desperate that they want to deal with Zhuge Nanbei. TSK. You know, Zhuge Nanbei died together with the Zerg Queen in his previous life. It was an extreme one-for-one exchange. How desperate must one be to fight with Zhuge Nanbei? Is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Mo picked up the phone. Zhuge Nanbei's voice came from the other end. Lin Mo, are you okay? Lin Mo smiled. I'm fine. Zhuge Nanbei breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Lin Mo's answer. Lin Mo joked. Why, knowing that I was in danger, you called to make sure I was safe. Zhuge Nanbei, do you care about me so much? On the other end of the phone, Zhuge Nanbei answered. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Listening to Zhuge Nanbei's gentle voice on the other end of the phone, Lin Mo couldn't help but smack his lips. Tisk. Originally, Lin Mo was planning to tease Zhuge Nanbei, but the other party's answer caught her off guard. So annoying. Lin Mo was just about to hang up the phone when Zhuge Nanbei continued speaking. Lin Mo, I'm here. Anna must be eyeing you. Lin Mo said coldly. I don't need your help. I have my own hands and feet. I said before that I was betrayed in my last life. In this life, I only trust myself. Zhuge Nanbei only said one sentence. Send me your location. Lin Mo smacked his lips softly. Tisk. She hung up the phone with Zhuge Nanbei. Then, I sent him the location. Report to the president. The supernatural criminal group has been completely wiped out. Reporting to the president, the men we sent to deal with the Zhuge family were also completely wiped out. Report to the president. Shun Qing? That's enough. Hearing the reports from her subordinates, Anna, the president of the Hero Association, blushed and became furious. If she didn't have the super strong physique of an awakened person, she would probably have fainted from anger. Anna slammed the table, and the table in front of her was shattered into pieces. Every one of them is trash. So many people, but not a single one survived. At this moment, the person who summoned the message reminded. Shun Qing is not dead. Only then did Anna look happy. Oh, could it be that Lin Mo was killed by her? Not bad. You are worthy of being a 7th level expert of our Hero Association. Before Anna finished speaking, the messenger spoke again. Shun Qing was defeated by Lin Mo and turned into a Zerg by Lin Mo. Anna was stunned. The next second, she burst into rage and laughter, and her mental state became extremely unstable. Okay, that's how we play it, right? If that's the case, then don't play anymore. Chapter 95 Candle Dragon. The sky was shrouded in darkness. The originally bright day had now turned into a dark night without any light at all. This scene made the people, who were already frightened by the insect swarm attack, even more panicked, and everyone began to feel insecure. You know, night is very unfavorable for human beings. First of all, the human body needs sunlight. If people stay in darkness for a long time, their body resistance will be greatly reduced. Secondly, in the dark, human vision will be seriously affected, but the Zerg do not only rely on vision to act, but also rely on smell and touch to perceive each other. To see the Zerg as normal, you have to use a light to illuminate them. Without daylight, power consumption will increase significantly. Lin Mo didn't care. She is a Zerg, and it makes no difference to her whether it is day or night. On the contrary, she thought it was good to keep it at night all the time, so that it would be convenient for her Zerg offspring to go out hunting. Zhuge Nanbei met up with Lin Mo and took the mother and daughter into the car. Zhuge Nanbei frowned. It's Anna. Huh? Anna? Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei in confusion and asked, can Anna make the sun disappear? Zhuge Nanbei nodded. Well, Anna's awakening ability is Candle Dragon. Zhulong? Lin Mo frowned. Zhulong is very controversial. In some legends, Zhulong is just a small mountain god. However, in the legends of some dynasties, Zhulong is the god who opens his eyes and it is day, closes his eyes and it is night. He controls everything and can call the wind and rain. Judging from the current situation, Anna's control over Zhulong's power should be from the latter's legend. What? Are you scared? Lin Mo chuckled and looked at Zhuge Nanbei. Zhuge Nanbei shook his head. No. Lin Mo tilted his head. That guy's abilities are so powerful. Why aren't you afraid? Zhuge Nanbei answered. If you're not afraid, then you're not afraid. There's no need to ask so many questions. After saying that, Zhuge Nanbei pinched Lin Mo's face and rubbed it. Then, Zhuge Nanbei continued. Lin Mo, I'm going to deal with Anna. You take your children and hide away. This battle will probably affect a large area. Lin Mo snorted coldly. Why, you're not afraid. So you think I'm afraid, right? At this moment, Lin Mo recalled his previous life, when he watched Zhuge Nanbei fight against the Zerg Queen's army alone. Lin Mo was too weak at that time. He was unable to evolve, unable to become stronger, and had no ability to change anything. But in this life, she has done so much. She wouldn't let that happen again. Zhuge Nanbei touched Lin Mo's head. Be good and listen to me. The car drove to a villa area developed by the Zhuge family. This place has been transformed into a community for survivors to settle down. After Zhuge Nanbei brought Lin Mo and Cheng Gu to the villa, he closed the door and sealed the forbidden formation here. This formation contains Zhuge Nanbei's 8th level ability, and Lin Mo cannot get out by forcing his way out. Zhuge Nanbei asked his old butler to stay as well. Keep an eye on Lin Mo, and let her stay here quietly until I come back. Lin Mo. Lin Mo had a bad feeling in his heart. No, Zhuge Nanbei. You kid want to die again like you did in your last life? Lin Mo was about to force his way out, but was blocked by Zhuge Nanbei's formation. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo indifferently. After I die, you are free to do whatever you want, but going there this time is my own choice. It is my duty to save the common people. There is no need for you to die with me. Lin Mo, Zhuge Nanbei, do you think you are cool going to die? None of the people you saved will thank you. Do you know what those people said after you died in your previous life? They said that Zhuge Nanbei was really stupid. He gave up fame and fortune and went to die in vain. Humans will not thank you. Zhuge Nanbei turned around. I know. Saving people is not for rewards, but for peace of mind. After saying that, Zhuge Nanbei turned around and drove away. Lin Mo looked at Zhuge Nanbei's departure and became anxious. Come back. FK. What's so good about those guys that you want to save them? Lin Mo looked at the old butler beside him. Let me out. I want to go find that bastard. The old butler shook his head. The master has ordered that you cannot leave until he returns. Lin Mo's face turned cold. Your master will die if you don't let me out. Do you know that? The old butler nodded silently. Although Zhuge Nanbei is strong, he is not absolutely invincible. When the strength is equal, Zhuge Nanbei will try to save people, while Anna will take everyone as hostages. The situation is quite passive for Zhuge Nanbei. At this moment, a voice came from behind Lin Mo. Lin Mo, do you really want to save him? Lin Mo looked in the direction of the voice. It was the girl who looked exactly like her. She had a happy smile on her face and was sitting on the sofa with one hand supporting her cheek, looking at her. Lin Mo frowned. Another inner demon? Chapter 96, I want to play a game with you. You again. Lin Mo looked at his other self. The last time I saw her was when Cheng Gu was the villain. A hint of joy appeared on Lin Mo's inner demon's face. I can lend you my power so that you can break Zhuge Nanbei's formation and influence the battle situation over there. How about that? Lin Mo is not stupid. She certainly understands that her inner demon will not be so kind. Lin Mo looked at the other person and then asked, what do you want? The inner demon laughed. Hee hee, it's really me. You can tell at a glance that I won't help you for nothing. Then, the inner demon said, I want to play a game with you. What game? Lin Mo frowned. It's not difficult. Let's just bet on whether Zhuge Nanbei will still stand by your side after your Zerg identity is exposed to the world. The inner demon's tone was full of joy. I will help you, but during this process, you have to let me control your identity. Okay. If Zhuge Nanbei chooses you, then I will help you for free this time. If Zhuge Nanbei chooses to give up on you, I will kill everyone present. Lin Mo didn't know. She felt that if the choice was between her and all of humanity, Zhuge Nanbei would most likely give up on her. However, she didn't want to see Zhuge Nanbei go to his death. She was very conflicted. She didn't want to face that situation, the one where she had to make a choice between two options. This kind of choice is very annoying, just like the trolley problem. A trolley is heading towards the track, and there is a person you like on one track, and there are dozens of people you don't know on the other track. Which track would you choose to let the trolley go? If Lin Mo were to choose, she would definitely choose to save someone she knows. But she felt that Zhuge Nanbei would choose to save the side with more people. After all, the Zhuge family's philosophy is to take saving the people as their responsibility. The inner demon saw Lin Mo hesitate and urged, "Have you thought about it, another me? If you continue to hesitate, Zhuge Nanbei will really die." Lin Mo. In the end, Lin Mo nodded. "Okay, I'll bet with you." Lin Mo couldn't care less. Instead of watching Zhuge Nanbei die, he might as well take a gamble. Even if Zhuge Nanbei didn't choose her, it would be better for them to die at their own hands when they were possessed by inner demons than to die at the hands of Anna's cousin. Tianshu City. On top of the municipal building, a blonde girl drank red wine and looked at everything outside elegantly. She really enjoyed the feeling of standing in the clouds. It was as if everything in the world was under her feet. "You guys forced me to do this. I thought we were all human beings, so we shouldn't kill each other. Unfortunately, you guys affected my interests." The Hero Association and the Supernatural Criminal Group suffered heavy losses under the joint siege by the Zhuge family and the authorities. Anna could be said to be furious. According to her plan, she was going to enslave those ordinary people mentally step by step and make them feel that people with special powers were out of their reach. Just like in India before the end of the world, all ordinary people regarded Brahmins as supreme beings, and even kissing the feet of Brahmins was a blessing. However, Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei's early actions allowed the public to see the true faces of these awakened people in the Hero Association. This gave the official and Zhuge family a reason to take action against the Hero Association. Anna blushed. So, she blew herself up along with everyone else. Anna directly used her own ability to turn the world into eternal darkness. There is no daylight anymore. This forced everyone to rely on lighting at all times. After the apocalypse, many power stations were destroyed by insect swarms, and electricity resources were extremely scarce. Now that there is no daylight, every industry will collapse. Anna then found the Zergs with whom she had cooperated before and let them attack ordinary people at will. Then Anna would announce to the people of the world that all this was the fault of the officialdom and the Zhuge family. Unless the officialdom compromised and surrendered to her and killed Zhuge Nanbei and Lin Mo, they would never see tomorrow's sun. "President, there is a group of volunteers protesting downstairs." Members of the Hero Association reported the situation to Anna. Anna looked downstairs and saw a protesting crowd of more than 10,000 people from Tianshu City, holding protest signs and shouting in unison. "Anna, you traitor to humanity, give the sun back to us. It's so high up that people upstairs can't hear the sounds below clearly." But Anna is an 8th level awakener, and her 5 senses are far beyond the limits of human beings. Anna looked at the protesting crowd below and sneered. What kind of person is worthy of protesting here? Anna walked to the window, jumped lightly, jumped out from the 20th floor, and dived directly to the ground. Suddenly, deep cracks were smashed into the ground, and the people affected were turned into broken limbs and minced meat. The remaining crowd looked at Anna in horror. Anna had a grim smile on her face, completely different from her previous image of a cute and beautiful human guardian. "Scream. Why don't you scream? Haha, let me tell you. If it weren't for me, you would have been eaten by those Zergs long ago. I can do whatever I want. Why are you guys barking here?" The protesters were stunned. They didn't expect that as the president of the Hero Association, Anna would actually dare to kill people here. Anna said softly, "I'll give you 30 seconds to leave. If you're still here after that time is up, I'll kill you." 30, 29, 28. Crowd. At first, these people didn't understand the situation. When everyone realized what was going on, they all turned around and ran away in panic. A crowd of tens of thousands of people ran in the opposite direction. In the chaos, countless people fell, were trampled and crushed to death. Anna was not satisfied with this and continued counting down. 15, 14, 13, 12. The crowd became even more panicked. In order to prevent the people in front from blocking the way, some people even pulled the people in front of them behind them. The evil of human nature is fully displayed at the moment of life and death. 3, 2, 1. As Anna's countdown ended, she had a cruel smile on her face. Okay, time's up. She just raised her hand slightly. Don't you want the sun? Okay, I'll give it to you. A small sun with a radius of about 3 meters gathered above Anna's head and immediately hit those who did not have time to run away. In an instant, the people in front of Anna, along with the surrounding buildings, were blown to ashes. In this life, Anna finally felt the taste of power again. This is the treatment that the awakened ones deserve. After venting her anger, Anna looked much happier. Sure enough, if these ants are not beaten properly, no one will know who is the master. It's comfortable, really comfortable. Chapter 97, Live Broadcast. In the villa of Zhuge Nanbei's family, Lin Mo and Chen Gu are currently trapped in the forbidden formation set up by Zhuge Nanbei. Chen Gu didn't care. She didn't care about Zhuge Nanbei's life or death. The girl looked at Lin Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, with interest and said with a smile, "Mom, it looks like Uncle Zhuge died earlier than in his previous life." She didn't get a response from Lin Mo. At this moment, Chen Gu noticed that Lin Mo seemed to be a little strange. "Mother?" Chen Gu called out to Lin Mo tentatively. Still no answer. Chen Gu walked up to Lin Mo, only to see a faint smile on his face. Compared to before, Lin Mo looked more happy at this moment. Without waiting for Chen Gu to think about it, Lin Mo stood up and stretched his muscles. "Well, I finally got control of my body. It feels good." Chen Gu looked at Lin Mo in surprise. She remembered the night when Lin Mo destroyed the swarm of insects that Chen Gu had brought to Lin Mo. "I always feel that the situation is somewhat familiar." Without waiting for Chen Gu to think any more, Lin Mo grabbed Chen Ji's collar with one hand and lifted her up. Chen Gu panicked. "Mom, wait, I didn't mean to say bad things about Uncle Zhuge." Lin Mo smiled. "It's none of my business whether you say bad things about him or not." "Oh, do you still think I'm her?" No, I'm not the me you remember." Chen Gu and Lin Mo looked into each other's eyes, as if all his thoughts could be seen through by the woman in front of him. Lin Mo didn't say much to Chen Gu. A stream of red aura gathered on Lin Mo's body. As Lin Mo pressed on the door with one hand, the restriction set by Zhuge Nanbei was easily broken. "Come on, Chen Gu. I'll take you to see something fun." Lin Mo carried Chen Gu in one hand as if he was carrying a kitten and left Zhuge Nanbei's house. Tianshu City. Zhuge Nanbei took a helicopter back to Tianshu City. This place was different from the last time he came here. He clearly saw that there was a deep pit with a radius of about 10 meters on the other side of the municipal building, filled with scorched earth and corpses, as if something had happened there. Apart from Anna, there are probably not many people who can easily create such a scene. Apparently, he was still late. At this moment, screens suddenly lit up on billboards on buildings around the municipal building. The content on the screen is exactly the picture of Zhuge Nanbei's current helicopter. Zhuge Nanbei looked around, and it seemed that many media were filming and broadcasting live on him. Zhuge Nanbei realized that something was wrong. At the same time, Anna's image appeared in the center of the live broadcast. The blonde girl held the microphone and looked at Zhuge Nanbei indifferently. "Zhuge Nanbei, you are here by chance. Why not listen to my conditions?" Zhuge Nanbei looked at Anna coldly. "I have nothing to say to you." Anna chuckled. "Don't be so quick to refuse. Haven't you heard my conditions yet?" As she spoke, Anna gently took out the remote control in her hand. "I have placed remote control bombs in different locations throughout the city. Those bombs have been enhanced by my enchantments, and their power is comparable to that of a small hydrogen bomb. If they are detonated at the same time, everyone here will die. So, are you going to consider listening to my terms now?" Zhuge Nanbei was silent. The lives of everyone in this city depend on the thoughts of Anna and Zhuge Nanbei. Anna was very satisfied with Zhuge Nanbei's silence. "Very good. If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent." Then, Anna looked towards the camera. "My conditions are very simple. The authorities must recognize the privileged status of the Hero Association and the Awakeners. At the same time, Zhuge Nanbei and Lin Mo must die. If you agree to this condition, I will let the sun come out again, and the Hero Association will continue to protect all mankind. Otherwise, I will just blow up Tianshu City, and then the Hero Association will declare war on all of humanity." As soon as Anna finished speaking, the audience in Tianshu City and even around the world who could see the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. If it was before, perhaps the people of Tianshu City would not have believed it, but after the massacre not long ago, everyone understood that this woman was serious. On one side are the unfamiliar Zhuge Nanbei and Lin Mo, and on the other side are all of humanity. Everyone knows what to choose. Sacrifice two to save the majority. What's more, they were among those who were rescued. It's like when everyone sees someone going through hardship, they will advise that person to be magnanimous. Why? Because they are not the ones suffering, and they may even be the ones who benefit from the vested interests. The comments on the live streaming platform were all asking the official to compromise with the Hero Association and hoped that the official would hand over Zhuge Nanbei and Lin Mo. Even in Tianshu City, the survivors of the previous massacre were calling for Zhuge Nanbei to be handed over so that they could have peace again. Zhuge Nanbei, consider this as a plea from you. Please sacrifice for us. That's right, it's all because of your Zhuge family. Otherwise the Hero Association wouldn't have disappeared the sun, and we wouldn't be in danger. Zhuge Nanbei, Lin Mo, go to hell. These people are not targeting those who are actually threatening them. They were blaming Zhuge Nanbei, thinking that if it weren't for Zhuge Nanbei, the Hero Association wouldn't have turned against them. On top of the municipal building, Anna looked at Zhuge Nanbei with joy. It was the same in the previous life. When the court sentenced Lin Mo to death, most people felt the same way. For the sake of their own interests, most people don't care whether the person who is sacrificed is right or wrong. As long as it concerns themselves, everyone can be sacrificed. It was like this in the previous life, and it is also like this life. The key point is that positive characters like Zhuge Nanbei are more easily swayed by the people. Zhuge Nanbei, you must listen carefully to the voices of the people you protect. Anna's lips curled up into a smile. His life is in his hands. Chapter 98, Kill, 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 kill. I have never seen such a shameless person. There was anger in Zhuge Nanbei's words, but he was still calm. At this moment, the negotiation between him and Anna was broadcast live to survivors around the world. The negotiations between the two will directly affect the direction of the relationship between superpowers and humans. Of course, most people want to make peace with Anna, including official ones. People are selfish. When someone advises you to be selfless, it is because he hopes that you can be selfless in order to satisfy his selfish desires. Moreover, this selfishness is often not purely malicious. Some people do it for their families, some for their friends, and some for their lovers. No one was willing to speak for Zhuge Nanbei when they knew that they would be killed by Anna. Even though they knew, Zhuge Nanbei was currently pushed to the forefront because he opposed the privileges of the awakened. Between the two choices of being directly blown to death by Anna and being enslaved by the awakened, most people chose the latter. Zhuge Nanbei, go to hell. Zhuge Nanbei, go to hell. Zhuge Nanbei, go to hell. Whether it was the comments in the live broadcast or the voices of the people around, the trend was always the same. Anna in the live broadcast looked at Zhuge Nanbei happily. Zhuge Nanbei, it seems that the people's hearts are not on your side. Zhuge Nanbei sighed silently. I feel sorry for their misfortune and I am angry at their lack of resistance. But Zhuge Nanbei also knew that he couldn't possibly resign himself to Anna for these people. Once he and the Zhuge family compromise with the Hero Association, once he dies, Anna will never be able to protect humanity, as she said. After learning about the ending of the previous life from Lin Mo, Zhuge Nanbei knew. Those who wanted privileges would never be satisfied. These people will take advantage of every inch they gain, and if they take a step back, they will fall into the abyss. Anna certainly understood this. She smiled and looked at the screen. Citizens of Tianshu City, it seems that Zhuge Nanbei doesn't care about your life or death. Very good. After that, Anna snapped her fingers. In the live broadcast, the remote-controlled bomb in Area A of Tianshu City, which was enchanted by her ability, exploded immediately. The entire Tianshu City Area A was razed to the ground in the blink of an eye. The audiences in other areas of Tianshu City who were watching the live broadcast were all dumbfounded. After being surprised, they were terrified and panicked. They began to plead with Zhuge Nanbei. Please, just die for us, okay? Isn't it your duty to protect us? Our lives are in danger now. Sure enough, you guys are just talking. Anna enjoyed watching Zhuge Nanbei's complicated expression when he responded to the people's words. Then, Anna pretended to be helpless. Ah, what a pity. It looks like they don't really want to save you. It would be a shame if everyone died like this. How about this? I'll give you a chance to save yourselves. Anna used her abilities to enchant the guns, adding the blessing of her 8th level awakener. Anna handed these weapons to the awakened members of the Hero Association behind her. Well, my men will distribute these weapons to you. If you still want to continue to live, you must work hard to fight for it. After the guns are distributed, I will give you 2 hours. As long as Zhuge Nanbei is still alive, I will continue to bomb one more area every 2 hours. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'm very gentle. At the end of her speech, Anna's face once again contained a harmless smile, just like the president of the Hero Association who once protected humanity. Soon, the guns enchanted by Anna were distributed to the people by the Hero Association. These people, who had long been dominated by fear and the desire to survive, rushed towards Zhuge Nanbei after getting their weapons. In order to survive, they have to kill the person who helped them with their own hands. Anna, on the other hand, was enjoying red wine and lunch while admiring the scenery in the picture. Just as she expected, Zhuge Nanbei did not attack those people, nor did he cause trouble for her. Zhuge Nanbei was afraid of the bombs set by Anna and would not attack rashly. Zhuge Nanbei's family motto made it absolutely impossible for him to take action against those people. He could only use magic arrays and prohibitions to resist the surging crowd of millions. At this moment, an inappropriate laugh and applause were heard. Interesting, really interesting. Everyone looked in the direction where the sound came from. It was a girl with white hair and red eyes, who was sitting leisurely on a high-rise building near Zhuge Nanbei, watching the crowd rushing towards Zhuge Nanbei. You guys really confuse right and wrong. It fits my stereotype of you very well. Good, huh? You didn't kill the woman who really wanted to kill you, but instead attacked the people who helped you. That's really good. Hearing the girl's voice, the people of Tianshu City looked over there. Lin Mo raised the corners of his mouth, revealing his little fangs, with a smile on his face. It's simply because Anna is a bad guy and Zhuge Nanbei is a good guy. If you go and attack Anna, she really dares to kill you. You attack Zhuge Nanbei, but he won't fight back against you. What? Good people deserve to be pointed at with guns? Zhuge Nanbei was still wondering why Lin Mo appeared here, but he felt the power of the 9th level gene lock contained in Lin Mo's fingers. Zhuge Nanbei realized what Lin Mo was planning to do. Wait, Lin Mo. Lin Mo heard Zhuge Nanbei's voice and chuckled. No. The next second, with the movement of Lin Mo's fingers, the originally dead bodies connected one by one, like a human centipede, all stuck together, turning into a blood-red dragon with a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood superimposed on each other. There was a hint of coldness in Lin Mo's eyes. Heaven has given all things to man, but man has never repaid heaven with any good deed. The next second, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Kill. The blood-colored dragon swam among the crowd of millions, opening its huge mouth to feast on the food in such a huge crowd. Kill. The feeling of devouring flesh and blood was transmitted to Lin Mo through the blood dragon's mouth, and he felt a sense of fullness that was yet to be satisfied. Chapter 99 Lin Mo. Hee. Fortunately I am smart. What is that? What on earth is that? Anna looked at everything that was happening outside the window, at the girl with white hair and red eyes whom she had never seen before. A deep fear rose in her heart, and her brain was trembling, telling her to leave this place quickly. This isn't where she should be. If I stay here any longer, I will definitely die. Anna unfolded her mythical form, and with a flash of light, she fled outside. However, the corpses were like a flood that blocked Anna's way. The girl with white hair and red eyes stepped on the corpse dragon and walked gracefully towards Anna, step by step. The girl murmured softly, and every word made Anna feel her heart skip a beat. Anna, did I ever tell you that you could leave? In an instant, the corpses seemed to come to life, and the corpses that covered the sky and the sun all opened their eyes. Countless red gazes were cast at Anna in front of them. If someone with trypophobia saw this scene, they would probably faint from fright on the spot. However, this is just the beginning. The corpse dragon's body began to decompose, and the corpses turned into red and black shadows like evil spirits, all swallowing Anna. Bite by bite, he bit Anna's body that had transformed into a dragon. Anna's body as an 8th level awakener is naturally not so easy to destroy, but precisely because of this, at this moment, her entire body is attacked by these corpses without a single piece of good flesh left. She wanted to resist, but under the complete suppression of Lin Mo's 9th level strength, she couldn't even raise her head. You are Lin Mo? Anna looked at the white-haired, red-eyed girl in front of her in surprise and felt a familiar aura from her. However, the girl's lips curled up into a faint smile. Yes and no. The girl still approached Anna slowly, as if this was not a battlefield but her own personal stage. I'm not the Lin Mo in your memory, not the weakling you betrayed. I have walked to the end of the long river of time and seen the end of this world. I know much more about this world than any of you. As she spoke, The girl raised her hand. The corpses were compressed, collapsed, condensed, and gathered into a red and black, twisted and strangely long sword. In the center of the sword, countless eyes opened, as if they had life. Zhulong, I have taken away your power. Lin Mo, who was in the state of inner demon, jumped up and directly thrust the sword from the top of Anna's head, stabbing it vertically into the opponent's skull, piercing through the opponent all the way. Accompanied by blood mist and explosions, Zhulong's body turned into a bloody landscape, and finally all the energy contained in it was absorbed into the sword. Putting away the sword, the inner demon Lin Mo said in a low voice, "The seemingly life and death struggle between the awakened and the Zerg is nothing more than an insignificant game. Unfortunately, you are all too short-sighted, trapped in the chess game between gods. Whatever. Regardless, whether it's humans or Zerg, their life or death has nothing to do with me." While killing Anna, the inner demon Lin Mo released the corpse dragon and the sword in his hand, and turned to look at Zhuge Nanbei and the survivors. Facing the camera broadcast live around the world, the girl smiled contemptuously. Then, she walked towards Zhuge Nanbei step by step. "Zhuge Nanbei, now it's your turn to choose. I have killed so many people. Will you choose to stand on my side and help me, or stand on the side of humans and deal with me?" At this moment, the real Lin Mo consciousness wanted to stop the inner demon, but was suppressed by the inner demon. The inner demon really wanted to see what choice this guy, whom Lin Mo thought would never betray him, would make. As long as Zhuge Nanbei chooses a human, she can accept this body with justification. Zhuge Nanbei looked at Lin Mo with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Lin Mo, why have we come to this point? Didn't you once think that even if you were a Zerg, as long as you were human at heart, you could coexist with humans?" The inner demon Lin Mo laughed. "You also said that was in the past. Well, make your choice." As he spoke, the inner demon Lin Mo took out a remote control. "Speaking of which, I got something interesting from Anna. Since you don't want to choose, let me help you choose." Zhuge Nanbei recognized that this was the remote control of the bomb that Anna placed in Tianshu City. Zhuge Nanbei was shocked. However, he didn't have time to think about it. If the bomb explodes, no one in the city will survive. The only way is to kill Lin Mo before the explosion. Zhuge Nanbei used up all his spiritual power to raise one formation after another. Lin Mo's inner demon's lips curled up into a smile. "Sure enough, between the so-called me and the world, you chose them." Lin Mo pressed the button to detonate the bomb. However, she discovered that Zhuge Nanbei's formation was not used against her, but to protect all the remaining people in the city within the formation. Originally, the bombs here could not hurt an 8th-level strongman like Zhuge Nanbei, but after he protected the others inside, he had no way to save his life. Zhuge Nanbei faced Lin Mo with a wry smile. "In your last life, when you were abandoned by the world, I was not by your side. It is my fault that you have become what you are now. So, I will consider my life in this life as a repayment to you, and please don't make things difficult for the rest of humanity. At least, let them go this time." Lin Mo's inner demon panicked. She didn't know. She thought she was only going to blow up those ordinary people. "Wait, I'm not." However, the remote control had already been pressed, and even if Lin Mo wanted to stop it, it was still irreversible. An explosion comparable to a nuclear bomb sweeping the ground enveloped the entire Tianshu city, and a mushroom cloud rose up into the sky. When the smoke cleared, the surviving citizens of Tianshu City looked at the city area that had turned into an endless deep pit, each of them confused. They were once again protected by Zhuge Nanbei, and this time should be the last time. Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei both disappeared, and the citizens who originally wanted to kill Zhuge Nanbei fell into deep self-blame. At the same time, outside Tianshu City, Lin Mo gritted his teeth. "Zhuge Nanbei, you idiot. What is there for you to protect about those scumbags?" But, until the end, Zhuge Nanbei never betrayed her. Sure enough, Zhuge Nanbei is the best person in the world. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Lin Mo's lips. "Hey, luckily I'm smart." She touched her bulging belly and found that she was pregnant with a new child. Although she did not have the power to protect others, she was unable to save Zhuge Nanbei from the explosion. However, she ate Zhuge Nanbei directly before the explosion could fully reach her. It won't be long before she will be able to meet Zhuge Nanbei again. Chapter 100 Lin Mo. Come on, call mom. Hero Association Building. Anna died, Tianshu City was bombed, and Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei disappeared. The entire Hero Association was in chaos. The awakened ones of the Hero Association were a group of selfish guys a group of loose sand. After the deaths of Anna, who had the blood of Zhulong, and the old man with the blood of Zhongdo Xingjuan, the two behind-the-scenes pushers, these people began to panic and worry about their future. The core members of the Hero Association gathered together to discuss what to do next. In my opinion, since Anna is dead, we should just divide up the remaining things and then go our separate ways. I think so. Yeah, I think so too. A group of awakened people who were originally high and mighty now started to discuss the division of luggage, just like Beiji and Sha Wujing after their master was captured in Journey to the West. At this moment, a girl's gloomy voice came from the darkness. After your hard work was played like this by Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei, are you really willing to let it go? If you let go now, it will be difficult for you to continue to be a superior person in the future. Everyone looked in the direction where the voice came from. It was a girl with black hair and red eyes. Everyone felt the power of the 8th level gene lock from this girl. Everyone present was shocked. The only ones they had seen with the 8th level gene lock were Anna and Zhuge Nanbei. That was all. Oh, by the way, there is also Lin Mo who appeared not long ago, killed Anna, and then disappeared. They really had no impression of the girl in front of them. There was a hint of sarcasm on the girl's face. Are you guys really that cowardly? Although Anna is dead, Lin Mo and Zhuge Nanbei are also missing. This is the last chance to compete. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Are you really planning to leave? The awakened members of the Hero Association all looked at the girl, as if they wanted to find out about her life experience from her past life memories. But no, not at all. Who are you? One of the awakened ones looked at the girl coldly and asked in a deep voice. The girl answered, Me? I'm just an ordinary collaborator who has worked with your president Anna. The girl continued to look at everyone. Everyone, if you want to keep working on it, my cooperation with the Hero Association can continue. If you really want to disband, then our cooperation will end here. These awakened members of the Hero Association looked at each other. They don't want to be enemies of the authorities. Moreover, there was no confirmed news about the deaths of Zhuge Nanbei and Lin Mo. They really didn't want to be enemies with a peak 8th level and a 9th level strongman. Everyone gave their own answers. We're going to break up? The black-haired, red-eyed girl chuckled. Is that so? A bunch of useless things. Since the cooperation has been cancelled, we are no longer allies. As the black-haired girl's expression grew more gloomy, everyone noticed that her appearance became more distorted and weird. For a moment, these awakened people felt as if they saw something indescribable, and the appearance of the girl in front of them became difficult to describe. But what these people could be sure of was that this girl was not human. Come out, my children. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zergs with tentacles emerged from the shadows and surrounded the awakened ones. Originally, these 6th and 7th level awakeners could fight against these young Zergs, but under the terrifying pressure from the girl in front of them, they couldn't even move. In this way, these awakened people watched helplessly as the monsters lay on their faces and gnawed their flesh and blood. In an instant, the headquarters of the Hero Association turned into a dining scene for the Zerg. And the girl also turned into the largest monster and joined in the eating process, enjoying it very much. The Hero Association just disappeared from the stage of history. Outside Tianshu City, in a mountain villa. Young madam, it's a baby girl. The old butler held a white-haired little girl who looked very much like Teresa stargazing and handed her to Lin Mo. This is the Zhuge family's property. After Lin Mo contacted the old housekeeper, he prepared a place for Lin Mo to give birth. After all, the child that Lin Mo was going to give birth to was Zhuge Nanbei, the original young master of the Zhuge family, so the Zhuge family would naturally provide the best service for Lin Mo. Lin Mo was provided with delicious food and drinks here, and he said that it would be a waste not to take advantage of this good deal. Anyway, the Zhuge family had no ill will towards her. Giving birth to Zhuge Nanbei, an heir with extremely pure blood, requires enormous physical strength. Lin Mo naturally had to choose this safest place so that he could give birth to Zhuge Nanbei without any worries. Lin Mo took the Teresa stargazing version of Zhuge Nanbei handed over by the old butler, and a smile appeared on his lips. Zhuge Nanbei, I didn't expect that after you became a girl, you would be much cuter than before. The little girl in Lin Mo's arms didn't cry or make a fuss. She just stared at Lin Mo in a daze. What is going on? Lin Mo, what happened? Lin Mo gently grabbed Zhuge Nanbei's face. Little fool, you still call me Lin Mo? Hurry, call mom. Chapter 101. The younger generations in the family are not getting along. Most of the time the elders are partial to each other. Massachusetts General Hospital, Skydome City. The old man had medical trachea inserted into his body to support his dying body. Tian Daocheng, the patriarch of the Tian family, the richest family in Long Kingdom, now looks emaciated and like a mummy. He was once a powerful leader who not only made great achievements in the financial field, but also extended his hand to the political field. It can be said that he had absolute power. Unfortunately, he is not only old but also seriously ill. Even with the best medical technology, he can only barely keep himself alive. Anna, did she help me find a way to awaken my superpowers? The old man murmured. At this moment, a girl's voice was heard. Anna is dead. The black-haired, red-eyed girl walked up to the old man with no expression on her face. The Hero Association also collapsed, and all its members were killed. Hearing this, endless disappointment emerged in the old man's eyes, which had originally been bright. Before the apocalypse broke out, Anna found the head of the Tian family. Anna told him that she was reborn, and in her previous life she was the president of the Heroes Association in the apocalypse, with absolutely top strength. Anna also told him that as long as the head of the Tian family could help her assemble the Hero Association in advance and provide them with funds, she could find a way to help Tian Daoqing obtain superpowers. At first, Tian Daoqing didn't believe Anna's words until she used Zhulong's magical power to make the sun disappear. Tian Daoqing later funded Anna and established the Hero Association. He only hoped that he could also gain supernatural powers, obtain a body far superior to his current one, and be free from the pain of illness. But now, he has received the news that Anna has died and the Hero Association has been disbanded. Tian Daoqing was so shocked by the news that he fainted. The girl with black hair and red eyes shook her head. Then she placed her hands on the old man. As a red spirit entered the old man's body, the originally very old man slowly opened his eyes. What was even more surprising was that Tian Daoqing's originally old body actually began to become younger. In the blink of an eye, the old man who originally looked old turned into a young man in his 20s with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, and extraordinary heroic spirit. Tian Daoqing sat up from the bed, surprised. What just happened? The black-haired girl smiled sweetly. What else could have happened? Of course I made you younger. Tian Daoqing still couldn't understand the current situation. Why? You can make me younger. What even an 8th-level awakener like Anna couldn't do, the black-haired, red-eyed girl in front of him could actually do. It was so unbelievable that Tian Daoqing felt like he was dreaming. Tian Daoqing pinched his face hard, and finally became convinced that this was real and not a dream. The black-haired girl replied with a smile. The answer to this question is not difficult. Because I'm not human. The next second, the girl's face became indescribable. The girl's figure became vague and dreamy, as if she was standing in front of Tian Daoqing at this moment, and yet she seemed not to exist here, or as if she was everywhere. The black-haired girl continued. Tian Daoqing, I can not only make you younger, but also give you strength. As long as you become my ally, I can give you everything you want. You can even choose whether you want to become an awakened one who has a contract with me, or become a Zerg under my command. I don't care. Tian Daoqing swallowed. He felt that the woman in front of him was more unfathomable and somewhat terrifying than any opponent he had ever met before. Tian Daoqing asked cautiously, So, what's the price? The black-haired girl was very satisfied with Tian Daoqing's attitude. He is very smart. The black-haired girl chuckled. It's not a big price to pay. I want to become the only queen of the Zerg. I want to kill all the queens of other Zerg swarms. The Zerg only need me, and your Tian family controls the economic and political resources of mankind, so I will choose you. The gods ask you to make selfless contributions, but we demons will exchange with you at a clear price. Isn't that great? Tian Dao Growth breathed a sigh of relief. Is that all? Okay, I'll help you. It doesn't matter who you help. Before, I helped the Hero Association, and now I help the candidate for the Zerg Queen in front of me. He doesn't care who controls the world. He will help whoever controls the world. In the adult world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. This is why Tian Daoqing can make the Tian family the #1 family. In Zhuge Nanbei's villa, Lin Mo hugged the white-haired girl in his arms affectionately and rubbed her hard with his face. Hey, Zhuge Nanbei, you smell so good. It feels so soft. Can you let me hold you for a little longer? Zhuge Nanbei wanted to push Lin Mo away with some disgust, but there was no way. Now she has become a little girl. A little girl who has just been born does not have enough strength to disobey Lin Mo. Zhuge Nanbei clenched his teeth, somewhat disgusted. Lin Mo, you are so despicable right now. Zhuge Nanbei couldn't resist Lin Mo, mainly because she was Lin Mo's offspring. The offspring cannot disobey the will of the insect mother, and the insect mother can even control the behavior of the offspring to a certain extent. Lin Mo has always disdained to use this authority. It had never been used against Lin Shui, Lin Lei, or even Chen Gu, but she only used it on Zhuge Nanbei. Lin Mo had a smirk on his face. Zhuge Nanbei, come, call mommy. Zhuge Nanbei shook his head vigorously, like a shaking rattle. No, no. Lin Mo used his authority. Zhuge Nanbei could only speak with a flushed face and a frustrated expression. Mom. Lin Mo didn't seem satisfied yet. The tone is not good. Use a coquettish tone to shout. Make the tone softer. It's better to have a little clip sound. Clip it. Zhuge Nanbei's pupils contracted, and he took a breath of cold air. However, she had no way to resist this suppression from her bloodline. Finally, the white-haired girl acted like a well-behaved kitten and spoke to Lin Mo in a flattering voice. Mom. Lin Mo felt like his heart was melting. Oh, so cute. Lin Mo hugged Zhuge Nanbei and buried his face in him. What a cute little Nanbei. A little Nanbei like he was born to be eaten by your mother, woo-woo. But I don't mean it literally. Don't be afraid, hee-hee. Let your mother kiss you well. Bobo. Zhuge Nanbei wanted to die at this moment. On the side, Lin Shui and Lin Lei looked at Zhuge Nanbei with jealousy. The two were whispering on the other end. Lin Shui curled her lips. Humph, you're still being ungrateful after getting an advantage. Lin Li nodded. That's why there's an old saying that if there's disagreement among the younger generations in a family, it's mostly because the elders are partial to each other. Chapter 102 Mom misunderstood you. Sky City, inside the Awakener's research room. The girl in the white coat is conducting genetic research on awakening superpowers. At this moment, the power supply of the Institute was suddenly cut off. At the same time, there was a noisy sound of footsteps outside the Institute. Listen, everyone inside. You have been surrounded. Lay down your weapons and surrender, or we will launch a full-scale crackdown on you. There was a sound from the loudspeaker outside. Gu Ningshua's face darkened as she listened to the noise outside. She is the director of this research institute. Originally, she had been conducting experimental research on awakeners here in accordance with orders from above. But now, the army has surrounded this place. Gu Ningxue spoke to the people outside through the Research Institute's pager. Excuse me, why are you surrounding this place? I am here to study the awakening experiment under the order of the patriarch of the Tian family. At this moment, a young man in his early 20s stood up. Gu Ningxue looked at the young man with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes through the surveillance camera and couldn't help but frown. She always felt that she seemed to have seen this young man somewhere, but she couldn't tell where for a while. The young man just sneered. By the order of the patriarch of the Feng Tian family? It's just an excuse for you to deceive me. Then the young man continued. I am the patriarch of the Tian family, Tian Daocheng. Gu Ningxue was speechless. She recognized that the young man in the picture was indeed the young head of the Tian family. Gu Ningxue asked doubtfully. Old man, I didn't lie to you. I have been helping you find a way to awaken your superpowers. Tian Daocheng said coldly. That's enough. You and Anna both think I'm a fool, don't you? You think our Tian family is just a cash cow for your hero association, haha? And now, I already know your true identity. You are a Zerg lurking among humans. Gu Ningxue took a breath when she heard Tian Daocheng's words. Yes, she is indeed a Zerg. She was originally a human, but was chosen by the core of the Zerg Queen at the end of the world and was forced to become a Zerg. She has always wanted to recover her human form, so she hid here using her identity as a scientific researcher, and with Anna's promotion, she became the director of the institute. Gu Ningxue has been doing her best to help the Hero Association and the Tian family research ways to awaken superpowers and enhance their strength. At the same time, she is secretly researching ways to restore herself from a Zerg to a human. However, now that the Hero Association has collapsed, even the financial sponsor has discovered her identity and wants to get rid of her. Kill those disgusting bugs in there, especially whoever kills Gu Ningxue. I will give him anything he wants, whether it's power, money, or strength. Hearing Tian Daocheng's words, the soldiers from the surrounding Tianqiong City army all had excitement in their eyes. Gu Ningxue understood that she was in danger now. She was terribly scared. She didn't know what happened next. She only knew that she and her colleagues were constantly killed by the troops that broke in. After turning into a Zerg, Gu Ningxue hid in the research institute and never killed anyone. She was so scared that she deserted and ran away. The only person who escorted her to escape was the assistant who had been taking care of her daily life. Sister Gu, please go ahead. I will hold those people back. The assistant let go of Gu Ningxue's hand, left her behind, and stopped the soldiers who were chasing them alone. You will die. I can't leave you alone. Gu Ningxue didn't want to leave her little assistant behind. However, she still became afraid when she heard the sound of pursuers coming behind her. Go ahead. I don't blame you. If we go together, we will both die. But there is hope that you can develop an antidote to turn the Zerg back into humans. So, it is much better for you to stay alive than to die with us. The young assistant had a firm look on his face. Despite her own fear and the comfort of her assistant, Gu Ningxue still ran away. Today's humans rely on the experience of many reborn people to develop high-tech combat uniforms and extremely destructive quantum weapons.